Chapter 106, Ballroom/Queen. The next morning, the city was immediately lively. It only got more festive as the afternoon came. Alec grabbed Dirk to wander the streets when the sun was high in the sky. When they did, they were surprised to see all kinds of little magic devices flying around above and between the buildings. They occasionally flashed with lights of various colors, looking like drones. There was another thing Dirk noticed when he stepped out of the spire. He seemed lighter. It was the dark mana being emitted from the abyss below the city. Dirk could feel it suspend his body just a little bit. And it seemed to get stronger throughout the day. Even little kids began jumping higher than their own height. It was a bit disorienting. But it was cool, nonetheless. It was a supernatural phenomenon happening across the city. The city itself was beyond comprehension, able to float above a bottomless hole in the ground. Dirk found it exhilarating. It was only a few hours after noon that the two headed back. They had to get ready for the ball. The ball actually started an hour before the sun set. But there were many things to do beforehand. Women had to beautify, men had to hold discussions, butlers and maids had to make sure that everything was in order. Anybody that couldn't be found several hours before the event would throw off routine. So in actuality, getting ready for the ball was an all-day process. For most of the nobles, anyway. Dirk and Alec didn't have much of a part to play except to look pretty, so they only had to be at their rooms at a certain time. From there, maids would take care of them. And they were taken care of, though perhaps a bit more than Dirk would have liked. He had thought that they would just come and address him, maybe clean up his hair before sending him on his way. But apparently bathing was a meticulous process that required the skills of practiced maids. After Dirk got into the bath by himself, he was intruded upon by two ladies with special soaps. After Dirk stopped one of them from scrubbing his every nook and cranny, and after they emphasized the importance of making sure he was perfectly clean, they compromised and Dirk let them clean everything from his waist up. And he had to admit, getting his hair and back scrubbed at the same time by two women was heavenly. Because his eyes were already sealed shut, he felt every little brush of their fingers and the pleasing massage as they lathered his arms and shoulders. He was grateful for his heightened sense of touch that amplified the feeling. But he was also a bit ashamed to have enjoyed it as much as he did. Spite, who was sitting in her cat form nearby, snickered at him with her eyes. Still, he let them do their thing for over an hour, disregarding the faint suspicion that the maids were enjoying it just as much. It was when a couple other maids came into the room that Dirk was able to get out of the bath. After drying off, he was hounded as they got him ready to dress. This took another hour. They combed and sharpened up his hair, put on the predetermined outfit, and straightened him out. They were also going to apply a cologne, but after smelling the aroma Dirk naturally released, they decided not to. They knew that powerful people, especially body refiners, wouldn't sweat or get dirty like ordinary people. There was no need to solve a problem that wasn't there. With a touch of lotion and a tug of the collar, Dirk was finally ready. By this time, the sun was beginning to make its descent. From so far above the city within the spire, Dirk could see lights begin to flick on in buildings and among magical devices. Not only that, but the dark mana that came out of the abyss below the city got a bit stronger. Dirk naturally felt light, each of his casual steps able to make him float in the air for a second. Dirk was eventually guided by a maid up the spire where he was put into a particular room. Inside this room was Alec waiting by himself. Spite jumped on Dirk's shoulder as he walked in. Alec glanced at the cat smiling at Dirk. "Dirk! You look good. You too." The two smiled at each other as they observed the clothes they were provided with. Dirk's clothes were black and dark red, and Alec's were white and a brighter red. His clothes accentuated his blonde hair and valiant character. He was bright, and Dirk was dark. It matched their types well. After they smacked their hands together in greeting, Dirk asked the question. "So did you get washed by the maids here too?" "Washed by the maids? Like, during your bath?" "Yeah." "The hell? No, I didn't get washed by maids." "Are you saying you did?" "Yeah." 2 of them came in after I hopped in the bath and cleaned my upper body. They said they had to make sure I properly cleaned up and everything. They even had special soaps. What? No. I didn't get anything like that. After Alec raised his voice with narrowed eyes, Dirk's face darkened slightly. So getting washed by maids isn't normal? Hell no. You just got taken advantage of. Those scheming foxes tricked you. He. That was a nice scheme. Sign me up for another. Shut up, you lucky bastard. Alec spat as Dirk chuckled shamelessly. Compared to all the other schemes he was a victim of, Dirk welcomed this one with open arms. After Alec bickered with Dirk some more, other people began to arrive. First was Alec's father, then Dirk's parents, followed by the other delegates. They all appeared dressed in primary black and white colors with red accents. Dirk was a bit enraptured when his parents walked in. Riker entered while linked arms with his wife. He was dressed in a maroon-red tailcoat suit with black designs across it. The designs fluctuated with the fire element, making them glow with dark heat and Dirk's mana vision. It looked truly noble from his perspective. It was the same with Cecilia. She came in with a similarly colored maroon-red dress that accentuated her curves while maintaining some modesty. One of her long legs was exposed as she walked alongside her husband. The two looked like the perfect couple. Cecilia's eyes lit up when she saw Dirk. He stood tall as his black and blood-red clothes did nothing to hide his lean but chiseled build. Along with his combed-back hair, sharp jaw, and blindfolded eyes, he looked dark and mysterious. Such a handsome child. They truly did do you justice. I've never seen you look so sharp. Thanks, Mom. Dirk smiled as Cecilia tiptoed and kissed his forehead. Afterward, she placed her hands on the sides of his face, her thumbs brushing over his blindfold. She adjusted it a bit with a neutral face. How is it? Fine. It doesn't hurt. That's good. Can you see me? Yeah. Dirk nodded after a second. His black and white vision was getting better, and he had told his mother about it. Unfortunately, there wasn't much she could do to help him. Seeing purely through mana wasn't easy or a widely known concept. Dirk was pioneering his own path through this. But there was one thing she started doing. Since Dirk could see mana, Cecilia started to cover her body with a light film of dark mana, allowing Dirk to clearly see her. That way, unlike all the other obscure figures he saw through fire mana and body heat or skin through earth mana, she stood out and could more easily interact with him. It was comforting. Duke Kyer. Alec's father suddenly spoke as another man came walking in. It was Duke Kyer, and he was dressed in a black suit, on which were deep orange designs seemingly made of fire. These designs connected with a symbol on his chest, that of the Horizon Empire. After he walked in, Riker and Alec's father went over to talk, forming a small group. Like that, everyone lingered around as they waited. Dirk guessed this was like some kind of staging before the event. And sure enough, a maid came to get them when the sun began to touch dip below the horizon. Envoys of the Horizon Empire. Please follow me. The maid was respectful as she bowed and led them. Duke Kyer took the lead, and everyone left the room. After walking down a few ornate hallways, they came upon a large set of doors. They were already open, and there were people inside the ballroom seated around various tables. Most of the tables were empty. Duke Kyer and the envoys of the Horizon Empire have arrived. At the announcement, everyone in the ballroom turned to the doors. Duke Kyer walked in imposingly as if he owned the place. The two marquises behind him also stood tall. Riker especially, as he escorted his wife. When Dirk entered, he sensed the surroundings. And he was shocked as he sensed 4 people with fathomless auras surrounding them. Dirk's mana vision was blurred when he focused on them. Dukes of the Dark Kingdom. The only ones who had the same aura as them were Duke Kyer and Alec's father. Being outnumbered like this, they were treading right into a lion's den. But they wouldn't fight here. Dirk looked around after focusing beyond the 4 dukes. He saw a few dozen people, mostly adults, but many teens, both girls and boys alike. These people scrutinized the envoys from the Empire. They watched the grace of the nobles, judged the looks of the envoys, and wondered why Dirk was wearing a blindfold over his eyes. Eyes lingered on him for a while as they were all guided to a table near the core of the ballroom. And after they sat down, a maid continued to announce various names. Merchants who owned nationwide conglomerates, famous warriors and mages of the kingdom, famous craftsmen who found it in themselves to step out of seclusion. There were many high-profile names, and most brought their children. The ballroom was quickly filled as the sun continued to descend. There were soon over 200 people in the grand ballroom. Waiters had begun serving drinks and appetizers long ago. At some point, Cecilia sat next to Dirk and spoke to him quietly, doing some lessons on manners. It was only basic points like don't make messes and don't act like a barbarian, which Dirk understood. As for learning the more specific stuff, Cecilia didn't worry that much. Customs were different across empires, and she knew he wasn't dumb. It was why she taught him dancing first. Everything else he could handle. At some point, Dirk looked toward the center of the ballroom where a small stage and a dance floor were. There were a dozen women who stepped out dressed in clothing that resembled belly dancers. Ladies and gentlemen, before the Queen graces us with her arrival, we present to you the Dance of the Dark Dragon. When the place quieted down, an announcement was made that triggered the musicians on stage to play music. The dozen women lined up in specific positions before they moved. The women glided across the floor with nimble feet. And from the first movement, Dirk leaned forward. He sensed interesting movement in the dark mana around their bodies. The women swung their arms and crossed paths as they jumped and spun. They weaved between each other, and from their fingers and feet came streaks of darkness that painted the air like a brush. This dark mana seemed to be placed chaotically at first, but over time, the women formed a figure with their wild movements. Dirk was surprised as he saw the formation. While leaning forward, he brought up his hands and began tracing the same formation in the air. Lines turned into vague runes as he did so, and he copied the women on the stage as if his fingers were dancers. He got a bit excited as he saw where it was going. Then, the dance reached its end. The women made their last moves, their last flicks of the hands, and completed the formation. Dirk completed it at the same time, and he suddenly felt a spatial power burst from the formation. It's void walking, but a bit different. He mumbled as the formation on stage kicked up waves of power. For a moment, a figure began to manifest, but it rapidly disappeared. Instead, Cecilia turned her head with a shocked gaze as Dirk admired the ingenious formation that controlled space. He had only seen some of this in void walking. It was clearly more advanced. Then, he froze as he felt a hand on his shoulder. Another hand reached in front of him, one with short but pointed blood-red nails. It opened and pointed its palm at the formation that was active in front of Dirk. "Why, Your Highness, the Queen has arrived," a nearby maid announced. At the same time, that hand took control of the formation Dirk made. The woman behind him, the Queen of the Dark Kingdom, observed it as if admiring it. "You have a unique understanding of space. The formation is the same, but the mana applied to it acts differently than the same mana on the stage. You're a curious one." Dirk felt a bit odd at the compliment. And unlike his vigilant mother, he was calm at the surprise presence behind him. He quickly understood the power of the woman, the Queen, the moment he observed her with his mana vision. No, the moment she touched his shoulder, he felt something within him quiver. It was like all his vitality was going to be stolen at any moment. If she wished, she could pluck his soul from his body on a whim. His blood was already stagnant, as if awaiting her orders. She was the Vampire Queen. Clad in a black dress that released a faint black fog, she exuded both elegance and sex appeal. Her cherry-red lips, pale skin, small pointed nose, large red eyes, and deep purple hair enchanted all who looked at her. In front of such a person, Dirk would usually be guarded and wary. But right now, he was amazingly calm. Thinking for a second, he stood from his seat. Spite, who had been relaxing on his lap, jumped and climbed onto his shoulder. He turned and faced the queen before giving a simple bow. Dirk Strider greets Her Majesty the Queen. It was a greeting that his mother just taught him only a couple of minutes ago, though he didn't expect the first person to use this with would be the Queen of the Dark Kingdom. She smiled at him, then spied who observed her with her large golden eyes, before looking back at the formation in her hand. I was supposed to appear from the other void shift formation created by the dancers. But seeing yours, I changed my mind. Good job. Thank you. Study it. She put the formation into his hand before walking over to the stage. Dirk bowed a bit again before looking at the formation, noticing something different about it. There were more runes and lines, making it more complete. The one Dirk made was only a reception spell. The other half was the transmission spell. As he began inconspicuously tracing the runes with spite, the entire ballroom stood from their seats, greeting the queen. She smiled at everyone. I welcome everyone to our annual celebration of the advent of the Black Dragon. The sun is setting, and when the moons climb to their summit at the top of the sky, the advent will begin. Until then, do enjoy yourselves. The balconies, the surrounding skies, the food and drink, and the dance floor. The place is yours to roam. And so, I declare the start of this gala. The queen raised her hand with those words and pointed toward one of the walls of the ballroom. And with a burst of magic, the entire metal and glass wall shattered outward, reassembling into a large glass platform. From it, you could gaze at the vast city below, or appreciate the twinkling night sky above. Then, the queen took her place to the side on a grand table. With that, the groups that had been divided by table dispersed, finding others to mingle with. A few couples even walked to the dance floor as music started playing. The celebration had begun. Dirk sat back down in his seat as waiters brought out platters of food. Your father and I are going to greet some nobles. Have some fun while you're here, honey. Maybe find some others with Alec to talk to. Cecilia spoke as she linked arms with her husband. The two then walked off. Alec's father went another direction, and Duke Kyer went toward the table where the queen sat. The delegates also naturally dispersed, leaving Alec and Dirk alone. You didn't get washed by maids. I totally did. Dirk started laughing as Alec scowled. Shaking his head in refusal to believe Dirk's story, he stood. Come on. Are we going to talk to people? No. But we can't stay seated. Let's grab a drink and hang around. Okay. But why? Dirk questioned as they stood. Alec grabbed 2 drinks from a passing waiter, handing one of the glasses to Dirk. Dirk smelled liquor from it as well as mana. It was magic alcohol, a drink capable of getting even powerful mages drunk. The two took sips before finding a nearby pillar and leaning on it, getting a view of the ballroom. Alec quietly explained his actions. It's not rude, but being seated at a table with someone means that you aren't open to being disturbed. If you stand and wait around, it means you're open to being interacted with. So who exactly are we trying to talk to? Anybody. It's a social convention. You're supposed to be social. Not my forte. I can tell. Alec chuckled a bit. Then, he leaned over. So have any girls caught your eye? There's a few cute ones here. No. No? Oh, well I guess you and Ava were a thing a couple years ago. But I'm pretty sure she left, didn't she? She was gone the day before you came back. Yeah, she's gone. Dirk spoke quieter than normal, obviously not happy at the mention. Alec patted his shoulder. Sorry. Well, maybe we can find you a nice girl who will cheer you up. Start looking. Or, sensing. How do you even see anyway? With my third eye. Dirk chuckled. While Alec glanced around, the two started talking about whatever came to mind. Occasionally they would grab food from a waiter who walked by, impressed by the taste of the small snacks and desserts. They also engaged in some stupid little games, like pitting little figures made of their elements against each other in small but fierce battles. Then, it was about half an hour later when Alec spotted a couple of girls step away from their group. He stopped engaging in the strength contest he was having with Dirk, whereby they tried to squeeze the other's hand as hard as possible. Dirk also noticed the figures that walked toward them and let go of Alec's hand. Spite disappeared from Dirk's shoulder. Alec shook out his sore hand before smiling at the ladies. They curtsied. Dirk also gave a small bow, observing the two. There was a tall and short girl, though neither of them were taller than Dirk or Alec. The tall one, dressed in a slimming gray dress, was being led by the hand by the short one who wore a black dress, looking a bit more reserved and embarrassed than her friend. "Hello, ladies. Might I know your names? I'm Navy. This is my friend, Helen." The short one, Navy, introduced herself and her shy friend, Helen. Alec smiled while Dirk leaned back. "Nice to meet you, Navy and Helen. I'm Alec, and this is my friend, Dirk. Would you like to sit with us? Actually, I think my friend here wants to dance, but you see, she's a bit too reserved for her own good," Navy whispered while glancing at Dirk. Helen shrunk back and glared at her friend. "Navy, please. Anyway, I was hoping it wasn't too much to ask of you if you could humor my friend, Alec." Suddenly, Navy pulled Helen forward, basically handing her to Alec. Alec was a bit surprised by the forwardness, but just laughed. "I don't mind at all. That is, if Miss Helen doesn't mind me having her first dance of the night." He stepped forward, putting his arm out like an escort. Helen reddened a bit before nodding. I don't mind." She linked her arm in his. Alec smiled widely, smirking at Dirk before walking to the dance floor. Dirk watched Alec leave with a snicker. Alec was smoother than he thought. Chapter 107, Pandora. Dirk turned to Navy. She also turned after watching the Alec and Helen leave, smiling at Dirk. "So you're Dirk Strider? That was impressive, what you did with the queen." "It was an accident. I just got curious about the formation and tried to copy it." "And you succeeded?" "I surely couldn't." "So you're a dark mage?" Dirk asked, though he already knew the answer. He could see dark mana swirling around and within Navy. It was a greater amount than his. She nodded. "I am. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Navy Navora, daughter of Marquis Navora and Dark Mage of the Dark Kingdom's Magical College. Dirk Strider, son of Marquis Strider." Dirk gave another bow as Navy gave another curtsy. He thought she looked quite graceful, and he didn't mind her casual atmosphere. It made her easy to talk to. She tilted her head at his introduction. "Are you not a mage of the Horizon Empire's Magic Academy?" "I was, but I haven't been back in over 2 years. It's difficult to call myself a student." "So you graduated?" "Something like that," Dirk answered vaguely. He was definitely taught skills beyond what the academy taught at Azure's Mountain, so in a way, he really did graduate. Navy didn't pry further and looked toward one of the tables. "Would you like to accompany me, Dirk Strider? I'm sure standing around for half an hour isn't easy on the legs." Sure." Dirk chuckled as he followed her to an empty table. It was small with 3 chairs. They took 2, setting themselves up so they could watch the dance floor where Alec and Helen were at. "My friend seemed to fall in love when she saw your friend. He sure stands out." He's naturally valiant." Dirk smiled in agreement. Alec was tall and had a large presence, a natural-born leader. It was obvious he would stand out. Navy had a small grin as she saw her friend having a fantastic time on stage. Her black hair slumped down her shoulder as she leaned more towards the table. "She was too shy though to actually approach you too. She watched you guys the entire time that you stood there. And you had to drag her over. She was so red, wasn't she? She almost looked sick." She did. Even now her neck is burning up." Navy snickered when she glanced at her friend who was burning up in Alec's arms. Their bodies were pressed together, and she almost buried her head in Alec's chest out of shame. Dirk was a bit concerned. She looked almost uncomfortable. "Is your friend okay?" "Oh, She's more than okay. I'd be more worried about your friend 2 hours from now. She might be shy, but if she gets past that, well. Navy's words trailed off, causing Dirk's eyebrows to raise. Alec had been jealous about Dirk's bath time story, but would he actually one-up Dirk in the end? Dirk felt a bit happy for his friend. Right as Navy began to concentrate her gaze on Dirk though, he frowned. What is that? Dirk suddenly felt something in his soul. It was that strange feeling he'd been having since arriving in the city. Only now, it was suddenly amplified, like a blocked signal that was finally unobstructed. His heart throbbed as he tried to recall where he remembered this familiar feeling. It felt like a bad omen, like something dark within him was trying to resurface. Something he never wanted to remember was calling out to him. Even as Navy tried to make more conversation, he was distracted. Eventually, he concentrated on her in an attempt to get his mind off of the bad feeling. The two bounced from topic to topic enthusiastically, but Dirk's mind was constantly clouded by that something in his soul. Then, when the sun set fully beyond the horizon, a maid stepped out. She made an announcement. The third child and princess of the vampire queen, Princess Pandora, has arrived. Everyone was silent when the announcement was made, but upon hearing the name, most people's eyes turned either serious or thrilled. They seemed to be even more excited about Princess Pandora's arrival than the queen's. Everyone's eyes turned to a certain set of doors. From behind them, they could hear the clicking of shoes against the floor. Everyone's heart rates quickened in expectation. Especially Dirk's. As those clicking sounds got closer, that feeling in his soul grew stronger. Those dark memories grew clearer. His breath became a little rough. Princess Pandora. Navy seemed to be a fan as her eyes shimmered in excitement. Dirk shook his head though. Pandora. That name overlapped with another in his mind. Bang! 2 large doors were shoved open by 2 large men. From between them, a girl walked forward. She wore a pure white dress that conformed to her slim bit curvy figure and exposed one of her legs through a slit that reached up her thigh. Her hair was the same deep purple of the vampire queen, but with a tinge of red. The deep color of her hair contrasted against the bright dress, making it seem like the color was bleeding into the fabric. Her red eyes scanned around the ballroom, enchanting everyone just like her mother. Then, they stopped on Dirk. Dirk stood from his seat, his gaze glued to Pandora. The two seemed to connect in that moment. Pandora. Her previously dignified and elegant eyes widened, and then she smiled as wide as she could. In that moment, Dirk saw through the dignity. He remembered that name, and saw the touch of madness that didn't disappear even across worlds. Athena. Dirk looked at her almost as if he were looking at Azura. And she looked at him with ecstasy. Everyone in the room noticed the odd exchange, but several people went to go greet her anyway. But she didn't even look at them. She walked forward with almost hurried steps. That feeling within Dirk only got stronger. They could both feel it, the string between their souls. And she stopped in front of Dirk. His hand twitched when she got close, and the pistol appeared in it. She spoke with a dignified voice. Stand down. Excuse me? I wasn't talking to you. Pandora smiled when Dirk asked confusedly. Then, he suddenly felt a blade form a small cut on his neck. The cut healed within seconds, but Dirk still felt goosebumps. As if getting a hold of herself, Pandora took a step back. She looked around. Cecilia looked as if she were going to jump forward any second and attack, while Duke Kyer and Alec's father were frowning. They could see the assassin that had momentarily appeared behind Dirk. Pandora was well guarded. The tension in the atmosphere began to heat up, and not in a good way. I apologize for the inappropriate entrance, everyone. And to those who wish to greet me. I hope you'll forgive me, but I must speak to this young man. Pandora spoke to ease the atmosphere. Then, she turned back to Dirk, speaking with a softer tone. If you wouldn't mind accompanying me. She moved forward and linked arms with Dirk. He flinched, but followed her lead as they walked out toward the large open balcony. Everyone watched them with confused expressions. When the two arrived at a far corner of the balcony, they were suddenly surrounded in a dome of ice. Cecilia was going to step toward them, but when she saw the vague figure guarding the dome, she gritted her teeth and stayed put. She couldn't do anything rash here. Meanwhile, inside the dome of ice. Upon being isolated, Dirk's arm shot up. The pistol appeared again, and he pressed its barrel against her neck. She smiled in glee, speaking in a language only they knew. Supersoldier designation 008. Don't call me that. Oh right, you have an actual name now. Dirk Strider, son of the war mage Riker Strider and dark assassin Cecilia Strider. Oh, how I've dreamed of this day. Don't. As she pressed forward, he pressed the gun harder against her. It was as if he couldn't see her enchanting face. All he could see was the madness that he thought he escaped when he died. Feeling the barrel that was warming up, Pandora had a sly smile. She pressed her body against his. They were already really close. What are you going to do? Are you going to kill me here? My mother, the vampire queen herself, is within 100 meters of us. She could cut you down before you pull that trigger, and is focused intently on our current conversation despite my attempts at isolating us in magical ice. The only reason she isn't restraining you is because she can't understand the English language, and because I've got an icicle aimed right at your heart. Dirk frowned as she spoke. He could obviously see the icicle, but he couldn't feel the vampire queen spying on their conversation. She truly was unfathomably powerful. Pandora's smile only got crazier. Go ahead. Shoot me here. End my life. The tensions were already bad enough, but this will really do the job of starting the war. You want the lives of millions on your hands? You want to become a mummified corpse? You're the most ruthless super soldier on Earth. Finish the mission you failed to so many years ago. Put a bullet into my skull. Dirk was silent as Pandora pressed her chest against his and strengthened her grip on his clothes. It was like she wanted this more than anything, and Dirk was remembering the psycho he once faced 16 years ago. For a moment, he really wanted to pull the trigger. But her words actually made him hesitate. It wasn't due to the war, or because he would absolutely die. Finish the mission you once failed to. Those words echoed in his head. Suddenly, his arm dropped, and the pistol disappeared. I'm no longer the dog who was ordered around and disposed of. I'm not going to kill you, purely because of the fact that it would fulfill that mission. Oh my God. He's learned to think for himself. Ah. I'm so happy for you. She suddenly lunged forward, hugging his head. Dirk was a bit flustered by her move before pushing her body off his. Get off. Ah, come on. Why do you hate me so much anyway? Because you killed me. Literally. Yes. But I also gave you a new life. I was the one who granted you this opportunity by dragging you with me through that portal. You tried to resist so much, but look at you now. She raised her arms, motioning to Dirk's entire body. You are the son of a marquis under one of the most powerful empires on this world. You have a mother who loves you enough to step forward when a tier 8 is blocking her path to you. And she even got you to learn how to dance. The coldest killer from the planet Earth was actually dancing with his mother? No amount of insanity could have convinced me before now that such a thing could happen. How do you know that? Please, as if every movement of the envoys isn't closely monitored at all hours of the day. Even then though, I had felt it. Our connection. I knew that it was one of you envoys when you arrived in the spire, so I had people watch you. Now I know that you were born just as privileged as I was. Talk about a turnaround. First orphans, and now the children of the highest echelons in this grand world of power. Pandora couldn't help her smile. The feeling of meeting Dirk like this, two souls from Earth who reunited on another world. It was surreal. All the information that only they knew felt like the most valuable secret in the world. Even Dirk couldn't help but acknowledge how extraordinary this meeting was. He was quickly engrossed by her words though. She was right. Her dragging him through that portal gave him this opportunity. It was another life. And it was one full of love and fulfillment. Dirk had his parents that cared for him, especially his mother. And then there was forging that Dirk had a new passion for. While he had a rough patch at Azura's Mountain, it turned him into a new man, one who had a strong mind and a new likeness for the people around him. He was someone who could be better friends with Alec and be more open to people. It was odd how such a hellish experience could change him like that, but his mother made such a change possible. It was her love that brought him out of his shell over his entire life. When they agreed to take down Azura together, it was like that shell had been removed. Hunt down Azura, and enjoy himself as he did so. This new zest for life made him a better person. And his strong mind ensured that he wouldn't stray from this goal. He could march forward through anything, and he would never worry about being hurt or broken. He could survive Azura, so he could survive anything. And the person who made this all possible, the one who forcefully dragged him along this path, was Pandora. Regardless of how she did it and who they were in the past, it was her that gave him this new life. But that was when Dirk remembered someone else. Gray, his sergeant, and the closest thing Dirk had to a father as a super soldier. In the chaos she caused, he ultimately died. But she isn't at fault. It was the one who betrayed Dirk that caused this. The order to scrap him, and the fact that Gray had to save him from the people he once called his leaders and fellow soldiers. This betrayal had killed Gray, and it was why Dirk vowed never to be the dog he was in his past life. He looked at Pandora, who looked back at him with enchanting red eyes. Now, he wasn't nearly as hostile. He no longer thought of killing her. But he wasn't about to forget who she was. You're right. I am. You gave me this opportunity. I should technically be thanking you. Yes. But you're still a psycho. He frowned at her. When she heard him though, her face finally fell. Psycho? Just like you don't want to be called super soldier, I don't wish to be called such. What, have you suddenly grown a conscience? Actually, yes. She smirked at him. The Athena you knew back then. She's dead. She was stupid, impulsive, and blinded by the psychosis caused by being a failed super soldier. But me? I'm perfect. I have the vision. I have the mind that I was robbed of on that metal planet. I may have been a bit overexcited at your appearance, but do not think for a second that I'm the deranged idiot I was back then. Pandora shouted, obviously agitated. Dirk was surprised at her show of emotion. After quickly calming herself, she took a step away from Dirk. She regained her elegance, and that touch of madness, while still present in the back of her pupils, showed itself as a ruthlessly keen mind. Anyway. If you don't hate me now, can we have a calm conversation without any exaggerated physical exclamations? I'd like to get rid of the ice dome so that suspicions die down. It's not good for the diplomacy between our empires. Fine. Thank you. With a wave, the ice dome suddenly dispersed. Everyone in the ballroom turned their attention, seeing Dirk and Pandora standing on the edge of the balcony. Since Pandora wasn't done with her conversation, nobody approached. But they still kept their eye on their interactions. Let's continue our discussion in English. Pandora leaned on the guard railing on the edge of the balcony, her body turned toward Dirk. He faced her as well. Looking at her with an unclouded mind, he could finally see that enchanting face of hers. She truly was beautiful, even through his black and white vision. So you got that trait too, right? I'm talking about pure soul. Oh come on, there's no need to be so guarded. Yes, I have it. Dirk gave in and nodded. She smiled. So you also have perfect affinities? Perfect affinities? No, I don't. That's impossible. Your soul is pure, so there's no obstruction between you and the surrounding mana. You should have perfect affinities. When I got appraised as a child, they weren't perfect. But recently, my stigma formed, and now the affinities are unknown. Interesting. So it affected your affinities. And now you need a new appraisal? I guess. I haven't worried about it. Then allow me. Suddenly, Pandora put her hands out. Dirk tilted his head. I know how to do appraisals. Just take my hands and lend me a bit of your mana. Fine. He raised his hands, placing his palms down on top of hers. After their hands touched, he felt a bit of mana stream into him. Amazingly, it was light mana. It formed a loop through their bodies, and some of Dirk's mana was caught in this loop, streaming into her. She analyzed the mana with her power. A few seconds later, the loop was cut. Check your profile. She spoke, and Dirk called his profile. Profile. Name, Dirk Strider. Species, human. Tier, 3. Rank, 4. Attributes, fire 100%, lightning 100%, earth 100%, metal 100%, dark 100%. Traits, cybernetic enhancement, adaptable genes, pure soul. Skills, AI interface, grade 7, mana resonance, grade 5, mana lungs, grade 5, restoration, grade 5. Stigma, black cat of calamity. Seriously? Dirk was surprised. Every affinity was at 100%. That's what it means to have a pure soul. Normal souls are impure, and depending on the impurity, affinities are lowered. The most ordinary people have really impure souls, and their souls are incapable of communicating with mana. Conversely, you are capable of communicating fully with the mana around you. Your soul is also stronger, having theoretically no limits to its ability to grow. You've become aware of your soul before, right? Yeah. Dirk nodded in a bit of a daze. To think he had perfect affinities this entire time. It was no wonder I saw all the elements around me with the same clarity, despite having differing affinities. I guess that's why I have greater mental energy than those my level 2. He connected several dots in his mind. Pandora enjoyed his dazed expression for a bit. So in exchange for appraising you, how about we exchange information? You tell me your attributes, I'll tell you mine. You tell me your traits and skills, and I'll tell you mine. Then you can tell me why your eyes have been horribly cursed and where you've been all these years. Why do you want to know so much about me? What, you think I was just going to say hello and goodbye? As if I would look past this catastrophic opportunity. I know exactly what you're capable of and what you can become. And I know many things that you probably don't about this world and the secrets that lurk in the dark. Together, we are capable of turning this world on its head. We'll both grow to unfathomable heights. I dare say that we have the closest bond among anybody else in our new lives. We can support each other perfectly. Dirk's face scrunched up a bit as her madness began to leak out again. He was also a bit curious though. Despite his apprehensions, Dirk also didn't wish to just part ways. While he didn't agree that they had the closest bond, he did acknowledge their unique relationship. And even back on Earth, she was a mastermind. Now, her psychosis was non-existent, and due to this supernatural world, their minds were on a whole new level. He really couldn't fathom how diabolically smart she was. Her only limiter was removed. If her brains and his surgical brawn combined, they really could do amazing things. But what would we do anyway? Dirk only had one enemy, and it had nothing to do with Pandora. They had no common goals or paths that crossed. Would she just start having him take care of her dirty work? If that was the case, he would immediately refuse. But she wasn't stupid enough to do that. No, he could practically taste the schemes brewing in that devious mind of hers. He was curious, and a bit afraid of her ambition. But he would at least hear her out, even if only because of the fact that he felt drawn to her. Their situation was too special, so he couldn't help it. Chapter 108, Pact. Pandora was smart. Back on Earth, she took control of the entire criminal underworld, becoming a global crime lord. And that was when she was driven crazy by the supersoldier program. Now, she had the same smarts, but without the insanity. If you added her powers gained from the reincarnation and her power as a mage, along with her influence as the daughter of the vampire queen and princess of the Dark Kingdom, she was a tiger with wings. She couldn't be put in a better situation. But then, Dirk suddenly remembered something. "I have a question," he asked Pandora, who looked at him with expectation. "I'll answer it. The war." There was word that the huge shift in the Dark Kingdom involved a princess. "Then I saw machines and modern technology with your name on it. Now, I know that you're the reason for this situation. You're bringing radical change." "Why?" Dirk asked with a serious face. Now that he knew exactly who she was, he automatically knew the reason for the recent hostility between their empires. She was the sole reason. The biggest question was why. What was her aim? She smiled, liking the question. This world is both modern and primitive compared to Earth. The science is primitive, but the magic brings similar capabilities that science brought on Earth. Like the spire we're on. It stands at 1,000 meters tall. That's something only the most advanced engineering on Earth could build. But here, it only takes powerful enchantments. So what if you combined both science and magic? The possibilities are limitless. While I wasn't a scientist on Earth, I still knew advanced knowledge. I had to build my own tech that could help me evade capture for so long, after all. And now you want to bring modern technology to this planet? Exactly. I've already done so across my 16 years of life. It was only in the last 4 years that I was able to get taken seriously. From there, I garnered support with benefits and grew my prestige. Now I'm a brand that all the nobles know and respect. But of course, I won't settle for just a little recognition and fame. Thus, I built one revolutionary technology. What? Trains. She smiled in glee. Trains revolutionized the Western world when everyone still used wagons. Machines that used water and coal to barrel down rails at high speeds, bringing along with it massive amounts of cargo. Months of transportation turned to days. And while the wagons in this world are capable of driving as fast as cars, they can't do so in large volumes because such products are too expensive. Trains are cheap, especially in this world where materials without mana are cheap as dirt. So I took full advantage of it. I spent some time designing the trains, then used my little amount of influence to lay down a single railway from the capital city to another prosperous city. From there, my train exploded in popularity, and train networks are currently under construction across the entire kingdom. All of them are owned by me, no less. So why is a war necessary? The dwarves. Pandora spoke simply. The Dwarven Haven is the most economically and technologically prosperous empire in this world. I've already spoken with some noble dwarves, and we've agreed that a rail network between our nations will benefit us massively. Now, all we need is the territory that connects us to them. Why can't you just build the network and let the Horizon Empire keep their territory? Because I have no need to bend like that. I get more out of fighting for that territory and owning it than I do paying taxes on transferring goods. Not only that, but the territory we would gain wouldn't actually become that of the Dark Kingdoms. You mean Dash? It'll become mine. I'm a princess of the Dark Kingdom and a high tier 4 mage who is capable of owning her own fief. But instead of cashing in on that fief, I've pulled the support of nobles who control soldiers, deciding to carve out my own territory from the Horizon Empires. I'll then be the one who stands between the two empires and their economic prosperity. That small sliver of territory will provide me the same economic growth as half an empire. I'd become the single richest person in this world. And that's only the start. What about the World Tree? What about Unity? What about the Horizon Empire? I could become a global conglomerate who controls the supply lines of the world's superpowers, and nobody could stop me, because nobody knows the modern science that I do. Even if they replicated it magically, they can't do it cheaply like I can. Your madness is leaking out. Dirk mumbled as Pandora laid out her plan. Truly, it was a fantastic plan that would give her endless wealth. And she had a monopoly on the knowledge needed to do all this. Then there was her backing. What if someone tried to kill her? Well, Dirk had moved to, but he was stopped by an invisible assassin who could stand right behind him and remain unnoticed. She obviously had powerful people under her, as well as the support of her empire. At least right now, nobody could stop her. She had power over the military, and she was going to fight for that territory. But why do you need this endless wealth? You can't just be greedy for money. Dirk refused to believe she was so shallow. There was something deeper there. When he asked that question, Pandora's smile faded. She turned serious. It's to prepare. For what? I'm not sure. But something is coming. This world isn't as simple as you think. And, you remember the portal, right? Dirk's face darkened. The portal she stole, and the serums that allowed one to enter it. Her stealing that portal spelled the downfall of her global criminal syndicate. And it turns out, it truly was a cataclysmic piece of technology. That portal led to another world entirely. Who's to say that they won't develop it again? Who's to say that tomorrow, an army of super soldiers won't march right into this land and herald an invasion? I left behind a bomb that not only wiped out the tech, but released information that could spell civil war in every major country around the world. I left behind a seed of immeasurable chaos. But the chaos won't last forever. Someday, they will come back and build that portal once more. Even disregarding the secrets about this world, I'm preparing for that inevitable day. And Dirk, it's been 16 long years. How much more time do you think we have left? Dirk felt his heart pound. He hadn't thought of that. And if Earth truly did build that technology, what would happen to this world? It wasn't like he was suddenly an enemy of Earth's, but their arrival would herald a war between two worlds. How many people would die in such a war? Pandora stepped closer to him. She was getting excited again. She raised her hand and cupped his cheek. Dirk, we're the only ones in this world who know what we know. We have pure souls capable of limitless growth. I want to share the secrets I know with you. I want us to know each other's power. Then, we can go and become leaders of a revolution. We may have been enemies before, but neither of us are the same. We're better than we were. I can already see how far you've come from that ruthless killer who stared at me with apathy. Your soul. I feel warmth from it. She leaned forward, bringing their faces closer. Dirk was drawn in, almost mesmerized. She was only a few inches shorter than him, so she only had to rise on her toes a bit. But he maintained clarity of mind. Pandora smiled. What do you say? You and me. Let's take this world by storm, before it sweeps us off our feet first. I've only just begun, and now that you're here, nothing can stop us. Work with me, Dirk. With me, you won't be a dog who follows orders. You won't be bound by any empire or military. We'll be a king and queen who wander the world as we please. Our purpose will be ours to decide. So, will you join me? She looked into his gaze with fanaticism. When she thought about the future and what it could be made into under their power, she shivered in excitement. Dirk looked back at her. Perhaps it was due to their connection, but he could feel her anticipation. And with her large chest pressed against him, he could feel her heart race. Dirk breathed a little rough. For some reason, he was finding it hard to resist her charm. And for a minute, he thought hard about it. The things she knew, the things he knew may happen in the future. It was too big to ignore. As she said, they needed to move now to keep from getting swept off their feet in the future. If it were before, he would have rejected anything she put forward. But she was convincing, and Dirk wasn't as inflexible as he used to be. While he was concerned about her desire for war, he could at least talk to her if they became close and cooperative. That wouldn't happen if he rejected her. So he made the decision he wanted to. And not just for the Horizon Empire. He wanted to work with her. He was also a bit excited over the future after hearing her words. All right. Letting out a heated breath, he gave his answer. Pandora smiled. really wide, as if in ecstasy. Then, if you don't mind. Suddenly, she pulled herself off of him. He was confused as she grabbed his arm, raising his forearm to her mouth. What are you doing? Vampires are capable of creating blood pacts. I want to make one with you. What kind of pact? A small one. One that represents our bond. It'll leave a mark on your body as well as mine. Others will see this mark, and if they're aware of blood pacts, they'll understand our connection. At least, within the Dark Kingdom, it'll tell everyone that you're my equal. Though, I guess I should warn you. Do this, and you'll get entangled in all the diplomacy between our empires. I'm the center of the war effort, and you'll have a direct bond with me. It wouldn't be odd if people become suspicious. Of course, I'll be capable of protecting you. Dirk was silent for a moment. At that moment, when the people in the ballroom realized what Pandora was doing, things got a little loud. Pandora? Don't disturb me, mother. Pandora responded rudely to the vampire queen who had stood from her table and walked over. Duke Kyer was behind her, looking at Dirk with concern. Cecilia also walked over as people began to converge. Dirk? What's going on? She asked, but Dirk's gaze was focused on Pandora. Both only looked at each other, even under the gazes of several people who stood at the top of the world's power hierarchy. Pandora, do you understand what you're doing? I asked you to not disturb me, mother. And you know the answer to that question anyway. Who is this child? The vampire queen suddenly asked. Of course, she knew who Dirk Strider was. He was the son of Riker and Cecilia Strider, a mere Tier 3 mage of the Horizon Empire. But that wasn't what she was asking. It was clear that there was a deeper relationship between Pandora and Dirk. It baffled everyone present. After all, neither had ever come into contact with each other in any way, shape, or form. And then, they started speaking in a weird language. Something was going on, and now, they were establishing a blood pact. It was a serious occurrence. Pandora really was the center of the war effort, and Dirk was about to get pulled right into the heat of it. He would become immeasurably important. If he accepted. Dirk sighed. He knew what he would get himself into even before Pandora told him. She was chaos incarnate, more so than eldritch primordial in Dirk's opinion. But still, he was willing. He turned his forearm, exposing the soft underside. He couldn't help a small smile from surfacing. I'm really getting into trouble now, huh? Seeing his acceptance, Pandora opened her mouth. I'll be gentle. Bite. Her two sharp teeth came down on his arm, and the surrounding people froze. Then, their faces scrunched up. Mph. Everyone became a bit awkward as Pandora moaned in bliss. Dirk could only smile blankly, feeling her body shiver in delight. So much for hiding your delicious blood. Dirk nodded inwardly in agreement. After he felt a bit of his blood be sucked out by her cute lips, Pandora pulled away. She licked a bit of red that streamed down her lips, looking Dirk in the eye. He didn't feel anything take form though. He looked at her confusedly, only to be hugged by the neck. Amazing. Your neck. She let out a hot breath as she planted her mouth on the side of his neck. Then, when she started sucking again, Dirk could feel a bit of magic activate. Her blood streamed into him, burning as the catalyst for her magic. Markings formed on his skin under her mouth. Her neck saw markings form as well as his blood streamed into her. With each other's blood, they formed a pact, and Dirk was able to feel the creation of this pact. It was an equal pact. There wasn't any power over the other person built into the pact. As she said, it was more symbolic, a way of showing their bond. But for a moment, Dirk felt something deeper form itself into the pact. Nothing malicious, but a way to transfer power through blood. It would allow her to siphon power from him by drinking his blood. But when he was about to reject it, the formation stopped, going back to a normal pact. When the markings fully formed, Pandora finally pulled away, albeit unwillingly. She looked at him with a heated gaze, taking a few deep breaths. The small wounds she formed disappeared quickly, and Dirk was only left a bit weaker due to the blood loss. After a few seconds, Pandora corrected her posture, backing away and returning to her elegant self. She turned to the vampire queen with a bit of a flushed face. "We'll talk later, mother. First, I should attend to the guests that have been waiting on me. Come, everyone. Let's find ourselves a table. Standing for so long is bad on the knees." Pandora walked past the queen with a large smile, happy as can be. Everyone who heard her offer, though confused by what just happened, followed her happily. She was not just the center of the war effort, but the center of the recent explosive economic growth. Any opportunity to talk with her could result in immense profits. A group of men and women followed her toward a large table. Dirk was left behind, focused on her back. Then, he turned to the vampire queen who looked at him with an odd gaze. "Dirk? Are you okay?" Cecilia walked right past the queen, checking Dirk's arm and neck. He smiled wryly. "I'm fine, Mom. Do you care to explain what's going on? It's complicated. Maybe later?" "Fine." She looked at him worriedly before sighing. Then, she turned toward the queen and Duke Kyer. Duke Kyer looked at Dirk before turning to the queen. "Vampire Queen, I think it would be more suitable for us to finish our discussion before handling new variables." "Perhaps." She lightly nodded. With one last glance at the mark on Dirk's neck, she turned and walked back to her table. Duke Kyer followed, and Dirk was left alone. "I want you to come with me." "Why?" "To have a bit of fun." A few hours after the scene caused by Dirk and Pandora, the ballroom had gone back to its festive atmosphere. She had also spoken with a couple dozen people over the course of those few hours. Now, the two moons were close to reaching the top of the sky. The advent of the dark dragon was close to reaching its climax. And Pandora wanted to pull him away. After she linked arms with him, the two walked to the edge of the balcony. In the sky around the balcony, there were several people flying in the sky. They all had magic devices under their feet that left long streaks of light in the dark sky wherever they moved. Throughout the night, Dirk felt the power of the dark mana coming from the abyss below the city become stronger. It made everyone weightless. Even from up high in the spire, they could feel it almost eliminate gravity altogether. Pandora pulled Dirk to an unguarded edge. Then, she looked at him. "Do you trust me?" "Not necessarily." "Ouch." "Well, follow my lead anyway." Saying that, Pandora moved forward. Dirk was hesitant, but also lifted his leg and stepped off the edge. And they fell down. "Ha ha." Pandora laughed as she free fell toward the ground, the wind making her dress flap. Dirk was a bit nervous as he saw the ground get closer, but at some point, his speed didn't increase. He was falling slowly. The wind wasn't harsh as the two moved downward side by side. Dirk could see the spire that pierced the sky and the ground below that was glowing with millions of lights. Then, Pandora put out her hands. She grabbed Dirk's hands, and a wind was suddenly kicked up. Dirk was surprised when he felt the air element. And they no longer fell. From 400 meters in the air, they floated weightlessly. Pandora smiled widely. Spatial repulsion. Every year, the hole below the city releases built-up spatial power and makes the city weightless by counteracting gravity. The field of limbo usually rises to about 600 meters above ground level. Anybody can fly around within this field, and it gradually diminishes as the sun rises. They call it the night of dragon flight. It's amazing. Dirk spoke in a daze. He had never felt weightless like this, and he had never personally flown. He had heard of air mages and those with extreme power who could fly as they pleased. Even Riker could fly with his fire magic. But Dirk wasn't that powerful. It was an unbelievable experience, filling him with wonder. Pandora chuckled before pulling his arm. "Come on. There's something cooler." With a gust of wind, the two descended. They passed all the cheering citizens who flew and danced in the sky with magic devices, coming upon the ground entrance to the spire. She led him to a certain wall within an empty hallway inside the building. There, a secret door opened, and they drifted in. Around them was black nothingness. Looking down, Dirk saw the abyssal hole under the city, and above, he could see the night sky and 2 moons. The place Pandora brought him to led directly under the city through a hole that went all the way up the spire. "Don't worry, we won't fall in. Even during a normal day, falling into the hole is impossible. Let me show you." She pulled him along when she felt his nervousness. The two descended below the city's ground level. When Dirk looked around, he was surprised to see hundreds of structures built from the ground under the city. At all times during the year, there's a constant spatial repulsion coming from the hole. This repulsive force and gravity usually meet directly under the city. It forms a zero-gravity layer under the city about 20 meters wide. There have been many structures set up for industry and study here, taking advantage of the eternally weightless environment. It's been great for magical and even scientific development, as little as there is. Come on. There's more. With excitement, she pulled him again. The two descended even further before reaching a platform. After stepping onto this platform, their orientation was inverted, and gravity returned. Now, Dirk's feet walked on the bottom of the city, pointing to the sky. When he looked back down into the hole and saw the 2 moons below him, he was a bit disoriented. Crazy, isn't it? That's reality here. Imagine if this were on Earth. I can't. Dirk couldn't imagine something like this in his lifetime. It was so amazingly fantastical that his worldview was flipped upside down. Chapter 109, War Cataclysma. After staring at the 2 moons below him for a while, Pandora pulled Dirk along. The two entered a building and then emerged onto a street. Around them was another city, only much smaller. Dirk also felt the gravity get stronger. When he looked up, he peered into the abyss. Is this another city? It is. This city is much smaller though. The deeper you go into the hole, the stronger the spatial repulsion gets. Nobody has been able to build a structure that extends more than 150 meters downward. So most buildings are short, and nobody with a weak body can live here long-term without hurting themselves. But it's great for the powerful people. Body refiners become stronger after training here, and the place is thick with dark mana, allowing dark mages to naturally comprehend the element faster. It would be fantastic for you to live here since you're both of those things. What are those lights though? Dirk pointed towards some bright lights in the sky, or in the hole. They reached much higher than the buildings and looked like stars. Those are levitation discs. We shoot spatial power at them from a device on the ground and make them float against the repulsion. There are contests to see who can make theirs float the highest. Is that it? Of course not. In order to make them float so high and against so much power, everyone has to refine their manipulation of the dark element and spatial power. Those levitation discs are the foundation for most of the spatial devices we use throughout the Dark Kingdom. Countless advancements have been made in magic, enchanting, and technology from those little discs alone. So don't think they're just pretty little lights, although the lights were put there to make them look like stars. But you get the point. Pandora spoke a bit smugly, proud of her accomplished empire. Dirk nodded while looking at the dozens of little lights up above. Pandora hummed a bit as they walked before glancing at the side of Dirk's face. Specifically his neck where the blood pact was formed. The mark that was left was a bit smaller than a palm. It was a deep red that flowed with power. There were a pair of large reptilian wings, and above these wings sat an eye in chains. It was the royal mark of the Dark Kingdom, one that nobody would carelessly bear in the open and nobody would falsely claim to truly possess. One might think that getting their hands on a royal seal was good fortune. But all empires and kingdoms enforced brutal punishment upon those who would dare sully or forge their seal. Therefore, the shape of the seal was well known among all, yet it was rare to actually see a genuine mark. When one saw this seal, they knew they were in the presence of royalty. Now, both Dirk and Pandora bore this mark on their necks. Pandora didn't need to worry about such things. She was royalty anyway, and incredibly famous. But Dirk wasn't, and now he walked in the open with it. Not to say that he was in danger, but his status was affected massively with this single mark. At least it doesn't look bad on you. The tattoo? I still think it would have been better on my forearm. Sorry. Your blood was just too delicious. Seriously, I've never tasted such luscious blood in all my life, and I've been fed the best. What's up with that? My blood has been enhanced several times over. I'm an anima trainer, as you discovered, and my mana cultivation technique infuses mana throughout my blood. Then there was an accident that genetically altered my blood to supposedly that of a dragon's, or something close to it. I knew that my blood would taste good to vampires, so I intended to keep it hidden. But I got to it first. Pandora cheered as if accomplished. At the same time, she was a bit surprised. Not just by all the different things that enhanced his blood, but the fact that he told her. Dirk smirked when he saw her happiness. He didn't have a problem revealing this information since they would be revealing a lot more to each other soon. While he was cautious of her, he also wanted to work with her. She was smart, and although she had her own goals, he had his own too. If he could use her to find and take down Azura, then he was willing to reveal as much as necessary. Besides, there wasn't much she could do with this information. Just because one told you their strengths didn't mean you could find their weakness. But there was another reason Dirk told her. Though, he didn't like it. I feel too drawn to her. Like she's attractive or something. Well, she is, but she's black on the inside. It's that soul connection. Dirk could feel it deep inside him. There was that string between their souls. Before, they were separated by entire empires, so the string was weak. But now, as she was linked arms with him, it was as strong as it could get. Dirk was feeling drawn in, and no doubt she was to him. But it nonetheless messed with his head. He felt like his mind would be clouded if he let his guard down. But it still had its subconscious effect. Dirk was feeling more open, more willing to speak to her. She felt familiar, and combined with her new princess self, she was like a beautiful partner. But Dirk was uncomfortable with this closeness. He actively reminded himself of who she was. He couldn't just spill all his secrets. Hey! Suddenly, Pandora nudged his side. He looked over, seeing her flushed face. Can I get more blood? My blood isn't limitless, you know. But it's so good. Just a bit. I'll be sure to get you some foods rich in nutrients and mana. You'll regenerate your blood in no time. I refuse to be your blood bag. It's not like that. And I wanted to make the blood pact more than just a symbolic bond, but you didn't like that. I know. I saw the quick change. Dirk had a small grin. He had detected that addition, but she quickly got rid of it when she sensed his displeasure. That thing you didn't like would allow me to rely on the vitality in your blood and empower myself. It would also be less detrimental to you. If we had that, then I would be more than just some leech who enjoys the succulent waves of taste your blood gives me. Pandora shivered a little when she remembered that taste. It was more than just taste. She felt it through her entire body, the pure and bountiful vitality in that blood. It filled her mind and body with ecstasy. It was truly delectable. That's why she suddenly added that other pact to the mark. Dirk looked at her weirdly. I thought you just got the vitality from the blood anyway. Why do you need a pact for it? Because drinking blood normally is just a shallow exchange of shallow vitality. Vampires aren't just parasites, Dirk. We don't just take. With a true blood pact, a vampire can stimulate the vitality of their partner, as well as their own. Then, they can compound off of each other. I don't get how that can help me. Well, then I'll use a weird metaphor. You know that sex makes babies. Sex? What's that? Shut up. Anyway, when two people have sex and conceive a baby, life is created. In this magical world, it starts the process of combining the vitality of two different people and making something more. Two sources of vitality compound off each other. It's the same thing with a blood pact. I drink your blood, and the rivers of our vitality interact. This results in mutual benefit, but I will say, the vampire doing the drinking does in fact get more. Still, you would at least get something out of it. There's only one downside though. What is it? The vampire becomes reliant. Pandora's previously smiling face turned a little darker. The vampire can only interact with the vitality of the one they have a blood pact with. Over time, their vitalities become more intertwined, and at some point, the vampire can no longer engage in such interactions with anyone else. This is actually the reason that vampires mate for life. Two vampires who constantly combine their vitality become dependent on each other, leading to an irreversibly strong bond. It also means they're careful of those they choose to make a blood pact with. If one dies or they separate, it can be incredibly debilitating. Interesting. Dirk was shocked at this new information. He didn't realize they had such powers. It was actually rather amazing that they could just naturally do this. But why would you make one with me then? If it was such a big decision, why would Pandora make one with him? She wasn't that crazy. Right? She smiled. Luckily, there are blood pacts of different types and strengths. The one I wanted to form was a more parasitic one that would take more vitality than we combined. It would provide only a little benefit to you and a good amount to me, making the blood more effective for me while not making me reliant. Besides, forming even a full blood pact with you wouldn't be such a bad idea. Why's that? Because I don't believe it's possible for you to die. You're too tenacious. Not even I could kill you, and believe me, I really wanted to for a long time. You actually did in the end. No. Your soul is the same. Not true death. Anyway, I'm not more confident in anybody's ability to survive than yours, even in this new world. Forming a blood pact with you wouldn't be a bad decision. And of course, you would have the purest vampire as your partner, so it couldn't be better for you. She smiled as she wrapped her arms around his neck. He frowned as her deep red eyes bored into his magical gaze. He shouldn't be so comfortable with this. She whispered as she got close. So anyway, how about a little bite? Dirk remained silent, but in his hesitation, she moved in. He felt a small pinch where the mark was. Pandora let the blood flow, like a small stream of red wine down his neck. Dirk got goosebumps as her tongue and lips enjoyed every drop of blood they could. Added to the fact that her entire body was pressed against him, and they looked like two lovers getting too cozy in the middle of the street. Pandora was obviously heated as she pushed even deeper, and Dirk couldn't help himself either. But as if showing off his inhuman willpower, he eventually grabbed her and peeled her off his body. She looked devastated as her bite mark healed within a couple seconds. I'm not your food, damn it. Dirk cursed as he growled at her. After taking her mind off the heavenly taste and euphoria of Dirk's blood, she smiled a bit. His rough breath and narrowed brows painted a dangerous picture. Oh my! Are you going to take me right here? The princess of the Dark Kingdom was just voraciously sucking your blood, and you felt every inch of her goods. You want to rip my clothes off? You could take me right in that alleyway, and I'm not sure if I would stop you. I must admit, being together with you, being close to you, sucking your blood like that. It's truly pleasurable. Click. Suddenly, as Pandora was making her way into Dirk's arms again, she froze. A cold barrel placed itself under her chin. She felt Dirk's aura that was just as cold as the barrel. Back off. I don't know if it's the soul bond we have or some kind of subtle magic you're using, but I'm getting a bit too comfortable with you for my liking. Don't think I've forgotten who you are. Sorry. Pandora stepped back as Dirk pressed his gun a bit more. He was slightly surprised as she looked genuinely apologetic. I guess now is a good time to tell you one of my skills, something I was given upon my rebirth. Temptation. A grade 7 skill that acts passively, for the most part. It does exactly as it says and draws people toward me, or more like makes them bend to my will. For handling politicians and merchants, it's a great tool. But it's not so good for situations like this. So you are using magic. Hey, I can't fully control it. Believe me, it used to be much worse. Dirk frowned as she shouted back. Eventually, he put away the gun. Fine. Now I know to keep my guard up. Hey, the fact that you were able to pull yourself out means it has limited effect on you. You might have been a little entranced, but it was only temporary. Trust me, people who get entranced don't recover like that. But your mind is abnormally strong. Along with your pure soul, I can't do anything to you. I'll decide whether or not to trust your passive power. Suit yourself. With a small huff, Pandora turned and walked past Dirk. He turned and followed. Anyway, this is the undercity of the capital. Since we'll be working together now, I suggest you find a way to stay here so you could train. I noticed that your magical strength is small. You aren't even tier 4 yet. I was unable to cultivate mana for a couple years. Why? I'll tell you later. Dirk didn't answer. Pandora didn't push, just leading Dirk back the way they came to cross over to the upper city. Well, I've got nigh unlimited resources to help cultivate. Along with good food, I'll give you what you any dash. Rumble. Interrupting Pandora, the two suddenly felt the ground shake. Dirk also felt the dark mana all around him become incredibly volatile. It was almost going berserk. Pandora smiled. It's coming. Quick, let's get into the sky. What? What's coming? The dark dragon. She smiled as she pulled him along. Like that, the two jumped back into the hole, only to be launched upward by the spatial repulsion. Dirk could hear massive chains clanging together. They were the chains that anchored the city above the hole. The dark mana really was getting wild. Pandora and Dirk arrived back in the spire, exiting before jumping into the air. They could see the two moons that were now at the top of the sky. There are 6 primordial dragons, and those 6 dragons are basically gods of their element. They have their 6 dungeons, known as the ancient lairs. Under those ancient lairs are the major and lesser dungeons. Lesser dungeons are where people like students fight in. Major dungeons are home to the truly powerful monsters. But the ancient lairs, those house the primordial dragons. Don't tell me dash. This city sits right on top of the ancient lair of darkness, the home of the primordial dragon of darkness. That endless abyss below us is the entrance. And every year, at midnight on this very day, the primordial dragon himself emerges from his lair to grace the world with his presence. Pandora was wondrous as she flew with Dirk in the air. Before Dirk could even be surprised, his mind was shaken. Roar! It wasn't a sound that one heard with their ears. The roar pierced into everyone's minds, though it didn't hurt. Everyone around Pandora and Dirk turned their gazes downward. Dirk didn't have normal vision, so everything was seen either through mana or in black and white. Still, in his mana vision, he could suddenly see it as if looking through the massive city below. An enormous being, one so amazingly powerful and grand that people with lesser minds began to bow in awe. This being of darkness, one that was different from Eldritch Primordial, shot out of the endless abyss below and into the sky. Its body was far larger than the city itself, its mere head able to swallow it whole. It was like it had been curled up within that 6-mile-wide hole, revealing a body that was at least 50 miles long and ethereal. It soared through the city, into the sky, and across the lands, its body stretching across the black horizon. It was a dragon, with 4 massive clawed legs, wings that covered the sky, a barbed tail that could sweep over valleys, and a scaled body that radiated the power of darkness. Dirk had to lift his head and spin his body around to see the entire being that was both majestic beyond words and horrifyingly menacing. After bringing its body out into the world, the dragon opened its deep red eyes. Its massive head loomed over the city, seeing through its inhabitants in but a moment. For the residents of this capital city, they had seen this many times before, and everyone cheered the arrival of the great dark dragon. But Dirk could barely move. This was because he felt the dragon's gaze focus on him. Dirk was terrified at the unfathomable power within that dragon. He could almost see and feel the dragon's heart beating in its chest, causing the dark mana heart within Dirk to beat in synchronous. Pandora, on the other hand, met this gaze directly. For her, this also wasn't the first time she had seen the dark dragon. In her 16 years of life, she had seen it 15 times before, every single year. Dark dragon primordial. Suddenly, everyone heard a voice. They looked up and saw the vampire queen, and she floated closer to the dragon's head. Her voice was respectful, containing awe and reverence. She even bowed, but before this massive and godly being, that was understandable. But the dark dragon didn't look at her. It kept its gaze on Dirk. Eldritch primordial. What? Pandora was shocked when she heard the dark dragon speak. At the same time, Eldritch primordial, the one who stuck near Dirk's soul and fought him for domain over the dark element, narrowed its abyssal eyes. Dirk felt like he could see the dark dragon smile. He didn't know what to do. In fact, there was nothing he could do. He didn't even know what was going on. The dark dragon's smile widened. Yes. Yes. You, who is named Dirk Strider. You have a pure soul, a golden soul of discipline and order. Yet, you wield the dark element of chaos, your opposite. Eldritch primordial. You have made contact with and attached yourself to this pure soul in an attempt to attain a vessel. You have even allowed this soul to obtain source mana. You wish to lure him. You are emerging into the world once more. This violates our covenant. You have violated the covenant, that which has stood for countless millennia. I call upon primordial light. I am here. Suddenly, Dirk heard the system itself speak. It was the same system that gave them their profile and skills. And it was actually speaking. Primordial dragon of light. What is your judgment? I have also violated the covenant. I have attached myself to and assisted the girl known as Pandora Venades, she who has a gray soul of chaos yet wields the light element of order. There are now 2 counts of violation. He. Ha ha ha. The dark dragon roared in laughter, shaking Dirk's mind. Then this is it. The covenant has been broken. Peace shall be no longer. The denizens of the gods and dragons shall rage. The elements shall reign free. Hear me, Eldritch primordial, and sovereign divine. The dragon rose high into the sky, looking toward the 2 moons beyond the world. Before, the people below couldn't hear, but now, they could hear the words the dragon spoke clearly. He who heralds calamity has finally arrived. She who heralds revolution has finally arrived. War cataclysma shall rage once again. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The dark dragon shook the world with its declaration. At the same time, Dirk's soul trembled uncontrollably. The night of fate had arrived. Chapter 110, Secret. When Dirk felt his soul tremble, his awareness was actually cast into the mana dimension. He could see Eldritch primordial, and he radiated pure hate. The dark dragon had actually appeared there as well. It was coiled behind and around Dirk, glaring at Eldritch. Then, there were millions of tentacles that suddenly shot towards them. Dirk could feel the absolute suppressive power of that barrage. A single one of those tentacles could wipe him from existence. It's like your intelligence has regressed further. The dark dragon roared at that moment, and with a breath of darkness, destroyed every single tentacle. Damn dragon! It's futile, Eldritch. This child has usurped source mana by your will. You intended to lure him and eat him, but now, here I stand. By my power, he shall take everything from you, just as you took everyone from me. No! You cannot stop me. You lack what it takes to destroy me. You're right. I don't have the source. But it is no longer I who will destroy you. You just keep on hiding, you ugly squid. Your day of reckoning is fast approaching. Silence. With rage, Eldritch Primordial continued to attack the dark dragon who protected Dirk. At that moment, in the real world, the actual dark dragon looked back down at Dirk. It shot down toward him until its massive face filled Dirk's vision. You, human child named Dirk Strider. With my power, you shall become capable of usurping the dark elemental source mana without that squid's interference. I shall entrust you with this goal, and you shall do so in order to grow your power. Primordial light. I am here. You know what to do more than I. Prepare your child, for I shall call down Sovereign Divine. It will be done. Good. Oh, how I have waited for this day. With another bout of laughter, the dark dragon flew in circles in the sky. War shall rage. And with another gleeful declaration, he disappeared across the horizon, becoming one with the night's darkness. The entire city was silent. Then, Dirk suddenly saw something. In the mana dimension, the dark dragon coiled around Dirk shot into his soul. Then, a mark was engraved on his chest. It was that of the dragon, and it was alive with its power. Then, Dirk returned to reality. The same mark was engraved on his skin, becoming a tattoo that sat over his left chest. Dirk felt the sting, but it was otherwise painless. Not only that, but the small wound on Dirk's soul was healed, removing that dull eternal pain. Attention! Dirk Strider has attained the blessing of the Dark Dragon Primordial. Pandora Venadis. Await my word. Understood. Pandora slowly nodded, still processing what was happening. Dirk wasn't much better, and he looked questioningly toward Pandora. We need to talk. I guess things are happening faster than I thought. You think? Pandora. There was a sudden shout, and the vampire queen flew over. Those below could only hear roars as the dark dragon spoke. But those nearby, such as the vampire queen, Pandora, and Dirk, heard all those words clearly. What was spoken by the dark dragon was beyond important. Such information, at first glance, involved the fate of the world. Both of you, come with me. Oh no you don't. Suddenly, another woman shot over. It was Cecilia, and she gazed threateningly at the vampire queen. He's not going anywhere without me. Your son has been spoken to by the dark dragon primordial. We must dash. I don't care. If you want to speak with him, then I will be there as well. This information cannot dash. Mother! Let it be. Pandora shouted before Cecilia and her mother could argue further. With a scrunched face, the vampire queen glanced at Pandora before sighing. Fine. Come along. This discussion cannot wait. Saying that, she flew back into the ballroom. Duke Kyer followed, as did the other three. A small isolated meeting room with a single table. The vampire queen sat at the head of the table. Duke Kyer sat on her left, Pandora sat on her right. Dirk sat next to Pandora, and Cecilia sat next to him. Dirk. While they were sitting down, it was Pandora who spoke to him. She was quiet, but spoke openly. And she spoke in English. Don't say anything about primordial light, or the record talking to us. Why? It's one of my secrets. I have a stigma called the record of life that allows me to communicate with the light dragon primordial, otherwise known as the record. All right then. Dirk was unsure of how to respond to that bombshell of a secret. Communicating with the record itself? What kind of power was that? Dirk? Cecilia suddenly called his name. Everyone obviously had fantastic senses, so they could hear their words. Problem was, they couldn't understand the language. It was odd for these two to know an entire separate language when they had never met before tonight. In fact, from beginning to end, all interactions in the entire relationship between Dirk and Pandora were baffling to everyone. The two were supposed to be complete strangers, yet they had done so many odd things, the worst among them creating a blood pact. Dirk hesitantly glanced at his mother. He knew all these odd happenings warranted an explanation. And if it were anything else, even knowledge about his pure soul and eldritch primordial, he would tell her. But this was about his past life. It was too big of a secret. Give me a second, mother. Dirk said that as everyone stared at him and Pandora. Then, he started speaking in English again. How do we explain this? I'm debating about just telling them. That we're from another world? Dirk was a bit surprised. He didn't think Pandora, the deviously smart madwoman, would actually reveal such a big secret. She was someone who kept as many things to herself as possible, revealing information only when absolutely necessary. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she trusted nobody. It took someone like that to do what she did on Earth. Pandora nodded calmly. Yes. It would answer many questions related to our abnormal natures. It would also raise even more questions, as well as decrease the trust these people have for us. It would make them skeptical, but it would make sense seeing as it's the only thing to explain why we're so familiar. But at the same time, it could threaten our lives. It would also make the situation even more confusing considering the recent declaration of war by the Dark Dragon Primordial. But I think I know how to make it work. Your mother trusts and loves you, right? Pandora glanced at Dirk, who nodded rather quickly. They both trusted each other deeply. Good. My mother, the vampire queen, also loves me, so I'll use that. I want us to only tell our mothers about this. Keep that Duke Kyer out of this particular loop. He's the only loose end that could lead to unknown variables. If it's only our mothers, then we're safe. Can you do that? Yes. Then let's. Suddenly, Pandora turned to Duke Kyer. Duke Kyer. I have something that I wish to speak to my mother privately about. Cecilia Strider, your son also has something he wants to tell you privately. There's another room for you two just next door. So, Duke Kyer, if you could give us some privacy. The Duke, as well as Cecilia, looked at each other confusedly. After the vampire queen remained silent for a second, he stood and exited the room. Dirk also led his mother out of the room, entering another nearby. The two entered an identical isolated meeting room. What's this you need to tell me? Cecilia asked after the door closed. They didn't sit, instead standing next to the table. Dirk looked at his mother. He thought back to his life so far, all the abnormalities he displayed as a child. It would all be explained. But at the same time, his mother would know that he wasn't the person she thought he was. But he steeled himself. He trusted her. The reason Pandora and I know each other. Yes? I'm from another world. Dirk spit out the words, though with great difficulty. He felt odd just saying them. I used to live another life on another world. When I died there, I was reborn here, as your son, Dirk. Another world. Cecilia mumbled, spending some time to comprehend what he was saying. Eventually, things began to click in her brain. Dirk continued. I kept the memories of my previous life when I was reborn. So from the time I was a baby until now, I always remained, mentally at least, the person I was in my past life. I was always fully aware, and it wasn't long until I understood the language of this world. But I acted my age so as to not draw suspicion. Cecilia was silent for a while, slowly nodding. Gradually, she came to ask a question. Who were you, in your past life? I was a soldier. Dirk spoke with a frown. He didn't like his memories from Earth. I wasn't a normal soldier either. I was something they called a supersoldier. From the time I was a child, I was trained to be the most effective killer. Your parents dash. I didn't have any. At least, none that I knew of. I was an orphan who was abandoned, and picked up by the ones who create super soldiers. That sounds a lot like what Azura does. It's exactly what Azura does. Except my world didn't have magic. Anyway, I had lived that life of a soldier until I died. How old were you when you died? Cecilia asked this question, unsure of what to expect. If she were being honest with herself, this was a weird situation. But she was just taking it as it came. I was 18 years old when I died. I'm close to being the same age now as I was then. So I was an adult. Technically, my mental age is 34 years old. It's why I was so weird back then, as a child. I was always training, and since I was a soldier, I had skills I shouldn't have. And those people I killed during my dungeon dives. It wasn't difficult to kill them. I had done it easily, but I had been worried about what you thought of that. And when I was brought to Azura's mountain, I was confident since I was trained to ignore pain. While I still had trouble, with the Emperor's help, I was able to get out. Dirk scratched his head. Back when he escaped Azura's mountain and learned about the Emperor who helped him, he had known then that his escape wasn't entirely by his own skill. It was Cecilia and the Emperor who gave him the chance. It allowed him to escape that hell, that which could hurt someone who could ignore pain by using magic and attacking their mind. Anyway, I guess I was never technically your child. Don't say that. Suddenly, Cecilia snapped. She grabbed Dirk's face, both gently and forcefully. She looked into his eyes. Don't ever say that again. Dirk, I don't care where you came from or who you used to be. You are my child. Do you understand that? Say yes, right now. Yes. Dirk couldn't help a small smile from surfacing. Seeing his stifled happiness, Cecilia pulled him in for a hug. It's weird, I'll admit that. She spoke with a whisper. It's weird to think that I gave birth to a young adult. I've been through many things, and this is by far the strangest. But it means nothing in front of the bond we have. We've both grown. Neither of us are the same as we were back then. But through everything that's happened, I've always been your mother, and you'll always be my son. Past life or not. Call me greedy, but you're mine now, and I'm not going to allow anything to change that. She separated with a smile, combing back his hair. Before he could respond, she tilted her head. Is this how you looked back then too? Because of magic, I actually look better than back then. Of course. But a world without magic. That's crazy. Anyway, tell me where Pandora fits into all of this. I'll assume the language you two spoke came from this other world, because it surely doesn't come from here. Cecilia took a seat as she spoke, prompting Dirk to sit next to her. Yes. And Pandora she used to be an enemy, actually. We tried to kill each other on many occasions. In fact, we both died together, both our souls being taken to this world and reborn. Enemies? Then why are you so friendly? Or, I saw how you wanted to kill her, but that quickly changed. I did want to kill her when I saw her. But truth is, it was because of her that I was able to be reborn at all. I hold a little gratitude for that, and among other reasons, I no longer wish to kill her. And why did you make a blood pact? Because, well, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I can say that the situation was conducive to rational thinking. But either way, I suppose it represents our promise to work together. Those people from my old world. There's a chance that they may come here. Dirk explained the portal, how he and Pandora actually died by entering it and came to this world. She's been making preparations in the inevitable event that they recreate that portal and launch an invasion. And although this world has magic, the devastation they can wreak even without magic is astronomical. So I need to help her and prepare. But now, there's another reason to work with her. The Dark Dragon. Yes. I don't understand what happened there, but its words about war aren't comforting. Something is coming, and Pandora has certain secrets that make her aware of the oncoming crisis. That, combined with her intellect, make her someone worth working alongside. She's not an enemy, to me at least. And neither of us want to be each other's enemies. In fact, she really wants to support me. From our past lives, she knows what I'm capable of. All right. Cecilia nodded. She was beginning to understand the situation. And while she rethought all her memories with Dirk, it didn't change the fact that he was still her son. Most importantly though, Dirk had only been 18 years old when he died. He had lived an especially short life, without any parents, and forced to fight on the battlefield as a mere teen. When she thought about how he had basically repeated his past life when he was taken to Azura's mountain, she was heartbroken. But things were finally making sense now. And regardless of his past, he was still her child. Even with his past life, he had grown and become someone capable of telling her these secrets. There was no doubt of their bond as mother and son. So as far as she was concerned, this information didn't change much. But that also meant she needed to reevaluate Pandora. They had a serious relationship, and not the good kind. Unfortunately, Cecilia could only leave things to her child who knew Pandora best. It at least seemed like they were cooperating well, so far. "There's something else I need to tell you, Mother." "What is it?" Cecilia focused on Dirk, who suddenly spoke again. After that, he went on to tell her about his special trait, his pure soul. He also told her about Eldritch Primordial and their hostility. That, combined with the Dark Dragon's words, made her understand several things. There was also the added detail of Azura knowing who Eldritch Primordial was. After that, Dirk told her about his other traits, such as adaptable genes and cybernetic enhancement. While he couldn't exactly explain the technology since he didn't know much about it himself, he was able to paraphrase and use metaphors to explain it. That gave her an idea of the things he was granted upon being born in this world. With that, Dirk had explained basically all he could. There wasn't anything else other than specific details he could tell her about himself. He had spilled every secret. Now, Cecilia truly knew who he was, inside and out. Of course, she was very happy with this. As she hugged him gleefully, Dirk suddenly saw something in his vision. "Pandora Venades is awaiting your return." It was the record that spoke directly to Dirk. He was unsure how to feel about that as he brought his mother out of the room and back into the main meeting room. Cecilia knew that Pandora had also spilled the beans to the vampire queen, so when she walked in, she and the queen glanced at each other with weird gazes. Pandora also looked at Dirk, a small smile on her face. She spoke in English. "So how much did you say?" "Pretty much everything, other than detailed specifics." "And you?" "I said enough." Dirk was quiet as he sat down beside Pandora. Cecilia sat with him, giving Pandora a weird glance. It was unbelievable that this girl had died together with her son, and she was reborn as the vampire queen's daughter. If Dirk was lucky, then she was graced by the gods themselves. Neither of the two mothers could say anything about speaking another language either. Both of them now knew the relationship between Dirk and Pandora. Once Duke Kyer walked back into the room, the vampire queen got back to business. "We need to discuss what we do from here." "Pandora? There's one thing that will determine what happens after tonight. It all depends on Duke Kyer and the will of Emperor Horizon." Pandora leaned forward, her red eyes gazing deep as Duke Kyer. "Duke, or should I say, General Kyer. I want territory that leads straight to the Dwarven Haven. I have the armies to fight for it. Now, you haven't made any sort of concessions or attempted to negotiate for territorial rights at all. It leads me to believe that the Emperor is willing to go to war over this particular slice of land. For what reason, I don't know, but it surely must be very important. So important that it will either result in every nearby empire becoming hostile with the Horizon Empire, or it will result in the leaders of every empire becoming personally hostile with your emperor. There's a secret that he is personally hiding." Duke Kyer was silent, almost as if confirming her guesses. This didn't make her smile though. She maintained a cold stare. "Your emperor isn't giving up. A secret of the world is being kept on the island in the center of the Central Sea. This involves people like my mother, and she will surely pay your emperor a visit sometime. So for now, I'll stay out of it. When you go back, tell your emperor this: I don't care about the secret he is hiding. I only want the territory. If he wants me to stay off that land bridge, then I'll do so. He can even monitor it, maybe station a small standing army there. I don't care. But I want that territory. With the secret on that island off the table, he'll surely be more open to negotiating. Maybe there won't need to be a war. Although, I am very much willing to begin one." Finally, Pandora smiled a bit. Dirk wanted to say that her madness was leaking a little, but he just kept silent. Duke Kyre had a mean gaze as she spoke again. Emperor Horizon has 4 days to give me a response. We either negotiate for the territory, or we fight. If I don't hear anything, or get a redundant, unsatisfactory response, then you'll hear from me again through the blades of my army. Then I guess there's no reason for us to remain here. Duke Kyre grumbled and stood. He had lost the discussion, but he was a general, so this didn't matter much. Still, he didn't like how cunning Pandora was. He saw her as a threat. Chapter 111, Advice. The next morning, Duke Kyre and his people prepared to leave. But there was one who didn't go with them. You're staying? Cecilia worriedly asked her son, and Pandora smiled from beside him. Don't worry, Miss Strider. Your son is weak right now, and I intend to fix that. It's not his fault that he's not stronger. I know. I believe in your son's potential more than anybody, which is why I'm going to help him increase his tier. Cecilia frowned. It was only an hour before everyone was going to depart for Horizon, and he had just notified her of this sudden change of plans. And Dirk was the one who said he wanted to do this. She thought for a second, narrowing her eyes at Pandora. Then I'm staying. Very well. If you wish. Really? Cecilia was a bit surprised when Pandora easily agreed. She shrugged. I have no reason to keep you from staying. While there's the threat of war, and you might not be as comfortable as at home, you being here doesn't change much. If anything, it's good for us. Political hostages. Exactly. Your son will be the most well-treated political hostage in the world, though. Well, go tell your duke that you're staying. I don't intend to accommodate anyone else either. All right. Cecilia slowly nodded before approaching the duke. Along with Riker and Alec's father, she explained that she was going to stay since Dirk was also staying. From the duke's frown, it didn't seem he liked the idea. Unfortunately, Cecilia wasn't easily swayed. The two bantered back and forth, Riker getting involved as well. Alec made his way over to the side as they argued, leaning toward Dirk. You're staying? Yes. With her? Alec glanced at Pandora, who was still hovering beside him. She smiled at him. You're Alec? Your light element is impressive. I can also sense fire. Why yes. You also have the light attribute then? Of course. Along with 3 others. You mean Dash. I'm the sole 4 attribute mage of the Dark Kingdom, Pandora Venati's. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Pandora curtsied a bit in introduction, causing Alec to gawk. 4 attributes. Alec had only ever heard legends of 4 attribute mages. He didn't know they could exist. And if they did, they were the rarest existence in the world. And this princess was one of them. The sole 4 attribute mage of the Dark Kingdom. In this place, there were literally none other like her. Dirk stood to the side, not much of a reaction on his face. She had told him this the night before after their discussion with the Duke. Alec. Coming. Oh, and by the way. Before Alec left, he smacked Dirk in the shoulder with a cheeky smile. I win. Win what? Let's just say I didn't go back to my own room last night. Who? Dirk chortled at Alec's goofy grin, waving him off. Whatever, dude. Hey, don't be jealous. Oh, and you still owe me a fight. Find me when you come back to Horizon. Sure thing. With that, the two said their goodbyes, Alec jogging back to the group. Cecilia came back, standing by Dirk as they watched the envoys leave. He glanced at his mother. Were they mad? No. Just worried. About you or the political ramifications? A good question. Either way, they can't stop me, so I'm staying. And besides, you getting involved with Pandora is already a huge political scandal. That's true. Pandora chimed in with a smile. There was nothing she liked more than a bit of drama and chaos. Anyway, I hope you don't mind, Miss Strider, but I need your son for a while. Your room remains the same, and if you need anything, I've assigned a maid to you. She'll be outside your room. And, for your empire's sake, I would refrain from making any suspicious moves during your stay. Or, at least getting caught while doing so. With a wink, Pandora linked arms with Dirk. Then, the two walked off into the city. Cecilia watched as they disappeared into the crowds. The world is very close to becoming a dumpster fire. Pandora suddenly spoke. The two had crossed into the Undercity through a special magic elevator designed for moving people and cargo through the weightless layer of limbo. After emerging, she spoke in English. I was alerted by the record only an hour or so ago. You know all the lesser dungeons around the world? Yeah. Well, they're all gone. Pandora dropped that bombshell, causing Dirk's eyebrows to raise. They all disappeared not long after the Dark Dragon made his declaration. There's something far worse happening as well though. Every single major dungeon has suddenly had an outbreak. Monsters are flooding from the dungeon entrances, and a few cities that were built around these dungeons have been razed to the ground. Not many people know about this, but according to the record, it's a worldwide phenomenon. Those monsters are incredibly powerful. If they aren't being contained, the world will fall into anarchy. Correct. Which is why things in every empire are about to change drastically. By the end of the day, militaries are going to be mobilized. At the same time though, one thing has just been guaranteed. The Horizon Empire can't go to war. Exactly. This gives me the chance to use the oncoming chaos to my advantage. Pandora giggled in glee. Suddenly, Dirk realized how she was able to do what she did in her past life. This mad genius was good at using chaos as a tool. Dirk still frowned though. Shouldn't you be working to help the Dark Kingdom? Depending on the scale of these dungeon outbreaks, millions could die. Are you really just worried about building some trains? Hey, who says the trains aren't going to help? If anything, my train network is going to allow combat personnel to be transported to any city within the Dark Kingdom at record rates. With this network, we can establish supply lines that would allow monster containment for years to come. On the contrary, empires like Horizon are only able to march troops or move caravans of wagons. It would take weeks just to respond to the current crisis. How much more damage do you think they will suffer compared to us who have the trains? They're going to be debilitated. Dirk was silent. Truly, the Horizon Empire wouldn't be able to respond at all except with local forces for the first few weeks of the outbreak. If the forces of a local city are overrun, then everyone in that city dies. But in the Dark Kingdom, Pandora could move troops to a city within days, potentially saving entire cities' worth of people and allowing swift responses to this disaster. Essential goods could be sent across the Empire when needed and people could be evacuated. The trains would become the most important piece of infrastructure the Empire had. And Pandora controlled all of them. Dirk was unsure of how to feel. On one hand, she was a mad genius who would take advantage of a global disaster. On the other, her work would actually save countless lives and keep her entire empire functioning. Pandora saw Dirk's conflict and smiled a bit, nudging him with her shoulder. Hey, don't worry so much. Right now, you only have one thing to focus on. While I have more to tell you, that can wait. Now come. Pandora led him into a building with those words. It was one of the largest buildings in the Undercity, towering upward around 140 meters. It looked almost like a pagoda with many floors. Upon entering, Pandora was greeted with reverence, even by those more powerful than her. She walked directly to the upper floors. With each successive floor, the spatial repulsion got stronger and stronger. At first Dirk could handle it fine, but when he was only halfway up, he had to activate his anima just to keep from collapsing. There's really only two kinds of training people endure in this building. First is controlling their dark element. Using dark mana, mages can negate the crushing gravity. This forces them to refine their control and it increases their elemental comprehension. Second is body refining. This is done by withstanding the gravity with the body, forcing people to efficiently use their anima and stress their limits. You will be doing both of these things, and I'll ensure you have the best environment available to you." Saying that, Pandora motioned to a room. The pagoda was 140 meters tall, and there was a floor every 5 meters. That made for 28 floors. The room she stopped at was on the 12th floor. And upon stepping into the room, Dirk was surprised to feel the oppressive gravity disappear. Not only that, he saw a large table with platters of food, a bowl full of mana crystals, and some large bones that glisten like pearls. Each room has magical switches to block the gravity. It ensures that nobody dies while training to their limits. Anyway, this will be your training room for the next while. You're going to remain here until you reach Tier 4. I would also prefer it if you reach rank 5 in this time, but I know it's good to take body refining slow. Pandora spoke as she walked to the table of food, picking up a fruit and taking a bite. Other than the table, there were 2 luxurious chairs and a nice bed. These furniture pieces were enchanted and constructed with metal frames, ensuring they could survive the intense gravity. They were surely extremely expensive. Now, before you get started, and since we didn't do so last night, let's spill each other's secrets. I want to know your cultivation and refining techniques along with your skills. And go ahead and start eating. You'll need the food. Pandora took a seat on the couch as she spoke. After grabbing a few fruits filled with magical energy, Dirk took a chair, facing Pandora. "I'll go first." She got comfortable, looking at Dirk's blindfolded face. "I told you my 4 attributes, but not my specializations. Now, instead of speaking all our traits, skills, and crucially private information, I suggest we directly exchange profiles." "How do we do that?" "My stigma. With your consent, I can view your profile. I'll also let you view mine. Like that, neither of us can hide information. Isn't that right, Miss Record? I will act as an impartial intermediary." "Good." Pandora nodded as both of them heard Miss Record's voice. After thinking for a bit, Dirk sighed and agreed. "Fine. Then take my hand." Pandora stood, as did Dirk. After he placed his hand on top of hers, she suddenly raised her other. In it appeared a brilliantly golden book with dragons engraved across its cover. The book flipped open and its pages fluttered automatically. Dirk then felt Pandora's gaze, and it pierced into his soul. At that moment, both of them became distinctly aware of each other's souls, though only for a moment. After a few more seconds, Dirk saw something pop up in his mind. Profile. Name, Pandora Venati's. Species, High Vampire. Tier, 4+. Attributes, Water 100%, Blood 100%, Earth 100%, Ice 100%, Air 100%, Vortex 100%, Light 100%. Traits, Pure Soul, Mind of Delirium. Skills, Eyes of Truth, Grade 7, Temptation, Grade 7, Synthesis, Grade 6, Purification, Grade 6. Stigma, The Record of Life. Dirk read through the profile. It was odd seeing any profile other than his. But he was surprised by what he saw. Powerful skills, a high tier, a high species, and all those attributes. Then there was the stigma that let her speak with the system, or more formally known as the record. Impressive. I'm surprised you actually retained your AI and cybernetics. As Dirk viewed hers, Pandora quickly viewed his. Profile. Name, Dirk Strider. Species, Human. Tier, 3. Rank, 4. Attributes, Fire 100%, Lightning 100%, Earth 100%, Metal 100%, Dark 100%. Traits, Cybernetic Enhancement, Adaptable Genes, Pure Soul. Skills, AI Interface, Grade 7, Mana Resonance, Grade 5, Mana Lungs, Grade 5, Restoration, Grade 5. Stigma, Black Cat of Calamity. Compared to Pandora's, Dirk's didn't look like much. All this time, he had thought that his abilities were abnormal. Now, he was thinking that about Pandora's. Black Cat? Pandora tilted her head. At that moment, Spite appeared on Dirk's shoulder. She had remained hidden ever since Pandora appeared, except when appearing in the pistol form. Now though, she was showing her true form. "Oh! Kitty!" Hiss. Just as Pandora reached out to pet Spite, she hissed, and Pandora quickly retracted her hand. Spite shared most of Dirk's feelings and was wary of anything that could threaten him. Although they were working together, Spite didn't trust Pandora. Ah! Becoming downcast, Pandora drooped her head with a sigh, as if accepting something. When she raised her head, she was back to normal. "Well, let me explain some of those skills and traits of mine." Pandora sat back down, her red eyes focused on Dirk. "First, Mind of Delirium. Let's just say that if you dialed down my psychosis from Earth, this is what it would become. My mind is overactive. If your mind runs, then mine is a bullet train. It used to be annoying, but I have it under control now. The only time it isn't under control is when I get too excited, like when we first met. But otherwise, I can channel my overactivity into something that benefits me. Second, Eyes of Truth. This skill allows me to see through people. Depending on their power, I can see their profile with the help of my stigma, even without their consent. I can also see through almost all forms of mana and magic, and I get an acute sense of the items I work with. I'll have you know that I'm an amazing alchemist. In fact, I received my synthesis and purification while working in alchemy. Synthesis allows me to combine chemicals and even different types of magic. Purification allows me to remove the things I don't want from any substance, including metals, liquids, and air. As for temptation, you already know what that does. It makes people loyal to me. It makes them want to obey me and get close to me. I control them with their desires. If they fall for me hard enough, then they become a puppet in the palm of my hand. It's one of the reasons I was able to garner massive support for my projects. That and because they were successful and profitable. Finally, there's my stigma, the record of life. This does more than allow communication with Miss Record. It allows me to catalog and save spells for later study and use. It also allows me to transcribe runes when using my Eyes of Truth. Think of it as a book for all things magical. A grimoire, if you will. It's not an uncommon stigma for mages, but this one is the best because it comes directly from Miss Record herself. It's even better when I get her assistance in magical matters. Pandora ended with a high chin, proud of her abilities. After listening to her, Dirk was now realizing more and more how comprehensive her powers were. It was quite unsettling for Dirk to learn that her magical abilities were far above anything he had. She was definitely stronger than him. Her skills gave her an edge over anybody she met. She could fight someone above her tier, no doubt. And Dirk was almost 2 tiers below her. Not even his rank matched up. Suddenly, being helped by Pandora felt irritating. Of course, Pandora saw Dirk's distress. She smiled when he suddenly stood up. "I need to train." Of course. I'll stick around though. I have plenty of advice that will help you, coming directly from experience. Who better to train you than someone with the same pure soul? Fine. Then let's start now. Very well. With a nod, Pandora stood and walked over to the table. There, she stood in front of a few bowls full of mana crystals. Each bowl held the mana of each of Dirk's attributes. While she didn't see his profile until just now, she was able to see the mana within him with her Eyes of Truth. She plucked out 5 mana crystals, crushing them all. Suddenly, the room was filled with dark, earth, metal, fire, and lightning mana. More than that, the mana that filled the room was like a liquid, far denser than anything Dirk had ever worked with. Be thankful, because these are the purest tier 5 mana crystals that my kingdom has produced. It's all liquid mana, so this should expedite the process of increasing your tier. Now, carry me through your mana cultivation technique. Pandora grabbed a chair and sat in front of Dirk. He gazed at her before waving his hand, bringing out a large book. It was the Mana Heart technique. She grabbed the book, merely looking at the cover for several seconds before nodding. All right. I understand. You read it? Eyes of Truth. She smirked before handing the book back. I didn't read all the runes within, but I understand where you're at and where you need to go now. You currently have 3 mini hearts comprised of each attribute and specialization. Now, you need to strengthen each heart until the mana within them is something like a liquid. Basically, you need to make it denser. For you, this couldn't be easier. I'll give it 12 days before you are tier 4. 12 days? Sounds a little fast. That's because you have no idea what having a pure soul means. Dirk, your soul is perfectly attuned to mana, and it's the strongest kind of soul there is. If I had rushed my advancements, then I could be a tier 6 already, let alone you becoming a tier 4. Basically, having a pure soul guarantees your advancement until tier 8. There are little to no roadblocks on that path. The only limiter is your elemental comprehension, and having a pure soul gives you the greatest advantage in that arena as well. So no, raising your tier by 2 small realms in 12 days is not fast. Being a mere tier 3 is actually a disgrace to your pure soul. Dirk was silent as she fervently lectured him. She then eased up and continued. Anyway, your next step is simple. Make your mana hearts liquid, and strengthen them until you reach tier 4. After that it becomes a bit more complicated, but we'll cross that bridge in 2 weeks. As for how to strengthen your hearts, you just need to bring in this dense ambient mana and concentrate it. Then, when you turn them liquid, there's a particular rune that you'll enchant the existing rune in your hearts with. That will complete the strengthening process. So concentrating mana is my job right now. Correct. Pandora nodded at Dirk's summarization. With that simple objective, he got comfortable in his seat and began. Pandora watched as the fire mana around Dirk was brought into his body and focused on his fire mana heart. When she saw this though, she frowned. No. Bring in all types of mana, and concentrate them all simultaneously. If you're not used to controlling all the elements at once, then now's the time to change that. All right. With a nod, Dirk proceeded to bring in all the mana around him. Then, he simultaneously concentrated the elements on their hearts. This did in fact prove to be difficult for Dirk, but he didn't complain. He just worked on it. While he wasn't going to blindly listen to Pandora, this was her advice as a genius 4-attribute mage. She absolutely knew more than him when it came to magic and cultivation. He wasn't so stubborn as to ignore her words. Chapter 112, Battle. Over the next 2 weeks, the only thing Dirk did was condense the mana within his mana hearts. And with the liquid mana in the room, this was made extremely easy for him. It was both a gradual and quick process to strengthen his mana hearts. However, Dirk quickly encountered a roadblock. He had forgotten, but he couldn't control dark mana. Eldritch Primordial still didn't let him. So this meant Dirk had to do battle. After spending time condensing his other mana hearts, Dirk attempted to cast his awareness into his soul. When he did this, he felt the dragon tattoo on his chest activate, and he was brought into the mana dimension. Dirk viewed the ocean of mana around him. Looking down, he could still see Eldritch lingering there, its eyes on his soul. He never left. Suddenly, Dirk smiled, approaching the edge of his domain. Eldritch narrowed its eyes. Bringing up his hands, the elements began to swirl around Dirk. I'm ready for another meal, squid. Looks like eternal pain isn't enough to make you learn. I should curse you instead. Suddenly, Eldritch shot out thousands of tentacles, each of them loaded with horrible power. Before the tentacles could curse Dirk's soul though, the tattoo lit up, and the dark dragon appeared around his soul. See me, you ugly squid. And accept your fate. Your source mana shall no longer be only yours to wield. With a roar, the tentacles were wiped out. Taking that chance, Dirk moved forward, intruding upon Eldritch's domain. And with the power of his soul and the ocean of elements around him, Dirk captured more territory. He burned his energy and usurped the dark mana. Along the way, Eldritch constantly attacked, but the dark dragon defended Dirk's soul. Like this, Dirk's initially 150-meter deep territory deepened. First it was 5 meters, then 10. Dirk fought to go deeper, closer to Eldritch. But Eldritch put up a tough fight. Dirk had to burn tons of his energy when he received the slightest attack in order to keep his soul from being cursed. Not even Dirk's soul, the strongest soul in the world, could keep up with the energy expenditure. And after a few hours of battle, Dirk retreated. The dark dragon stood at the edge of his domain, protecting his progress from Eldritch. 170 meters. He had only deepened another 20 meters. Not only did the difficulty rise as he got deeper, but Eldritch was putting up a far greater resistance. If not for the dark dragon, Dirk wouldn't go anywhere, merely being lured in by Eldritch and consumed when he got too deep. And it truly drained him to the core. When his consciousness returned to the real world, he directly passed out. Next thing he knew, he had woken up on the bed in the training room. Pandora sat beside his body. "Oh, you're awake. You slept for 8 hours. Care to explain?" She looked at him with a curious gaze. He sighed as he massaged his throbbing head. "You know Eldritch Primordial? The god of darkness, and the enemy of the dark dragon Primordial." "Yeah. Well, that squid wants my soul, and he forever banished me from controlling the dark element. So if I want to increase the strength of my dark attribute, I need to fight Eldritch for possession over the dark element." "How do you do that?" Pandora was about to mention how absurd that idea was, fighting a god for possession over an element. But Dirk was serious, so she could only ask for specifics. When the dark dragon emerged. "You heard him talk about Eldritch being near my soul. He also said something about source mana. Well, the dark dragon is helping me fight Eldritch. In the mana dimension, I trespass into the domain of that ugly god and take it, making it my own. The deeper I go, the more dark mana I have control over." "Oh. I see. That's actually amazing. So that's what the dragon meant. Dirk, do you know what source mana is?" She suddenly asked with gleaming eyes. Dirk obviously shook his head. "Source mana is the source of all mana. People wonder, where does the endless mana in the atmosphere come from? No matter how many years pass or how much mana is consumed by the world's mages, it doesn't run out. The reason is due to source mana. Basically, source mana endlessly generates standard mana. This means that standard mana is unlimited. But source mana is not unlimited. There is a finite amount, and it is the most precious substance in the world. At the same time though, source mana cannot be consumed, and it is never destroyed. Anyway, the dark dragon wants you to take the source mana of Eldritch Primordial. In that way, you are fighting for control over the element itself. It's the only way for you to control the dark element since the god of the dark element doesn't wish for you to use it. While I'm not sure why the dark dragon wants you to gain such power, I don't believe it matters. You need to work on this." Pandora went deep into thought, and Dirk was a bit baffled. He didn't realize he was fighting for possession over such an important resource. Yet, now he knew the reason why he could endlessly regenerate his pool of dark mana. When it came to his other elements, he had to intake mana from the atmosphere with his mana lungs and regenerate his pool. But he couldn't do that with the dark element. Instead, it was the source mana he owned that generated it for him. As dots connected in his head, Pandora got excited. Suddenly, she dove at Dirk, tackling him on the bed. Click! As she got comfortable on his chest, she suddenly felt something hard press itself against her body. She snickered at his frowning face. Not the hard object I was expecting. Get off. Not unless you don't want my help. What if I said I could fight with you to take that squid's domain? Miss Record, you there? After Dirk went silent, she flicked her finger. The next moment, the golden book, the record of life, appeared beside them on the bed. "I am here." The record spoke. "Riddle me this." Upon his departure, the dark dragon said that he would call down Sovereign Divine, the god of the light element. Dirk is also fighting Eldritch Primordial, the god of the dark element. The dark dragon said I would need to prepare. Both of you want the same things from us, though in the end, I'm not sure what that is. Are you catching my drift? You will be doing as Dirkstrider is. You will fight for the source mana of light, encroaching upon Sovereign Divine's power and making it your own. So I'm right. In that case, I have the perfect plan. Pandora's body shifted, getting more comfortable on top of Dirk. We can fight together against the gods. We have a unique bond between our pure souls, created by the serums we once consumed. In that case, when we enter the mana dimension as you call it, we can see each other. That means we can fight together. It'll be perfect. I can use my light element against Eldritch Primordial, and you can use your dark element against Sovereign Divine. It's the perfect way to grow stronger with the greatest speed. Maybe. Of course, we need to be in close proximity to do so, increasing the strength of our bond to its utmost. Not only does it feel good, but it provides benefits, so I suggest you get used to me sticking around. And the next time I get poked in the gut with a hard object, I hope it's not your gun. At least then I'll know you're happy to see me. She smiled as Dirk no longer jabbed his pistol into her side. After he grunted in annoyance, he pushed her off him. I'm fine with your plan, but I'm still tired. Once I recover, I'll attack Eldritch again. At that time I'll let you know. Very well. With their plans made, Dirk only had to wait to recover. It took longer than normal, but by the next day, he was ready to go. At that time, Pandora got comfortable with him on the bed. Dirk could only bear it before concentrating. Without much suspense, he cast his awareness to his soul, entering the mana dimension. He stood within his domain. At first, it was only himself that he saw. But after another few moments, Dirk saw a figure flicker into existence. It was a dark figure, another soul. The soul was gray, as if composed of fine ash and charcoal. It contrasted greatly with Dirk's golden soul. Gray soul of chaos. Dirk remembered the words spoken by the dark dragon and the record. Dirk had a golden soul of order, and Pandora had a gray soul of chaos. It looks like this was its true form. Whoa! Hey, you're so shiny. After Pandora had fully entered the mana dimension, she looked around. She saw Dirk and the dark dragon that guarded him. She approached. When she did, her soul made the light element around her flow like a river. Dirk could see it clearly, as if seeing it through her. This was their soul connection at work. Let's get started. Dirk didn't think too much before looking down. There floated Eldritch Primordial, as always. Pandora also saw him. Another pure soul. And one of chaos, yet wielding the light element. I should extend the same offer to you, to become my vessel of ultimate power. Eldritch's voice pierced into both their souls, grating against their minds. Pandora didn't frown though, only tilting her head at the squid below her. Become your vessel? No, that doesn't sound appealing. I know, why don't you become my vessel? You dare insult me with such an offer? Insult you? No, me offering this to you is a compliment. You know, I don't allow just anyone to become my underling. Even you barely qualify to become one of my tools. Insolent. With rage, Eldritch launched a series of attacks, all of them being blocked by the dark dragon. Dirk and Pandora descended. Dirk began fighting for the domain, but Pandora seemed to be thinking about something. Insolent? No, I'm not unaware of your power. You really do only qualify to be a tool. Silence, wench. I am chaos incarnate. To even fathom the thought of using chaos as a tool shows your naivety. You are a disgrace to your pure soul of chaos. Excuse me? Pandora suddenly snapped, gritting her teeth. Shut your hole, you stupid squid. How stupid and ignorant do you have to be to not realize that chaos is something to manipulate? You think being a mindless savage gets you anywhere? You're nothing but a slave to your power. And that's why you're going to be stripped of everything. You don't deserve to be the god of chaos. No, you deserve to have your power taken and dominated. chaos will be subdued. And, the perfect man for that job is right here. Pandora raised her head, looking at Dirk who was fighting for the domain. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. So the dragons want us to dominate our opposites. But why? It's so much more difficult. I could control the dark element much easier than the light. But I don't have the attribute. Why does it have to be us? Miss Record, you're not telling me something, but I don't think it's out of malice. I think it's a trivial detail that won't affect the outcome. You're just hesitant. You're waiting. When Sovereign Divine comes down and we begin to take over the elements, I think you'll make your decision then. You'll place your bets when it's safe. My, so many secrets. Pandora! Dirk suddenly shouted, making Pandora snap out of her reverie. Oh! That's right, we're fighting a god. I should help. Please do. Dirk shouted as Pandora descended. And with her arrival, the light element lashed out in waves. It purified the darkness, pushing it away. Yet, when it touched Dirk's dark element, it merely washed over it. Something about Dirk's power, something about his soul, made the light element unwilling to stop his power. It liked him, though it was unfortunate that he didn't have the attribute. Nonetheless, the light element seemed to cooperate with Dirk, not just because Pandora was working with him, but because it liked his power. On the contrary, Pandora seemed a bit strained trying to control her element. Always such a drag. Hey, did you also have trouble controlling the dark element? Yes, actually. Dirk affirmed Pandora's thoughts. Both of them had ideas as to why now. Their souls were the opposites of their elements. How could controlling them be easy? Dirk had to dominate the otherwise chaotic darkness, while Pandora had to bend the orderly light element to her chaotic will. Neither wished to bow to incompatible hosts, but because they had pure souls, they could make do with sheer power. The two battled for a few hours. It was only a bit longer than before, but they had made much more progress. 200 meters. 30 more meters had been gained. For only a single battle, this was a fantastic harvest. After getting this far, the two retreated. They both returned to the real world, their breaths a bit labored. It truly took immense energy to battle like that. Pandora had to adapt to pure elemental manipulation, though it only took her a mere few minutes to figure it out. They looked at each other, Pandora resting atop Dirk's body. He frowned at how nice it felt, pushing her off of him. My reserves grow with every battle. I'm close to liquefying my dark mana heart. Maybe a couple more battles will bring you to tier 4 then. That's fine. Pandora nodded. At that point though, she rubbed her chin. You're also a body refiner. Your rank? Just became rank 4. Ouch. And your technique? Dirk took out his anima resonance destruction technique. With a glance, her eyes widened before nodding. This is perfect for you, and truly a fantastic technique. I've seen this before in our ancient records. The foundation of all anima techniques. Nobody knows who created it. Anyway, you're currently destroying your muscles, huh? Alright, I'll be sure to grab some anima treasures for you tomorrow. How far along are you? What do your cycles look like? I've divided my muscles into 13 groups, and each group takes about 2 weeks to fully destroy and refine. I've barely destroyed a single muscle group. 26 weeks? That's quite a while. We should be able to speed that up. Pandora nodded with certainty in her words. Dirk titled his head. How? High-density anima. When you use higher than normal densities, the body will heal with higher concentrations of anima, leading to better refinement efficiencies during each destruction cycle. How well are you able to use the advanced resonance technique? What's that? Pandora suddenly looked at him as if he were stupid. I really don't know what that is. It's the technique in your book. What, have you not read any of the runes in there? It's like the first runic section. I haven't. Ugh. It's like you're trying to sabotage your own growth. Pandora opened the book with a huff, pointing to the third runic page. This is the ability. It's the full version of your standard resonance technique, and it's meant to handle higher density anima. Without it, you'll have issues controlling the higher densities, leading to the anima scattering. But if you master it, it'll turn into an anima resonance skill. Now, along with battling Eldritch, your job is to read these runes. Alright. No. It's not alright. You should be so much more powerful than you are, and you don't even realize how slow you've been crawling. I get that body refining takes time and adaptation, but your tier is even lower than your rank. I know you said that it isn't your fault that you aren't more powerful, but seriously, what the hell happened that you're walking around with the strength of a child? Dirk went a bit silent. Along with his fatigue, his mood quickly turned downcast. Pandora quickly saw this change, along with the bubbling rage that seeped out a little from within him. She was a bit shocked. She always knew him as calm and rational, so this pure rage was new. I was taken by a man named Azura. Chapter 113, Guns. Dirk spilled everything that happened to him while at Azura's mountain. His 2.5 years of hell, along with the horrible curse that sealed his eyes. Pandora was quite surprised. She couldn't help but reaffirm in her mind how unlucky Dirk was. To think he got kidnapped and trained to be a killer in 2 different lives. While it ended much better this time around, it was clear that he was deeply affected by Azura's torture. She didn't say much in comfort. There was nothing really to be said. At the same time though, she had her own complex thoughts. At some point, Pandora just left Dirk to recover, going about her own business. The next day, she revisited him, and the 2 battled Eldritch again. This time, they gained 20 meters, making Dirk's domain 220 meters deep. The day after, they came back and fought once more. But this time, they gained a mere 10 meters before Dirk stopped. Upon getting to 230 meters deep, Dirk felt changes in his dark mana heart. It had fully liquefied. When that happened, his entire soul shuddered. The mana hearts that filled the cavities in his soul suddenly expanded, and Dirk's mana hearts were voraciously consumed. When Dirk left the mana dimension, Pandora quickly followed. She saw as all the mana in the room was violently sucked away, filling his soul to the brim. This time, there was no such thing as running out of ambient mana. The cavities in his soul were easily filled all the way up. Enchant the rune. Pandora spoke at that moment. Dirk nodded, and while the mana hearts were being consumed, he formed a rune in his hands. It was the one in his book, and he had long since learned it. Like that, he enchanted each his mana hearts, combining them with the new rune and letting them sink into his soul. The mana hearts finally disappeared, and the surroundings became still. Dirk felt heavenly when his soul was able to consume all the mana it wanted. After a while, the mana hearts reappeared, beating with a grandeur that made Dirk's blood surge with elemental power. Pandora had to climb off of him as his skin began to burn with fire, even incinerating the bed under him. His body was that potent with mana at the moment. At some point though it came under control, and Dirk sat up. He was now a tier 4 mage. You should now have the mana pool equivalent of a low tier 5. Dirk looked at Pandora with a bit of surprise. Was his mana pool really that big? She smiled at him. Your soul not only opens up the perfect advancement path for you, but gives you much larger energy reserves. The soul has infinite power, but mental energy is still connected to it in some way. So a better soul means you can manipulate more mana. Your mana pool could be said to be a reflection of this. So while you might not have the sheer power of a tier 5, you do have the reserves of one. Alright. Anyway, advancing from now on will be quite a bit more difficult. The next step to increase your tier is to fuse your mana hearts into a singular and true mana heart. You'll be responsible for comprehending all the runes in your book because now they're indispensable to you. On the plus side, you can focus more on your body refining now. Okay. But how long will I be holed up here? You can't expect to just lock me in here to train day after day. Dirk sighed a bit. He hadn't left this room in over 2 weeks now. According to Pandora's words, the world was currently in utter chaos. Major dungeons across the empires had unleashed hordes of monsters, toppling cities and requiring the response of entire armies. The hostility between the Horizon Empire and the Dark Kingdom had long been dropped, each empire needing to protect their own lands. But here Dirk was, being sheltered amidst all this anarchy. While he enjoyed increasing his tier so fast, he was tired of just condensing mana like a machine. Sure, he could throw in sessions of runic comprehension, and his mana sight was being refined more and more, but he was still bored. I was actually planning on letting you out today. Not entirely because you don't need to train anymore. You're still a weakling. But because I talked to your mother, specifically about Azura and his fallen Azura assassin organization. Turns out, they're in my empire. Pandora spoke with a hint of anger. These assassins were trouble. She knew that there had been an organization in the shadows of her empire for a long time. She had even been able to collect immense amounts of intelligence on them. After all, she had once run such an organization herself, and on a scale the likes of this one couldn't fathom. It was only now that she connected them with this Azura Dirk spoke of. Your mother is willing to help weed out this scourge. And she wants to do it with you. So I had a few ideas. I've been silently collecting intelligence on them for a long while, and I have enough to take them out entirely. Now, I have you who can help me with this. I don't think there's anybody better to hunt down an organization than you. How about it, Mr. Supersoldier? Pandora smiled sweetly, though Dirk frowned at her words. Eventually, he just shook his head. Fine. Great. Come with me. Saying that, Pandora pulled Dirk along out of the room. They left the pagoda he had been in for 2 weeks, entering the streets of the Undercity. Before long, they had crossed into the upper city. Pandora led Dirk to Cecilia's room in the spire. She was there, and Pandora pulled her along as well. Like that, the three exited the spire before making their way to an inconspicuous building in the outer city. It was a blacksmith shop, and Pandora subtly greeted the forge master there before entering the basement. Trains aren't all I've been developing in my time. Modern technology is too useful, so I used my influence to pull forge masters to my side and have them secretly develop various pieces of tech. While nobody is skilled enough to make anything like computer chips, certain other tools are easy. And with a bit of chemistry, I was able to make functioning prototypes. Entering a dark room, Pandora suddenly activated a light. When the room was lit, Dirk was stunned. Guns. They lined the walls, racks of them filling the room with the smell of steel. Dirk was baffled as he saw everything from rifles to pistols to rocket launchers. Every kind of weapon was here. Dirk felt something in him itch, his fingers twitching. He didn't like being a super soldier, but damn if he didn't love shooting guns. He had been ecstatic when he got his stigma, but that pistol could only fire magic. It wasn't a true gunpowder weapon. What is all this? Cecilia walked into the room, feeling the cold metal of the guns. Many looked like Dirk's stigma, but she didn't know what they did. Pandora smiled at her before glancing at Dirk. She could practically taste his uncontrollable desire to pick these weapons up. There's a range and plenty of ammunition. Go on. Dirk nodded as he attempted to force down a wide smile. Stepping forward, he grabbed a rifle, stowing it before bringing it to a table with buckets of ammunition. Cecilia watched as he suddenly began to strip the weapon. With his fingers, he reflexively disassembled the rifle in mere seconds before putting it all back together just as quick. You remembered these blueprints? Most of it. The rest was easy to fill in. Don't worry, it works exactly as you know. Pandora reassured him. With that, Dirk pulled out some magazines before loading bullets into them. In a minute, he stepped up to the range that was in the same room. With skilled motions, Dirk loaded a magazine and chambered a round. There were targets at various distances. Cecilia just stood back and watched. She realized that this was technology from Dirk's world, so she was curious about how it worked. Bang! And she was shocked. After Dirk raised his barrel and pulled the trigger, she could see it. a small projectile that flew out of his gun with an ear-ringing explosion. She was able to follow it with her sharp senses as it spiraled through the air and through the paper target 30 meters away. But it wasn't a bullseye. Dirk frowned deeply while Pandora laughed. "Haha. I think that's the first time you've ever missed. You really are rusty. Won't happen again." Dirk grumbled before pointing the rifle again. Of course his first shot wasn't on target. Not only had he not fired a gun in 16 years, but he didn't have his eyes. He had to see everything through his manovision. It wasn't perfect. But he didn't worry too much. That one shot told him everything he needed to know. With a flick of the thumb, the gun was set to automatic. Bang 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 bang. Cecilia's eyes widened as bullets rapidly flew out in succession. Shifting from target to target, Dirk sent 5 bullets through each bullseye before moving on to the next. When his magazine was empty, it dropped before he loaded a new one with scary skill. After 10 magazines and 300 rounds, Dirk had put dozens of rounds through every bullseye at every distance, the furthest target being 150 meters away. Pandora grinned when she saw the bullseye of each target. In each one, there was a small smiley face formed from bullet holes. It was inhuman accuracy. Of course, this was what Dirk was known for, along with his absurd combat sense. Even Cecilia was shocked by his accuracy. She quickly grasped the function of the gun, seeing through its use. Such a weapon could give even ordinary people lethal power. But she knew it was also difficult to handle. It might not be as difficult as aiming a bow, but it wasn't much easier. To achieve basically perfect accuracy with such a weapon proved Dirk's skill. Dirk was silent as the 2 women gazed at him. He looked at the rifle in his hands, feeling something within him resurface. Those blood-boiling memories of the battlefield. Clearing buildings, sending bullets through skulls with unfeeling accuracy. Killing targets from miles away with a sniper, watching those familiar puffs of pink mist. His gun was at the forefront of it all. Before he would have pushed down these memories. He didn't ever want to remember his days as a super soldier. But now, he smiled at them. He didn't ever want to be controlled or manipulated like that again. But that didn't mean he should forsake who he once was. He was a super soldier. He was a ruthless killer with the best senses and skill out of every monster to be created by Earth. He was feared by all who heard his name. His deployment meant that someone had signed their life away. His situation then had been bleak. But damn if his skill and renown weren't glorious. Why should he run away from his true self? He had a chance to take his instincts and turn them into something far greater. He was no longer limited, magic unlocking every shackle he didn't know he had. Up until now, he had barely used his full potential. He had pushed down all the memories from back then, rejecting the person he had fought so hard to become. But now, it was like it all came flooding out. Truly, guns were magical tools. Pandora almost couldn't stop a laugh from escaping her mouth. She knew something within Dirk just clicked. With her wide smile, she turned to Cecilia. "Miss Cecilia, how about we show you just what a super soldier from another world is capable of? Lock the place down. Nobody is allowed to leave. Nobody enter that door." There was a particular building in the outer city beyond the floating city that was currently being surrounded. Guards swarmed the area, locking down the building and ensuring nobody interfered with their work. There were a great many curious spectators that hung around, wondering what was going on. Pandora led the way through the crowd, Dirk and Cecilia behind her. When a guard saw the princess, he saluted and shouted, "Make way for Princess Pandora! Make way!" The guards rushed to create a divide, though this proved to be unnecessary. Once everyone heard a princess had arrived, they parted automatically, their eyes full of reverence. Pandora strolled through with a smile, approaching the front of the building. Dirk walked behind, though he earned several curious gazes. He was in his armor with a rifle slung in front of him. There was a vest on his chest as well, holding 6 magazines and a pistol. Nobody in this world knew what a gun was, so they could only inspect his outfit with weird gazes. Princess Pandora. At ease, Captain. After approaching, Pandora scanned the two-story building while waving to the captain. He quickly gave a report. There are currently 14 enemies within the building, and they have hostages. We weren't able to make any moves without guaranteeing the lives of the innocents. I understand. We'll handle it from here. Understood. The captain could only nod as he backed away. He didn't know what the princess had that could end this standoff safely, but he wasn't in a position to question. Dirk walked to Pandora's side at that moment, his grip adjusting on his rifle. You hear that? 14 enemies across 2 floors. And hostages. That's no problem for you. Let's see. Pandora rubbed her chin, thinking for a moment. I'll give you 10 seconds to clear that building. It'll be done in 8. With a smirk, Dirk walked up to the closed door of the building. Cecilia walked over to Pandora at the same time. 8 seconds? How can he kill all the enemies in that short amount of time? Actually, 8 seconds is a lot for him. I've seen him clear entire dozens of hostiles in a mere 3 seconds. But he doesn't have what he did on Earth. Just watch. These are good shows. Pandora smiled brightly. At the same time, Dirk loaded his weapon, chambering around before walking to the side. He touched one of the walls a few meters from the door. What's he doing? It's never smart to just walk through the door. So the easiest way to get around that, bang, is to make your own. Pandora finished as Dirk blew down a portion of the wall. At that moment, the timer started. Dirk entered in with a large stride, following the flying debris. He sent out a mana pulse at the same time. In his mana vision, he could see 18 people. 14 were hostiles, and 4 were being held hostage. The hostages were panicked as knives were pressed against their throats. Upon hearing the explosion, the enemies all turned to it. Before they could even face their enemy though, more explosions rang out. Bang! Dirk's gun fired 8 times in the span of a mere second, his barrel sweeping across the room as his finger held down the trigger. From outside, Cecilia could see everything happening. For a moment, her heart clenched when she saw Dirk fire right at the heads of the hostages. She thought for a moment that Dirk didn't care about hostages. But then she watched as each bullet sailed right past their heads, entering the enemies behind them. She was a bit shocked when the next second ticked and all 8 enemies dropped to the floor. 6 more. Dirk mumbled. Then, he looked at the staircase that led to the 2nd floor. He didn't rush up it though. Instead, he looked upward, shooting his hand out. Bang! There was another explosion with splintering wood. With a jump, Dirk shot through the new hole in the ceiling, his legs spreading out to catch himself. He didn't even have to send out a mana pulse this time. He already knew where his enemies were. And he was right behind them. As they all faced the staircase, the normal mode of entry, he aimed from behind. They couldn't even turn their heads before his finger twitched. Bang 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 bang. 6 shots, and 6 thuds. The 2 hostages were frozen as the men holding them collapsed to the floor. Turning around, they saw Dirk looking at them through the iron sights of his gun. Clear. With that word, a long breath was released. 2 seconds to sweep the 1st floor, 2 seconds to breach the ceiling, and 2 more seconds to sweep the 2nd floor. He finished 2 seconds faster than expected. From outside, Pandora smiled and turned to the guard captain. It's done. Send some men to clean up, and prepare the next raid. We're digging these guys up today. Understood. The guards saluted before some rushed in. As Cecilia watched them run in, her thoughts were both complex and impressed. From breaching the wall to breaching the ceiling, Dirk handled the raid with skill and ingenuity. 6 seconds was all it took to sweep an entire building full of Azuras. There wasn't even a battle. More than that though, she was shocked by the power of the gun. She could sense the power levels of the enemies inside. The weakest were either tier or rank 3, while the boss was a low rank 5. While he didn't specialize in defense, that was still a rank 5. A single bullet was all it took to kill him. If those weapons were mass-produced, she couldn't fathom how powerful even an army of normal men would be. At that moment though, the two women were startled. Bang bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, causing the guards to freeze. A few seconds later, Dirk finally exited the building, a frown on his face. What was that about? Pandora questioned him curiously. The boss, the strongest one. The bullet didn't pierce his head. I had to shoot another 2 before his skull gave out and he finally died. Really? But those rounds are armor-piercing for that reason. I guess I underestimated how tough rank 5s are. Dirk was silent. He was the most shocked. He knew the rounds were armor-piercing, and he knew it was for good reason. Body refiners were tough. Dirk knew that when he finished his muscle destruction, a standard rifle round wouldn't be able to pierce his flesh. When he did bone destruction, he would be even more invulnerable to guns. In this world, guns were basically limited to killing high-rank 4s with relative ease. Even then, a bullet wound could be tanked by rank 4s many times easier. It took a headshot. So Dirk had thought that these armor-piercing rounds would be enough to pierce every skull, at least until rank 6. But he was wrong. The boss skull could actually survive a shot with that round. It was atrocious, reminding Dirk once again that this was really a different world. Cecilia could see her son's conflict. But inwardly, she was shaking her head. This gun was a weapon that didn't use magic in the slightest. Nothing but technology. And yet, it could actually do so much damage. The mere existence of this weapon turned all magical logic on its head. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. And he was disappointed. Suddenly, Pandora turned to Cecilia. She could guess her thoughts, which is why she uttered a dangerous statement. Hey, Miss Cecilia, what do you think would happen if I were to produce a few 100,000 of these guns? Chapter 114, Storm. When Cecilia heard Pandora, she suddenly felt a shiver go down her spine. A few 100,000 guns? That was more than enough to equip an army. She truly couldn't imagine the devastation they could cause with that kind of armament. They would be unstoppable unless the opposing army utilized rank 5s and SIXS. Suddenly, she was getting a glimpse at how dangerous Pandora was. She had the knowledge of their former world, a world filled with weapons and tools just like this gun. If she brought that here and equipped her empire with it, how powerful would they become? She already proved it was possible. It was just a matter of acting on it, something she could also do with her influence. Extremely dangerous. Cecilia narrowed her eyes, her evaluation of Pandora changing by the second. Then, she looked at Dirk. Surprisingly, he didn't react to her statement at all, as if it wasn't worth mentioning. Dirk returned his mother's gaze and shrugged. On our world, there were more guns than people. They were everywhere, equipped by every army. In fact, the weapons those nations utilized were far more powerful than this gun, many capable of wiping out thousands instantaneously. This thing is a child's toy compared to what I used. A child's toy. Cecilia couldn't help a wry chuckle from escaping her mouth. That gun was a child's toy. More guns than people? Wiping out thousands in an instant? Cecilia only knew of the highest level magics that could compare with such feats of strength. But it was true. Dirk usually used railguns on his raids. He could call in airstrikes if necessary. He himself was the product of billions in investment. Earth was on another level compared to this place. And everything was mass-producible. Of course, it would take at least decades to bring that level of industry to this world, so Pandora couldn't do it immediately. But she could do so on smaller scales. Wasn't she already laying down railways? She even had these prototype guns. She had an entire arsenal sitting in a basement. That meant they could be made, and none of it was difficult to produce. It didn't take powerful magical ores, only some steel forging and chemistry. Dirk didn't doubt that given enough time, she could produce millions of guns. Granted, such an arsenal would be enough to instantly shift the world's power balance, but that was beside the point. Seeing Cecilia's concern, Pandora just chuckled. Let's not worry about that for now. Come, we have many more hideouts to raid. I want these Azuras out of my city by nightfall. And I've got them all lined up on a chopping block. With a sinister smile, Pandora led the two away. Like that, Dirk relished in the familiar bloodshed, recalling his memories in a more pleasant light than usual. For the rest of that day, Pandora led Dirk and his mother around the city. They bounced from building to building, raiding them just like the first. Of course, all of the raids fell on Dirk's hands. But he was more than fine with this. Each time he swept through floors, sailing bullets through skulls, often right by the heads of hostages. It was exhilarating. Upon coming to this world, half of Dirk's combat power came in a form that he wasn't used to using. He actually had to learn magic, and he often relied on his body anyway. If it weren't for body refining, he would have a much harder time fighting the people of this world despite his magical talent. But this is exactly what he was good at. It was like he was scratching an itch that he didn't know was there. His body seemed to remember everything from his past life despite never having done any of this. It was so ingrained into his soul that it came naturally. It was why after firing a single shot, Dirk never missed again. In fact, he was actually advantaged without his eyes. His mana sense was effectively 360-degree vision, so he could cue his actions further ahead of time by capturing everything around him at once. And his mana pulses allowed him to get reliable glimpses at enemy positions before entering buildings. These things compensated for his lack of technology and gadgets. Compared to before, Dirk's ruthless skill was finally showing to its fullest. Something within him really did click. Everything that he used to be on Earth came rushing back to him. He had rejected the person he used to be before. He never wanted to return to the time when he was used like a dog before being disposed of. So he pushed all that away. But he was seeing it differently now. He was accepting the person he used to be. He was naive back then, but he was better now. All his flaws back then were mental, and being a super soldier wasn't synonymous with being a dog. Now, he could accept that person, because he knew that he wouldn't allow himself to repeat those mistakes. He accepted the super soldier within him in all its glory. It was odd though, how shooting a gun could break down one of his barriers. Truly, they were magical tools. By the time the sun set, Dirk had finished the last building. He walked out as guards rushed in, locking gazes with Pandora. His mana vision was even sharper than it was a day ago, and now, he truly could see things with black and white vision. He could even see into the distance, able to take in the image of the floating city and all its magnificence. While he missed the colors of the world, this was better than nothing. I think today was a good day. Pandora smiled as she looked at Dirk. When he went to raid buildings, he flipped a switch, and she had flashbacks to the super soldier she knew and loved. Well, not loved, but hated. But that was different now. Pandora sensed Dirk's changes, but more than that, she sensed how he really had changed from back then. The super soldier in him only knew how to kill with apathy. Now, this new man knew how to smile and have fun. She could sense his glee. And over time, she was understanding the drastic changes to his psyche. It wasn't that he became more normal, just more open to others. She only knew a single person he could do that with before, and that was Gray, his sergeant. To all others, he was cold and callous, capable of unflinchingly killing them at any time no matter who they were. Truly, there wasn't anybody he had even the thought of caring for back then. And that was so different now. She almost couldn't recognize him. Then again, she couldn't even recognize herself. He wasn't the only one who had changed. Cecilia ruffled Dirk's hair when he approached. In fact, those raids hadn't all gone super smoothly. There were a few times when Dirk encountered an enemy he couldn't immediately shoot to death. One of them was a rank 7, and Cecilia had to step in and kill them. And she did so with ease, shocking even Pandora. A rank 7 enemy was someone who could devastate an entire city. That person was probably the one who was running all the operations within the capital, or at least right near the top. but Cecilia had shown a glimpse of who she was after she managed to kill them without so much as a sound. The only thing Dirk had felt was an abyssal surge of darkness before it faded back to normal, revealing a severed head and his mother who carried it by the hair. Well, if it were against anybody other than the most powerful in this world, Dirk was sure his mother would never lose. And Cecilia was more than happy to go through the trouble. These were the Azuras she so hated. The less there were, the happier she was. Of course, the ones they killed were also only in the capital city. There was no doubt that these Azuras were strewn throughout the Dark Kingdom. But at the very least, they suffered a significant blow in this single day. Pandora's intelligence-gathering skills were fantastic. With that, they returned to the floating city. Before separating, Pandora turned to Dirk. "I've got many things to take care of, but we won't be staying here forever. The world really has been thrown into chaos with the dungeon outbreaks. Over the last 2 weeks, 3 of our cities have been obliterated, and at least 2 million have died. This is just in our empire. Anyway, my trains are running constantly, and we're constantly laying down more railroads. Now more than ever we need to implement this technology, and although I plan to wait, those guns will eventually equip our armies. Anyway, I'm giving myself another 2 weeks. After that, we're leaving. Our destination will be the Dwarven Haven, so prepare yourself for a long trip. Until then, sharpen your magic, read some runes, and do some forging. I already know we've got a long road ahead of us." Pandora was a bit solemn as she gazed at him. After he nodded, they finally separated. Dirk returned to his room after talking with his mother a bit. Come night, he did his destruction cycle for the day. He began doing them before bed so as to minimize the time he was weak. Doing it before sleeping worked well, even boosted recovery a bit. Before Dirk could go to sleep though, his door suddenly opened. He looked over, his pistol appearing in his hand by reflex. When Pandora appeared, she smirked at him. "You really like to wave that around. Do you ever feel safe?" "When I have my gun, yes." "Hm." She hummed before closing the door behind her, making her way over to his bed and getting comfortable next to him. Just as he was about to scoot away, she opened her mouth. "I talked to Miss Record. We have a mission." Dirk froze a bit, no longer scooting away. She spoke softly. "This war cataclysma. You could say it's a war over the elements, between the dragons and gods. Battling for the source man of the elements is the key to this war, and now, neither side will stop until the other is eradicated. On the plus side, we're now being roped into the center of this conflict." "How is that a plus?" Dirk looked at her stupidly, to which she rolled her eyes. "Because with chaos and conflict comes opportunity, you dork. War makes people rich and powerful. And as those in the center of it all, we're going to be the richest and most powerful. So long as we don't die first. Anyway, I've received our first mission. Miss Record says that there are 6 items that are crucial to the outcome of this war. They're called the sources, and you could say that they are the keys to the elements. If you control the source, you effectively control the entire element. Naturally, something like that would make you a god, so it's beyond us right now. But what isn't beyond us are things called key artifacts. These are apparently the keys to the sources, necessary to wield their power. We need to find each of the keys and take them. Unfortunately, this just got extremely difficult due to the fact that all the dungeons have exploded with monsters. And, the keys are located near the ancient lairs. At the very least, we'll need to travel to all corners of the world just to get our chances at finding them." "Travel?" Dirk asked with a raised brow. "Where are these ancient lairs?" "Each of the major empires holds control over them. We have the ancient lair of darkness, Horizon has the ancient lair of fire, Dwarven Haven has the lair of earth, Unity has the lair of water, World Tree has the lair of air. As for the lair of light, nobody knows. It's speculated that the fairies control it. Not that I know who the fairies are, but okay. Well, we're already on top of the first lair. Where's the key?" "I don't know." "Miss Record?" Pandora suddenly took out her book of life. I'm here. Where's the key artifact of darkness? There's no key artifact of darkness. Why not? Because unlike the four main elemental sources, the source of dark and light remain in the control of the gods. A key has never been created for that which was never in our control. Interesting. Pandora nodded with a thoughtful face. Turns out that the dragons created the key artifacts, and they had control over the four main elemental sources at some point. By the same point, the record suddenly spoke again. A key must be created for the sources of dark and light in order to wield them. Primordial darkness has created his own artifact, but it is incomplete. I have also created one. And where are these incomplete artifacts? The book of life in your hands is mine. The record spoke as a matter of factly, surprising Pandora a bit. As for primordial darkness artifact, I am not sure. You will need to gain his approval in order to wield such a thing. Unlike my artifact, that built of chaos cannot be wielded by the weak, nor can the other four elements. You do not meet the necessary standard, Dirkstrider. But then how are we supposed to take the other key artifacts if we can't wield them? Pandora questioned. If these artifacts were too powerful to wield, then what was the point in grabbing them now? The key artifacts of the four main elements are indeed too powerful for you to fully wield, which is why there are seals built into them. You will understand when you attain the first one. Then I guess we can only trust you. Pandora let out a light breath, moving her body to lay down comfortably in Dirk's bed. She thought for a few seconds, rapidly formulating plans in her mind. Our schedule is unchanged then. We're going to move straight to the Dwarven Haven. Why there? Why not Horizon? 2 reasons. Pandora put up 2 fingers, poking Dirk's chest with them. First, I have business in the Haven. The dwarves want a supply line between us. It was the original purpose of the war that never happened, and now that we've negotiated with Horizon, we are green to begin building. Once I get there, of course. Second, there's no way we're getting near the ancient lair of fire. This is especially so since Horizon still doesn't trust us, me especially. I'm not taking all that time just to walk into a fiery wasteland and get kicked out by the Emperor. We need more power first. So, that leaves the Haven as our first stop. Pandora explained simply. To this, Dirk could only nod. It wasn't like he had his own direction, so he could only follow along. So, Pandora suddenly clapped, jumping off of Dirk's bed. 2 weeks until we leave. I'm settling logistics before then and making sure we have a way out of the city. You get to sit tight and get used to your magic until then. As for your mother, explain to her that she can't come with us on our expedition. Why not? Dirk asked hesitantly. He trusted his mother more than anyone at this point, and her power was a great reassurance. Pandora chuckled a bit. Are you really that much of a mommy's boy? Your mother is powerful, but she can't be there to solve all of your problems. Besides, I know she'll be needed in Horizon. That place is in definite chaos. Plus, your mother wants to hunt Azura. She can't do that when she's constantly looking out for you. Both of you need to let go of each other for a bit. I don't care how you need to say it, you need to tell her to go elsewhere. Dirk was silent for a bit, a small embarrassed frown on his face. At some point, he just sighed. Fine. Good. Plus, this is our war to fight, Dirk. These key artifacts will be ours. Miss Record might still be hesitant to place all her bets, but as soon as she gave me the information she did, she no longer held control over the outcome of this war. She signed over everything to us. We're not just little pawns in this grand scheme. As far as I'm concerned, our future is going to dictate the rise or fall of the dragons and gods. I refuse to allow anything otherwise. Dirk looked over, seeing Pandora's wide, red eyes. They glimmered with the madness deep within her, the madness that sought an odd type of control. Unlike Dirk, who controlled through patterns and force, she controlled through chaos. Through the chaos of war and uncertainty, she led others like a puppet master. Dirk knew what she was willing to do to get what she wanted. This woman had no inhibitions, and the fact that she could now guide her madness made her all the more terrifying. Unconsciously, Dirk found himself straightening up. His muscles entered a state of being taut yet relaxed. His mind sharpened as he made himself resolute. Dirk didn't know exactly why he was going to fight this war with her. He didn't have some lofty goal like saving the world. He still thought it impossible, unlike the endlessly ambitious Pandora. But he did know two things. 1. He wouldn't allow himself to be weak. Ever since he forged himself through Azura's hell, he abhorred the very idea of weakness. He would reject anything that made him weak, and he would do all he could to become stronger. He wasn't gaining strength for the sake of something or someone else, not for his mother or Ava. No, he was gaining strength to reject all notions of weakness. If he wasn't the absolute strongest he could be, then he would stop at nothing to reach the pinnacle of what he could become. Only then would he finally have the control he wanted. And if the pinnacle wasn't enough, he'd fight until he died. He could rest then. On the other hand, Dirk was uneasy when he thought about Pandora running around the world doing whatever she wanted. Perhaps for the sake of the world, he had to do the only ethical thing he could and keep an eye on her. Otherwise, this mad woman could very well bring about the end of this world that was already descending into an apocalypse. He was pretty sure only he could act as some sort of leash. With that, Dirk's mind was resolute. That night, one mad woman and one soldier made their vows to the world. It wasn't long before they would enter the storms of this war cataclysma. Chapter 115, Rook Class. I'm sorry. No, I understand. Cecilia sighed, wiping the frown off her face. Dirk had, with great effort, come to her and informed her that she wasn't welcome on the expedition. He explained using Pandora's words that this was their battle to fight since they were now what could only be described as envoys of the primordial dragons. Of course, Dirk beat around the bush a lot, not wishing to make his mother upset or sad. But Cecilia knew what was going on, and she easily saw through the situation. And while she really didn't want to leave Dirk's side, she knew she couldn't guard him forever. It wasn't feasible nor good for his growth. She knew Dirk had amazing talent, and she herself had gotten strong through a lifetime's worth of adventures, battles, and hardships. If Dirk were anyone else, even one of her other children, then Cecilia would be more callous. She'd say that they needed to leave the nest and discipline themselves with experience and adversity. She'd actively send them on their way to go and fight in dungeons, building their skill and power. And in fact, she had done that with her two daughters, Viola and Rita. It was why Dirk never saw much of them, even when he was still at the academy. Ethan was the only one who joined the military of his own volition, and since then, had been working there while Riker taught him all kinds of skills and tactics. But Dirk was a special case, even more so now that he revealed his secret to her. He was already disciplined, more than even his past life, and he had a hardened mind far beyond any warrior. Cecilia's other children, despite being older, couldn't compare to his experiences. In short, Dirk was already a ruthless killing machine with everything he needed to grow. He just had to build up to his vast potential. And he couldn't do that if Cecilia were hovering over him. While she wasn't fond of Pandora, she trusted in Dirk's judgment. He could handle himself. So she agreed to take a step back. Well, it won't be a completely bad decision either. I can focus on hunting Azura, though I'm sad I won't be able to do it with you. Not necessarily. Dirk smiled a bit. Just because I'm traveling doesn't mean I can't keep my eye out. I'll find anything I can, and I'll kill every Azura I come across. Maybe if they're there, I can clear out the dwarven haven of Azuras. That's very true. My, such a good child. I'm proud of you, sweetie. Cecilia couldn't help a wide smile, wrapping Dirk up in a big hug. Dirk just laughed. He was sure there was no other mother in the world who would praise their child for hunting people like pigs. Well, I don't have to leave immediately. You said Pandora gave you 2 more weeks? I'll help you with your spells and anima techniques until then. Your power has grown significantly in a short time, and your skills are lacking. Given 2 weeks, you should be able to heavily refine the magical tools at your disposal. Sure. I really could use your help too. Dirk readily agreed. He had never been able to truly refine his spells and techniques. There had always been a distraction or something to do. So while 2 weeks wasn't a long time, if he spent every waking hour training, then he could benefit immensely. Then it's settled. Come, we'll start right now. You had a training room, right? We'll use it. For the next 2 weeks, I'm going to squeeze out every bit of short-term potential you have. You'll surpass anybody at your tier, that much I'll guarantee. I dare say you'll be able to kill tier 5s. I look forward to it. Dirk had a wide smile as he nodded. After that, he and his mother made their way to the training room Dirk had occupied for a couple weeks prior. That's your void walking? Yes. Ouch. Cecilia's beautiful face cringed at Dirk's use of the dark movement spell. While she didn't blame him for his lack of skill, she truly had a hard time looking at such a butchery of spell usage. Then again, you did silent cast exceptionally quick. In terms of sheer power and magical prowess, you actually have a strong foundation. You just don't know how to channel that brutish power properly. You're also using a disgraceful knockoff of the actual spell. I'll teach you the actual spell. Actually, I already know the actual spell. You do? I've traced all the runes from the original magical text. Traced? Cecilia tilted her head, prompting an explanation. One of Spite's abilities. With my help, we can trace any runes we see and she can store them permanently in my mind. Before I was taken, I had traced many of the runes from the original Void Walking text, along with runes for Curse of Darkness and Theory of Stealth. I can go back and comprehend these runes anytime I want in my head. That's so not fair. After being stunned, Cecilia could only mumble those words. How amazing was it to just look at runes and forever remember their structure? And then you could go back and comprehend them anytime you wanted. That took away almost all the value from magical texts. It was an amazing ability that defied common sense. Cecilia sighed. Oh well. If you know the spell, then I'll start training you with it. You can easily match a tier 5 in sheer power, so you can begin training the spell. Even Rita could begin learning the spell at tier 4. Then again, she was almost tier 5. But that doesn't matter. She waved her hand. Then, she stood. Watch me. Saying that, Cecilia disappeared under Dirk's gaze. He could sense the dark mana around him fluctuate as her body shuttled through the void. Her movement was slow, and the mana fluctuations obvious, but that was so Dirk could learn. He watched as she flew about the room, going from one corner to another in seconds. Dirk just sat there, watching her movement through space. And Dirk was astonished. It was like he could see ripples in reality as she drifted by. At its core, void walking was a movement technique based in space. It warped the space around the body to move you across distances at insane speeds. The only thing that could match a dark mage in distance traversal was a light mage who utilized the unfathomable speed of light itself. No other element took things to the same extremes. But he was also confused. Void walking, in order to move a person's body, had to connect to 2 points in space, the mage's current position and their destination. At higher levels, they could move through obstacles, even teleporting vast distances. What Dirk couldn't understand was the instantaneous movement from one point to another. What happened in between? How did the person just vanish? To fill in those gaps in knowledge, he began to theorize. And Dirk's theories didn't involve spells. As Dirk had fought for control over source mana, he was now used to using dark mana directly, not with spell formations. He manipulated the element when using his stealth technique and mana pulses. Even his crude applications of void walking happened using silent casting, a form of elemental manipulation. Of course, since he wasn't proficient in the actual void walking spell, he would have to start with forming the runes. But he didn't imagine things using spells as the basis. He was always thinking in terms of direct manipulation. He felt the dark mana within him, communicating with the element directly and wondering how to control it like his mother. And he got plenty of chances to test things out. Cecilia was serious about training Dirk. She wanted to prepare him as much as possible, arming him with the best magical knowledge she could. As void walking was considered one of the most important spells to any dark mage, she intended to focus on it the most. After all, it was a life-saving technique that could get Dirk out of sticky situations and put him into advantageous ones. So they trained incessantly. Gradually, Dirk began to refine his spell. Only, as he practiced more and more, Cecilia noticed him deviating heavily from the intended effects of the spell. "Do it again." Cecilia spoke as she sat in a chair. Dirk stood in front of her. His head was throbbing from the constant spellcasting, but he disregarded the pain and did as she said. He faced empty space, and the spell formed in his mind. Cecilia watched as Dirk's dark mana extended through space, making contact with a point about 5 meters away from him. Then, something odd happened. His body actually distorted, appearing simultaneously at his original position and at the destination. There were 2 of him. Of course, this distortion was only momentary. In the next instant, Dirk appeared fully on the other side. In an attempt to bridge the unknown gap of teleportation, Dirk had resorted to creating something of a spatial channel. Like that, he would distort his position in space, making his position his destination by overlapping them. So for a moment, he would appear in both places at once. Cecilia naturally saw what he was doing, but because it was such an odd application of spatial movement, she wasn't sure what to say. Despite you making the spatial channel, it doesn't create an obvious weakness. While any dark mage near the Tier 6 realm could disturb your movement, because you also aren't exactly moving through space, it wouldn't backfire on you. But there isn't any shock factor. Indeed. Cecilia nodded at his conjecture. Void walking was supposed to be instant. In one moment, you were at point A. The next moment, you were at point B. On the other hand, Dirk's void walking placed him in both places at once. While it could happen just as fast as normal teleportation, it also made his destination incredibly obvious. For a small window, he would be seen in both places. Anybody with good mana senses could pick up on this, removing the element of surprise from his movement. Well, it's a start. Let's keep working on it. And start showing me your other techniques. I can't help you when it comes to fire or lightning, but I'm also an earth mage. I can show you things like Earth Guard along with some ground shifting spells. Granted, I'm only a Tier 6 earth mage in terms of power, but my skills and experience are there. I'll take anything you can give me. Dirk didn't hesitate to accept her help. He forgot, but she was indeed an earth mage. But because she was such an amazing body refiner and dark mage, her earth spells never saw much use, being overshadowed. Alright. Let's switch to controlling your aura. We've got 6 more hours in the day. You'll have no trouble sleeping by the end of it. Across 2 more weeks, Cecilia did what could only be described as standardizing Dirk's spells and techniques. Dirk had thrown together his techniques crudely so he could use them in his escape from Azura's mountain. The theory of stealth text didn't actually have any spell formations, only runic formations to comprehend. Thus, Dirk had to toss together his own techniques based on his shallow magical experience, creating his stealth technique. Of course, for a person at Dirk's level, it was shocking enough to put together any stealth technique at all. Cecilia had long been surprised by his inherent ability. Sure, he fell behind Pandora, but his sheer ability was no lesser. This was especially true when he practiced with his stigma, the pistol. Dirk had developed spells to use as elemental substitutes for bullets. Cecilia took a look at this too, giving him a great breadth of advice that sharpened the spells further. Metal bullets, fire bullets, even dark bullets imbued with curses. Dirk refined his unique spells and made them far more efficient and powerful than before. Now, they were a powerful weapon he could use at any time. Bullet spells, stealth, mana pulse, mana vision, earth guard, void walking, plus a myriad of other auxiliary spells. These were all the magical tools at Dirk's disposal. Over 2 weeks, Cecilia refined every one of them, and Dirk was exceptionally malleable to her corrections. They were all brought to a new level under her guidance. But only half the time spent training was devoted to magic. When Dirk drained his mental energy, they would always switch to anima training. Dirk's physical body didn't need any training. He had long reached the peak of physical strength, agility, and dexterity with his body. Anima was miraculous in that he didn't lose progress even after a long time of no training. So for a long time now, Dirk only needed to focus on 2 things. His destruction cycles were easy. It was just a tedious process of hurting and healing. On the other hand, his new aura ability wasn't so easily controlled. Dirk was currently a Knight class warrior, someone who could channel their anima out of their body and create aura. The most a Knight could do is eject their anima from their body, creating an uncontrolled explosion of anima that did nothing but destroy material. It was crude, but still powerful. Normally, it took a powerful and skilled rank 4 to actually create aura. Only rank 5s could even think of refining their aura. Dirk had already begun to refine his aura. Before leaving for the Dark Kingdom, his mother had trained him on the basics of becoming a Rook class. Now, he was once again compounding off that progress, going even further. Here. Cecilia tossed a knife into the air. Dirk caught it without much thought. Don't think of anima as much different from the elements. Anima can still be comprehended, and you can learn about the special attributes that it holds secret. This is how you can fill material with it and yet not destroy it. Many think anima is simpler than mana, but that couldn't be more false. Only meatheads think that, and there are too many meatheads who train anima. Control anima like you do mana, and concentrate it. Dirk gazed at the knife as his mother explained. The knife was nothing more than a cutting knife for bread. Cecilia had been challenging Dirk with infusing his anima into weapons. The challenge was to not destroy them in the process. This went against what anima was as a naturally destructive material. But Cecilia also had Dirk question the nature of anima. It wasn't purely destructive, otherwise everyone would be dead since anima existed in the atmosphere alongside mana. Instead, anima could be both destructive yet protective. It was like how mana could reinforce things through enchanting and yet destroy through spells. The process of body refining was adapting the body to dense anima, taking advantage of the reinforcement anima could provide. Dirk learned to tap into this. You don't want to destroy the knife. Cecilia mumbled as Dirk channeled his anima. His dark gold aura streamed into the handle. And her eyes lit up. Previously, Dirk could only use his aura explosively, releasing it into the knife with violent force. Now, it was slow and steady. She watched as the handle was subject to a phenomenon similar to corrosion or decay. This was anima's destructive power. When the aura reached the blade, the metal also began to see tiny specks of brown appear. It was rust. But Dirk kept going. He felt the anima and how it interacted with the material around them. Suddenly, he thought of something. If the atmospheric anima doesn't harm anything, then should I just use it like that? Dirk's mumblings reached Cecilia's ears. She froze for a moment before concentrating on the knife. It was then that the dark gold aura filled the knife. When it did, it suddenly froze. The blade stopped rusting, the handle stopped decaying. I don't want to resonate it. Anima resonation would destroy materials. Dirk didn't want that. So he brought the anima to a standstill, wrapping the blade in his aura. A thin film of dark gold coated the silver bread cutter. Cut this. Suddenly, Cecilia held out another knife. Dirk waved his hand. Shing! Clang! A blade of metal fell to the ground, separated from its handle. Cecilia's smile was wide, tossing the handle in her hand away. You did it. Yes. Ha ha. I'm so proud of you. Cecilia couldn't help herself as she clapped and scooped Dirk up in a hug. Despite Dirk being taller, she easily swung him around with her atrocious strength. The indicator of a Rook class, being able to imbue, reinforce, and enhance weapons with aura without destroying them. Dirk was a rook class. Haha. Wait, don't stop now. Continue. Do it again. After instantly calming her excitement, Cecilia had Dirk repeat the process. The result was another cut blade. His aura was so sharp it could slice through metal like butter. And now release it. Release aura from your blade. Dirk frowned for a moment before swinging his knife. As he did so, the tip of the knife released a line of aura which shot out. Upon colliding with the hard floor, it only left a slight cut before dissipating. Cecilia trembled in excitement, more thrilled about this success than Dirk himself. Amazing! A rook class. And you're only rank 4. While it can still use a lot of work, especially the aura you release from the blade, this is a monumental achievement. Now you need to work on reinforcing the aura coating on your blade. If you can also retain the destructive properties of anima when releasing it, it'll become all the more powerful. Yes, we must work on this even more. Mom? Huh? Cecilia raised her head, looking at Dirk's wry smile. We have 2 days left. Oh. Chapter 116, Obsidious. After 2 weeks of training, Dirk had officially become a rook class warrior. This was unheard of for rank 4s, but he had done it. Dirk didn't think it was that difficult though. His anima resonance destruction technique, specifically the blood destruction, gave him the ability to fluidly circulate anima throughout his body. Just finishing blood destruction made him a knight class capable of creating aura. The rest came down to his control, and if Dirk was good at anything, it was bending things with his powerful will. Except instead of forcing dark mana to cooperate, it was using his bodily energy to force his aura to settle down. Miraculously, utilizing aura didn't take mental energy. It took anima and bodily energy. When Dirk wrapped the knife in his aura, it also felt like an extension of his sense of touch. It was an odd feeling, but since Dirk had been relying on mana vision for so long now, it didn't surprise him much. Unfortunately, he couldn't progress much further. There were only 2 more days until Pandora's deadline. Plus, Dirk was dead tired. His mind was unbelievably strong, and he could ignore virtually all manner of pain. But that didn't mean his body could follow his mind. He had been training for over 20 hours a day, only getting a few hours of rest before continuing. It was hellish training by any normal standard, something only Dirk could withstand. And over time, fatigue had built. Long story short, he needed rest. So after Dirk took his step to become a rook class, he engorged himself with food before falling asleep. As he refused to drink potions of any kind, he relied on food for all his energy. He ate a few pounds of meat every day. This meat also came from powerful monsters at the Tier 5 level, courtesy of Pandora and her fat wallet. Like that, he slept for an entire day, only waking up on the last day of the deadline. Wakey wakey, sleeping beauty. Huh? Dirk's head raised at the gentle voice. At first he thought it was his mother, but after his brain took a second to boot up, he realized it definitely wasn't his mother. Dirk's hand shot out, pointing to his bedside. The pistol appeared at the same time, and the barrel was placed against a soft object. Now you're poking my boobs with that thing? How am I supposed to retain my purity if you keep violating me like this? Please be quiet. Dirk's head fell back to his pillow, feeling another wave of exhaustion come over him. His pistol transformed into Spite, the cat laying on his stomach and lazily eyeing Pandora. Cat. Bonjour. Spite responded dully as Pandora took a seat on the bed. She looked as elegant and stunning as always, but Dirk couldn't care less. He was more concerned about the dark madness hiding under that pretty shell. We leave tomorrow. I hear you've made fantastic progress in the last 2 weeks. Tier 4 spells and a rook class. You're finally catching up to your true potential. Pandora's mouth twitched before she pointed her finger. Dirk suddenly felt a wave of frost chill his neck, forcing him to jolt upward. Ack! Dirk smacked her hand away, causing her to snicker. I didn't know you could be so lazy. What do you want? Well, I wanted to be nice and equip you with a bunch of weapons, but you're not being very cooperative. She smiled as Dirk sat up. He took a deep breath and grabbed a black strip of cloth, tying it over his cursed eyes. Next time, start with that. You're much more emotional than before, but you still take things way too seriously. Anything concerning you needs to be taken seriously. Haven't warmed up to me yet? She pouted and scooted closer, causing Dirk to jump off the other side of the bed. I may have told you my skill set, but that doesn't mean I trust you. If you're following me into a world of descending hell, then it would be better if that changed. Pandora's tone became a level more serious, but Dirk only responded with a snort. It'll change when you prove that giving you my trust won't get me killed. Finally, Pandora frowned deeply. She stood forcefully, seemingly about to erupt with anger. You still think I'm that psycho from Earth? I don't know otherwise. Pandora was silent for a moment. And with a sudden change in temperament, her face turned neutral while she walked to the door. When you decide to receive your weapons, come find me in the kingdom's treasury. Where is that? Use your fucking soul connection and figure it out yourself. Slam. She exited with a bang. Dirk frowned as he heard her shoes click down the hallway. Pandora left the building with a tremble. I'm trying, damn it. After Dirk left his room to search for the treasury, he ran into his mother. She had been searching for him and her first words were thus. It's about time for me to leave. Now? Yes. Your father says he needs me in Horizon. Cecilia was solemn, Dirk sensing her urgency. He called me back earlier, and I've delayed for these past 2 weeks. Pandora was right. The world is in chaos right now. Several Horizon cities have been overrun, and your father is fighting a war against monsters. Viola and Rita also appeared at some point. Ethan is trying to step up like his father. Thankfully the nobles are banding together, but there's nobody to keep them in check besides the Emperor, who doesn't tend to involve himself with those affairs. There are also powerful monsters that are acting like generals and leading sieges. I understand, Mom. Dirk stopped her words with a smile. Like him, Cecilia was also hesitant about leaving. Deep down, she was still painfully guilty for what Dirk went through. She didn't want to leave him alone out of fear. His otherworldly skill and talent only mitigated these fears a little. She wanted to be there in case he ever needed anything. But seeing his smile, she pushed down her worries. She gave him a big hug. Promise you'll come visit if you pass by the capital. I will. Good. Then I have nothing to worry about. Cecilia separated and quickly said goodbye. Dirk waved as she disappeared from his mana sight, vanishing into the folds of space. He let out a sigh, turning on his heel. He walked in a certain direction, following tug of his soul connections. The first connection was vague and connected to Pandora. The second was connected to spite. He had the cat follow Pandora to reliably find out where the treasury was. The treasury was an underground floor under the spire. It actually extended down into the weightless bridge between the upper and lower cities. Dirk went down a floor, quickly finding his way with the information from spite. He eventually found a giant set of doors, 2 guards standing by on either side. Spite had been sitting in front of the doors, staring at the 2 guards. They didn't move though, just standing there with their emotionless faces. Dirk reached out his arm upon approach, Spite jumping up it and settling on his shoulder. The 2 guards finally reacted and looked at him. Dirk Strider, the princess awaits. Dirk just nodded as the guards opened the doors. He walked in, entering a massive room filled with display cases and shelves. Pandora sat in the center of the treasury, specifically on top of a display case housing a huge gemstone. She didn't look happy, obviously mad about their previous conversation. Of course, Dirk didn't feel bad. He knew just how dangerous, volatile, and borderline evil this woman was. While she had definitely changed after being reborn, the souls were still the same. Until he could truly confirm that he could trust her, he wouldn't ever place his life in her hands. Not even a magical war between dragons and gods would change this. If anything, it made him all the more cautious. He could deal with her antics, her odd clinginess, and her teasing. He would help her with her objectives and let her help him. They could cooperate while riding this storm. But that didn't mean he trusted her. Dirk had made that clear, and he would act accordingly. About time. Pandora glared at him before jumping off the display case. Follow. She waved, and with measured strides, led Dirk down another level. They entered a second treasury after getting past a single old man that gave Dirk goosebumps. The entrance to this second treasury room was actually a ladder. After climbing down, they suddenly became weightless, and they entered. The second floor was a room designed while ignoring gravity. Display cases were scattered across all levels of space, the power of darkness keeping them anchored in the air. Pandora moved herself to one display case. Inside of it was a blob that looked like some kind of murky slime. It bounced around the display case while ripples caused spikes to jet out of its body. This is a high-level artifact of our Dark Kingdom, produced by a forge master and alchemist working jointly. It was their life's work, and there's only one in existence because they literally gave their lives to produce this. Their creation unfortunately didn't care too much for its parents and attacked them. They died after killing the hostile ego and planting another one with their souls as the price. Since then, it's been sitting in this treasury, waiting for its new master. Now, it's yours. Only, you'll need to tame the ego within. Do that, and you'll have a powerful tool at your disposal. If you can't, then we'll find something else. Dirk was silent, gazing at the bouncing blob within the glass case. He wanted to know what this item was, but he didn't believe it mattered. Whatever it was powerful, so it would be useful no matter what. With that, Dirk drifted over. Pandora flicked her finger, and they were suddenly encased in an ice dome. The dome was incredibly solid, filled to the brim with earth and water mana that reinforced it dozens of times over. Dirk wouldn't be able to break the dome in a short amount of time. Then, she tapped the glass. The wall of the case melted away, releasing the blob. The blob shot out to escape, but Dirk was a step ahead. His hand shot out, and it looked like the blob threw itself into his grasp. Dirk grabbed the slime. It felt like melted rubber, yet had a strange metallic quality to it like fine grains of iron. A second after grabbing the slime though, Dirk felt an odd connection be initiated with it. Their minds, their egos, were suddenly connected. The slime hadn't known anything other than loneliness. It was first born from the souls of two artisans, one of the greatest forge masters and one of the greatest alchemists. The two had actually been secretly in love, and it was the only reason they had worked together on such a profound project. They gave their all for their creation. For both of them, the project was like making a baby. They came to love it like a child. Such was the natural inclination for masters in their crafts. And through their passion, they came to love each other even more. And their efforts bore fruit. A single mass of magic, material, and soul. The black blob didn't look like much, taken as nothing more than a botched concoction. But the artisans knew better. Unfortunately, through a freak turn of events, the creation turned on its creators. The blob exercised its greatest abilities, attacking the two masters in order to save its life from a non-existent threat. The masters fought back to their great distress. They subdued the rogue ego within their creation, paying a great price to do so. They were left on death's doorstep, and their child had turned to nothing more than expensive goop. It was a horrible failure, and now, the couple couldn't fix their mistake. Unless, of course, they paid the ultimate price. With their strong wills, the two artisans mustered their energy, expelling their remaining power. They restructured the blob on the spot. Its power was reduced so that it could never kill its next master, and if they had left it in that state, it would remain a low-class artifact for the rest of its time. But they couldn't bear such a sorrowful end. So they did what only few through history had ever done before. They used the power of their souls to empower the artifact. They gave it not an artificial ego, but a true intelligence birthed from a soul. A baby born from their union. And so, they turned to dust, the blob left as a naive child with no master. It was picked up by the vampire queen subsequently and dumped into the treasury out of naivety. Since then, it had lived an aimless life confined to a glass box. The vampire queen had initially planned to give it to a talented subordinate. But years went by and she both forgot and lost interest. Now, Pandora had come and dictated its use. For the first time in years, the blob was free. It escaped its cage, eager to do literally anything else other than bounce around a box. But then, it was blocked by a hand. The blob was more curious than anything. It carried no hostility and didn't know the concept of danger. It had never even felt pain. All it knew was that the hand was something new, so it wanted to play around. But upon making contact with the hand, something inside of it was triggered. The blob felt a connection be created between it and Dirk. And it saw Dirk's mind. Flashes of information containing scattered experiences from Dirk's two lives. The child who was beaten into a soldier. The cold killer who exterminated thousands from the face of the earth. The despair of betrayal and loss. The rebirth of a new child. The love of a mother. The descent into hell. Key instances from Dirk's lives played out in the blob's mind. In this way, it learned a lot. In fact, it learned far more than it wanted to. The blob's soul trembled. It understood Dirk's plight, but more than anything, it was afraid. It became deathly terrified of the monster known as Dirk. It had never seen such a cold and ruthless mind, one capable of killing anyone without batting an eye. It was so detached, so indifferent, so apathetic. Even Pandora acknowledged the ruthless person Dirk was. As a super soldier, he could truly kill anyone on a whim. If he was ordered to, he would do it, no matter who. While things had changed in his new life and Dirk had now made peace with his past self, he still retained that same ruthlessness. Perhaps in this way, he wasn't too different from Pandora, who could so easily discard lives because she felt like it. The blob wanted nothing to do with that sort of person. It was a child that sought a companion. Even now, it cowered from Dirk's fierce gaze. Only, it didn't dare try to escape out of fear that it would be exterminated. Dirk wiped away the scary face, gazing oddly at the blob. He had also seen some of its memories, though they were few. He immediately knew that this blob was like a child, a curious kitten. It had been locked away in this box for so long. In fact, its only significant memories were from when it would see people drift into this treasury. Dirk had seen how it would bounce around in joy and curiosity. But it would always be ignored, making it sad. Now, it finally got a chance to interact with something new. But then it was met with Dirk's cruel memories. It trembled in his hand, barely keeping itself from melting away. He had thought that this thing had some strong ego that would try to attack him for attempting to wield it. But it was just a child. Not even Dirk was so heartless as to attack and subdue a child. At least, not anymore. His head snapped at Pandora. What the hell? What? This thing is a child. You had me thinking it was some kind of monster. How was I supposed to know that? I just gave you the facts of its origin. Now hurry up and tame it. It's supposed to be some kind of symbiotic artifact. Pandora just waved lazily. She really didn't care as she was still mad at Dirk. He snorted at her before turning his attention back to the blob trembling in his hands. Ah, sorry, little guy. He spoke softly, patting the slime with his fingers. The thing fit in his palm, making it look pitiful. He really did feel bad too. I'm not that heartless anymore. He mumbled, tapping into the connection formed between them. He tried to reassure it, letting it know that while he could still be a killing machine, he could be nice too. The little blob could feel his intent, and gradually, its trembling stopped. The bad memories it saw of Dirk's past faded, and it warily wiggled around in his hand. It wasn't sure whether to trust him or not. Then, he spoke. I'm not sure what you can do, but do your best, and I'll give you mine. I might be able to kill anybody, but if there's one thing I value, it's the gun that helps me keep my life. I won't get rid of you. Dirk reassured the blob in his own special way. And it seemed to work. When the blob saw what he meant, its hesitation was wiped away. Like the child it was, its attitude reversed on the flip of a dime, becoming excited. As if that was the trigger, Dirk felt the connection between them strengthen. A power within the blob activated, and a massive magic circle appeared over the two. 6 magic circles stacked on top of each other, hundreds of runes flying between them and causing the surrounding mana to go crazy. Warning! The Heart of Promises has been satisfied. Familiar connection established. Would you like to accept Obsidius as your familiar? Chapter 117, Embark. Dirk was surprised seeing the notifications. Because this was his goal though, he readily accepted. When he did, the magic circles all activated, the power piercing toward Dirk's soul. He felt a light searing pain before a brand appeared on the back of his right hand holding the blob. At the same time, the faint connection to the blob strengthened several times over, becoming a full bridge between their souls. Dirk could understand the thoughts and feelings of the blob in that moment, and it could likewise feel his. Their minds were connected. Obsidius. Dirk mumbled the blob's name. It was fitting, given the blob's void black color and metallic feel. It bounced up and down in his hand. Familiar, Obsidius, accepted. Profile. Name, Dirk Strider. Species, human. Tier, 4. Rank, 4. Attributes, fire 100%, lightning 100%, earth 100%, metal 100%, dark 100%. Traits, cybernetic enhancement, adaptable genes, pure soul. Skills, AI interface, grade 7, mana resonance, grade 5, mana lungs, grade 5, restoration, grade 5. Stigma, black cat of calamity. Familiar, Obsidius. Familiar skills, symbiotic armor, living flame, living gloves, pocket dimension, molding. Dirk was surprised as the magic circles served their purpose and faded away. He read the skills of Obsidius curiously. He can become an armor. He has a pocket dimension, like a pocket ring. I can store items then. I'm not sure what the others are, though the gloves are somewhat self-explanatory. Wonder why they're special. Dirk stood there in silence, thinking to himself as Obsidius wrapped around his fingers and massaged them. What's a living flame? He suddenly asked. He actually remembered his forging master, Sir Tobastin, telling him something about it. He supposedly had one. Pandora explained. Living flames are powerful and basically infinite sources of magical fire that gain mild sentience and life. A skilled fire mage can tame them, making them a kind of familiar to use alongside fire magic, forging, or alchemy. They have a variety of uses in anything related to fire, and since they're spawned from source mana, they don't run out. Does that thing have one? Yeah. Dirk nodded. Then, after urging Obsidius with his mind, the blob settled on his hand. Whoosh! A flame suddenly ignited, almost as if Obsidius was burning itself. The fire was a deep red, though not amazingly obscenely. It was definitely weaker than the living flame Sir Tobastin had in his forge. However, even if Dirk used his full power to create a hot flame, it wouldn't be as hot as this one. Plus, living flames were more special than just hot fire. Wow! Impressive. You know, you can actually increase the power of living flames by absorbing others. Weak living flames are actually the most valuable since you can tame them easily and grow them. If we had a weaker one in the treasury, I'd give it to him. The only one we have though is equal to a tier 7 in power. The blob would get eaten instead. Right. Dirk nodded in understanding. Obsidius stopped releasing its fire at the same time, going back to massaging his hand as if it were teething. It was then that Dirk narrowed his eyes, looking at the fingers on his right hand. There had been a ring there, but it was gone. What did you do? He asked, and Obsidius shook in response. His pocket ring was spit out. Dirk grabbing it with his other hand. Upon inspection though, he found it was empty. My stuff? Obsidious blew a bubble, making a pop sound. Dirk's attention was then brought into the pocket space. There, he found all his stuff, plus a bunch of empty space. Dirk was surprised. His pocket ring only had a space a few meters in diameter. But Obsidious actually had a large 20-meter space. That's a lot. Very useful. Dirk thought pleasantly. He could store large bodies in there if he needed to. He could also pack a bunch of items with space left over. It looked like he wouldn't need a backpack for this trip, not that Pandora wasn't filthy rich enough to buy all the pocket rings she wanted. Finally, Dirk wondered about the armor skill of Obsidious. And with his urging, Obsidious complied. The blob suddenly expanded. At first it could fit on his palm, covering his hand when spread thin. But now, it rapidly attained mass from seemingly nowhere. The black metallic slime spread up Dirk's arm before covering his entire body. After completely engulfing him, the slime hardened, taking on a distinct form. It was a slim black armor that covered every inch of his body. One could see the outlines of muscles along the arms and legs, each fiber and joint clearly defined as if the armor had muscles of its own. The chest and abdominal muscles were prominent, not unlike Dirk's, while the head was totally featureless. It wasn't a normal plate armor, but another skin. If this armor didn't cover Dirk, he would take it for Obsidious' body. The armor only took a few seconds to take its form as Obsidious conformed to the shape of Dirk's body, learning his figure. Even when it hardened though, Dirk felt his movement remain uninhibited. In fact, he felt better than ever. The armor seemed to tap into the power of his body, enhancing his strength with its own. Dirk could feel the toughness and flexibility of it. He could even feel the ability to stream his mana and anima into it. Clearly it wouldn't inhibit his aura or magic in any way. If anything, it would enhance those too. While there was a bit of adapting to do, the connection between Obsidious and Dirk allowed them to fully cooperate. Obsidious had no trouble tapping into Dirk's power, exchanging his own. The transition was seamless. Good armor. Dirk mumbled in happiness. This was definitely a fantastic piece of equipment. It covered everything with no gaps and allowed him to retain his full combat ability, even enhancing it. And Dirk knew that he would only learn to work with Obsidious better in the future. They would complement each other. After a short minute of getting used to each other, Obsidious shrunk back down to his normal blob form. Dirk smiled at him. Truly, Obsidious had abilities that did justice to the life's contribution of a great forge master and alchemist. They didn't disappoint. Pandora watched from the side. Truthfully, neither she nor the vampire queen knew about the true abilities of this blob. It was only known that it could become an armor, but because it didn't contain that much power, it never got used. After a bit of thought, she had chosen it to become Dirk's armor. After all, it couldn't be that bad considering the price to make it. And it turned out to be much better than they thought. A full body armor, a living flame, and a pocket dimension. While there were 2 more abilities Dirk didn't test out yet, just those 3 were enough to make it a valuable artifact. Done yet? Pandora suddenly asked as Obsidious jumped around Dirk's body. He faced her before nodding. Then let's head back up. The air swirled around them as she said that, pushing the 2 back the way they came. After walking back into the first treasury room, Pandora brought Dirk over to another side room. The room was filled with various pieces of equipment. Dirk saw a lot of guns and their ammo, along with some enchanted weapons strewn about some tables. There were also basic supplies and accessories, more than Dirk knew what to do with. You have armor and a magical pistol. Now you get to take a few enchanted melee weapons to use with your aura. I've packed all types of clothes for different situations and survival supplies in case anything goes south on our trip. There are also some accessories with magical functions, one of which is used for long-distance communication. Pick your gear and pack the essentials on that table. I'm going to grab our ride. We leave the city in 4 hours. Pandora briefed him before leaving. Dirk watched her exit the treasury before focusing on the plethora of weapons in front of him. Though, his thoughts were a bit complicated. He knew Pandora was pissed. He could feel it through their soul bond. He had felt her rage in the morning too. But despite her rage, she still handed him an exceedingly valuable artifact and was loading him with weapons and gear. They weren't entering this storm unequipped. It was a sincere gesture on her part. She didn't just drag him off to go fight hordes of monsters barehanded. She was concerned for his safety and power. But that begged a few questions. Was she doing this because she valued his life or because she valued his abilities? He had few secrets that she didn't know. She knew his full combat power and exactly what he was capable of. So was this protection an investment or helping a friend? Dirk certainly didn't believe they were friends. No matter how comfy Pandora got with him, this was definitely business. In exchange for his talent in killing, she provided the resources and the battlefield to grow in. They were about to enter this battlefield in the hopes of acquiring an extremely powerful artifact. They were fighting against the gods at the behest of the dragons, the agents that would be moved in order to steer this war toward the desired outcome. Pandora used this as an opportunity to grow her own power alongside her influence using technology. She sought nothing less than world domination, at least in Dirk's mind. And Dirk was one of the most powerful weapons she could wield, especially with his potential guaranteed by his pure soul. It was a give and take for both of them. Dirk was already in her debt. But he couldn't help but feel bad. Sure, he didn't trust her, and until she proved otherwise, he wouldn't ever place his life in her hands. In fact, Dirk would only ever willingly place his life in the hands of his mother, she being the most trustworthy person in his life. But he was different from how he used to be. He was treating her coldly, and she was still helping him. He felt hypocritical, like a parasitic leech just taking her valuables and giving nothing in return. While he knew he would be fighting very soon, he still had these thoughts. He was torn between the person he knew and the person with him now. He knew Pandora contained deep madness within her, the mind of an evil genius. He remembered vividly the atrocities her people and criminals committed, the acts of terrorism that sought to bring down global establishments. Tens of thousands died at the hands of her people, many of them being soldiers and military. She was psychotic. Deranged. If not for her not having absolute total control over the council on Earth, then she really would be a truly evil person. The only reason she wasn't the worst human being in Dirk's mind was because the others of her council were independent to some extent, carrying out many of those aforementioned atrocities. When Dirk thought about it, he knew that she really only attacked the establishments, carrying out raids on secret projects and hindering the development of world governments. It was how she came to clash with him. And if Dirk was sure of anything now, it was that he hated the people who abandoned him. Those governments that betrayed him were the worst in his mind. If he thought about it more, the things she did weren't as bad as he used to think they were. He no longer minded the thought of those who betrayed him losing all their power. And now, Pandora was a new woman. The princess of the Dark Kingdom, the daughter of the vampire queen, a woman with modern science and technology in her head, and a mind that could influence entire empires. She was smart, but now that she wasn't psychotic and mentally damaged, she was more normal. She actually had emotions, as did Dirk. She could get angry, she could smile in happiness. He had even seen her get a bit sad when Spite didn't let her pet her. She was more human than ever, an ironic statement considering she was a vampire now. Dirk could see all this. He saw her past and saw her now, and he wondered which one he should believe. To what extent did her madness rule her mind? How willing was she to betray him if it benefited her to do so? They had a deep connection and history, but how much did she value it? Dirk wanted to know what was behind that pretty face, behind those blood-red eyes that saw through everything. She wants to rule the world, and wants me to help her. That'll take a long time. Guess I'll have to observe for a while. Dirk thought before looking at the weapons in front of him. Then, he made his selections, preparing himself for what was to come. There was a small vehicle sitting outside the spire. The vehicle was shaped like a modern car with wheels and everything. It looked like an SUV, though because it was obviously enchanted, it lacked many of the defining features of an actual car. It was like someone stripped a vehicle of all its internals. Pandora was leaning against this car as Dirk walked over to her. He was surprised by the ride. "You built this?" "Had it built by a forge master and enchanted. I didn't opt for flying since ground travel is safer for weaker mages. This thing uses earth magic to drive, and for the most part, everything is just looks. The inside is gutted besides some comfortable surface material. It'll be both our ride and tent. Even on rough terrain, it's capable of up to 80 miles an hour." "Oh. Very nice." Dirk nodded pleasantly. He was definitely happy to be riding in a car. After all, it would be a long trip. "All right, hop in." She spoke as she opened the door and got into the driver's seat. Dirk climbed into the passenger side and settled in while Pandora hit the gas pedal. The seats were lined with cushioning materials, making them more than comfortable enough for a long ride. The car jolted forward, proceeding to drive down the paved roads of her dark kingdom. It didn't take long for them to reach the gate, and she didn't even stop as she was automatically let through. Like that, they left the capital city, riding off into the distance. The lands around the capital were mostly plains, so they drove through open roads for a long while. "We're taking a route that follows the eastern borders all the way up to the dwarven haven. We're cutting straight through Horizon territory on the way, but we'll be nowhere near the capital. Unfortunately, there's one problem we may run into." Pandora spoke dully as she lazily drove the car. Dirk leaned into his seat and hummed. "What's that?" "I have a railroad that's being laid as we speak, leading up to the haven. It cuts straight through the land for the fastest travel time, so it avoids any roads. But we need to follow the roads, and along the way, we'll be passing within 70 miles of a known major dungeon. Thankfully the railroad is out of the way, so it isn't at risk of getting attacked. But we're obviously not following the railroads. We're cutting through a monster horde." "Correct. And why didn't we bring anybody with us?" "I told you, this is our own battle. Our mission is a total secret. There's no way I would bring anybody with us. Nobody even knows where we're going, including my bodyguard who I left behind in the kingdom. From now on, we're on our own." Pandora smiled a bit, seemingly liking the thought of moving independently. She had been a princess all her life, so her every action and word were always under close scrutiny and judgment. For possibly the first time in her life, she was breaking away from her life of constrained royalty, embarking on a grand adventure with total freedom. Dirk just sighed, petting Spite who curled in his lap. The world was about to take a step forward. Chapter 118, Gunner/Checkpoint. The route to the Dwarven Haven was long, easily over 3,000 miles. The trip wouldn't be short. At least, that was if a normal wagon were traveling this route. With Pandora's specially constructed car, they could average around 60 miles an hour. While the bumpy roads made the drive rougher and slower than on paved road, they were still moving at a speed far greater than wagons. Pandora also told him that the car was designed to drive at those speeds for around 8 hours straight. After that, it would need to recharge for double the time. That meant they could drive for 8 hours a day. At 60 miles an hour, they could travel almost 500 miles a day. That would place them near their destination in a week. That was if nothing else happened, though. And if the world lacked anything right now, it was peace and quiet. 5 hours in, they spotted their first monster. Dirk rested in the passenger seat. If his eyes weren't cursed, he would have had them closed. The new equivalent of shutting his eyes was unfocusing on the man around him, relaxing his senses. "We're getting close." "To where?" "The major dungeon." Suddenly, Dirk's senses sharpened. Their route would actually take them to one of the vanguard cities of Horizon right on the border. They were using those roads, and they would continue after going around the city. But between them and the city, off to the northwest, was a major dungeon. Dirk had only heard Pandora talk about how the lesser dungeons all disappeared, being eaten by the major dungeons. After that phenomenon, the major dungeons suddenly released all their monsters, including the monsters of the lesser dungeons they ate. This made the surroundings of every major dungeon a monster-infested war zone. Any unlucky cities that happened to be built near these major dungeons were overrun. But Dirk had yet to actually see it. It wasn't like he didn't believe her. But he wanted to confirm just how huge these monster hordes were. If the monsters mostly came from the lesser dungeons, then how strong could the hordes be? Now, he finally got to see it. Their route was surrounded by nothing but flat grasslands. It was usually very picturesque, filled with patches of tall trees and groves of flowers and plants. But now, Dirk saw nothing but desolate grounds ravaged by the tens of thousands of monsters that tread over them. In the distance, Dirk could make out hordes of monsters of all kinds marching across the plains. They were actually moving in the same direction they were. But the car obviously attracted attention as a fast-moving vehicle kicking up dirt. "We're charging through. Get ready to defend." Pandora became serious. Dirk nodded before standing and climbing into the back. He then punched open a hatch on the roof of the car, sticking his torso through. A sniper rifle appeared in his hands at the same time. That was when Pandora floored it. She usually stayed at 60 miles an hour because it was most efficient. The faster she went, the more mana would be dissipated in the process of driving. But now, she had no reservations as she pushed it to its limits. The car stormed down the roads, rattling the chassis. But Dirk was able to keep himself steady despite standing, and he aimed his rifle while resting it on the roof of the car. At that moment, the thousands of monsters to the side of the road noticed them, and they immediately charged over. The ground quaked under the charge of these large monsters. Many of them were beasts of some kind. Dirk saw fire lizards, bears with armor of rock, and tigers with claws of wind. Birds swooped down at high speeds, spreading their talons at the new prey. It was overwhelming. An entire monster army couldn't be stopped by Dirk alone. Even if he entrenched himself and held his ground, he would be overrun. There were too many, even if they were weak. But he didn't need to kill them all. He just needed to protect the car while Pandora charged through. Bang! A large tiger that had stepped in front of the stampede suddenly saw a hole pierced through its eye socket. It was over 400 meters away. The body collapsed instantly, tripping and hindering several others behind it. Dirk took aim as that happened. Bang! Another bullet, and a large bear that was moving too fast for its own good fell to the ground. A couple dozen monsters tripped and piled around the new obstacle while a few with quick reactions jumped over. Dirk sent bullets through the skulls of monsters that threatened to reach them quickly. Ones that looked strong were also tested. And under the high-power anti-material rifle, all of them died. Pandora knew exactly what bullets were capable of and how strong monsters and people could be. She didn't skimp on the rifle's strength, otherwise she may as well have not made them. Bang! Another shockwave shook the plains. A bird fell from the sky at the same time, crashing into the oncoming horde. With that, Dirk finally stopped. The sniper disappeared from his hands, entering Obsidian's pocket space. Then, another weapon appeared. Dirk mounted the machine gun atop the roof, aiming to the left side. Pandora continued to charge down the road, and monsters got ever closer to intercepting them. The pressure mounted, and Pandora found herself becoming serious. She was taking in every detail of the road in order to make sure they weren't slowed down. Her heart raced a bit in excitement despite the palpable tension. That was because of Dirk. She could imagine his blank face right now, one that cared for nothing more than ruthless efficiency. And she felt a chill when she heard him skillfully load a belt of 50 caliber rounds into the gun. She couldn't help but look to the side, gazing pitilessly at those oncoming monsters. There was only one thing she was disappointed by. Too bad we can't harvest their crystals. Bang 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 bang. Plumes of flame exited the barrel alongside seeds of death. Pandora smiled giddily as a line of monsters suddenly collapsed 60 meters away. Dirk taped down the trigger with his finger, moving the barrel to point at the heads of those in his sights. Even as the car raced down the road, he was purely focused on clearing the way, keeping monsters from stopping their momentum. Shells bounced around Dirk's feet after they were ejected, producing the harmonious sounds of clinking brass. His machine gun simultaneously orchestrated the screams and roars of monsters. After several seconds, a belt was finally consumed. Dirk rapidly grabbed another one from Obsidian's pocket space and loaded it as if he had done so thousands of times before. Within 2 seconds, he racked the charging handle and pulled the trigger again, letting another volley flow from the metal tube. The car continued to barrel down the road, and monsters kept collapsing in on them. Waves in the front threatened to halt their drive, but Dirk skillfully cut them down with precision. Nothing even stepped on the road ahead, Pandora racing by piles of corpses. A trail of dust was kicked up for miles as they raced against this monster tide. It lasted for over an hour. Even as one of Dirk's barrels threatened to melt, he merely changed it out before continuing. When it irreversibly jammed, he merely pulled out another machine gun, continuing his barrage. It was an hour and a half later when they finally passed the worst of it. At some point when the sun began to set, Dirk ceased his fire, preventing the attraction of any strays. They had passed the horde. When things were clear, Dirk sunk back into the car, climbing into the passenger seat. Pandora glanced at him. "Count? 28,000 rounds. Ouch." She cringed a bit. She had obviously prepared tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition for this trip. But in under 2 hours, Dirk had spent almost 30,000. The ring on his finger dedicated to ammo storage was now much less full. "That's about 20% of our machine gun ammo. We need to be more sparing. If the situation allows for it, then I'll try. Or we can use magic. My magic would have negligible effects. And you just enjoyed the show." She shrugged, causing Dirk to roll his eyes. While he didn't know just how powerful her magic was, he knew she was definitely much more powerful than him. After all, she was exclusively a mage with 4 attributes. There was no way that she was any less powerful than a high tier 5. If she had helped in that battle, they could have used much less ammunition. Dirk didn't care either way. Tools were meant to be used. He wouldn't spare ammo and risk getting stopped by the hordes. So much as slowing down would have put them in a perilous situation. "Well, we're at least ahead of schedule now." Pandora adjusted in her seat. "The car has an hour of driving left in it. When the tank is dry, we'll stop for the day and continue when it recharges. We should be at our first checkpoint by tomorrow afternoon." She calculated out with a map in her head. She already had this trip planned out fully. While this little event threw off their schedule a bit, it wasn't anything they couldn't adapt to. Dirk didn't nod or hum, just sitting back relaxedly. Spite appeared on his lap while Obsidian bounced around the cat. The two had begun playing with each other, Obsidian being batted by Spite's paws. After another hour, the car began to slow down. Pandora drove off the road, parking in the midst of some trees. When the car jolted to a halt, the two sat there in silence. "Well, now we wait. It'll recharge on its own." Pandora climbed out of her driver's seat. The entire trunk of the car was empty besides a large mattress with pillows and blankets. She had intended for this car to be their tent as well, so the two never had to brave the elements or get their hands dirty in the wilderness. Dirk suddenly asked, "How armored is this car?" "It can easily withstand the attacks of a tier 5, perhaps getting damaged by a tier 6. Even if a horde of monsters piled on us, they would have a very difficult time tearing into this thing. And with all the supplies I stocked up on, we could technically live in here for months." Dirk nodded a bit. Pandora actually had a small box filled exclusively with pocket rings of different sizes. They were all filled with varying kinds of ammunition, tons of food, mana crystals, anima bones, and more. They were the furthest thing from unequipped, carrying with them a large fortune. Since it was now later in the day, the two checked out. Pandora cast a few air spells that acted as alarms. Dirk also did his destruction cycle, extracting the dense anima from the bone of a strong monster skull. Dirk had learned the advanced anima resonance technique that was required to go beyond blood destruction. Though, he guessed that he hadn't mastered it yet, which is why he didn't get the related skill as Pandora had mentioned a while back. Still, it vastly sped up his destruction cycles. With denser anima and a better technique, his muscles were both destroyed more thoroughly yet ingrained with far more anima. On top of that, he healed faster, a courtesy of the increased anima content and his body boosting his restoration skill. Instead of the initial 26 weeks, Spite had calculated a short 7 more weeks until he finished muscle destruction. Of course, that was if he did a destruction cycle every day. There would likely be periods where he didn't, prolonging the process. Pandora also urged Dirk to do some magic study. While the two only had the mutual attribute of Earth, they could still exchange some general ideas. Comprehending runes was one such way for them to cooperate. Pandora had even brought a few magic texts, one of them on the dark element. Vampires were the world's leaders in terms of dark element proficiencies, so they had no shortage of profound texts available. Pandora gave one to Dirk, intending to further his understandings. Like that, the depths of night fell. Pandora was quick to get comfortable in the trunk of the car, sprawling across the mattress. "Care to join me?" Seeing Dirk in the front passenger seat, she patted the space next to her, beckoning him with those alluring ruby eyes. Dirk frowned a bit as he turned his head back. Wasn't she still mad at him? It wasn't like her emotions couldn't flip on a whim though, so he didn't care too much. Still, he shook his head. "I'll sleep here. But those seats aren't as comfortable as this luxurious mattress. I could sleep on rocks, let alone a cushioned seat. Besides, my body stays alert when I'm less comfortable. Something we need out here." He sunk into the chair with those words, coming to rest like a statue. Pandora just shrugged, collapsing into the pillows around her. "Get up." Suddenly, Dirk's head shot up. His mana vision concentrated, and in his mind, he could see Spite's vision. About 500 meters away, there was a huge horde of monsters rushing toward them, snarling as if launching an offensive on the car. Without hesitation, Dirk moved and slammed open the hatch on the top of the car. A machine gun appeared in his hands. "Pandora! Wake up! Pandora!" Dirk shouted and looked down. Pandora was out cold, sleeping like a brick. She wasn't roused by his yell at all. Snorting, he just looked forward. The familiar sound of belt-fed ammo being chambered into the gun was like music to his ears. And he mercilessly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-ta-ta. Dirk opened fire, hot brass falling to his feet. The front line of monsters that were approaching from afar were cut down cleanly. At the same time, Pandora's eyes shot open. "Ack! Damn it, Dirk! You're loud!" Pandora snarled as the percussive sound made her ears ring and hot casings burned her skin. She curled in on herself before taking a guess as to what was going on. She eventually pulled herself up, stumbling into the driver's seat. *SKRR. Asterisk. The wheels of the car spun as she slammed the gas pedal, creating skid marks in the hard dirt below them. The car jolted forward, climbing onto the paved road before shooting into the distance. Now in the open, the two could more clearly see the hordes around them. The sun hadn't even risen yet, and yet the glow of mana lit up the armies of monsters. The hell? Pandora was observing the monsters as she drove and fully regained consciousness. As she thought, they weren't aiming for them. Instead, she could see monsters in the back line attacking each other, ripping apart other monsters like they were rabid. The ones in front were running from these rabid beasts, but even they were hostile against their fellow escapees. Then, she saw something peculiar. The victorious monsters devoured the mana crystals of their dead prey as if they were unattainable delicacies. The monster would then fluctuate with bursts of mana. She could see the wild fluctuations of mana in her own mana vision. Dirk could see it most clearly though. He could see all the mana crystals within the beasts, and he noticed that the monsters attacking each other were always of a similar element type. A water attribute monster would eat the water mana crystal of another. Doing so seemed to make them more powerful, though a lot of the mana of the attained crystal seemed to be lost in the process. Since the monsters weren't focused on them, Dirk was quick to cease fire and reduce his presence. He would only shoot the ones getting in their way, which thankfully didn't amount to much. Before long, they had left the range of the monster horde, slowing their speed. Pandora brought the car to a cruise as Dirk sunk back down into the seat. What was that all about? Not sure. Pandora was curious. It wasn't like she knew any more than Dirk about this. Monsters used to be confined strictly to dungeons, but now they were out and about the wild. This kind of phenomenon was unheard of. It seemed to be some kind of population control, along with a power boost. Eating mana crystals seems to increase their power. If there are too many in a given area, they go berserk and attack each other, reducing numbers while increasing the power of those near the top of the hierarchy. While it thankfully culls their numbers, it's not so comforting to know they can now evolve unlike when in the dungeons. My mother said something about monsters being led by something similar to a general. Maybe this is the process of creating a general. Pandora sighed. She had heard a lot from those in other cities that she could communicate with. But she had yet to hear of organized attacks by monsters. This little event was worrying. After being silent for a while, Pandora checked the fuel of the car. The car hadn't been able to charge fully, but she was satisfied with where it was at. Our fuel is enough. If we refrain from speeding, we'll reach our first checkpoint by noon. All right. Dirk nodded before letting out a light breath. Pandora glanced at him with narrowed eyes. Are you going back to sleep? No. Bullshit. You dare sleep while I drive? Hey, I don't know how to drive an enchanted vehicle. Besides, I'm the gunner. Dirk smiled a bit. His eyes were closed and covered anyway, so she couldn't tell if he was asleep. Like that, she could only helplessly drive while Dirk got some more shut-eye. After several more hours though, they finally made their approach to the first checkpoint. The situation of said checkpoint was anything other than favorable, though. Chapter 119, Siege. The first checkpoint was a city on the border within Horizon territory. Before the escalating conflict between the humans and vampires, it was a major trading post. The city was very prosperous, especially with the major dungeon not far from it. But now, the place was on the verge of collapse for that very reason. Pandora drove a distance away from the massive city, circling the walls that surrounded the place. This was due to the horde of monsters launching a siege on the city. Thousands of monsters clawed the gates that had been filled with walls and piles of stone. Many attempted to jump up the walls, and many flying monsters swooped down onto those soldiers that fought in the open. Monsters that cast magic were constantly launching spells after breaking through holes in the walls, setting the city afire and wreaking devastation. Of course, the city was putting up a fight, otherwise it would have long collapsed. Earth mages were constantly erecting new structures that the soldiers used to defend and attack from. Even citizens were digging trenches in an attempt to help stifle the oncoming monster tides. Every magic and weapon and consumable tool was exhausted in order to cull the thousands that besieged them. How unfortunate. Pandora clicked her tongue. Those cities stationed right by major dungeons definitely got it the worst. Though, she was surprised that this city was able to stand for so long. Still, she never changed course. After driving around, she continued on the paved road, bypassing the city. She never intended to stop at the city to begin with, just using its roads to travel. She planned to continue on to the next checkpoint, wasting no time. Dirk frowned when he realized this though. Stop. What? Don't tell me you intend to help. And if I do? She glanced at him, a bit annoyed. Dirk's face hardened. Stop the car. Fine. SKRR. The car skidded to a halt, but Pandora never took her gaze off Dirk. What do you want to help them for? They can't give you anything. It's a waste of time. I just want to help. There are soldiers there fighting for their lives. We can do something. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. We have more important business at the Dwarven Haven, the value of such business outstripping any good we can do here. Dirk frowned more at her words. While their business at the Haven was important, he still didn't feel right just leaving the city to burn. The two stared at each other for a while. At some point though, Dirk let out a sharp breath, sitting back into his seat and turning his head away from her. He was giving in. Pandora didn't smile though. If anything, she became more annoyed. After a few seconds of deliberating, she grit her teeth. Ugh! She slammed the gas pedal, flipping the wheel and pointing them at the city. The car barreled toward a part of the walls that wasn't being sieged. Dirk glanced at her. What are you dash? Just shut up. I have one condition, and that's not using any of the guns. I don't care how many people will die. You either save lives with your own body and magic, or we're moving on. Got it? Fine. Although her yelling caused his anger to flare, Dirk just nodded. The car soon arrived at one of the city gates. This gate had a smaller amount of monsters attempting to break through it compared to the others. Atop the walls, soldiers were firing arrows and magic spells at the clustered horde below. They obviously spotted the odd vehicle approaching. When the car got closer, a black figure popped out of the top. Dirk emerged, Obsidious wrapping him in his black armor. Even as the car moved, he stepped onto the hood, looking at the fast-approaching monsters. He crouched, and right when Pandora braked, he jumped. His body flew off the hood and sailed through the air. His fist was brought back as he aimed at a large bear-type monster standing 8 feet tall. The bear hardly turned before Dirk's fist met its skull. Splat! Upon collision, Dirk's fist was uninhibited as it directly blew up the bear's head. He landed on the floor just as the bear collapsed, sliding across the ground for a second before coming to a stop. The soldiers atop the wall were baffled. The surrounding monsters all turned to Dirk, roaring at him with threatening outbursts of mana. Dirk stood calmly. In his hands appeared 2 short swords. With his staggering strength, he found short swords better than knives, able to wield them no different from knives. This was actually advice from his mother after training with him, and he grew to agree with her. The grip of each short sword felt good in his hands, even with Obsidious and its layer of armor. It almost felt like he was personally touching the metal hilt. It felt even better than with gloves. After waving the short swords in his hands, he focused on the few monsters that were dashing toward him. He took a step forward. Across the body of his armor, golden lines appeared. Shing! His arm flickered across his body, and a tiger monster fell to the ground alongside its head. Blood splattered onto other monsters nearby. That monster was a rank 3, Dirk thought inwardly. Then, with another step, he entered the horde surrounding the gates. Pandora brought the car to a skidding halt outside of the battlefield. She sat there and watched as Dirk dashed between monsters. His technique in sword fighting was nothing special. It was simple and direct, lacking any sort of finesse most swordsmen had. Only Dirk's precision was outstanding. But like everything else Dirk did, his actions were straight to the point. When Dirk saw a monster, he instantly planned out the fastest and most efficient way to kill it. While his greatest killer instincts appeared behind a gun, his combat sense still applied even with swords. A slice of the neck, a thrust to the spine, the severance of tendons. Dirk didn't even kill some of the monsters, merely incapacitating them. Before long, a few dozen corpses were bleeding outside the gates, and even more were roaring and growling on the floor. At some point, the soldiers above stopped firing entirely, merely watching as Dirk dispatched every single monster by himself. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. A bird-type monster screamed from above as Dirk killed the last monster in the vicinity. It turned and was about to flee, and one of the mages atop the wall began casting magic to kill it. Before he even finished the spell though, Dirk brought up his hand. Zip! A black streak shot through the air, directly piercing the bird's head. Its body silently fell from the sky before landing with a thud. The mage hastily cancelled his spell, looking down at Dirk. He barely caught a glimpse of the pistol in his hands before it disappeared. At least that thing is silent. Dirk's head turned as the car pulled up beside him. Pandora smiled at him while he shrugged. It's a magic gun, so yeah, it's silent. She nodded at Dirk's mumbling. She had seen when he was developing bullet spells for that pistol. And as it was magic, the pistol made no sound like a standard pistol. It was incredibly convenient. Suddenly, the two heard the rattling of chains. Their heads turned and looked at the city gates, which had opened just partially. A soldier, one looking like a captain, walked over to them. Dirk mumbled before he could arrive. How do we play this? What do you mean? Our identities. Are we hiding ourselves? Of course not. The more prestige we have, the better. Let our names spread far and wide. Pandora spoke as a matter of factly. Dirk frowned though. That'll attract attention. So? Great tales of our strength can only help us. This isn't Earth, Dirk. You're not a super soldier anymore. People here respect strength and talent. Especially when it comes to help them. Identify yourselves. Pandora's low voice was interrupted by the shout of the captain. The voice wasn't hostile though. She pat Dirk's shoulder, prompting him to step up. Obsidious retracted as Dirk walked toward the captain. My name is Dirk Strider. I've come to assist in defense of the siege. Strider? The captain was surprised as the two came to a halt in front of each other. As in Marquis Strider? That's correct. I am the second son of Riker Strider. I see. I am Captain Alvarez, head of the Eastern Cities troop. If you're really here to help, then we're more than happy to welcome your strength. And who is? Pandora Venades. Pandora stepped out of the car with a smile, answering the captain. Princess of the Dark Kingdom, and daughter of the Vampire Queen. P-Princess? The captain was taken aback. He had already noticed this girl with her deep purple hair and blood-red eyes. She was so enchanting that his other soldiers couldn't take their eyes off of her. But he didn't think she was actually a vampire princess. What is a princess doing all the way out here? I'm on a trip with the man in front of you. He wanted to help, seeing how your city was being besieged by hordes of monsters. And now, we're here. I see. The captain nodded slowly. He eventually shrugged, deciding that this was above his pay grade. Very well. Follow me into the city. I'll take you to the city, Lord. Thank you. Pandora nodded before climbing back into the car. Dirk got in with her, and they were led into the city. They rolled through the ruined streets. The only buildings left standing were the ones in the center of the city. The outskirts were wastelands and battlefields. They could see the fighting in the distance, mages casting spells that created waves of fire and blades of wind. The captain had his soldiers stay behind while he guided Dirk and Pandora to the center palace. They moved quickly, and soon arrived before the massive castle. The two got out of the car and viewed the fortified 300-meter-tall castle. It had its own walls, and upon walking in they could see camps of soldiers who were either running around with supplies or getting their wounds treated. The sight of bodies lined up on beds, getting their wounds sewn up or limbs amputated was grotesque. The stench of blood only made it worse. But after so much fighting, everyone seemed to have grown numb. Even the young soldiers who looked to have been recruited recently were only pale at the sights. Neither Dirk nor Pandora were fazed by this though. Dirk's face was blank, as usual. And Pandora had a faint smile, as she always did. It was like they couldn't even see the gore around them. The captain led them into the castle where they found more busy soldiers. He spoke on the way. We've been fighting off waves of monster hordes for 3 weeks now, ever since the dragon's advent. Dragon's advent? The night that the dragon made its announcement to the world. Everyone heard it, even those in the capital. The entire world changed that day, in more ways than one. I didn't realize that was heard from so far away. Dirk was a bit shocked. He thought the announcement of the Dark Dragon was only heard by those in the local city. Turns out, the entire world heard his roar. Everyone knows about the war cataclysma. Pandora perked up at something else though. How else did the world change, besides the dungeons? Well, this is just our speculation, but we believe there was a change in the elements. After our war against the monsters started, we were forced to recruit able-bodied citizens. During the process though, we found a shocking amount of hidden mages and body refiners. At first we passed it off as coincidence, but after we recruited over 1,000 new mages and even more body refiners, we realized that the dragon's advent caused people to awaken, somehow. Either way, the only reason we were able to survive for so long was due to this influx of mages and body refiners. Interesting. Pandora nodded slowly. If anybody found out that they had attributes and affinities good enough to become a mage, they would be frantically trying to get their ability acknowledged. This was the way of the world, where mages and body refiners had vast opportunities open to them compared to ordinary people. Nobody would willingly hide their powers, unless they were ignorant. This sudden discovery of mages and body refiners couldn't have happened coincidentally. After all, everyone had a profile, ordinary or not. If they saw attributes, or the ability to sense anima and mana, they would rush to get themselves appraised. Long story short, this occurrence wasn't natural. Something changed after the dragon's advent, resulting in a surge of mages and body refiners. The captain arrived in front of a large pair of open doors. Inside there was one man giving orders to a few subordinates. He looked haggard, but he was an obvious leader. City Lord. HM? Captain Alvarez. The city lord turned to the captain, immediately eyeing Dirk and Pandora. His pupils narrowed upon seeing Pandora's face though. The vampire princess. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? My friend and I are here to help, City Lord Baron. Pandora smiled, and the captain stepped forward. It's true, City Lord. The man is Dirk Strider, son of Marquis Strider. He defeated a small horde outside the eastern gate. So you're Riker's son? The city lord's eyebrow raised as he pulled his sight away from Pandora. Dirk nodded to him. Correct, sir. You know my father? I do. You could say we're old war buddies. He also contacted me while looking for you not long ago. I see that things went well. Thankfully. Dirk let out a light breath. He was truly glad he escaped Azura when he did. Taking another glance at Pandora, the city lord sighed. All right then. You're here to help? I'll take what I can. We've been getting attacked by monsters for the past 3 weeks. Thankfully we have massive stockpiles of food, and the monsters can also be harvested. In terms of supplies to sustain our dwindling population, we have more than enough. The problem is the rising coordination of the monster hordes. They're creating another general. City Lord Baron pointed at the map on the table in front of him. The primary concentration of the hordes are coming from the west. We believe the general is commanding the monsters from there. Though, it's still weak in learning how to control the hordes, so it hasn't grown to become a large enough threat. The clock is ticking, however. It's only a matter of time before it learns to launch strategic attacks against our city. You need to kill the general before then. I'm sure you could do that yourself, City Lord Baron, considering you're a rank 7. So what happened? Pandora stepped forward and eyed the city lord. She knew about him since he was in charge of this city on the border. She made sure to know everyone who could affect any of her plans, and this person who controlled a frontier city and a standing army was one such person to pay attention to. Because of that, she also knew he was a rank 7. The fact that he hadn't taken care of this up-and-coming monster general yet meant something had happened to him that prevented him from doing so. That, or he was just stupid, but those chances were small. The city lord sighed, re-evaluating this princess's deductive abilities. Grabbing the chest plate of the armor he was wearing, he exposed his chest. Through his right chest was a hole over 4 inches wide, one that they could see through completely. I killed the previous monster general only a week ago. After the fact, I had been exhausted, and I suffered this wound while fighting my way out of the encirclement. I lost my right lung, and this hole remains. My abilities have been hindered since then, and I'm still recovering from internal wounds. I couldn't reliably fight even a rank 5. But you're right. We need to kill this monster general. I've been preparing a team to do so. However, the chances of them successfully killing the general and returning alive are slim. The general is still weak, but there are thousands of monsters out there. They would need to infiltrate those hordes, and doing so without getting noticed is close to impossible. So we need a strong but small team who's willing to risk their lives and assassinate this general. Pandora was quiet, but her smile suddenly widened. She and Dirk glanced at each other, and Dirk couldn't help but smirk a bit. She turned to the city lord. Well, city lord, today really is your lucky day. C-120, abysmal. Pandora managed to convince the city lord to let Dirk take part in this assassination assignment. There was only one problem, though. They didn't actually know the exact identity of the monster general. It was hiding somewhere in the midst of the monster hordes. Only by tracking the greatest concentrations of monsters could they guess where the general was. The city lord had intended to launch a reconnaissance mission first. The monster general had only begun to appear in the last week since killing the one prior. The only reason they knew it was due to the monster's oddly coordinated movements. Either way, finding this monster general wouldn't be easy. However, the city lord truly was lucky. Not only was Dirk the perfect one for an assassination, but Pandora had the skill known as Eyes of Truth. She immediately volunteered to track down the monster general using her special eyes to pick out any abnormalities. The city lord, while not entirely trusting this vampire princess, also wouldn't deny their attempts to help. And so they waited until the next day. When night came around, the monster attacks died down, giving everyone time to rest. The city was eerily quiet as darkness fell, a result of only a fraction of the previous population still being alive. The city was on its last legs. It was only until the following afternoon that the attacks picked back up. The soldiers moved as if robots, fending off the hordes from the walls and other fortifications. Pandora stood upon the western wall as all the soldiers beside her rushed to carry out their duties. Arrows and spells were constantly launched from above, killing those below. Many of those who passed the vampire princess were at first enraptured by her beauty. She radiated a palpable air of royalty, her purple hair waving along with the wind and red eyes scanning the monsters in the distance. But when the soldiers found her doing nothing but standing there, watching, they became irked. They wondered why this pompous princess wasn't doing anything but standing in the way. Many of them threatened to bump into her as they ran past, only, when they got close to touching her, their skin began to sting under the bite of extreme frost. It wasn't obvious, but she had an extremely cold aura surrounding her. And of course, she wasn't standing atop the walls aimlessly. Her eyes were viewing everything in front of her. The vast monster hordes appeared in her vision along with all the different elements that exploded out of their hosts. More than that, she could see faint lines. She caught sight of 3 different clusters of monsters, from their centers extending a web of mind-controlling threads. These threads made the monsters move like herds, an odd occurrence since monsters were mindless beasts that only sought to kill, eat, and grow stronger. "Tell Dirk to come back." She suddenly spoke. Beside her was Spite, and the cat nodded curtly. Below them, a few explosions of fire created a wave of heat that burned a dozen or so monsters. Then, a black figure jumped out of the hordes, aiming for the side of the wall. Bang! Dirk shook the wall as his fingers clawed into its surface. With a little earth magic and a few bounds, he was able to climb it. Unlike Pandora, upon seeing Dirk, many soldiers eyed him with awe and respect. Dirk had been fighting down amongst the hordes, being the only one able to keep his life in such a chaotic environment. He had already killed hundreds in the few hours they fought. "What?" he asked with a long breath. The featureless head created by obsidious armor retracted, revealing his face and covered eyes. "There are 3 monster generals." 3? It seems like those three are fighting for control over the monsters. Their hordes occasionally attack each other, but only moderately. They're in a stalemate due to them attacking the city. Anyway, we'll have to kill all three, and the monsters will subsequently lose their coordination. Maybe they'll disperse, and the city will be saved. Though, that's being incredibly optimistic. Dirk was silent as he looked off into the distance. His mana vision still wasn't as precise as normal vision, but with all the mana bursting from the monsters, he could see the hordes in the distance clearly. In fact, he found that having Obsidius equipped made his mana vision even clearer. It was like the blob amplified the elements he could sense, making them pop more and give more detail. So what's the plan? He looked at Pandora. Simple. Infiltrate and kill the monster generals. How will I know which monster is the general? I'll have to build a spell for it, but I can see the generals rather clearly in my vision. With the spell I have in mind, I'll be able to illuminate the specific monster with light mana. You just need to target the tagged monster. Alright. And what about the group formed by the city lord? Them? Pandora glanced at Dirk with a dumb expression. Come on. Since when do you work in a team? When we decide to operate, you can go by yourself. It'll allow you to kill and escape easier without the burden of others. The city lord can thank us after we're done. Fine. Dirk just nodded. He truly was better off working alone. While partners brought more firepower, they also brought more uncertainty. Without any more words, Dirk jumped right back down the wall. Since they had until nightfall, he decided he would fight until a few hours before. Upon landing in the midst of the monster hordes, Dirk's body became taut. His anima activation was light as he slashed a large rodent with his short sword, using that attack to dodge the clawed swipe of another monster. He went on the offensive, carving his own path of carnage. Every step forward not only took a life, but evaded an attack. In this situation, defending wasn't an option, or he would never be able to kill anything. Dirk's body spun around as he went from monster to monster. His swords slashed open their necks, stabbed their chests, and slashed their limbs. Most of the monsters attacking were weak, not stronger than a rank 4. Most were merely rank 2, and Dirk's weapons glided through their bodies with ease. Some were magic monsters, casting spells of all elements that had no regard for friendly fire. Dirk used these to his advantage, killing monsters without so much as touching them. The area around him would only take a minute or so to become devoid of monsters. When that happened, Dirk would just dash to the nearest cluster, wreaking more devastation. His stamina seemed endless as he fought for hours at a time. Dirk smiled as he appreciated the perks of blood destruction. It was only when the sun began to set that Dirk finally calmed down. His breathing was labored, but through his effort he had ended the lives of nearly 4,000 monsters personally. The endless hordes seemed to thin a bit under his lone effort. The only reason he could do this was due to him fighting in front of the western gate where the monster generals commanded from. The monsters gathered around them and then attacked the gates. Normally they would break through after several hours, moving the fight within the city where soldiers fell back to their secondary fortifications. This was how it had been for weeks now. But with Dirk there, he single-handedly held them back. Nobody was crazy enough to throw themselves into that mosh pit from hell, so they could only kill from afar with magic. Of course, this decreased everyone's ability to kill, outright making body refiners useless. But the battles were about preservation, not winning. Dirk had saved many lives today alone by throwing himself into that chaos. From above, Pandora smiled the entire time. At some point, Dirk jumped back up the wall, using previously created ledges for a foothold. He landed next to Pandora, taking deep breaths while kneeling, washing away his fatigue. She glanced at him, smirking. "How's my super soldier?" "It was like I was back on Earth, watching you devastate my armies from within." "Don't call me that. And I need food. I'm starving." "Here. Drink this. It'll recover your stamina." Pandora took out a vial, filled with an unknown potion. She tossed it to him. When he saw it though, he grit his teeth and batted away. Shatter. The vial burst after being backhanded, the liquid within spilling on the floor. Pandora's eyebrow raised, not expecting such a violent response. Sorry. Realizing what he did, Dirk looked away. I don't drink potions. All right. Let's get you fed then. Pandora put out her hand, her voice surprisingly soft. Dirk lifted his head before taking it, pulling himself off the floor. The two made their way back to the castle. Because of obsidious armor, Dirk didn't have a single speck of blood on him after the blob retracted. The black slime bounced on his head excitedly, happy after protecting its master through such a long battle. Through the battle, there were some attacks Dirk either couldn't or didn't bother avoiding. In those moments, he had tested obsidious defense. The armor really was metallic, being both flexible so Dirk could move around yet rigid enough to keep blades from slicing through. Dirk found the armor to be able to block the claws of a rank 3 monster, albeit with some noticeable scratches left behind. If it were a rank 4 monster, Dirk knew that obsidious would be limited in its protection, though it would still be infinitely better than nothing. However, these protective abilities only applied if left alone. As Dirk had discovered a while ago, obsidious could not only enhance his anima, but make use of it. The glowing golden lines that appeared on the black armor were a result of Dirk infusing anima into it. And with his anima, Dirk could reinforce the armor, making it stronger according to the strength of his anima. This meant that, while he'd have to expend more energy, he could enable obsidious to block the claws of a rank 5 monster. Rank 4 monsters couldn't so much as scratch the armor if he reinforced it. It also helped now that Dirk was a Rook-class warrior, capable of infusing anima into objects without destroying them, instead enhancing them. Today's battles only helped him sharpen his ability to control anima. For nearly all of the battles, he strictly used his anima techniques and short swords to attack, refraining from using magic. Though, one spell he used frequently was void walking. He found that he could use it much more than before with his larger dark mana reserves. His proficiency was also steadily rising, able to accurately void walk in the midst of dozens of monsters. But as his mother pointed out, he still used it in his odd little way. He'd appear, for a split second, in 2 places at once while void walking. While it did indeed alert the monsters faster, he couldn't find a way to stop using it that way. It just didn't make sense otherwise. You're back. The city lord nodded as Dirk and Pandora entered his headquarters. He noticed Dirk's haggard appearance, and smiled. I've heard about your performance at the West Gate. I thank you for your hard work. Unfortunately, City Lord Baron, his hard work can only do so much. Pandora responded with a slight tinge of hostility, as if the City Lord was being proud of something he shouldn't be. She approached the table in front of them, Dirk just hanging behind her and gnawing on a strip of dried meat. This city is on its last legs, as I've noticed after observing for all of today. Your soldiers are fatigued despite the abundance of food, giving them, at best, another week of constant fighting before giving in. You are the sole rank 7, and you have no tier 6. They died protecting the city in the initial attacks, Princess. The city lord suddenly snapped, as if to ensure Pandora wouldn't degrade their sacrifice. She just nodded. I figured as much. What I'm concerned about, City Lord, is your lack of longevity. This city is crumbling, and soon enough you're going to be overrun. That's why we're targeting the Monster General. Actually, believe it or not, the presence of the 3 Monster Generals on the outskirts of the hordes is the only thing keeping you alive right now. The City Lord was silent as Pandora smiled. There are 3 Monster Generals that are fighting amongst themselves. One will come out victorious, becoming the true general. Until then, the majority of the monster's high-end strength is occupied with this civil war. Now, if we kill these generals while they're still weak, all the hordes will disperse. They'll be uncoordinated, but that will only end with all of them attacking the city instead of small armies. Those generals are holding them back, for now. But if we level the generals alive, they'll grow stronger until the last of them stands, then launching strategic offensives on the city. You pick up fast. So you know how abysmal your ending is unless you enact another plan. The city lord went silent under Pandora's sharp gaze. Seeing as how the city lord was being pressured, though, a captain beside them stepped forward in anger. Hey! Do not disrespect the city lord. We have only survived this long through his leadership. I'm sure that's true. Unfortunately, no amount of reverence you have for your crippled city lord will save your future selves. Hold your tongue, lady. Shing! Suddenly, a dozen soldiers unsheathed their weapons. The air of rage and hostility poured out, making it seem like they would all impale the princess regardless of her background or seductive beauty. The nearby captain even pressed his spear against her throat. For a moment, everything was still, the slightest movement threatening to send the room into a frenzy. It was clear that everyone was on edge, exhausted and limited in patience. Pandora merely stood there, staring at the city lord with a wide smile. Her ruby eyes bored into the man, and for a moment, everyone saw past the graceful and royal princess. She almost looked, a bit thrilled by the turn of events, her smile sending chills down everyone's spines. Then, the city lord tore his gaze away from her, glancing at where Dirk was supposed to be. The only thing he saw was a black cat, its golden eyes peering into him. Stand down. The city lord commanded, and most of the soldiers sheathed their weapons. Except the captain, who still had an enraged face. City lord, this impudent wench should be tossed to the monsters outside the gates. The captain snarled as he pressed further. Pandora's pointed teeth were further exposed as he drew blood. For a moment, he glanced to her side, seeing spite. When he looked into that cat's eyes, he was enraptured. The next moment though, he felt a sharp prick on the back of his neck. Chills shot through his body, suddenly feeling like his life was going to slip away. Who? He spun around, pulling back his spear and slashing behind him. The spear was stopped by an armored hand though, a knee shooting to its shaft and snapping it in half. Dirk grabbed the captain's arm after breaking the spear, spinning him back around and slamming his head into the table in front of him. The captain struggled but couldn't budge Dirk's hold, forced down by the lock in his own joints. Dirk's head turned up, staring at the city lord. Dirk's eyes were covered by that cloth, but the city lord could still feel a piercing gaze, one that went further than vision. The city lord gulped. Even at his peak, he had never felt anything like Dirk's current aura. It wasn't amazingly threatening, not filled with bursting bloodlust or guttural rage. It was quiet, almost invisible. There wasn't any kind of killing intent or pressure. The city lord didn't even feel like his life was in danger. Despite the knife Dirk now had at the captain's throat, it didn't seem like he had any intention of killing the man, either. But that's exactly what alarmed the city lord. That utter disregard for life. The ability to kill without any form of emotion or motivation. The disconnect between an obvious threat and the non-existent sense of danger made him shiver inwardly, like knowing a ghost was drifting around you but being unable to see it. And that wasn't even considering his uncanny ability to disappear from under their noses. You surprise me, Dirk Strider. I had thought you would be more like your elder brother, more like your father. But, it seems you inherited your mother's side. A compliment, of course, considering her abilities that were greater than mine, even at my prime. Dirk just hummed at the city lord's appeasing words. Then, everyone heard a clap, turning their heads to Pandora. I'm sorry, but if we could get back down to business. City lord, I suggest you remove any emotional soldiers from the room before you tell me exactly how you've planned on pulling this city out of its hellish pit. Very well. He nodded after a moment of silence, dismissing everyone but his highest advisors and officers. Dirk let his hostage go as well, the captain leaving without being able to look back at Dirk. After Pandora's small wound healed after a mere several seconds, they all gathered around the table. While Dirk remaining behind everyone was unsettling, nobody minded as Pandora bored into the city lord, prompting him to spill his secrets. Chapter 121, Blossom. A portal, huh? I knew your emperor wasn't as stupid as he made himself seem. Pandora chuckled, her captivating voice lowering the guards of those around her. Her words were anything but soothing though, making some clench their teeth in anger. But they held it in. The city lord had explained his simple plan. Turns out, he was given the materials and personnel necessary to build a teleporter that could connect them to any other teleporter in the Horizon Empire. It was a pretty massive portal, and it wasn't that much of a secret at this point considering most of the city had been reduced to ruin. There was only so much secrecy one could maintain in such a situation. But considering Pandora was the princess of the Dark Kingdom, this was information better kept under wraps. Unfortunately, circumstances compelled the city lord to tell her. He planned on finishing the portal that had been under continuous construction for the past few weeks. It was actually almost done, and upon finishing, they would be able to receive reinforcements. The city lord also had an artifact that allowed him long-distance communication with certain people in the capital, and he had been promised reinforcements should he get the portal operational. Pandora had a similar artifact. Turns out, while not widespread, these artifacts were popular among the nobility, and for good reason. With this information, Pandora had a much better picture of what the city lord had been aiming for, and how they needed to adapt. Now, this was a battle of attrition. They needed to hold out long enough for the portal to finish. The city lord estimated another week, at most, before it was done. However, this amount of time didn't solve their dilemma with the monster generals. If we wait too long, the monster generals will finish their civil war, and they'll become too powerful for us to handle. If we kill them now, the armies will disperse and will be subject to a large siege. Either way, we risk decimation. Pandora rubbed her chin and pondered, as did the others. She was only silent for several seconds though before shrugging. Very well. There's only one option, then. We need to kill the generals. What? How could we do that? You just said we'll be sieged if we kill them. Another officer spoke up, surprised by her unhesitant decision. She glanced back at him, her gaze not derisive but dismissive. It's the only option because it's the one we can control. Who knows how powerful those monster generals can become? And how can we be sure they'll actually kill each other until only one remains? They might just stop when two of them remain and then attack together. Regardless, sitting and waiting can only bring more uncertainty. But if we kill the generals, we can predict the reaction of the monsters. We can prepare accordingly for a siege, and then trigger it, rather than wait and test our luck. Pandora explained simply. For a while, nobody said anything. The officers present obviously knew the threat the monster generals posed. They had severely wounded a rank 7, and killed several tier 6. If they were allowed to grow unchecked, they could slaughter the remaining high-tier power of the city. The rest of the soldiers would be chickens on the chopping block, just waiting to die. There would be no hope. On the other hand, defending against an invasion, especially one they could plan for, gave them greater chances. It might come at the cost of many soldiers, but they were beyond the point of worrying about losses. They weren't just backed into a corner, but surrounded with nowhere to escape. It was do or die. The only reason they didn't immediately agree with the plan was because it came from Pandora's haughty mouth. Not even the city lord wanted to immediately agree. But when he thought more and more, he realized that Pandora wasn't as stupid as he wished, and it really was their only plan of action. Why did this princess have to be smart? The city lord rubbed his eyes, glancing deadpan at Pandora's blank face. I'm not opposed to this plan. Good. I'd be concerned otherwise. She smiled, twirling her hair with a finger. Now, all you need to do is begin preparations. Start setting up barricades, laying traps, and preparing your soldiers. You have 2 days before the invasion. Why 2 days? Because on the second night, those generals are dying, whether you're ready or not. The city lord frowned. It was almost as if Pandora were threatening him with her words, not trying to help them. Sensing the hostility, Pandora just rolled her eyes. It's a deadline, city lord. Deadlines can be a valuable tool, instilling a sense of urgency that promotes efficiency and hard work. And since I'm the one placing down this deadline, I hope you work with your people quickly. Use your time wisely, because as soon as I send this man out, the siege shall commence. Though, you don't have to worry too much. Everything will occur at opportune times. Anyway. She suddenly clapped, spinning on her heel and turning her back on the officers. My partner and I are hungry, so excuse us. Dirk? Dirk hummed as followed, not having uttered a word during the entire meeting. He was indeed very hungry, strips of meat only doing so much to stave off his rumbling stomach. At that moment though, an officer violently shook his head, as if he had been in a cloudy daze the entire time. He gritted his teeth at Pandora's exiting figure. Wait. Why are we just letting this arrogant princess order us around? Since when does she hold any authority here? I could just leave. Pandora spoke softly, coming to a stop in the doorway. You know, I didn't come here completely willingly. It was Dirk here who made me feel guilty enough to help. And I've done nothing but give my opinion and assistance. But, if you don't want it, then we can just leave. She glanced back, her glowing red eyes boring into the officer. At her words, even the city lord felt a certain amount of dread. It was as if they needed her here to survive. They didn't want her to leave, despite her arrogance and commanding attitude. The threat of her abandoning them seemed to be worse than that of the monster hordes outside. None of them could understand this feeling. It pulled on their minds for a while until Pandora stepped away. When she finally disappeared, the officers let out long breaths. She's powerful. The city lord mumbled. Since she had done nothing to fight the monsters unlike Dirk, he had assumed she was weaker than him, especially after that display Dirk put on with the unruly captain. But her ability to pressure not out of sheer power, but out of psychological suppression, indicated a different kind of depth. She was definitely no pushover, possibly being one of the most powerful within the city. If only their greatest hadn't died early on. The city lord lamented the cruel battles that had first reduced the city to ruin. Even he, a rank 7, had been cut down to nothing more than a strong cripple. Anyone who could compare to him had died after the initial outbreak. It was worse than a war, with indiscriminate bloodshed and savage brutality. Begin preparations. You know the plan. Start relaying orders tonight. With one final order, the city lord retired, the day taking its toll on him. The officers rushed off, having recovered from their meeting with the vampire princess. Good. So they took my advice. Pandora meandered across the walls, dressed in a casual and reserved set of clothes that looked suspiciously close to sweats and a t-shirt. Her deep purple hair was also tied into a ponytail, and it swayed with the breezes of wind that occasionally graced her form. Dirk was beside her, and they both scanned the surroundings for different reasons. Pandora watched as both civilians and soldiers alike rushed to set up barricades under the command of their captains. Mages were putting in the most work, conjuring barriers of rock and stone which were armed with long spikes and pitfalls. Even water mages were conjuring vast gullies with the help of earth mages, establishing more than just solid barriers that could break down. They started at the walls, reinforcing any damaged sections as they had done for weeks and then adding some extra defense. Then, they established fallback barriers at 3 different points within the city, each one closer to the center than the last. Pandora was just happy that the city lord didn't disregard her, and that the captains were willingly putting in their effort to organize this defense. On the other hand, Dirk was watching both inside and outside the walls. Occasionally he glanced to the hordes in the distance, their figures barely visible in his man-of-vision. They were a few miles away, and they only usually attacked in the afternoon. It was lucky that they had something of a schedule. Otherwise, this city would have been overrun should they just attack whenever they wished. This predictable nature was in fact due to the generals, and as Pandora stated, was also the reason this city was still standing. They couldn't handle an all-out assault. At least, not yet they couldn't. Small groups of soldiers occasionally ran past Dirk and Pandora, almost always glancing at the princess as they passed. Perhaps it was her odd clothing, or perhaps it was her beauty that shone through even such a casual wardrobe. She was an eye-catcher no matter where she went. As for Dirk, he was barely noticeable beside her, who pulled eyes like a magnet. Still, those who glanced at him shot him looks of nothing but respect. Dirk had clearly showcased his uncanny ability to handle hordes of savage beasts and come out unscathed. Inhuman reflexes, near-omniscient awareness, and ruthless attacks. He was the perfect killing machine on the battlefield. On top of that, rumor was circulating around that he was the son of Marquis Strider, a renowned name in all military circles. Dirk didn't know exactly what prestige his family name held because he was rather sheltered for most of his life. But they did. These two partners drifted around the compound for almost the entire morning. Pandora would take time in intervals to observe the generals beyond the walls, getting a read on their patterns and behavior. Dirk didn't bother with that since he couldn't see that far anyway. Instead, he analyzed the entire city. Spite was on his shoulder as well, scanning everything and creating a virtual map that could be overlaid in Dirk's vision for heightened awareness. After all, recording the layout of the battlefield was a vital function of AI interfaces for super soldiers. When noon finally came though, the sun shining at its highest and brightest point, the monster generals made their move. As if deciding on a ceasefire, a large wave of monsters rushed the city walls. The west wall had it the worst, and likewise had the most troops stationed there. Dirk also perched atop the edge of those walls, waiting as those hordes charged like a stampede. He didn't plan on jumping down yet. The enemy had way too much momentum. He'd wait until it was broken. The ground shook, pebbles on the walls rattling against the stone floor as the paws of monsters raged against the terrain. Dirk could sense the mana of all the mages around him swirl to life, his mana vision flaring with all elements and colors. In a way, mana vision could be just as vibrant as regular vision. He was beginning to see that, the longer he gazed through the lenses of this magical world. Bang! The walls shook as the hordes slammed against the stone. An entire section of the wall was directly demolished as hundreds of bodies slammed against the defenses. While the frontmost monsters were trapped in trenches, and those behind were impaled by spikes, there were so many that they simply kept moving forward. Sheer strength. The horde was like a battering ram. It almost seemed like nothing could stop it as an entire portion of the wall tumbled and reduced to boulders. But it did. With that section, the horde came to a stop. They clustered on top of each other outside the walls. Every inch of space was a target. So the mages, withholding nothing, launched the largest scale spells they could. Fire! A captain roared, his voice shaking everyone's ears. All fire mages stepped up with his command, and spells washed over the ground below them. Screams could be heard as every monster was roasted alive, the smell of burning hair and flesh wafting upward with the smoke. For a while, the front of the wall blazed, the magical fire spreading from monster to monster, their bodies fueling the raging blaze. Then, it gradually died out. The captain roared once more. Earth! Another command, and massive spikes appeared in the air. They formed heavy bodies and sharp tips, before being dropped. Screech! Even more monsters screamed as they were impaled to the floor. Hundreds of spikes riddled the battlefield, and it seemed like those mindless armies had been bested with strategy. But then, Dirk could sense the birds. Aerial beasts came swooping over, threatening to snatch soldiers like little rats and drop them to their doom. The captain saw this, and roared with a bit more urgency. Water mages! Bring them down! With that command, Dirk felt the humidity of the atmosphere rise, becoming swampy. All around him, both small blobs of water, water blades, and rivers of water were conjured. They formed a sea of water in the sky. He was quite stunned by the organized display. And then, it all came down. The rivers of water crashed into all the enemies below, slamming them to the floor along with all that liquid weight. The spheres and blades of water targeted everything else in the sky, precisely shooting down those aerial enemies. Only the blades of water did damage to those aerial monsters. As for the spheres, they merely knocked them out of the sky. But that was enough. The earth mages, still hard at work, targeted all these aerial beasts with spikes that nailed them to the floor. and with a blessing of fire, they were reduced to ash. Not bad. Not bad at all. Pandora clapped with a wide smile, catching the attention of the captain for a mere moment. Good coordination, obvious experience. They've done this several times before. Unfortunately, this kind of tactic can't be sustained. It's good for breaking momentum, but not long-term battle. Over the next few hours, the mages will dwindle, forcing the body refiners to step up and risk themselves in direct battle. The mages also become susceptible to attack, and perhaps one or two get picked off as they retreat. Over the course of many days, citizens and armies get devastated, only getting worse with each passing battle and death. Still, this is about the best they could do. Her words seemed to envision the gradual downfall of this city, as the nearby soldiers grimaced in anguish. Suddenly, Dirk smacked her shoulder, causing her to recoil. "Hey! What was that for? You're smart, so shut up and quit breaking their spirits with the obvious past. Unless you're trying to get your plan to fail." Fine." She huffed after glancing at him for a moment, crossing her arms. At least Dirk's reprimanding seemed to help their fallen spirits lift a bit more, because the nearby soldiers decided to shake their heads and continue fighting. After so long, so many days of desperate battle that only left their city in ruins, each of these soldiers was on the verge of breaking down. Even rookies were now veterans hardened through an apocalyptic situation. This was no better than a war, nearly all the citizens in this prosperous place ravaged and eaten by mindless monsters. Hell, it could be said that it was worse than a war, since at least people had a conscience. Civilians wouldn't be massacred without reason. But monsters, they didn't care. They even ate each other, let alone innocent people. To watch this city degrade under constant attacks, watching their comrades and people be savagely cut apart and eaten alive, would break the minds of any soldier. The only reason these people kept fighting was because the only other option was death. Dirk knew all this. He knew war. Just because he had been hardened to it didn't mean he didn't understand. So he decided to keep Pandora in check, she who either didn't know or didn't care about what war did to people. But that wasn't all he would do. This was a war. And super soldiers could turn wars on their heads. He turned and walked to the captain, who roared out orders. They were a bit more tame than before, accommodating the limited mana reserves of his mages. Dirk took a spot by his side, waiting for a gap in his yelling before speaking. "Captain. Cool it at the base of the wall. I'm going down." The captain turned back, giving Dirk a hesitant look before sighing. "Very well. Good luck, Strider. Don't worry about me. Just focus on everything else." With those words, Dirk approached the edge of the wall. As he stepped up, Obsidius was called through their bond. That little black blob bounced around his body before splashing against his clothes. It rapidly spread, gaining material from seemingly nowhere and covering his entire body. That metallic body armor sealed every gap, making it airtight before hardening. Everyone, even the mages, turned their heads to watch him as he stood tall on the wall's edge. In his hands appeared two short swords. Then, his anima activated, aura spilling into Obsidius and making the armor glow with complex golden lines that ran across his body. Then, he bent down. His legs bulged with power, those lines on his armor pulsing with power. Bang! The wall shook with his jump. Even Pandora couldn't help but smile as he soared through the air, free falling into that endless horde of mindless beasts. His short swords were pointed down as he fell, becoming coated with a thin layer of golden aura, ready to pierce through even metal. The monsters below noticed this beacon of power as it flew toward them. Eyes behind him, claws and savage teeth bared below him, rising to meet their prey. And blood blossomed. Chapter 122, Dark. Once again, you single-handedly held back the monsters yourself. I was responsible for perhaps 40% of the work. The fact that you come close to matching an entire organized army of mages is astonishing enough. Pandora chuckled as Obsidius revealed Dirk's body. His breathing was steady, though a bit labored. His heart was also beating with powerful pulses. Dirk's body ached, and all his energy was sapped. He didn't seem to care though, moving as if he didn't just fight an entire army of monsters. He and Pandora started walking back to the castle in the center of the city. As they did, Dirk pulled every eye. Every soldier eyed him with more awe than respect. They shook their heads, refusing to believe a single man had done what he did. He had killed close to 4,000 monsters over the course of 7 hours. By now, night had already fallen, and the monsters were close to retreating. The rest could be handled by the soldiers. Still, Dirk's lone effort had felled nearly half the total kill count. And it wasn't because he was atrociously powerful. He didn't have overwhelming attacks that sliced hundreds in half with every swing. He didn't have grand magic that could incinerate thousands with a single conjuring. His secret? He just didn't stop. He fought for 7 hours straight. Every second, his actions were devoted to killing a monster. He only rested a single time, and that was to scarf down an entire meal before jumping back in the fray. He hadn't been out of the fight for more than 5 minutes. Not only was his energy inhuman, but his focus was unnaturally strong. He was able to properly allocate every ounce of his energy, not so much as wasting a drop over every hour of fighting. Even as he got tired, he maintained. He didn't deviate, he didn't overexert. He just continued fighting as if he weren't tired. And when he wanted to pull out, he did so. Like the previous day, his effort had allowed these armies to hold back the hordes, keeping them outside the walls and reducing casualties. But this time, his performance was even better. His skill seemed to increase since the day prior. His use of those short swords was superior, sharper, more deliberate and smooth. It wasn't as choppy as before. He was learning the weapon, developing his own direct style of swordplay. And then there was his magic. By spreading his attacks across mana and anima, he was able to efficiently use these two sources of energy, drawing out his longevity for so long. If it were just magic, he might be able to last 3 hours while pushing his mana lungs. And just his anima? 4 hours. Add the longevity of those two energy pools, and the result was 7 hours of fighting. Granted, none of the monsters were above tier or rank 4, so he was allowed to pull off this performance. Anything stronger, and he would be exerting far more energy per enemy. But all this meant that even though he didn't look like it, Dirk was deathly hungry. He got out and stopped because he had reached his absolute limit, and desperately needed food. Pandora knew this of course, and she had brought the car around a long time ago. And there were pocket rings filled with food, some filled with concentrated anima and some bursting with elemental mana. Jumping in the trunk, Dirk didn't hesitate to grab a ring and pull out all the platters within. Pandora watched him with a smile, seemingly finding something curious or amusing as he ravenously devoured the food. He didn't care. She often did weird stuff. Sudden exclamations at nothing, laughing at her own internal jokes. Inside her mind was an entire world of her own, and honestly, Dirk didn't care to enter it. He just let her be most of the time. In front of him were plates of cooked food. The rings Pandora brought had the magical functions of preserving food and any items within, so a cooked meal would stay that way until brought back out. And naturally, she had people cooking high-class food for them before leaving, so everything inside the rings was something you'd find at the nicest restaurants in the Dark Kingdom's capital. As he ate, Dirk gave a glance to Pandora, causing her eyes to scrunch and curve into crescents. He found this kindness odd. He had pissed her off right before leaving. Didn't she still care about that? Her attitude could change rather quickly, and he knows she didn't forget. Still, she could smile at him as if she were in love despite how angry he made her. He didn't get it. He felt bad though. Although he didn't want to believe it, Pandora had gradually led him to believe that she really was different from the psycho on Earth. Sure, she still had that mind of madness, but her emotions, her logic, it was more human. Dirk didn't blame her for her past. She was driven basically insane by the supersoldier program. It was their fault. Still, he didn't know how much had really changed in her. And until he was sure, he could never be too careful. But he also had emotions. He didn't like making her mad, not that he cared too much if he did. But when he saw this face of hers, it sparked conflict within him. After giving her that glance, his face turned back down, grabbing another slice of rich meat and stuffing it in his mouth. I don't drink potions because of Azura. His sudden words surprised Pandora, and she listened intently. While I was there, I was constantly tortured. Broken bones, scrambled organs. They very nearly severed my limbs several times using nothing but their whips. They had no problems burning me or impaling me. This happened every day, and after every time, I'd get healed by powerful potions. Those potions repaired me entirely. They broke me down, and healed me right back up. Hundreds of times over. Dirk grabbed a loaf of bread layered with melted cheese, greedily chomping down. Anyway, after I got out, you could say that I had a relapse. Apparently your body can become reliant on potions. And mine, well, it was entirely reliant on those potions. So when I didn't ingest anymore, my body began breaking down. Long story short, I would have died without the Emperor's help and my restoration trait, something I acquired after my body adapted to not having the potion. Pandora didn't immediately speak, watching as Dirk inhaled the entire loaf of bread. She understood now why he didn't so much as touch potions. She let out a light breath, her eyes dimming just a bit. You know, I made those potions personally. The ones I was going to give you. Really? Dirk stopped eating, looking up at her with surprise. She bobbed her head and climbed out of her seat, taking a spot in front of him. I did, but I understand now why you slapped it out of my hand and fed it to the stone wall. Though, I can't help but be impressed. By what? Dirk tilted his head. She looked him in the eye. By the fact that someone was actually able to traumatize you, a super soldier. I know nobody that can match your strength of mind, and yet, someone was actually able to scar you. Dirk frowned at her words, his gaze becoming a bit colder. Before he could rebuke her though, she reached forward and placed her hand on his head, combing his hair. Her words were soft. But, your scars show just how strong you've become. Someone traumatized the most stubborn person I know, and yet he came out of it even stronger. You were able to survive the torture of a tier 8. And those scars, within your mind. I see them. I see just how much you've gone through, and triumphed over. Her words were shockingly encouraging. Her hand that ran through his hair and stroked his cheek threatened to turn him to butter. And that soothing voice put his mind at ease, wiping away all his hostility that had threatened to burst. Being encouraged and sympathized with like this, it was different. Different from the kind of motherly comfort and affection Cecilia gave him. This was more intimate. I reminded him of Ava. Dirk's gaze sharpened, but he couldn't help the emotions that threatened to reveal themselves. Still, he may allow Pandora to comfort him, but that didn't mean he would allow himself to be vulnerable before her. So he sobered up. Even Pandora seemed to sense his change, as she pulled away with a light smile. I'll make sure you have plenty of food to eat. As for potions, well, they have many uses that go beyond healing and stamina replenishment. With the right ingredients and preparation, some can transform your body, enhancing various parts of it. If the day comes when I prepare such a potion, you can think of ingesting it then. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. He responded with a bit of thought. After that, he eyed the girl in front of him. He often overlooked it, but she was seriously gorgeous. He almost hated that fact. He couldn't help but see it as a pretty shell that covered a dark core. But, perhaps it wasn't all that dark. Dirk pondered for a bit before letting out a sigh. I might regret this, but would you like some blood? He spoke while uncovering his clavicle. He knew that Pandora loved his blood, and she had been cooperative and nice. He just wanted to do something nice for her. And there wasn't much he could give her that she didn't already have. Besides his own blood, of course. Pandora was naturally shocked at the offer. He often refused to even let her touch him, let alone get his blood. She had kept her distance and didn't push too far, despite their blood pact. But he was actually offering it to her. She eyed him, unable to hide her desire. Are you sure? You'll be a bit weakened. He frowned. I know I will, so you better get some before I change my mind. Then I'll oblige. She chuckled, pouncing on top of him and baring her fangs. Those fangs, while not large, weren't small either. After she straddled him and hugged his body, he felt those teeth poke into his clavicle, targeting the artery under his flesh. She let out a long moan as his blood streamed into her mouth. As she poked directly into his artery, his blood flowed uninhibited, allowing her to drink it like water. If it were anyone else, the amount she drank would render them either severely anemic or completely immobile. They'd pass out from shock, and it would take months to completely recover what they'd lost. She drank an entire third of his blood supply over the course of a few minutes, sucking on his clavicle like there was no tomorrow. Luckily, Dirk could take this amount of blood loss without much reaction. Plus, it would all be regenerated by the next morning with restoration, so he didn't care much. Of course, he'd have to eat more food for fuel, but that was an easy and enjoyable pastime. When she was finally done, she pulled away. Her teeth sealed the wounds she created, preventing his artery from spraying blood everywhere. She licked her lips and teeth, her expression positively blissful, if not a bit too heated. While on top of him, she looked into his eyes, as if the cloth did nothing to block their gazes. He could feel her warm breath brush across his face as she lingered there. The strength of their soul bond, the transmission of Pandora's heat, seduction that graced her every move, threatening to pull him in tight. Luckily, Dirk had superhuman willpower. When Pandora looked at him, she felt his shockingly small amount of passion or heat. It was like she was mounting a monk. She glanced behind her before raising her brow. Are you sure everything of yours actually works? It works when I want it to. Dirk snickered when he realized where her gaze was pointed at. Sounds exciting. She brightened with curiosity though, earning a firm pair of hands that lifted and threw her on the mattress. Dirk sighed while climbing into the front seat, ignoring Pandora's pleasure over rough treatment. Around the city, both civilians and soldiers worked tirelessly in order to raise more defensive lines. Pandora had given them a deadline, and it seemed like the city lord was serious about meeting it. So 2 days after Pandora had given them her plan, it seemed like just about everything was finished. An air of anxiousness formed at the dawn of the second evening. Tonight was the night Pandora said that the monster generals were dying, whether they were ready or not. One comforting fact though was the lesser amounts of monsters beyond the walls. With Dirk's lone effort that culled thousands alongside the soldiers, the hordes beyond seemed thinner. But there were still tens of thousands, all of them being controlled in some way by the monster generals to do their bidding. Screams could occasionally be heard in the distance, the flashes of magic and light of fire flaring on the horizon. Pandora watched this while atop the western wall. It was deep into the night, around 3 a.m. As she had observed, this was the time when the monsters were least active. And it was their time to act. All right, super soldier. Time to work. Don't call me that. A dull voice sounded from beside her. Dirk sat with his legs hung off the wall, his gaze focused on the distance. He had constantly been focused on refining his long-distance mana vision, and he was gradually making progress. Over time, he had used his memory combined with the mana radiating off of objects to formulate colors in his mind. Along with the shapes he recognized and inherent material properties, he could make out even more than his vision allowed. For instance, metal. Dirk could sense metal mana, and as he found out, metal mana had its own set of properties. It was like how a single magical element could have many runes and spell formations, giving that single element a myriad of ways to be shaped and manipulated. He was using that logic in his vision. If a metal were a dull color, he could see that through its smooth surface, thick mana, and how the light reflected off of it using dark mana. If it were like copper, he would see those properties that were more conductive to heat as well as the different coloration. If it were like silver, then he could see the unique properties of silver alongside its brighter sheen. The mana seemed to mimic nature in a way. This was only visible though to those who looked deep enough into its nature. And this logic applied to all kinds of materials and properties. If someone's hair was green, Dirk could see the shadow of the color through dark mana and the color itself through earth mana. Plants could be seen this way, as all of them had large amounts of lively earth mana within them. All shades of brown were also visible. Reds were visible through fire mana. Dirk could even faintly sense the blues of water mana. Over time, Dirk was more and more surprised by the depth of mana and all its various properties and forms. It was like learning a language. As he experienced more and more, his comprehension rose and he began to reshape his worldview. Even in the distance, just as Pandora saw, Dirk could make out the flares of bright fire mana and the surges of earth mana as the landscape occasionally roiled. Even when he looked at Pandora herself, he could make out that deep purple hair and stunning red eyes. And, perhaps she had learned this from his mother, but Pandora started leaving traces of mana around herself, allowing her to be highlighted in his vision. Dirk was beginning to miss his vision less and less. He suddenly stood. Spite perked up on his shoulder. Pandora kept her gaze on the distance. My spell is ready. When I activate it, all the monster generals will be highlighted. You need to kill them all. If you leave one, then that one will take control of every monster around it and launch a coordinated attack on this city. And believe me, you don't want that. I've seen how they move, and it looked like they really do have some semblance of cunning. The city will fall if you mess up. Dirk just hummed, as if he didn't care. He was no stranger to high-stakes missions. All right. Since you're ready, hold still for a second. Pandora suddenly waved her hand. Dirk could see the dark mana around him be washed away as light mana appeared from her hand. This light mana wrapped around his right hand before forming 3 magic circles, a rather advanced spell. Once it formed, the circles completed their circuit and occasionally pulsed with light mana. She looked at him. This is a beacon. It'll allow me to see where you are as well as tell you which direction to go. The closer you are to the first target, the more rapid the pulses get. I've tagged the first one. Once you make your first kill, the spell will activate and highlight the other 2. They will know you're coming, so be prepared to slaughter your way to them. As for any other details, she smiled. I'll leave it to you. Feel free to wreak as much havoc as you want. Fine. With that, Dirk jumped down the wall. He saw where Pandora pointed. The eastern portion of the monster armies, where the first general was located. After hitting the ground with a thud, he charged. Obsidius wrapped around his body as he ran, and gradually, he disappeared from Pandora's sight. With stealth, he had gone dark. Not even Pandora could find him unless she used some light magic. She wouldn't see him again until he made his first kill. So she just watched, expectant of his performance. Chapter 123, Wolf General. Dirk prowled through the monster hordes. He had run up to them, a large area upon the landscape where the generals and armies fought. This area was several square miles large, and even then there wasn't much room to move. The monsters out there were constantly running around. It was only for a few hours during the night that they retreated and went to sleep, everything becoming quiet. But even then, there would be monsters out patrolling, keeping an eye on the armies of the other generals. Dirk didn't aim for this time. Why? Because the armies weren't his concern. The monsters around the generals were the ones he needed to be concerned over. And those monsters around the general also had to sleep. However, they only did so while the armies were active. Pandora had surprised Dirk with some deep information. The monster armies slept around midnight, and they slept for close to 4 hours. After that, they would begin fighting again, and the guards would sleep under the protection of the raging armies. This was the window Dirk was aiming for. The time he headed out was just after the armies started back up. With Obsidius around him and his stealth activated, he was able to weave through the armies completely undetected. Of course, he didn't have to evade monsters for long. Each of the generals were located an equal distance apart, thousands of monsters between them. Like most human generals, they placed themselves behind their armies. This also meant that their backs were the least guarded. So Dirk was sure to circle around, only needing to make his way through a few clusters of mindless monsters. The spell on his hand pulsed as he did so. It became more rapid as he got closer to the general. He could also feel a sense of direction from it. It wasn't long before he entered a small clearing. There were 6 large monsters in the middle of this clearing, the armies keeping their distance out of fear. Dirk inserted himself into this exclusion zone, just between the surrounding army and the general's guards. He could see the general as the spell on his hand dimmed. The general was sitting in the midst of its guards, chomping down on a large gorilla-type monster. The figure of the general made Dirk frown in seriousness. It was a massive wolf. Its fur looked like metal as it bristled with pure violence and savagery. Its fangs tore into its prey's flesh like it was rubber, crunching bones along the way as if it didn't even notice them. Even its claws could poke through those bones as it grabbed different limbs of the monster. Dirk could feel earth and metal mana from this wolf, along with light mana. Pandora had already told him that all 3 of the generals had the light attribute. This light attribute was how they controlled the surrounding armies, using strings of mental manipulation to guide them. So it wasn't a surprise seeing the light mana. Dirk wasn't even nervous over the unbridled, rabid behavior of the wolf. It was the tier 5 mana coming from its body that gave him a headache. Dirk was barely tier and rank 4. This monster was absolutely at least an entire tier above him. As for its rank, he wouldn't be sure until they fought. Still, by the way the wolf casually tore its prey limb from limb, he assumed it wasn't lacking. But although Dirk was lesser in sheer power, he wasn't a normal mage or warrior. Growling. The wolf growled as it finished stripping the last slices of meat from its food. Its snout dripped with fresh blood as it raised its head, looking around. Dirk stood tall in front of the guards that surrounded the general. Each of the guards stared at the surrounding monster armies with ferocity, but their menacing gazes were clearly a mask to hide their fear over the general beside them. Dirk could even see one trembling. The wolf eyed this particular guard, and then approached. It was slow as it made its way closer, its claws treading the ground and nose sticking itself upon the back of this fearful guard. The wolf general sniffed its guard, as if inspecting it. Raising its paw, a claw pointed itself and placed itself upon the guard's back, tracing down and leaving an obvious trail of blood. Dirk watched the guard yelp in pain, and couldn't help but feel odd. The sight reminded him of Delia, how she liked to play with him, drawing wounds across his body as she spoke with him. Unfortunately, this guard didn't have the life insurance he did. As if the yelp had displeased the general, the wolf opened its maw and chomped down on its neck. It was fast. Dirk's gaze hardened as he saw the wolf's teeth clamp down with surprising agility. It wasn't any speed that he couldn't handle, but combined with its obviously high tier, this wolf was turning out to be a difficult opponent. With that single chomp, the wolf killed its guard, reducing the number of its guards to 5. It didn't even eat this guard, just retreating with blood dripping from its fangs. Then, the general laid down upon a patch of leaves and grass, a makeshift bed perhaps. Once it put its head down, the other guards followed. Dirk's hand twitched as he watched. Then, he took a deep breath. His heart slowed. His mana vision sharpened. A weapon appeared in his hands. It was a large and heavy axe, crude in design but built with obvious power. One of the many weapons Pandora had brought along, this axe's blade was composed of tier 5 geode, a pure metal with an affinity to the earth element. With this weapon, Dirk could freely inject his mana into it and increase its magical properties. It could even be used as a medium for spellcasting, not unlike his pistol Stigma. After equipping the axe, he gave a command inwardly. Go! Happy hunting! Spite jumped out of his body, the cat circling the group of guards. Dirk also circled around, his presence drifting through the shadows of the night. Suddenly, the wolf perked its head up. It looked before it, between 2 of its guards. Its black eyes rested upon a feline. That small figure with majestic black hair and golden stripes looked directly at it, its brilliant eyes enrapturing it for but a mere moment. The two only stared at each other for a bit. As Dirk knew, the monster generals weren't mindless. It was as if monsters earn intelligence through power. This wolf, along with the other two generals, was smart enough to utilize tactics and cunning as well as lead its armies. They could even bring down a city with a rank 7 guarding it. They were not to be underestimated. So the wolf didn't immediately attack. It evaluated the cat before it, wondering how it suddenly appeared and what its purpose was. It was curious, but also wary. And then, it felt chills. The instincts of a beast forged through the fires of savage slaughter warned it. It was in mortal danger. The cat in front of it narrowed its golden eyes, taking a step forward and toward the wolf. The wolf kept its attention on the cat for a second longer than it should have. When it finally spun around to face the source of the chills, it was met with a deep blade. The mana in its body exploded, doing everything in its absolute power to evade this attack. AWOO. Shing! Metal blades and spikes surged from the wolf's body and the ground around it. Several attacks were aimed at the area before it and the rest were focused on blocking the incoming blade. Even its own fur was utilized, blades materializing from its body, called upon for a heavy cost. The axe was barely diverted away from its skull, the blade crashing through every last defense before grazing its shoulder, drawing a deep wound that severed half of its front arm. Along with its previous movement, the wolf launched itself backward. The other guards also spurred alive, rudely wakened and furious at the one who would dare attack their general. Dirk appeared in that moment, taking a step to steady himself before squaring with the guards who had surrounded their general. Then, he vanished before their eyes, drifting like a ghost into the shadows. The wolf growled, barking at one of its guards. Grack! A guard that took the shape of a ferocious lizard let out a cry before opening its mouth. It reminded Dirk a lot of the fire skinks he once knew and loved. Fire bellowed from the lizard's mouth, washing through the land and surrounding the general. At the same time, the general called upon more of its spikes, blades surging from the ground and creating a barrier of death around them. Metal and fire raged for a few moments. The lizard was wholly focused on torching the enemy that could be anywhere around it. Its fire spread far enough to torch the armies running around them, not stopping until the surrounding 100 meters was nothing but a sea of flame. As it was doing so though, the wolf suddenly felt more chills. It suddenly grabbed the lizard with its mouth and flung its head around. Slice! An axe blade cut down, cutting through the lizard that the wolf had used as a shield. The axe slowed and was unable to pierce through the extra defenses that the wolf mustered. Dirk appeared right before the wolf, in the midst of the guards. He hadn't distanced himself. He had moved in. The wolf dropped the bisected lizard before lunging toward its enemy. It was much slower now though. Dirk's first attack had forced the wolf to utilize the mana within itself in a dangerous way, hurting its own body in the process of saving its life. And even then, Dirk had disabled one of its front limbs, making it far more unsteady on its own feet. It was debilitating, and perhaps the wolf knew it, but it would really lose its life should it not take the initiative. Dirk waved his axe as the wolf lunged toward him. Crescent blades formed in the air, the blades spinning and heading toward Dirk from all odd directions. At the same time, the wolf threatened to chomp down on Dirk, tearing him apart. It was giving him no room and sparing no amount of mana or energy to kill him. To this, Dirk moved in as well. He met the wolf, and dodged the maws that tried to clamp down on his body. At the same time, he swung his axe outward, knocking away 3 of the crescent blades that tried to fly over and slice him apart. Dirk tackled the wolf to the floor, taking out a knife with his free hand and stabbing the wolf in the gut over and over again. The wolf cried out as it slashed at Dirk with its claws, each claw screeching across obsidious armor and cutting it open, slicing into Dirk's skin. Blades also surged from the ground and tried to impale him. Dirk reinforced the armor with his anima after several wounds opened on his body, causing golden circuits to appear on the black armor. And along with Earth Guard creating metal plates around his body to block the spikes, he used the wolf's body itself to guard himself from its own attacks. During all this, Dirk's hand moved over a dozen times, and each time the knife was planted into the wolf's body. Dirk stabbed several vital areas, and once he felt it was enough, he stopped evading and grabbed the wolf, throwing its large body to the side. And as it tumbled, the pistol appeared in his hand. It was steadily aimed, his arm unmoving even as the wounds across his body sent pain through his body. The magic circuits on the body of the gun glowed. Zip! A metal bullet flew out, taking an entire 10% of Dirk's mana supply with it. It pierced through the wolf's eye socket, making the monster collapse limply just as it started to regain itself. Just like that, it was dead. Target 1 terminated. Acquire confirmation and move on. Spite spoke within his mind, her instructions familiar to Dirk. And he moved on instinct, taking a second to behead the wolf before storing his weapon and head in the pocket ring. After that, he disappeared from view. The guards couldn't even react before he was gone. They did nothing to protect their general, but that was only because the battle was beyond their abilities to contribute to. Then, Pandora's spell suddenly activated. Her voice also appeared in his mind. Good job. Nice and quick, in exchange for a few wounds. Make these other ones quicker, because their power with the light element grows with less competition. The light element thrives through control. With a cryptic ending, the spell on Dirk's hand exploded. Light mana washed across the fields of armies, and with it, Dirk was suddenly opened up to a new world. The spell highlighted all the strings of mind control that the generals used to manipulate the armies. And all these strings converged upon 2 locations, obviously the generals. Only, the generals seemed to realize what had happened, as those strings began to spread like a virus, taking more and more monsters under their wings. Dirk felt odd, seeing that. The dark element was often seen as the manipulator. The dark schemer that sought to take over through underhanded means. Although there wasn't any discrimination against dark mages since they were so valuable, there was no doubt a certain stereotype associated with them. Take Geralt for example. Dirk was sure that Geralt was the textbook example of how dark mages were seen. The dark element was inherently chaotic, and it turned its mages chaotic. People often thought that it was the dark mages one needed to be wary of. They might curse you, try to turn you into a minion to do their bidding. But now, it was the light element doing just that. Dirk's mana vision could see the light element taking control of thousands of monsters. The monsters seemed to struggle against it, but it was futile as they all eventually succumbed to the rule of their new masters. This level of mind control far surpassed that of the dark element. Dirk wondered what would have happened to him if Azura was a light mage instead of a dark one. Could he have taken control of Dirk if that were the case? What kind of havoc could he have sown through the Horizon Empire as he manipulated armies of assassins to do his bidding? As for those with the light attribute, like Pandora, the people he needed to be wary of were different than he imagined. Dirk acted fast. He moved along the outskirts of the armies, making his way toward the next general. He followed all those strings of light mana, quickly arriving at their nexus. At some point though, the general he was nearing released another surge of light mana. The wave of light mana washed over him, directly disrupting his stealth and revealing him to the world. The monsters around him, as well as the general who could feel the void of dark mana he created, turned their attention. And with him revealed, he was unable to vanish from their sights again. The light mana focused on him. The generals felt the threat he posed. They knew he had already killed one. So they attacked. Thousands of monsters surged toward him from all directions. From the air, from the ground, spells of all elements threatened to wipe him out. But they were too weak. Too slow. With a step, Dirk divided himself. The spells crashed upon his body, but when the dust settled he was gone. Instead, his body had reappeared several meters away. Void walking. Seeing the monsters converge on him, Dirk equipped 2 of his short swords. He thought back to Pandora's words as well. She told him to prepare, that he would need to slaughter his way after making his first kill. It looked like she was right. He shook his head. and then his hand shot out, burying his sword into the heart of a monster that tried to slash him in two. After that, he shot forward, stepping through the hordes and making his way toward the generals. Pandora watched from afar. She watched his figure as it weaved, as spells and the elements surged across the sky. As the generals prepared themselves for their inevitable deaths. She smiled and waited for the vision in her mind to play out just as she imagined it. Chapter 124, Eagle General. Dirk's short sword cut apart flesh, the rubbery hides of the monsters before him rending in two before spilling blood. He dodged all the claws that slashed down, all the spells that flew with reckless abandon. The monsters hurt each other more than him with their chaotic attacks. A ball of fire aimed for him would soon hit the monster behind him. He used these to his advantage. His awareness seemed omniscient as he bounced from monster to monster. He constantly moved forward, whether by a step or by a leap. And with each step, he was swinging or thrusting his swords. Stab a neck, step past the corpse, dodge a wind blade from above, and duck under a set of razor-sharp claws. Dirk wasn't fast with his movements, nor graceful. It wasn't a dance through a field of violent flowers. It was sharp, coordinated, and deliberate. Dirk wasn't one to do anything unnecessary. His plans of attack led him forward one step at a time. And he always saw 5 or 6 steps ahead. Spite was running around as well. In her cat form, she prowled between all the monsters that flew across the landscape. Nothing noticed her, or nothing simply spared her any attention. She observed. Her eyes were Dirk's eyes. He could see from both perspectives. And above all, both perspectives were that of man-of-vision, something that went beyond sight. Dirk often wished for his sight back. He often wished that he could just see the colors of the world without needing to comprehend some random magical concept. Man-of-vision made everything that much more complicated, and he didn't really like complicated. But right now, being able to see all the tiniest movements of the monsters all around him, see all their spells, the activation of their muscles, the heat roiling off their bodies. It was another world he was coming to appreciate. Because right now, fighting thousands of monsters, only man-of-vision could afford him the omnidirectional awareness he needed to survive this chaos. Regular vision would make things quite a bit more difficult. He had practiced fighting this way for the last few days. Practiced utilizing both his own and Spite's man-of-vision at the same time, and then moving according to both sets of vision. It had taken some time to bridge the disconnect, but he was a quick learner. And it wasn't like he didn't use drone feeds on Earth while he fought. This wasn't too different. Shing! Dirk's short sword plunged into the chest of a large bear as it crashed down from above him. He ducked and rolled just as it collapsed, avoiding the body that undoubtedly weighed over 1,000 pounds. He was getting close. He could see the general's guards. The general he was approaching was an eagle. It hadn't taken flight yet, just watching him as he approached and slaughtered its armies. It had brilliant white feathers, and with Pandora's spell, Dirk could see the thousands of mind-controlling strings that extended from this bird. The guards around the bird consisted of 3 other birds along with 2 monkeys. They stood before the eagle. And when Dirk entered the clearing in front of these guards, they attacked. The 3 bird guards took flight, while the monkeys ran forward. The 2 monkeys scooped some dirt in their hands before hardening it and hurling it toward Dirk. The birds also launched some air and water blades toward him. These projectiles came from all frontal directions, blocking any routes of advance. So he improvised. Dirk instantly appeared before one of the monkeys in a black blur, his previous position being subsequently bombarded with their futile attacks. Said monkey wasn't able to react to the sword that plunged through its chest, its eyes dulling as its heart's blood sprayed out of its chest. The corpse didn't even hit the floor before Dirk moved to the second monkey. In the split second that he swung his sword though, the monkey was able to duck back and respond with another fling of some rocks. Dirk's armor hardened with a glow of golden circuits, the rocks bouncing off the metal. Still, they left some small dents which were rapidly healed. Taking those hits with a bare body wouldn't end nicely. Dirk advanced quickly, but his element of surprise was gone. The birds above launched more attacks down atop him, blades slicing through the air and severing the ground beside him after he dodged. Anima levels at 47%. Spite suddenly rang with an alert as Dirk thrust toward the monkey. He frowned when the monkey had its arm cut off, the golden glow around his short sword cutting through any and all defensive measures the monkey erected. And within a few more moves utilizing Dirk's Rook-class aura, it was decapitated. Come back. Dirk retreated with that command. The cat that was prowling about the battlefield simultaneously disappeared as Dirk raised his hand. The pistol appeared in his grasp, and with a sharp glow, a bullet of fire was shot at the birds above. Boom! The bullet exploded upon hitting the bird in the center, releasing a wave of fire that lightly engulfed the other two. Then, while they were momentarily blinded, he shot out 3 metal bullets. The birds couldn't react to those fast bullets, so they easily tore through the birds' bodies, blasting fist-sized holes in their chests. They dropped from the sky afterward. Although easily fired, those 4 shots cost 35% of his mana. These stronger monsters were much more expensive to kill than the basic monsters around him. Dirk wasted no time as he proceeded to face the eagle. As if snickering, the eagle suddenly spread its wings. It was going to fly high, and Dirk had a feeling it wouldn't let him shoot it like the others. With a flap, it shot into the air. Just as it ascended though, Dirk took a deep breath. He concentrated, ignoring the external attacks from the armies that were barely a second away from crashing into him. His dark mana reached out into the space around him, bending it, creating a channel. Dirk had practiced void walking a lot, and he had eventually come to the conclusion that a single one of his steps couldn't go past approximately 8 meters. 8 meters was enough to get in and out of all kinds of situations, good or bad. When fighting close combat, it afforded him amazing mobility and security. And his dark mana pool was large enough to facilitate more liberal usage instead of keeping it as a trump card. But this eagle had gone past his void walking range. He needed to go further than just 8 meters. If it got too high, he would have an impossible time killing it. It might outright flee, making his mission a failure. He couldn't have that. So he pushed himself further. He didn't try to increase the length of his step. He just took another step. Suddenly, the eagle saw Dirk's body distort. He appeared both in his original position and in the sky, only 3 meters away from it. But then, the eagle felt a chill behind it. Dirk had also appeared above it, right in its way. He had appeared in 3 different places. He had taken 3 void steps in a row. And then, he settled on the 3rd position. The bird crashed into Dirk, who simultaneously grappled onto the feathery monster. The eagle continued to flap its wings even with the baggage, keeping them in the air. After scrambling to grab feathers, Dirk resorted to holding onto one of its legs and talons. After feeling what Dirk was doing, the eagle looked down with wide eyes. Screech! It yelled at him before the talons twisted and crushed down on his arm, shredding through his armor and piercing into his forearm. He didn't seem to feel the pain though as he swung his other arm, his blade slithering through its defenses. Seeing the blade about to stab into its body, the eagle pushed its neck forward. Clang! The eagle's beak blocked the sword, sounding as if it were also metal. Then, it kept pecking. Dirk swung his sword more as they rose higher and higher, clashing with the bird's beak over and over again, sending ringing noises through the battlefield. At the same time, the eagle started calling upon the wind, creating blades that wanted to slice him in two. Before that could happen though, Dirk suddenly mustered more of his anima. Obsidious pulsed as his arm jerked the eagle's leg. He pulled himself up, outright grabbing the eagle's neck with his free hand. The eagle obviously didn't like this and bit down on his arm. Snap! Dirk felt and heard his bones break, but like last time, entirely disregarded it. His other hand raised, ripping itself out of the talon that was previously grabbing it. His arm was sliced open as a result before it pointed at the eagle's head. The pistol had appeared. Boom! The metal bullet came flying out, creating a loud sound as it made contact with the bird's hard skull. With that shock to the brain, the bird faltered and started falling, passing out. For good measure, Dirk took out a short sword and cut off the bird's neck as it was passed out. Target 2 terminated. Spite spoke as Dirk stashed the hen in his pocket ring. But he was still free-falling. They had flown pretty high up. The eagle had powerful wings, and usually it was the king of the skies. It was unfortunate that Dirk had to be a pest and grab onto it. So what's the plan? Spite appeared in cat form, perching on his back as he fell to the earth. They both watched the ground quickly approach. Dirk shrugged. I don't know if void walking gets rid of my momentum, so I guess it's time to find out. Well, void walk downward if you're going to do so. If you retain momentum and teleport upward, you'll only gain more airtime and speed. True. Good luck. With that, Spite disappeared. Dirk sighed before concentrating. The ground rapidly approached. It was only a few seconds before landing that Dirk cast his spell. He took 2 steps, appearing 8 and 16 meters downward simultaneously. That second step placed him 2 meters above the ground. And then he finished the step. But he didn't stop falling. Sure dash. Bang! A small shockwave shook the ground as he cratered. The monsters nearby all looked toward the impact site. Cough. Blood sprayed from Dirk's mouth as he coughed, his helmet retracting and letting the blood fly. Spite appeared in cat form right after, sitting atop his chest. Your left arm is shattered from the bird, your ribcage has several fractures throughout it, your spine has been misaligned, a few organs have been ruptured. I'd say a pretty good outcome, all things considered. Obsidius helped a lot, too. Yeah. Good job, Blob. Dirk choked out those words before taking a deep breath. Even breathing sent searing pains through his body, but he entirely ignored it. His nanites rapidly worked, realigning bones and sealing any internal wounds. Within mere seconds, his rib cage had been hardened and his arm bones had been realigned. Still, he waited as the monster armies slowly approached. They wondered if their enemy was dead. Some were also going insane over their lost leader, attacking the monsters around them. Dirk laid there for about 20 seconds before a monster approached with a snarl and sniffed his body. Slice. A knife suddenly appeared through its skull. It dropped as Dirk rose, pulling himself to his feet. You have about a third of your mana left and 10% of your anima left. You think you can kill a general and make it back? We'll see. Dirk spit out some more blood before Obsidius covered his head again. He gazed at all the monsters around him. Half of them were eating each other, while the other half were watching him. Activating his muscles, he shot into the horde. Good God! The city lord couldn't help the dreary chuckle that escaped his mouth. His soldiers had reported exactly what was going on beyond the walls. He knew Pandora had finally acted. So he quickly left to watch. Only, he was shocked to find Pandora sitting alone on the walls, just gazing into the distance. He was even more surprised when he saw her face. In front of her was a series of light magic circles that amplified the light coming into it and magnifying it. The city lord, being a former rank 7, had seen his fair share of advanced spells. But that spell had surprised and impressed him. It was both complex yet profound in its use. Deciding to be generous, she also cast the spell for him, allowing him to see what she saw. And it opened up another world to him. He could see the puppet strings that the monster generals had spread throughout the armies. He realized exactly how they had gone about controlling such mindless hordes. It was chilling, thinking how one monster could wield so much power over others. But he could also see a figure. One that dashed through the armies and slaughtered anything in its way. A figure that acted with such ruthless precision that even a general couldn't help but fall. Dirk. The sole combatant out there taking on the monster generals alone. He had been there to see the first general go down. And then he had watched as Dirk was pulled into the sky by the eagle. He hadn't thought he would make it. The city lord, knowing that Dirk was Riker Strider's son, had become almost desperate. As he watched Dirk fly higher and higher, he turned to Pandora and tried commanding her to do something. She was obviously a powerful light mage capable of helping him. Yet she was standing there, doing nothing. But she refused to move, telling him to just watch. And then, Dirk fell. The city lord watched as that teenager plummeted a few hundred meters. Any warrior at the rank 5 stage might barely be able to survive the fall if they could muster the fullest extent of their powers. Even then, they'd be left on death's door, not to mention the threat nearby enemies posed. He watched with bulging eyes as Dirk cratered. Boom! They could hear the small explosion from the wall. And with that, the city lord had all but lost hope. They watched for half a minute, but nothing happened. He didn't get up. Not even the monsters attacked. Instead, the army started going crazy without a general. Just as the city lord was about to curse Pandora though, that figure rose, killing a monster before standing. Like a zombie rising from the dead. The city lord, though happy that Dirk survived, almost didn't want to believe someone so young could be so damn tenacious. And what was even more ridiculous was how he continued. He shot through the armies once more, fighting to the last general. Don't think you know anything about Dirk, city lord. Pandora only smirked while watching that figure slaughter his way forward. You only need to understand one thing about him. She finally looked back, her blood-red eyes staring into the city lord's soul. He can't be killed. It's that simple. Anybody can be killed. The city lord refuted, thinking that her statement was ridiculous. How could somebody not be killed? You might as well say they were a god. Pandora just rolled her eyes. No, city lord. Not everyone can be killed. Whether through fate, skill, or resilience, some people just end up surviving through all adversity. There's always a survivor. There's always that one person that makes it to the end. And Dirk has all three aforementioned qualities. He's too skilled to be killed. Too stubborn and resilient to lay down and die. As for his fate, he's too important to be killed. Just like me. Pandora gave a bright smile. The city lord's eye just twitched. How shameless was it to praise yourself like that? He really couldn't understand Pandora. Shaking his head, the city lord just continued watching as Dirk arrived before the last general. Chapter 125, Turtle General. Dirk wasn't happy as he appeared before the final general. Although he kept moving, Dirk had continuously recovered as each minute passed by. His nanites had sealed any wounds and realigned his bones, so his combat ability rose back up to decent levels. But it all seemed for naught in front of this last general. It wasn't that the general was massive and savage. No, although it was massive, it was quite far from savage. It was a turtle. A large turtle that just sat there on the ground. The peak of its shell was about 4 feet tall, and each segment in its shell was thick like plates of armor. The turtle also had 12 guards around it. It didn't even seem like it could fight. It just sat there, while the guards waited for any prey to approach. Dirk slaughtered his way through the armies. And with the second general gone, this turtle was able to take over the rest. The entire monster population was under its control, and everything converged upon Dirk. For a while he continued to push. But when he got closer, the guards went out to meet him. All 12 guards surrounded him. The armies backed up with their arrival. But they didn't immediately attack. The 12 guards just took up positions around Dirk. Even as he shoved his short sword into the neck of a large feline, they didn't attack. Dirk dropped the corpse of the last unfortunate monster to attack him. Obsidius was drenched in blood, giving the originally black armor an eerie, dark red hue. He observed the guards around him that refused to bombard him with spells and attacks like all the others. Although they seemed like they wanted to attack, they were being held back. I'm on my way. Suddenly, he heard Pandora's voice that came through the spell on his hand. Even she had realized the odd situation. And beyond that, Dirk was reaching his limit. He had been planning to pull out. He couldn't kill another general, let alone a turtle, with how injured he was. He simply didn't have the mana or energy. But now, there was another development. Dirk spun around until he laid eyes on the turtle general. It still sat in its original position, but now, its eyes were cracked open, observing him with intelligence. The guards continued to growl at him as the turtle cast a light spell. 4 overlapped magic circles appeared in front of its mouth. You, strong. You, kill others. Telepathy? Dirk tilted his head as a voice appeared in his mind. It sounded like the voice of a very angry man, like a soldier yelling at something. But Dirk didn't sense hostility. Instead, he was thinking about the spell. Telepathy was an advanced light spell. It took at least a Tier 5 light mage to learn and cast it, allowing them to sense messages into someone's mind. The fact that this turtle could intuitively develop the spell on its own was rather shocking. The turtle rose from the ground. After standing, it towered over Dirk like a walking fortress. Dirk couldn't imagine actually trying to break through that shell in his current state. You, me, no fight. You don't want to fight me. Why not? You, kill army. Heh. Dirk smirked. He really was killing the armies. Over 1,000 had fallen in the short time he's been out here. Seemingly endless endurance allowed such fantastical feats of strength to occur. And that wasn't mentioning the several thousands he'd killed the days prior. But then, he frowned. If you don't want to fight, then you can't destroy the city. Otherwise, we can only kill you. I know destroy. I leave, army follow. As if proving his words, the armies all around suddenly stopped moving. They all halted in their tracks. Even the ones who were eating each other could only freeze in submission. It was a terrifying level of control over the remaining thousands of monsters. If the turtle coordinated all of them like this, then sieging the city wouldn't be an issue. Coming to that point though, Dirk questioned things. Why were the monsters destroying the city in the first place? What drew them here? Why did the other generals insist on constantly attacking the city, even when busy with their own civil war? Fortunately, the glint of desire in the turtle's eyes wouldn't leave Dirk guessing. I have, demand. A demand? The turtle turned its gaze to the city, as if it contained the Holy Grail. I demand mana source, inside city. I leave, army follow, mana source follow, city safe. What mana source? Dirk felt odd. Looking back at the city, he couldn't see this so-called mana source that was so attractive to the turtle. All he could see was the faint fluctuation of dark mana, but it wasn't big enough to warrant such extreme actions. What did I miss? As Dirk was wondering though, Pandora finally arrived. Her entrance was accompanied by a mist of frost crystals, making her look like some kind of ice princess. Dirk's face went neutral as he recounted everything. The turtle here wants to make a deal. A deal? It holds more intelligence than I thought. Pandora smiled at the turtle, which looked back at her warily. Dirk glanced at her. It says that it'll take the armies and leave, but only if it gets a mana source within the city. Whatever that mana source is, it's attractive enough for these generals to wage war over. Mana source. Oh, it must be talking about the mana crystal being used for the teleporter. Pandora quickly figured out the identity of the mana source. Teleporters, especially long-distance ones like the one being built in this city, require a powerful mana crystal as the foundation for its mana circuitry. The mana crystal needs to be at least a Tier 7. They even use Tier 8 crystals in the teleporter nexus of our Dark Kingdom. That crystal runs every teleporter in the capital. So I can imagine why this monster wants the crystal. After all, they evolve with those crystals. Right. Dirk nodded. They had surmised something like this while driving to this city. I've observed how these monsters operate over the past few days to confirm this theory. All magical monsters have mana crystals. It's where they draw their mana from. If a monster wants to get stronger, they eat other mana crystals. I've seen several fight over mana crystals as they tear each other apart. So it's not the meat that makes them stronger. All these monsters kill each other for the crystals. and the biggest crystal is being used inside the city. Dirk caught on. But how did they even know about the teleporter crystal? Honestly, I'm not sure. Its housing is supposed to contain it, preventing the mana from leaking. This means that something happened that exposed the crystal, basically turning it into a monster beacon, before imperfectly sealing it once more. That's why there's a faint shroud of dark mana within the city. I don't know everything about how Horizon constructs teleporters, so this is my best guess. But regardless of all that, I'm not going to give this turtle the mana crystal. I'd rather take it myself before feeding it to a monster. Pandora smiled at the turtle with those words. Naturally, the turtle understood her like it understood Dirk. It responded with a small hiss. I demand, crystal. Or, I destroy city. I don't even care about that city, let alone your demand. Shoo off, turtle. Before I brew you into food for my poor Dirk here. Pandora waved at the reptile dismissively. Of course, the turtle didn't like that. I destroy city. With a roar, the turtle retreated into its shell. Then, all 12 guards that had been sitting around jumped at Dirk and Pandora. Despite the declaration of war and the sudden threat though, Dirk merely took a seat. I'm tired. Yes, I'll take care of the rest. 'Cause I have to do everything around here. Dirk didn't even respond to Pandora's exhausted remark. He was more so astonished by the sheer audacity to say such a thing. The next moment, a dome of ice spikes surrounded them. Slice. 5 of the monsters who jumped forward impaled themselves on those spikes. After being impaled, the spikes began to grow, engulfing the monster guards in ice. That ice was drenched in blood. And as Dirk observed, it seemed like the ice was devouring the blood, dyeing the ice red. Vampiric ice. The guards who were able to retreat or dodge all distanced themselves from Pandora. Pay attention, lazy boots. This is real magic. Pandora smiled as she brought up her hands. Dirk continued to lay around, but his mana vision was focusing on her. Above each hand, magic circles began to construct themselves. 1 circle, 3 circles, 5 circles. 2 5-circle spells formed atop her hands. Then, she brought them together, merging them into an 10-circle circuit that glowed with a deep white light. Then, like a bird set free, she let it go. The 10-circle compound spell unfolded, spreading above her head like the world's most complex chandelier. Each of the circles spun with elemental activity, pulsing faster and faster. Dirk could sense earth, air, water, and light mana. She was utilizing all of her attributes. Then, the air started to chill. The temperature dropped, and the moisture in the air began to accumulate, forming little droplets of water. Those droplets froze with the freezing temperature, turning into small bits of ice. Like a conductor, Pandora guided the ice as the air was kicked up in a vortex. The ice chunks began to thin out, becoming thousands of tiny razor blades that flew with the winds of a hurricane. Blood was drawn as the surroundings became more chaotic. It was like a storm had descended upon them, all the invisible razors flying through the air and shredding the monsters around them. Anything within 100 meters wasn't spared the brutal barrage. All the ice that looked like snow began to dye red as it absorbed the blood of its victims. This seemed to fuel the storm further as it got darker and darker. By now, the turtle had retreated. Its guards could only helplessly get reduced to a blood mist. They didn't even have a chance. But the turtle felt safe. This hurricane could only shatter on its invincible shell. It even created metal fortifications around it, revealing its metal specialization. It felt safe, until the spell formation finished. Dirk was shocked as the 10-circle spell circuit, which had been pulsing this entire time, suddenly stopped with a bright flash. With that flash, the spell collapsed and dispersed into the storm. The hurricane of ice began to converge, going from a hurricane to a tornado. And then, it conglomerated in the middle. All the ice combined, forming a massive blood crystal suspended in the air above the turtle. The blood crystal rotated at unbelievable speeds, spinning faster and faster as it narrowed further into something like a needle. Then, with a satisfied sigh, Pandora brought her hands down. The blood needle dropped. Shing! The turtle shell didn't even crack as the needle punctured straight through it. The entire needle disappeared into the turtle itself. Pandora's brow raised in expectation. Boom! The momentum in the spinning needle was released not a second later. The turtle exploded from the inside out, the blood crystal composing the needle rapidly expanding without anything to keep its insane angular momentum compressed. It was nothing but a red mist that shot out of the holes in the turtle shell. If not for Dirk's numbing to all things gore, he'd find that sight awfully gut-wrenching. Pandora smiled once things settled. The turtle was far more than dead. It seemed so easy for her to kill that biological fortress. Hey! The princess glanced at Dirk, who had been rather enraptured with her display of magical prowess. Take the shell. That's good stuff, paid for exclusively by 65% of my mana. 65% of her mana. Dirk wasn't sure if that was a lot or a little. While he wasn't able to accurately gauge the turtle's strength, it was a strong tier 5 at minimum, and almost entirely devoted to defense. Along with over 1,000 nearby monsters and 12 guards, she had killed that turtle with a single spell. She really was on another level. And this was his first time actually seeing her power personally. She had never cast anything other than small spells in front of him. After gazing at her for a second, Dirk pulled himself to his feet and walked over to the shell that was dripping with liquid. It disappeared into his pocket ring. Then, he walked back over to Pandora. She was facing the city walls, atop which were hundreds of soldiers. I called them since the monsters would go berserk. They'll take care of everything else. If they can't, then we'll take the teleporter's crystal and leave as they crumble. Let's just go back and eat. Dirk sighed and started walking. Pandora was with him. As for the monsters all around them, none of them were paying the duo any mind. They all rushed the city walls like their life depended on it. Dirk and Pandora used a bit of magic when any monsters got too close. Other than that, they looked to be on a nice stroll as they walked back with the hordes. Without any context, one might think they were leading these armies to siege the city. A war broke out on those walls. Not only were the monsters coming in full force, but the city was responding with everything they had. It was do or die. Only one side would stand by the end of the night. With a bit of magic, Pandora created a tunnel under the city walls for the duo to walk through. They surfaced within the city, continuing to their car. It was there that they ignored the chaos around them. Dirk was at the end of his rope, and while Pandora could fight more, she wasn't planning on doing anything. Only Dirk's peril and a monster general talking to them had gotten her to move. The days prior, soldiers would die right next to her, and she would only lift a finger to brush the attack away from herself. Well, they had defeated the generals and killed thousands of monsters by themselves. Pandora would argue they had done enough. The war raged, but nothing could be heard inside of the truck. Dirk had taken out a massive platter and started filling himself up with food. His injuries healed by the second as his body received mana and nutrients. Pandora sat there with him, also eating bits of food off his plates. She also occasionally observed him, staring at him randomly for several seconds at a time. Dirk noticed. He noticed everything around him through mana that gave him eyes. But he didn't care. Instead, his mind was a bit occupied. That 10-circle compound spell. Dirk had never seen anything like it. It was so exceptionally lethal and devastating. Dirk had finally seen Pandora's power. With all her mana and using the power of that hurricane, she could probably kill all the monsters currently sieging those walls outside. Dirk had to take his time as he killed monsters one or two at a time. But she could kill 1,000 in a mere minute. Dirk didn't like it. She was too powerful. How many more spells did she know? Along with her stigma, just what kind of catastrophic spells could she cast? Could he keep his life should she try and kill him? It wasn't likely. This wasn't Earth. Dirk still didn't like this world of insurmountable power gaps. Perhaps his stress was shown through his eating, but Pandora began to smile as she gazed at him. I can still teach you magic, you know. Dirk momentarily slowed in his motions, before resuming. I'll take what you give me. Don't be so anxious over my power. I don't need you fearing me. That's not conducive to an equal relationship. I don't fear you. Tell that to your mouth. She chuckled as Dirk inhaled more food. Suddenly, Dirk dropped a utensil. He had cleared all the plates. His gaze then settled on Pandora. Why are you being so friendly with me? Chapter 126, Conspiracy. Why are you being so friendly with me? That's an out-of-the-blue question. Pandora was a bit caught off guard. Dirk's gaze remained level at her. I seem to remember pissing you off before we left. You did. After all, just how you don't appreciate being called a super soldier, I don't appreciate being called a psycho. So what's with the sudden change in attitude? Sudden? She tilted her head. Dirk, it's been a week. People's emotions can flip in an hour, let alone several days. He was silent, which caused Pandora to smile. What are you really trying to ask, Dirk? He was still quiet. But he didn't turn away as his face remained neutral. Everything Pandora did couldn't seem to sit right with Dirk. Although it didn't seem like it, he was always watching her. He was always questioning the reasons she did what she did, as if none of her actions went without motive. Pandora smiled at Dirk's silence. As if I need a reason to be nice. Are you perhaps wondering about my supposedly hidden motives? Are you wondering if I'm going to try and harm you? I don't know. You don't know. She leaned forward, her blood-red gaze seemingly piercing through the cloth that covered Dirk's eyes. You don't know what I'm thinking, and that's a risk. It's an unknown variable that might bite you. It's something you can't control, because everything has to be under your control. I don't need everything under my control. Dirk rebutted, but Pandora only smirked. You're right. Dirk, both you and I seek to control everything. We just do so in very different ways. You need to be able to kill everything. You desperately wish for the security inherent to power. On Earth, it was guns and tech that gave you power. Here, it's magic. And this world has properly shown you just how powerless those with weak magic are. So, you compensate with knowledge. You want to know about every little variable just in case you need to do something about it. Dirk's face morphed into a deep frown. Why did it feel like his mind was being read? Pandora backed off as she continued, turning her piercing gaze away. I seek to control everything through influence. Blackmail, torture, seduction, bribery, manipulation, loyalty, debt. These are the tools I like to use to control others. Being a princess also helps. It allows me to do as I please with complete immunity. It was how I was able to influence the entire noble class of the Dark Kingdom to call for my own war. I thought you used the trains. She smirked a bit. Dirk, there are some people who want nothing more than to ensure that nobody is above them. The nobles were fine with things remaining how they were, and if there was change, then they only cared about themselves being above the others. More often than not, that meant degrading others instead of competing to rise up. So, many nobles would rather lose money than see me attain power. But with the right incentive, they all stepped behind me and did as I wanted. Pandora let out a violent snarl. I must say, it was so very satisfying to see those scum-filled dogs bow down and lick my feet. Most of the nobles actually liked my plans that would bring about unprecedented prosperity, and they cooperated nicely. But others? I've seen the worst of corruption on Earth, but the power of this world unleashes a whole other level of bullshit. Fortunately, my mother had loads of dirt on everyone. I just put it to good use. That, as well as some well-timed deaths and promises of abysmal futures for their entire households. In the end, there was nothing that didn't go my way. At least until you arrived. She snickered at Dirk, whose brow raised in questioning. What did I do? What didn't you do? You were the trigger for this global catastrophe. If you hadn't come, then nothing would have changed. Your father wasn't even supposed to be chosen for the envoy group. Only the dukes had the right to be there. So tell me, why were you there? Even if your father was chosen to go, it isn't normal to bring children along. Dirk was surprised for a moment before thinking about her question. His father actually didn't want him to go, especially considering he had just gotten out of Azura's mountain only a month or so prior. There was only one reason he had even brought up the option. Dirk felt something was odd as he opened his mouth. The Emperor chose my dad for the envoy group. He also insisted that I go along. He never said why. Good God. Pandora frowned, before suddenly smiling, the corners of her mouth turning as wide as they could. He. Ha ha ha. Yes. The Emperor. Truly, you're even more amazing than my mother. Were you ready for this? How have you prepared? Why did you trigger the war now? Pandora? Dirk called out as Pandora delved into her own little world. After a bit of mumbling, her head flicked toward Dirk. Please tell me you understand what's going on. Somewhat. The Emperor knew about the covenant between the dragons and gods. Her hands flailed, as if she couldn't emphasize this enough. He had seen Eldritch Primordial attached to you. He knew that what Eldritch was doing was in violation of the covenant. So he sent you to the Dark Dragon in order to expose the violation. He directly triggered War Cataclysma. But he was also prepared. Think about this city. The city lord was given the materials to build a large-scale teleporter. But he didn't build it right away. He waited, and only started building it when he was under siege by monsters. They didn't want others to know about the teleporter. Plus, your emperor has been missing for the past couple of decades. He has? Dirk felt that was odd. Why would an emperor go missing for so long? Although Dirk had never actually seen the emperor, he didn't think he was simply absent from his empire. Pandora sighed. Have you lived under a rock? Yes, your emperor has been missing for a long time. Nobody has been able to directly confirm his existence for the past 23 years, I believe. Until he reappeared recently. And it sounds like he only reappeared in order to save you from Azura's mountain. Now, he's active in his empire again, as he should be with all the chaos going on. Question is, what was he doing while he was gone? Pandora sunk back into thought, as did Dirk. The Emperor sent him to trigger the war. For what reason? Dirk hadn't been conscious when the Emperor came by to help him in the hospital. And Spite's mana vision hadn't been good enough to save an image that Dirk could make sense of. So Dirk had still never seen the Emperor's face, except through questionable portraits of the man. There was an entire generation within the Empire that wasn't aware of their own Emperor's face. That wasn't very smart for the Empire, but then again, with enough power, what could anyone do to his reign? More concerning was just as Pandora said. What had he been doing for so long? How did he know about the covenant? And why did he trigger the war now? At the very least he had to be prepared. There was no way he would just let his empire fall into ruin. In fact, the empire should be having a smooth time handling the changes compared to the other empires. Pandora seemed to have these thoughts as well, as she kept smiling and giggling to herself. How diabolical. How ambitious. Emperor Horizon, what have you planned? Are you looking for the artifacts? Do you want the sources? What about that island in the center of the world? You would rather go to war than give up that territory. Something is there. And if not for my weakness, I'd go there this instant to find out what you're hiding. Pandora's bit her thumb while gazing off into space. Dirk could practically see the tangible aura of utter focus around her. So much for their original conversation. At this point, she had gone beyond him, and he was too tired to keep thinking about conspiracies, even though he was at the center of this one. So after cleaning up any remaining cutlery and food, he made the bed and laid down, not bothering the mad woman next to him. Knock knock. Dirk woke up when he heard the first knock on the car door. Ugh. Go away. Pandora groaned as well, burying her face back into her pillow. Knock knock. Just keep quiet and maybe he'll go away. Her voice was barely audible as she continued to smother herself in the comfortable bed. But it didn't stop. Knock knock knock. Ack! Damned humans. The fuck are people banging on my precious car for at the shit crack of dawn? Have I not done enough around this godforsaken place? After a repetitive banging on the doors, she finally lost it with a barrage of cursing. Climbing up and over Dirk's body, she scrambled for the door and sent out a swift kick. Bang! Ack! Asterisk. The poor man just outside the door yelled in surprise and pain as the door smacked his face. Pandora growled at the entourage outside her vehicle. The city lord stood before her, but she didn't care. Good God, man. The hell do you want? Was killing 3 generals not enough to buy me a full night's rest? And I swear on all that is holy, if you ask me to help with building that teleporter, I'm taking the damned crystal and leaving. The immediate surroundings around the car went silent as everyone turned and stared at Pandora's twisted face. It was only when Dirk appeared behind her that the city lord, who was covered in armor with a bloody sword at his waist, finally spoke. No. I was just going to warn you that the monsters broke through our inner blockades. What? Are you kidding MMPH? Just as Pandora began to yell again, Dirk's hand appeared over her mouth, silencing her as he restrained her flailing body. He nodded to the city lord. Thank you for telling us. Sure. Go ahead and move this thing into the castle. After that, you can go back to sleep. No. I'll be out as soon as we park. Just guide us. With that, Dirk shut the door. The city lord just smiled before moving back out to the battlefield. After Dirk let go, Pandora let out a grunt. Ugh. What was that for? I can't believe those guys couldn't keep the monsters out even after days of preparation. I swear, without you, most armies are useless. Dirk was silent as he took his place in the driver's seat. Before he started driving though, he turned back to Pandora, staring at her for a bit. Her brow raised at his obvious gaze. Currently, she was in smooth silk clothes, fit for a princess, yet didn't do much to hide all of her goods underneath. She smiled flirtingly, until Dirk finally spoke. You're not a morning person, are you? Shut up. I'm sorry if I prefer sleeping for a full night instead of 3 hours like you. And if I don't get my sleep, then my genius mind doesn't operate at full capacity. Just get dressed, because you're going out there with me. Dirk sighed as he started the vehicle and drove it into the castle under the guidance of a soldier. Pandora's face dropped at his words though. What? Why am I going? Because I'm not working my ass off while you sleep. And if you don't come out, I'm loading a machine gun and letting loose. No. Fine. I'll go outside. But don't expect any grand magic. Never did. He snorted as he parked inside a large hall of the castle. Then, Dirk quickly dressed and left the vehicle. Pandora wasn't far behind. As Dirk walked out onto one of the castle walls, Obsidius finally seemed to wake up as it slithered out from under his clothes. Realizing that he was getting ready to fight, Obsidius began bouncing on top of his head in excitement. Dirk observed the surroundings when he finally looked over the edge of the wall. It was mayhem. A carnal battlefield with mountains of corpses and pools of blood. The walls on the edge of the city had long been destroyed, a massive hole allowing wave after wave of monsters to flood through. They had broken through every defensive line that the soldiers had built, and troops were constantly falling back. It seemed hopeless, like everyone would be overrun. And the soldiers weren't the only ones beginning to panic. There were still thousands of civilians within and around the castle who were working desperately in order to help the defense effort as much as possible. But, from Dirk's view, not all was lost. The reason he thought that was because beyond the broken wall, he could see the last lines of the monster flood pushing forward. There weren't that many left. Plus, there were still plenty of soldiers. The city lord had fought for longevity, so his priority was preserving lives. His leadership had paid off. A majority of the initial army was still alive and kicking, even as they moved back. And as they moved back, their power consolidated, becoming more concentrated and effective. As they had to defend smaller amounts of land, they were able to kill more monsters. The barricades broke down slower and slower. Now, they were approaching the last few lines of defense. They could hold out long enough. The city wouldn't fall. Especially with his help. Taking in the landscape and plotting a path, Dirk tapped his connection with Obsidious. The little blob acknowledged his desire, and began to grow and spread across his body. The result was a dull set of armor. Once Dirk activated his anima though, golden circuits glowed across its body. He flexed his muscles before breaking out into a sprint, running across the wall and down toward the front lines. Pandora watched as he entered the battle unprompted. She saw a pistol appear in his hand, his stigmata that allowed for easy and specialized magic casting. The body of the pistol began to glow with runes as he took aim. And then, once he ascended one of the makeshift barricades, he fired. 3 compressed fireballs shot out of his pistol, zipping over to a group of monsters and exploding in a triangular formation. This triage of fireballs compounded off of each other and roasted the dozen monsters within its range, making it even more effective than normal. And that explosion drew the attention of every soldier, even the city lord nearby. And without question, all of them lit up with excitement and valor. Dirk Strider had entered the battle. Sure enough, they all saw that dark figure dash through the hordes, brandishing his blades and drawing a bloodbath. His image of ruthless carnage served to bolster the morale of every tired soldier. They had seen this man fight for hours on end every day that he was here. And stories had already been passed around of how he killed the monster generals. Stories of Pandora's magic also went around, but nobody was fond of that cocky princess. The only thing they cared about was that one figure that dominated those hordes with endless stamina and accuracy. He was their beacon of hope. With him there, the army felt that they could win this seemingly endless battle. Chapter 127, Oddity. Pandora stood in the middle of a large field. This field was located within the castle of the city itself. The castle was so massive that it had more than enough land for an internal open field. And in the center of this field was a large structure being worked on by some mages. The structure consisted of a large circular platform about 50 meters in diameter. And on the edges of this platform rose arches that curved over from one side of the platform to the other. There were 2 such arches, and they crossed over the center of the platform creating a cross shape. And in the middle of the arch's intersection was a large crystal orb that burst with dark mana. Humph, idiots. Pandora snorted as she gazed at that large mana crystal. The dark and light elements were opposites, and nothing could contain both elements at once. All the monster generals who wanted this orb were nothing but fools. They would only kill themselves with that orb. Only the monsters with a darkness attribute could ingest this crystal and evolve from it. But a monster general would never allow that to happen since it could threaten their power. So in the end, the only outcome was the monster general holding onto an expensive mana crystal for no reason. She stood before the new teleporter that was being hastily built. It was estimated that the city could fight for another day at most before either giving in or, by some miracle, winning. So the mages who were building this teleporter either had to move quickly or lose their lives trying. Of course, there was nothing for her to do. The dark element was aligned with space, so only the dark element could be used in the construction of a teleporter. She had the light element, so anything she did would only get in the way. Not that she would voluntarily offer her services anyway. The perks of being a powerful princess was that she could do as she pleased. There was no reason for her to do anything she didn't want to, unless it aligned with her goals. And nobody could tempt her with anything. She was rich beyond belief, and her personal power was nothing to scoff at. What didn't she have besides her own nation to rule? The only thing that was allowed to move her was war cataclysma and her railways. That, as well as Dirk. If anything was an exception in her mind, it was him. But despite not planning on helping in any way, Pandora still watched the teleporter's construction. She found it interesting. She even had her stigma out, the Book of Life. In this book, pages occasionally flipped and runes jotted themselves down on the sheets. Pandora was recording the things she saw, recording the myriads of spells used to construct this teleporter, and analyzing the magical pathways strewn throughout the structure. It wasn't that Pandora didn't already know how a teleporter was built. She knew almost everything about it, except for the most high-level spells that she couldn't comprehend. No, what she found interesting was how this particular teleporter was built. It was different than most teleporters, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. That was why she was analyzing it. In situations like these, her eyes of truth were exceptionally helpful. They revealed even more than Dirk's mana-vision. Aha! Suddenly, one of the mages cried out in excitement. He quickly enchanted a circuit from the mana crystal that ran down one of the arches and connected it to the massive teleporter platform. Then, a few other mages by him came over and began working on enchanting the rest of the platform, starting from the first mage's circuit. They were getting close to completing the teleporter. There were already thousands of enchantments that riddled the teleporter platform. As a result, the platform was covered in dark glowing lines that distorted space with faint ripples. This was all a byproduct of the spatial aspect of dark mana. There was nobody more familiar with teleporters than the Dark Kingdom, the world's leader in all things dark mana. The Dark Kingdom had made teleporters far greater than any other empire, capable of transporting far more people and far faster. In fact, the only reason Pandora was able to utilize the train system was because teleporters still cost astronomical sums to operate, making them impossible to use for large-scale cargo transportation. Otherwise, there would be no need for the inferior trains. Then again, Pandora already had plans for utilizing teleporter arrays as well, hopefully scaling them and making them cheap. But that would come after she dealt with this global crisis on her hands. Status report. City Lord. Suddenly, a door was slammed open, revealing the City Lord who wore bloodied armor. Although he was injured to the point of dropping a few power levels, he was still capable of some fighting. Even Pandora could admit that he was a suitable leader for this place, a very competent man. A mage ran up to him, giving the report he asked for. "We're making great progress. No more than half a day." "Half a day? Fine. Just get it done. And make sure our reinforcements are on standby." "Yes, sir." The mages saluted him before getting back to work. They knew how important their work was. Complete the teleporter, or die in the siege of monsters. Then again, the mage was surprised by one thing. He's not as stressed. He usually comes in yelling. The mages murmured as the City Lord left. Of course, he didn't leave without glancing at the vampire princess. His glance was cold. He knew just how powerful Pandora was. With her help, they might actually be able to wipe out the monster hordes instead of just surviving them. Not even Dirk could operate such large-scale magic. She was perfect for a siege like this. But here she was, just watching as the mages worked themselves to the bone in order to complete the teleporter. She had no intention of helping in any way. Pandora understood his frustration, but she didn't care. She just smiled and waved as the City Lord left before going back to watching. He had to stop himself from scoffing on his way out. After that, several more hours passed. Pandora continued to watch, and the mages got more and more excited as the teleporter neared completion. That was when the door opened once more. The mages didn't even turn. They were too focused on their work. Instead, Pandora smiled. "Have a nice battle?" "Hm." Dirk hummed as he walked over to her, taking a seat on the grass field where she sat. He didn't speak as he activated a pocket ring and extracted some plates of food. He was naturally starving after fighting for so long, so he decided to indulge in his lunch. She gazed at him as he ate. "Any particular reason you came to eat with me? Or do you just like being in my presence?" "I came to check on you. Make sure you weren't doing anything crazy." "Dirk, I'm an elite. If I'm doing anything crazy, it's being done in the dark where nobody will find out." "Hm." Dirk hummed as she smirked, just continuing to eat. His lunch lasted close to 2 hours, and during that time his body healed any and all injuries from the battle. You know what's funny? Just as Dirk finished, Pandora drew his attention. A teleporter, despite utilizing a Tier 7 mana crystal, only requires a Tier 6 mage to construct it. Of course, there are specific parts of the teleporter like the housing for the crystal itself that must be constructed by a Tier 7. But besides that, a Tier 6 can build the rest. She pointed to one of the mages currently building the teleporter. He stood out as he was dressed in nicer robes, carrying a book heavy with mana, and was giving out orders to the rest of the mages. That's a genuine Tier 6 mage right there, and he's in here building the teleporter, not outside fighting. He could do more than me in the battle, but he's here. Makes you wonder how things would go if the city lords simply sent him out to fight instead of playing around in here. Or perhaps he's one of the mages that was specifically assigned to building this secret teleporter, and he doesn't wish to fight, forcing the city lord to break his back out there to keep the city alive. Dirk was silent as he gazed at the mage she was talking about. Dirk could in fact sense the deep mana within him, fluctuating wildly with the dark element. He was a powerful mage, and there was no doubt he had powerful spells in his arsenal. Dirk wasn't sure what to say though. On one hand, the city lord was making a hypocritical decision, keeping the mage in here. On the other hand, if the mage was refusing to fight so he could take it easy building the teleporter, and the city lord couldn't do anything about it since he was now weak. Either way, the situation was made worse by the mage being in here and not out on the battlefield. It made Dirk want to go back out there and continue fighting. The more he did, the fewer people died. He found reward in these battles he fought by seeing how few people died to the monsters. Just as he was about to stand though, Pandora grabbed his arm. "Stick around, Dirk, my ruthless consort. Let's watch as this teleporter is completed. Perhaps we might learn something interesting." Dirk's eyebrow raised at her odd insistence. But seeing her ruby-red eyes that beckoned him to stay, he decided to play along and rest for a bit more. He sat back down beside her, shifting away as she got nice and close. In the end, she was holding his arm as if they were a couple on a picnic. After a few minutes, her face got close to his ear. "Are you seeing what they're doing with the teleporter?" "I can see the mana, yes." But I guess you don't know how a teleporter works, huh? Here, I want you to focus on the runic circuits they lay down. This is all spatial in nature, so you should have no trouble picking up some inspiration from this high-level application. I even heard that you were able to mimic my mother's fancy little spatial shift spell at the banquet. Dirk thought back to the advent of the Dark Dragon, the banquet that was held prior, when dancers had come up on stage and performed an odd sequence of movements. Their bodies moved dark mana, tracing out special runes and spell formations. Dirk had been curious and started mimicking what they traced. Pandora smiled. "Believe it or not, you succeeded in recreating that spell. So instead of appearing on stage in front of everyone, my mother utilized your spell and appeared behind you. It was a special spell that allows both parties to reach out and connect to each other, not unlike a teleporter. The part that my mother gave you was the second half of the spell. I believe you took inspiration from that in making your odd void-walking spell, correct?" "I did." Dirk confirmed her guess. In an attempt to void-walk, he had pulled inspiration from all sorts of things. The spell that the Queen of the Dark Kingdom used to appear in the banquet was one major source of inspiration. When void-walking, Dirk made contact with 2 points in space, overlapping them and making himself appear in both spots at once. The spell the Queen used worked in a similar way, by connecting 2 points of space to each other through a magical handshake, and then bridging the gap. If he were to openly cast the spell, then one would be able to see runic formations similar to the ones he was given by the Queen. Pandora pointed at the mana crystal that sat at the top of the teleporter, housed in a complex runic nexus that had been pre-built in another place. That housing for the crystal is the portion that connects the 2 teleporters. Everything else is auxiliary. The platform allows a group of people to be isolated in a spatial bubble and teleported. But that's the easy part. Connecting 2 teleporters across thousands of miles is the difficult part. And not just connecting them, but making sure the spatial channel is stable. If it wasn't, then the group being teleported would either be torn apart by spatial waves or ejected at some random point along their path, usually not in a desirable position. Anyway, start observing and learning what you can. As soon as enchantments like these are completed, they're hidden and encrypted so that nobody can easily observe them like right now. Of course, I've found something odd with this teleporter, otherwise I wouldn't be watching this boring process. Maybe you can help me find out what it is. You see dark mana better than I do. You see dark mana? Dirk asked with sudden curiosity. Didn't she have the light attribute? She shouldn't be able to see dark mana. But she still nodded. Of course. It's the opposite of light mana, and both are in everything. Anything that doesn't have light mana has dark mana. So I can make out dark mana and their runic formations. You told me about your black and white mana vision. I would assume you use the same logic. I think I just look at dark mana and the lack of it, not necessarily light mana. Well, a lack of dark mana means that light mana is there. And neither can be mixed in any amount since they're opposites, so if your vision utilizes dark mana, then keep that in mind. Interesting. Dirk's head tilted as he thought about that. His dark mana vision had been looking at dark mana and creating various shades of darkness based on the abundance or lack of it. He didn't think he should be able to see light mana, so he hadn't thought about it. But if what Pandora said was correct, then not only should he be able to see light mana, but he's been looking at dark mana all wrong. There was no such things as shades or degrees of dark mana, only the presence of it or the presence of light mana. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. Along with this new knowledge, his vision began to change. The images of black and white began to warp before sharpening. At first it was blurry, but Dirk knew that light mana couldn't mix with dark mana, so he began to pick out the different types and separate them. Then, like a camera lens adjusting to find the best focus, everything became clear. Dirk started to smile as his black and white vision became almost perfect. He could see the teleporter and its sharp edges and smooth curves. He could see the grass and its stems and weeds. He could see the movements of all the mages as they worked and made their clothes flutter and wrinkle. Finally, he felt like he could see clearly once more, and things didn't become worse with distance. Now, Dirk was aware of not just dark mana, but the light mana all around him. And all this light mana was so vivid in his vision, almost more so than the darkness. This light mana seemed to reach out to him, making his long-distance sight almost telescopic. Dirk spent almost 2 hours focusing on his vision, clearing up any inaccuracies and overlapping it with his other elements. With fire to see the heat and vitality of people's bodies, lightning to see the movement of energy through bodies, earth to see the material of their bodies, and metal to see the textures and rigidity of those materials. Everything came together, granting Dirk unprecedented clarity. Before, his elements weren't able to cooperate, one thing looking different from another. It was like having several different eyes, all of them seeing different things. But now, they all came together. They not only saw the same things, but showed different layers of the object he saw. They all gave him different insights that he could use to track movements and anticipate. It was almost like having eyes again. Dirk became lost in this new world of vision. After a while though, the Tier 6 mage began to murmur with a wide smile on his face. That's when Dirk saw it. The dark mana crystal on the teleporter began to activate, infusing the structure with spatial power. At the same time, a net of dark mana spread out from the crystal, as if waiting for a fly to catch. If that was it, Dirk wouldn't be so surprised. But then, he saw a different, foreign channel of dark mana appear nearby the teleporter. That foreign channel came seeking this particular teleporter. It was the fly, and it was seeking out a net to catch it. Pandora seemed to see it too. But unlike Dirk's merely curious gaze, she was shocked. No way. We barely have that tech. How did the Horizon Empire manage to develop it? Unless we have a mole. Pandora frowned, finally figuring out the oddity with this teleporter, an oddity she could only recognize through that connection method. 2 teleporters connected through a handshake. Both of them were the transmitter and receiver, creating a two-way exclusive channel. But for one teleporter to be a dedicated transmitter, and one to be a dedicated receiver, required sophisticated magical knowledge that the Dark Kingdom only recently invented. With that tech, you could have a single teleporter connect to dozens of others. Currently, the best teleporters that capital cities were outfitted with were a nexus comprised of several teleporters, all of them connected to other cities. One teleporter could only connect to one other teleporter in an exclusive pair. And the nexus was created when a single mana crystal augmented several other crystals, making them more powerful. But the previous limiter of exclusivity remained unchanged. But if one teleporter could connect to dozens of others, it would make teleporters far cheaper and allow them to be far more widespread. This was technology that only the Dark Kingdom had developed, and it was a national secret that only Pandora and other royalty could know about. Even then, only Pandora had thought about using it after installing her railways. The tech was too new, and not yet completely stable. To think it had appeared in the Horizon Empire. Pandora watched this technology in action. She watched as a teleporter from the capital city connected to the teleporter in front of her, creating a complex spatial channel. But it wouldn't form instantly. Even as everything operated, the Tier 6 mage was casting spells and monitoring the enchantments. After a while, things settled down, with the connection process gradually forming on its own. This was normal for a teleporter that was only just created. So what was odd? Dirk eventually asked, causing Pandora to sigh. You guys shouldn't have the technology necessary to create this kind of teleporter. It seems like I'll need to do a one-over on our research and development teams when I get back. I refuse to believe your empire is on par with us who specialize in dark magic. Okay. Well, I'm going to go out and fight then. I've rested enough. Sure. Do be careful, my dear. I'm not your dear. Dirk shook his head on his way out, making Pandora smile. She then refocused back on the teleporter, wondering who would be sent once the connection was made. Chapter 128, Marshall. The capital city Horizon of the Horizon Empire. There was no busier city than this. Both citizens and military alike were constantly moving, hastily trying to complete some sort of task or work. There were extremely few people who weren't anxious or busy. At the northern sector of the city was a military installation, this also being the largest military compound in the empire. With a fortress only smaller than the emperor's castle, there were tens of thousands of troops and high-ranking military officials who either lived here or worked here. It was the busiest part of the city. Teleporters constantly flashed, none of them ever being idle for more than a few minutes. Thousands of people were moved through these teleporters every single day. The expenditures to maintain this kind of mass transportation were usually astronomical, but nobody seemed to think that here. Instead, these teleporters were being treated as wagons, regular troops being teleported by the hundred. Nowhere else on the planet could a teleporter be used so freely. This fact was a frequently discussed topic, even over a month after the dawn of war cataclysma. In one such chamber of this military installation, there was a marshal, a Tier 6 commander of the Empire's military. He was draped in vivid red robes, embroidered with a deep gold and carrying a special crest only marshals could receive directly from the emperor himself. His face was hardened, and his young age was partially masked by the sharp beard that was expertly tamed. Even his hair was slicked back, displaying masculine discipline. This man hovered over a table, and he wasn't the only one. There were others who frequented this particular room, analyzing and checking the magical displays that projected maps of places all over the empire. It was a war room, and not the only one of its kind. Suddenly, a door flew open, but nobody noticed over the chatter. A skinnier man with the rank of Knight Captain, equivalent to a Tier 4, took large strides toward the sharp man. Marshal Strider. The teleporter at the city of Kelleran has established a connection. Your troops are on standby to enter. The Knight Captain stood behind Marshal Strider, gazing at the massive sword hung on his back. The only thing larger than this 5-foot-long greatsword was the nearly 7-foot-tall Marshal. He had grown even taller than his father. Marshal Strider straightened his back, turning toward the knight captain, yet keeping his gaze above his head. Very well. We depart now. Every second is precious for those on the other side. Yes, sir. The knight captain saluted before rushing out. Marshal Strider followed with steady steps, his gaze sharp, yet filled with anticipation. About time we have a reunion, little brother. Pandora watched as the teleporter flashed and distorted. Of course, this didn't make her happy. She sighed as she watched this experimental technology take action. In her mind, she was thinking about how she needed to accelerate her plans more than they already have been. At the same time, the distortion of the teleporter revealed figures. There were easily 100 of them. Once they stepped out, Pandora could see their armor and weapons at the ready. The first man to step out was the leader of the group. Marshal Strider. Oh? Pandora's brow raised as the Tier 6 mage in charge of the teleporter's construction rushed over to this marshal. He turned his head and gazed at the mage. What's the situation? They're all outside fighting, even the city lord. The monsters are breaking through our barricades as we speak. We're on our last legs. Understood. Lead us out. Of course. Please save our city. The mage was fervent in his request, showing genuine concern and fear towards the oncoming monster hordes outside. Even as he hastily guided the marshal, he was throwing out words of horror while describing the many days and weeks of battle, as if he'd been there. Pandora was scoffing while watching this, disgusted with the mage. Well, I guess I know why he's in here and not battling. Filthy coward. She stood from the ground while doing nothing to hide her disgust. Then, she looked at the marshal. The marshal similarly turned his head toward her, and the two made eye contact. For a moment, the marshal was stunned, shocked by this random girl's abnormal beauty and silent pressure. But he momentarily composed himself, taking in Pandora's features before continuing to follow the mage. Pandora watched as the marshal's troops followed, a few captains staying behind to guide the continuous stream of reinforcements out of the teleporter. There were thousands of soldiers, more than enough to match the current army here at the city. And they were all high quality, unlike a large portion of the city's army that was composed of prior citizens. She left through another exit, heading out toward the battlefield. Marshal Strider. After rushing out of the gates of the castle, Marshal Strider saw the city lord running toward him. He was bloodied and exhausted, yet forced himself to stand tall. Marshal Strider had heard the situation and knew that the city lord had been horribly crippled. So when he saw the city lord who had obviously been fighting, he gave him the same respect as he would a superior. Grand Marshal Baron. Please, Marshal Strider, I'm just a city lord here. The city lord put out his hand, and Marshal Strider clasped it in greeting. Then, the city lord frowned. Unfortunately, this is no time for greetings. Our troops are barely holding our final defensive line. Please bring your soldiers to reinforce. Of course. Are there any monster generals? No. None. I see. Knight Commander Hassan. Marshal Strider let out a deafening bellow. At his call, a burly man wielding a long spear hurried to his side. Marshal. Commander, lead our troops to reinforce. Let's relieve this ruined city and drive back these mindless beasts. Yes, sir. Knight captains. Form up. Letting out a few commands, the knight commander summoned a legion of knights to his back. All of them were bloodthirsty and primed for battle. Fighting mindless monsters was different from fighting people. When fighting wars against other empires, there would always be the weight of taking the lives of other people. Very few people truly wanted to take the lives of others, or risk their lives fighting others. But monsters? That was a hobby of many soldiers, and a well-paid profession. In some places it was a sport. Dungeon diving was the most popular job for those with the power. So these knights, when faced with hordes of monsters, charged with no reservations. There was nothing to cloud their mind except the joy of cleaving beasts in two. Plus, the chances of dying against monsters was much lower than if they were to fight other people. With their gear and training, they seemed to fear nothing. After forming up, the knights grasped their swords, spears, and bows. Mana was kicked up by the mages in the back line, and the weight of anima began to surround those in the front. The marshal, ahead of even the knight commander, raised his sword. Everyone watched as a spark ignited on the tip of the blade, and then, an inferno surrounded the greatsword. It blazed with such heat that even those from afar could feel its warmth. It was a beacon of power in the chaos of battle. The marshal faced the defensive line. Charge! Ah! The knights roared as they sprinted forward, rapidly overcoming the defensive line and pushing forward. They clashed with the monsters who were about to overwhelm the barricades. Splat! Blood began to fly as the knights drove their weapons forward. Hundreds and thousands of knights flooded toward the monsters, looking like no less of a horde themselves. And within moments, the tide of battle turned. The knights pushed the monsters back, leaving the corpses of monsters behind. Mages from the back also launched spells that exploded in front of the knights. Even the marshal was throwing himself into the chaos, finding a massive pile of monsters in front of even the mages' bombardment and tearing them to shreds. His great sword covered in flames released an inferno all around him. By now, night had already fallen, so he was a beacon of light in the darkness. A single wave of the blade cleaved 5 in half and set a dozen more on fire. The marshal seemed like a fire elemental, commanding scorching waves to turn his enemies into ash. And those who could actually see his sword skills were left in awe. The marshal didn't just wield brute strength. He moved his sword with valiance, and his flames seemed to mimic his spirit. He was a much-needed powerhouse on this battlefield. But as he fought, he couldn't help but realize that there was someone else out there. The marshal swung his sword, releasing a wave of flame that engulfed a few dozen monsters in front of him. Then, he glanced to the side. Not far away, there was a dark figure that blended in with the night. This figure dashed around silently, but every movement drew the blood and screams of the monsters he killed. Marshal Strider, upon focusing more, couldn't help but gawk at the uncanny agility and reflexes of this figure. The short swords in his hands moved with such ruthless efficiency, stabbing or slicing the vitals of every monster he came across. When he encountered a stronger monster, the marshal could see golden lines flash across parts of his body. Whenever that happened, the strong monster would come out with a horribly lethal wound, dropping to the floor only moments later. Then there was the darkness that the marshal sensed. That figure would occasionally appear in 2 or 3 spots simultaneously, the shroud of dark mana engulfing his person. It resembled void walking, but not quite. Still, this skill afforded that figure the ability to remain untouched. No monster could escape, and none could pin him down. That figure wasn't explosively powerful, but he was the most lethal the marshal had ever seen. His use of magic and weapons was so fluid and skilled. It was a level of combat ability the marshal had only partially experienced from sparring with people at a higher level than himself. As for the faint suspicion in his mind, he disregarded it for a while. The marshal and that dark figure continued to fight. The marshal was able to kill far more at a time, but the figure was constant. He continued to kill at an almost fixed rate, never deviating and eternally building his kill count. He didn't seem like he could even get tired. It was strangely robotic. This battling lasted only a few hours. With the marshal scorching fields of enemies, and his thousands of fresh knights driving back and slaughtering the monsters, the dwindling hordes couldn't hold out for long. Finally, it was when the knights had advanced to where the marshal was fighting that he backed off. Flames still flickered around his sword as he watched his knights push back with bloodlust that only built up over hours of fighting. That dark figure also stopped, dropping the corpse of a bird that had tried to ambush him from above. Its neck had been wrung like a wet towel. The figure turned his head, facing the marshal that was observing him. Finally, the marshal could see exactly what this figure was wearing. Sleek armor with golden circuits covering his entire body, like some sort of flexible metal. The armor was basically featureless. That in itself was a bit intimidating, giving off an inhuman feeling. After some time of staring at each other, the faceless figure tilted his head. "Ethan?" Dirk? Hearing his name called, the marshal finally confirmed his guess. There weren't many people who would call him by his first name so casually. The two brothers continued to stare at each other for another few seconds before they were interrupted. How happy! A family reunion. There was an enthusiastic clap, and the two turned their heads. Pandora stood nearby amidst a small pile of corpses, looking between the brothers that couldn't be more different. She smiled at Dirk. Those knights have everything taken care of. We can finally rest. As if you did anything. I seem to recall killing a giant turtle. Anyway, you can speak with your brother as you eat. With that, Pandora turned and walked. The two brothers looked back at each other. Ethan scratched his beard in confusion. Who is that? I'm sure she'll be more than happy to explain. Dirk sighed and followed Pandora. Ethan fell in behind them, even more confused at the whole situation. The vampire princess? Ethan was baffled as he stuck a slice of meat into his mouth. Dirk, who disregarded Obsidious bouncing around his plate of food, also kept eating. Ethan, Dirk, Pandora, and the city lord were all eating in this small room that had been repurposed with a table and chairs for eating dinner. Outside, the battle was finishing up, just about every monster in the vicinity having been wiped out. Ethan wasn't sure what to say as he momentarily made eye contact with Pandora's blood pearl eyes. This was the last person he expected to be beside Dirk. Literally anybody else would have made more sense. But instead, Dirk had one of the world's highest members of royalty eating food off his plate. The city lord understood Ethan's confusion. He too had been baffled on several occasions as he witnessed the antics between Dirk and Pandora. The situation with a grumpy Pandora in the morning had been particularly shocking experience. He still couldn't reconcile that warped image with the graceful princess sitting in front of him. Eventually, Ethan shook his head and gazed at Dirk. Both brothers hadn't seen each other in many years. Ethan had left the academy before Dirk entered, and afterward he entered the military. There was no opportunity for them to see each other. It was the same with the other siblings like Viola and Rita. They were almost complete strangers, both of them changing into completely different people. They had only been children the last time they saw each other. Still, Ethan was more surprised over Dirk's changes than his own. But then again, he also happened to know about Dirk's kidnapping and brutal time at Azura's mountain. He guessed that the only possible outcome was for Dirk to become a killing machine, having been trained into an assassin and all. Nonetheless, Ethan was glad that they had finally been able to meet again. It wasn't in the best of circumstances, but that didn't matter to either of them. So Dirk, what are your plans after this? In fact, why don't you tell me just how you got yourself in the middle of a monster siege? Dirk hummed before explaining the situation. Of course, he left out certain key details like their goals and traveling to the dwarven haven, but other than that, he told Ethan mostly everything. It ultimately boiled down to him following Pandora and keeping an eye on her. As for their unique relationship, neither Dirk nor the princess were able to explain it to them. There were only two people in this world who knew about their situation, and they were their mothers. After a while, Ethan had a good enough picture. So he knew enough to know that Dirk wouldn't be coming back to the capital with him. But, he still mentioned something that piqued both their interests. After securing this city, I've got a mission to check out the major dungeon nearby. You should join me. Chapter 129, Execution. Check the dungeon? Only major dungeons exist, and no offense, but I don't believe a Tier 6 carries enough insurance to traverse that place with baggage. Pandora chimed in with concern. Dirk was thinking the same thing. Ever since the advent of the Dark Dragon, all minor dungeons disappeared, and all major dungeons began spewing out monsters. The accepted theory was that the major dungeons consumed the minor dungeons and then expelled those monsters, making the major dungeons extremely difficult to approach with hordes surrounding them. Regardless of that though, the major dungeons were still major dungeons. The minimum strength of a monster within those dungeons was Tier 3, while the strongest was Tier 7. Those dungeons were the most dangerous places in the world, and wasn't a place even Dirk and Pandora could traverse lightly. Not even Ethan Strider, a marshal of the Horizon Empire and a Tier 6 fire swordsman, could guarantee his life in that dungeon, let alone the baggage that was Dirk and Pandora. Ethan only nodded at their worries. That's true. I've only been in a major dungeon a few times, and each time involved at least one life or death battle. Even now I wouldn't wish to go alone, especially on a scouting mission. But there's someone who's going to be joining us. A Grand Marshal. A Tier 7? If that were the case, then I wouldn't mind. But for what reason do you need to scout the dungeons anyway? Without defeating the king, there aren't any special rewards. Unless you're looking for particular monster types for their resources. Ethan hummed, gazing at Pandora for a while as if debating whether or not to answer. This made her smile brightly, as she did whenever she broached a conspiracy. This must be a special order from your emperor, especially if he's sending your grand marshals. I haven't attained much intelligence myself of the major dungeons, but it seems as if the expulsion of the monster hordes isn't the only change that's taken place in this world. On top of the unnatural increase in capable mages amongst the common people, I guess I need to send some people out to do reconnaissance. I think I need to contact someone later today. Ethan began to frown oddly, as if Pandora just learned something she shouldn't have. Dirk just sighed though. Pandora was really good at jumping to conclusions, and each time it seemed to be on the dot. Then again, her mind was all over the place. She wouldn't have an issue believing the most outrageous developments. Ethan let out a slightly frustrated breath. If you don't want to come, then please rest here. No, I would love to take up your offer. It'll be a good learning experience, as I've only been in a major dungeon once. What about you, Dirk? Have you ever been in a major dungeon? Take a wild guess. That's a no then. She chuckled at Dirk's curt response. Then we shall go. Please notify us when your Grand Marshal arrives. I'm sure such a person doesn't wait for anyone, so we'll be rested and ready when the time comes. Sure. Ethan resigned himself and just agreed. Not long after, the time came to retire. With the reinforcements, the city was finally able to rest easy for the first time in many weeks. Marshal Strider's captains reported the situation all night, getting an idea of what had happened. In the end, they found out that approximately 82% of the city's initial population had died. The remainders were troops and able citizens who had held out day after day. Nothing remained of the previously prosperous city. It was a nightmare. The only thing that would have been worse was utter obliteration. Ethan received these reports and couldn't help but become a bit sorrowful. In his mind, he compared it to the other cities that had been saved. Among those that had survived sieges by monsters, this was by far the worst. Some were able to stave off the monsters, building a teleporter before monster generals had grown and launched catastrophic attacks. Other cities were able to wipe out the monster hordes. The city of Kelleran, though, for how significant and massive of a city it was, experienced the worst of the monster hordes. Located near a major dungeon and accidentally acting as a beacon with the Tier 7 mana crystal, they were now by far the most devastated city, especially when it came to death count. It couldn't even be considered a city any longer. The next day, Ethan saluted the teleporter. The Grand Marshal had come. Welcome, Grand Marshal Vincent. Marshal Strider. Grand Marshal Vincent, a woman garbed in fitted clothes that seemed to be made from the leather of a dragon, and adorned with a frightening set of large knives, nodded to Ethan as she left the teleporter. A Grand Marshal was a tier or rank 7, and in the Horizon Empire, tier 7s were afforded a certain level of nobility, especially if they were loyal and had contributed significantly to the Empire. Grand Marshal Vincent, being a Grand Marshal of the Empire's military, was naturally a Marquis as well. Ethan was also familiar with this woman, as was his father Riker. It was why Vincent smiled at Ethan, showing familiarity instead of acting strict like what normal rank differences warranted. I've received the reports. Let's walk as we talk. Vincent motioned with a graceful turn, and Ethan followed her out of the castle. They entered the ruined city, and saw many soldiers and civilians running around with various tasks. Compared to the previous days though, they were much less busy. Most were resting or getting treated inside the castle. Vincent saw all of this, and remembered the reports she had read the previous night. I've only experienced devastation like this twice, and both times were during the bloody war around half a century ago. To think I'd have to see it again. Marshal Strider, do you know how many cities have been annihilated so far since the dawn of war cataclysma? Ethan sifted through his memories at her question, eventually shaking his head. I don't recall ever hearing about an annihilated city. That's because there has yet to be one. Through the Emperor's foresight and our advances in teleporter technology, we were able to create a network of teleporters across the entire empire and transport troops wherever they were needed. This is a perfect example of teleporters saving a city. It's a shame that it had only been constructed now. Otherwise, we could have saved this city before it reached this level of ruin. Yeah. Ethan closed his eyes and nodded. Hundreds of thousands of people had been eaten alive in this city. Even now, there were mountains of bodies and corpses strewn throughout the ruins. Both human and monster. It was a gruesome sight. One could only imagine the atrocities that had been experienced here. The two stared out at the city for a while. Eventually, they were approached by the city lord. Vincent sighed as she gazed at the city lord. Marquis Baron. What you did for this city won't be forgotten or unrewarded. I'm only sorry that your reward can't be repairing your body and reclaiming your previous glory. Grand Marshal Vincent, I'm only happy that we were able to survive at all. I won't say that I'm not devastated, but this also won't stop me. I have plans to work in the capital after this. Anything to help in the war effort. You're a good man, Baron. Vincent closed her eyes for a moment before opening them with sharpness. Now, I have business with the major dungeon here, but there's one thing I must do first. Where's the dark mage who was assigned to the teleporter? The city lord froze up at the question. Not because he was surprised, but because of the twisted frown and rage that suddenly spewed from Vincent's body. He's currently in a room of the castle. Good. Marshal Strider. Awaiting orders. Ethan automatically straightened up as Vincent spoke with hate in her voice. The Dark Mage is now marked for execution for treason against the Empire and the mass murder of everyone who died in this city. Retrieve the pig immediately and bring him here so he can be slaughtered. I understand. Ethan rushed off without question as Vincent turned to stare into the distance. She gazed at all the bodies, monster and human, and imagined the weeks of endless battle and torment. All the sorrow of losing comrades. The terror of everyone who was eaten by the invading monsters. The empty eyes of those who survived. Her blood boiled, knowing something the others would discover soon enough. Pandora tilted her head as she looked at the twisted face of the Grand Marshal. Dirk was beside her, also focused on this person of unchallengeable might. She's really mad. I wonder why. She called for the Dark Mage, that coward who should have been fighting. Maybe he did something? Maybe. The two shrugged, then approached the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal's face was passive as she turned her attention to them. Even then though, her gaze was focused on Pandora. Vampire Princess. Grand Marshal Revela Vincent, of the Vincent family. The only one after her father to rise to the level of a marquis. It's a pleasure. Pandora nodded with a bright smile, garnering no response from the Grand Marshal. The Grand Marshal stared at Pandora for a second more before looking at Dirk. This time, her brow raised in what seemed like approval. I've never seen someone as young as you with such a concealed aura. I can't read any of your intentions. It's a frightening level of control. Impressive, Dirk Strider. Dirk was silent as his gaze rested on the Grand Marshal. Yet another person he couldn't win against. He could already see it. Her body was abnormally strong. His intuition could sense the danger she posed. And interestingly, there wasn't an ounce of cultivated mana in her body. Instead, her body was shrouded with a thick layer of fog, anima that Dirk couldn't see through. As Dirk was silent and evaluating the woman in front of him, the city lord took a spot by her side. Grand Marshal, Dirk Strider was actually the only reason we survived so long. He alone was able to fend off thousands of monsters, helping our entire army last several more days. He also assassinated the monster generals before they could grow. If not for him, we would have fallen before the teleporter could be built. Is that so? The Grand Marshal smiled a bit. If that's the case, then a reward is in order. However, the only rewards we can currently give are titles of nobility equal to your power or equivalent positions in the military. Dirk Strider, if your skills are anything like your mother's, then I can make you a knight commander right now, which is a position only tier 5s can attain. How about it? Would you like to join your brother in the Empire's military? Oh? Pandora smiled a bit wider hearing the offer, nudging Dirk with a smirk. An offer to become a soldier. They've seen your skills, Dirk. You'll become a renowned assassin, the best at killing. Sent all over the Empire to remove the threats to their peace and safety. You'll be cultivated and developed, sent on mission after mission, executing target after target. Shut up, now. Pandora hummed with her same smile as Dirk snapped. On his face was a frown, confusing the Grand Marshal. More than that though, the Grand Marshal was shocked at Dirk's unrestrained attitude with the vampire princess. Though, the fact that such a high-profile girl was here at all was a mystery in itself. Letting out a breath, Dirk gave the answer he instantly decided on. Sorry, Grand Marshal Vincent. I'm not interested in joining the military. Really? Might I ask why? She asked, but Pandora chimed in Dirk's stead. Unfortunately, Grand Marshal, that's a super big secret that we can't tell you about. After all, it involves the fate of the world. And Dirk here is my partner who's here to help me along through these arduous times. Pandora linked with Dirk's arm, earning her a hand that pushed her face away. The Grand Marshal watched weirdly as Dirk kept pushing the clingy Pandora. What the hell was their relationship? She had heard about what happened at the Dark Kingdom, with Dirk's shocking relationship with Pandora being the focal point. Even now she could see the sign of their blood pact on his neck. It was the royal seal of the Dark Kingdom, and a sign that stated Dirk was equal to the princess herself. It was light by no means. The only reason his existence hasn't created waves of controversy in the upper echelons of the Empire was because not many knew about it. She happened to be one because of her own relationships with certain dukes and her station in the military. Grand Marshal. Suddenly, there was a shout. Ethan appeared, and behind him were two soldiers who restrained the Dark Mage. The Dark Mage was baffled, his face full of fear and desperation. Grand Marshal. I'm innocent. My only job was to construct the teleporter. I don't understand what's going on. Pig. The Grand Marshal snarled as she laid eyes on the Dark Mage. She refused to even call him by his name. City Lord. Yes? The City Lord turned to her, expecting answers. Her furious gaze remained on the mage. I noticed as soon as I teleported here. The Tier 7 Dark Mana Crystal was given to you in its housing, and in the housing is an alarm that indicates when it has been tampered with. This alarm reached out to my Grand Marshal seal upon arrival. It told me that someone of Tier 6 power attempted to remove the crystal, but failed. And there is only one person in this place, who is a Dark Mage, in Tier 6. The Grand Marshal drew one of her blades, a long knife that was attached to a chain. She pointed the knife at the mage's face, her horrifyingly dense aura not allowing the mage to speak. The City Lord was likewise mortified, but not because of her aura. It was tampered with approximately 3 weeks ago. And I already know exactly what happened. This filth tried to take the crystal and escape. But in the process, he only damaged the housing for the crystal. The result was several more weeks of work to repair his damage and get the teleporter functioning. Even now though, it barely works. I noticed unnatural turbulence when coming here. We will have to request a Tier 7 Dark Mage to fix his damage. Thankfully though he was at least able to get reinforcements here. Otherwise, he alone would have been responsible for this city's annihilation. Oh my! Pandora was surprised, looking at the dark mage with a raised brow. She didn't seem angry about it though, merely looking at it like a drama. Dirk, on the other hand, wasn't as nonchalant. As the Grand Marshal spoke, something within him tightened. He was no stranger to war, but the battles he fought were special. He had never experienced something like this, where someone's greed and cowardice resulted in the downfall of so many people. Or at the least, he had never been made aware of it. Even in a time of battle, this mage tried to escape with the city's only hope. If he had just constructed the teleporter like normal, so many people would have survived. It was the most unthinkable thing, yet Dirk was seeing such a person in front of him. This weak, cowardly, disgusting man had nearly destroyed a city. It made Dirk think of two things. 1. Such weakness was revolting. And 2. Such a person doesn't deserve to live. For a moment, he was about to lunge forward and end the pig's life himself. But before he could, the Grand Marshal slowly pushed her blade into the mage's mouth. She twisted it around, ignoring the man's gurgles and screams. You killed all those who died here. Not the monsters. You. Every single man, woman, and child who died is blood on your hands. I don't know why you tampered with the crystal. But I don't care. The damage that only you could have caused is the reason why they're dead. So it doesn't matter whether it was your stupidity, your greed, or your fear that made you do what you did. You will pay for your actions with your life. The Grand Marshal pulled back her knife, before pushing it toward the man's stomach. Before she could though, Dirk sensed a burst of dark mana, and the mage moved across space. Zip! Shit! The Grand Marshal cursed, her head turning toward the distance. The mage struggled in the restraints that he had been bound with by Ethan. The Grand Marshal was just about to run over there, but someone beat her to it. She saw Dirk Void walk to the mage. He appeared right beside him, and with lightning-quick movements, he sliced the tendons in the mage's arms and legs. Dirk didn't have any visible eyes, but his gaze made the mage shiver. Dirk's aura felt abnormal, eerie. It was rage, but it was horrifyingly quiet. With a wave of his hand, Dirk summoned 4 metal arrows and let them drop. They nailed each of the mage's limbs down, causing him to scream, though he couldn't move around or struggle much. The Grand Marshal, who was about to jump over there, slowly rose from her stance, her cold eyes gazing at the mage and Dirk. Strider! She called, and Dirk's head turned. For a moment, she too felt that eerie gaze, but she ignored it. Monsters aren't the only ones with valuable cores. Every mage cultivates a mana core of various types. For you who wields the dark element, the crystallized mana formation attached to his ribcage is a great material for study. Dirk turned back to the mage in silence, who had irrepressible fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, Dirk's knife dropped without hesitation or mercy. Chapter 130, Lightning Snakes. Dirk walked back with a bloody ribcage in his hand, slipping it into his pocket ring and arriving before the Grand Marshal. She nodded at him with a pleasant smile. You're ruthless. That makes me want to recruit you even more. Anyway, let's not spare that heinous bastard another thought. I hear you want to join me on this little expedition to the major dungeon. Dirk nodded with a neutral expression. It wasn't really him, but Pandora who wanted to go. Very well. Myself, Marshal Strider, Dirk Strider, and the princess. If we're leaving, let us go now. I have things to do after this as well. City Lord Baron, you have full authority over the troops here in our absence. Take care of yourselves. Of course, Grand Marshal. The City Lord bowed a bit. Then, the Grand Marshal retrieved an item from her pocket ring. It was a large carriage, and according to the magical signature inside of it, Dirk recognized it to be a flying carriage. Let's go. With a wave, everyone boarded, and they took off. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of the major dungeon. This dungeon was located in a grassy plain, specifically a small forest in this plain amongst thick foliage. and all around the entrance were thousands of monsters that frequently attacked and ate each other. Upon flying toward the ground, several monsters sought to attack the carriage, but they were annihilated when an inferno surged from the vehicle. It wiped out everything in a small area, allowing the carriage to land without issue. Then, everyone stepped out. Ethan took the lead and killed anything that got close with small bolts of fire. These monsters were all around tier 4 on average, but they were far beneath him. Of course, they were also beneath Dirk and Pandora despite them being tier 4s as well. However, neither of them were as powerful as Ethan or the Grand Marshal, so they couldn't kill these creatures with absolute ease. It would still take them a small bit of effort. After retrieving the carriage, the Grand Marshal looked to the major dungeon entrance. Like all dungeons, the entrance to this one was a murky black portal that led to another space. They approached it, Ethan killing anything in their path. And then, they entered it. Dirk pushed through the uncomfortable fluid, was engulfed, and after a brief moment of suspension, was spit out on the other side. The instant he was let out though, he saw the face of a monster lunging toward him. He didn't even think before his reflexes kicked in, and in but a half second, he planted a knife in the monster's throat backed by the strength of his anima. His body then spun and flung the monster away using its momentum. And after taking a survey of his surroundings, Obsidius covered his body. Ethan had released a small inferno around himself and was dashing around while slashing monsters. The Grand Marshal was also killing a few monsters that got too close, though she was far more relaxed than Ethan. And Pandora was standing not far from Dirk, two monsters writhing on the floor in pain as ice slowly froze their bodies from their feet to their head. It only took a dozen seconds for the immediate area to be cleared out. After the four regrouped, Ethan glanced at Dirk with an odd expression. Those were some shockingly fast reflexes. Thanks? Dirk wasn't sure how to respond to that. Nonetheless, Ethan seemed to be conflicted. Ethan had heard about what happened to Dirk straight from his father. The torture, the training, the curse that blinded him, his time at Azura's mountain. The result was a monster that could fight an entire tier above himself, and one that could kill thousands of those below him. When he had first arrived, Ethan had seen the unbelievable skill that Dirk displayed while battling monsters. His agility, situational awareness, and ruthlessly acute attacks weren't normal by any stretch of the word. His combat sense was far above even his own, and Ethan was a tier 5, as well as a rank 6. Dirk was showing the skill and proficiency of someone like the Grand Marshal, and the only reason Dirk couldn't compare to a duke was because a tier or rank 8 had abilities that transcended anything like skill or reflexes. They were monsters themselves. Perhaps he was comparing himself, but Ethan wasn't sure how to feel about this brother of his. Ethan had surpassed rank 4 at Dirk's age. But even if he were to regress to that power now, Ethan couldn't fathom being able to beat Dirk on even terms. That thought ate at him. Alright, listen close. The Grand Marshal suddenly turned to everyone, interrupting Ethan's conflict. She looked at Dirk and Pandora. You guys might be able to take care of yourselves in the shallow parts of the dungeon, but I have orders to go deeper. As soon as we start encountering tier SIXS, you need to stay out of the way. I can kill just about anything in this place, but you also need to make it easy for me to protect you while doing so. Ethan will guard you in case anything happens. Now, let's move quickly. With that, the group took off in a run. The dungeon was unlike any other landscape Dirk had ever seen before. It even surprised Pandora. The dirt was solid black, while the grass and foliage that grew atop it was red. The sky was also an odd green color. As for the monsters, the group immediately encountered one main type. Massive serpents that were 2 feet thick and a few dozen feet long. All of them were red, and from their scales came blazing flame. They were also tier 5. Upon seeing these monsters, Dirk let out a long breath. After watching them fight, he figured that just 3 of these snakes could kill one of the monster generals that he did. That meant that Dirk could, at most, kill between 6 and 9 snakes. Ethan, on the other hand, was going around slaughtering them like chickens. While his flames were almost ineffective, his rank 6 strength allowed him to cleave the heads off snakes with relative ease. And the Grand Marshal had it even easier. Dirk had already figured out that the Grand Marshal was strictly a body refiner with rank 7 anima. For scouting missions like what she was tasked to do, someone with concentrated power and mobility was best. So she was the perfect one to head in here and complete the mission quickly. And, on top of her rank 7 strength, her ability to wield anima was that of a bishop class. A bishop class warrior developed their own unique way of controlling anima. Dirk's mother Cecilia was able to create threads that were not only terrifyingly sharp, but could also turn invisible and intangible. For her, it was the perfect complement to her assassin skill set. But for this Grand Marshal, her special anima ability was forming something like a shield. No stray attack was able to touch her, as whenever one would hit her, a translucent barrier would form in front of her body, protecting her completely. It allowed her to attack without worry or restraint. And while Dirk could definitely see its use, in his opinion it was a waste. Something like his mother's ability was far more useful. If his mother and this Grand Marshal fought, then his mother would win without contest. He had no doubt about that. As Dirk evaluated the Grand Marshal, the group constantly moved forward. No monster could last even a few seconds before Ethan and the Grand Marshal, so they advanced through fields of red quickly. It wasn't long before they began encountering new monsters. Occasionally, they began seeing snakes that were black instead of red. These snakes seemed to have scales made of metal. And the shocking part was how they actually wielded lightning. Dirk became focused when they encountered these. The black snakes were also tier 6, so they wielded destructive lightning that could hurt even Ethan if he weren't careful. Dirk was only concerned with their magic though. Through his mana vision he was able to see the extraordinarily concentrated lightning within their bodies that occasionally flickered across their metal scales. That was only part of the surprise though. The snakes were fast. They had reflexes and speed surpassing Ethan's, so even he could only hold one off, not necessarily kill it. It was the Grand Marshal who had to expend plenty of effort to get her hands on one and safely kill it. But thankfully those snakes didn't die fast, because while watching them, Dirk was wholly concentrated on watching how the lightning moved through their bodies, and how it affected their reflexes. Dirk had learned plenty of lightning theory from that stolen book Geralt gave him, but in the end he was only able to develop spells that emitted lightning. And he wasn't really inclined to use many of those spells because, as he found out, they were rather inefficient, taking lots of energy for average power. But if he could mimic those snakes and use lightning to increase his speed and reaction times, then he would unlock a whole new level of combat when integrating his anima. And that was only a shallow mimicry of what they could do. The lightning attacks from those snakes was incredibly destructive, far surpassing Ethan's fire. The snakes were able to whip their tails and use them to release strikes of lightning, and all of those strikes had horrifyingly dense energy within them that gave equally devastating results. So Dirk watched everything, tracking the movement of lightning mana with his mana vision. At the same time, he experimented with the lightning mana in his fire mana heart. Pandora glanced at Dirk, watching as sparks of lightning flickered across his fingertips. Runes would also occasionally appear around his hands, signifying his deepening comprehension into the nature of lightning. And on the inside, the changes were even more pronounced. Dirk could feel electricity rush through his limbs at his command, almost as if he were taking control of the nervous system that gave direction to his body. It made him twitch, his muscles contracting whenever a bolt of lightning would pass through them. He sent lightning through every part of his body. However, in doing this he found a limitation. Dirk had been working on his destruction cycles for groups of muscles, and he had completed a few groups already. When he passed lightning through these groups, they were able to take advantage of the lightning and contract with great strength and speed. But when he did the same through unrefined muscles, they were injured in the contraction process. If he were to force it, he might be able to give vast strength to his entire body, but only a couple of times. In order to take full advantage of this technique, he needed to finish muscle destruction, which had begun only recently. That meant he would need at least another 6 weeks before he could fully utilize that lightning amplification. But he still learned all he could. Dirk never did much with lightning, so this would help him use the resources at his disposal, giving purpose to his wide arsenal. It was good to have more variety other than stabbing with knives and shooting metal and fire bullets. And thankfully for him, the black lightning snakes only appeared more frequently. The Grand Marshal moved as fast as she could through the dungeon, and while that meant the black snakes died just as fast, the deeper they went, the more black snakes they found. So Dirk was able to continue to watch and observe the lightning techniques those snakes used. However, after a dozen or so black snakes were killed, Dirk noticed something going on with Obsidius. The little blob that was currently acting as his armor was usually quiet. It most enjoyed being used, as weird as that was. But as Dirk watched the snakes, the blob began to roil in desire. Dirk could feel the armor massage his hands, as if it were gnawing on his fingers. He could also feel its focus on the black snake. Specifically its corpse. It wanted the corpse. Dirk tilted his head. He knew that there was much more to Obsidius than he knew, and using the blob as an armor was probably its most basic function. Now, seeing the blob's desire for something, he decided it was best to listen. Pandora. Yes? Pandora turned to him with a bright smile. I want some of those black snake corpses. How much space in those pocket rings do we have? In anticipation for the valuable materials we would encounter in this dungeon, I brought a couple dozen rings with me. Adding up their total volume, I'm pretty sure we could bring every monster in this dungeon out of here. Catch. Ting! Pandora flicked a pocket ring in the air, one embedded with a tier 6 dark mana crystal. Dirk caught it and checked the space inside of it. Sure enough, it had a few thousand cubic meters worth of space. And that was just a single ring. Since that was the case, Dirk could use it without inhibition. Neither the Grand Marshal nor Ethan seemed to be interested in these snakes as their corpses were just left behind. So, Dirk began stuffing them into his ring. Even going back to grab the few they left behind. Like that, several hours passed with the Grand Marshal only moving faster and faster. When they weren't fighting a monster, everyone was running at almost full speed. The dungeon had massive wide-open landscapes, and Dirk heard that dungeon divers could spend upwards of 2 months inside one of these dungeons. If that was the case, they wouldn't be leaving in 1 or 2 days. This also meant that Dirk could collect more materials, though he wasn't yet sure what he would be using them for. Like that, they ran for approximately 30 hours. It was only then that the Grand Marshal decided to stop and take time to rest. She even had a portable living space. From her pocket ring manifested a massive tent that was fitted with everything someone might need. With enough space, one could carry around an entire house with them, so it wasn't too surprising. Even Ethan had a similar mobile living space that he brought out. Fortunately, Pandora wasn't to be outdone. Though, the item she brought out was a bit more surprising. You brought the car? Why wouldn't I? Why didn't you bring it out earlier? We could have been driving instead of running. Hey, I didn't know what the dungeon was going to look like. But tomorrow we can use it since we know now. Pandora shrugged, causing Dirk to sigh. He wasn't lazy, but why would he run at full speed for a day straight when he didn't have to? It wasn't like he had to fight. Oh, also. Suddenly, Pandora waved her hand, activating her ring again. Then, a small building appeared, creating a small rumble as it touched the ground. It almost looked like some kind of vault, similar to the forge room that Dirk's dwarven master had used at the academy. It's a smithy. I hadn't brought it out since you were so busy fighting all those monsters in the city, but since you're collecting materials now, I suppose it's an appropriate time to show it to you. You can keep it in your ring when you're done with it. I'm going to sleep. Pandora waved with that and headed to the car where her comfortable mattress was. The Grand Marshal had also retreated to her living space, and Ethan to his. Dirk decided that he wasn't so tired though. He was more interested in what Obsidius wanted, as even now its anxiousness hadn't diminished. So, with everyone retired for a time, he entered the vault. It was finally time to utilize those forging skills that he had been taught so long ago. Chapter 131, Blueprint. Dirk was pleasantly surprised when he entered the forge vault. Inside was an anvil with enchanted lines running down it, a fire pit, and a table and rack full of every forging tool imaginable. Everything was exquisite and most definitely expensive. There were even multiple hammers, one for each of the elements. Each one had enchanted lines with differing designs matching the element they were enchanted with. Well, that made it easy for Dirk to pick which hammer. Grabbing the hammer with red enchanted lines representing the fire element, he walked over to the wide table that sat next to the anvil. There, he brought out one of the black snake corpses. Its head had been chopped off, but otherwise it was in perfect condition. Dirk ran his fingers down the sleek scales. From head to tail they were smooth like glass, but in the opposite direction, Dirk actually found himself get a small cut from how sharp and metallic the scales were. These scales granted them amazing defensive capabilities. As Dirk was admiring the scales, Obsidius jumped off of him and landed on the scales of the snake. Then, it continued to bounce around. Dirk watched, and thankfully, he could somewhat feel the intent of the blob. It wanted him to do something with these scales. But he didn't know what. Should he make armor with it? He already had Obsidius for armor. Seeing as how Dirk wasn't understanding, the blob stopped bouncing and shook a bit. Then, it expanded into its armor form without Dirk's body, though it seemed unsteady as it did so. The walking armor pointed at the scales. Then, it pointed to its arm. It went back and forth like this as its body shook before Obsidius could no longer independently hold that form. The blob retracted, continuing to jump on the snake. "You want me to add the scales to you?" Obsidius jumped even faster, signifying its confirmation. But that begged another question. How was he supposed to add these scales to Obsidius? Just as Dirk thought of this question, Obsidius moved again. It went over to the chopped-off head of the snake. There lay a few scales that had fallen off the body. The blob rolled over a few of the scales, and they disappeared within. Then, Dirk saw the scales reappear on top of the blob, as if it had become a part of it. Obsidius had absorbed the scales and merged them into its body. If that was the case, could Obsidius absorb armor and use it to supplement its armor body? Create armor, and let you eat it. Obsidius kept bouncing, as if shouting yes yes yes. Interesting. Dirk slowly nodded his head. The armor body of Obsidius was indeed completely bare. But with this function, Dirk could enhance it with other sets of armor, allowing its strength and abilities to rise. Currently, Obsidius armor only had the durability to naturally resist low-tier or rank attacks. Anything around tier 4 would damage it and could hurt Dirk underneath. The only way Dirk knew how to increase its defense was by infusing his anima into it, but that took lots of energy, especially over long periods of time. But with this, Dirk's mind suddenly lit up with several ideas. All of those ideas though required him to forge a set of armor. In that case, Dirk had 2 items that would allow him to forge a high-quality set of armor. First, he had tons of dead lightning snake corpses, all of them having scales of metal. If he created a set of armor out of those, then he would be able to easily defend against the attacks of a tier 5. Plus, with the scales being so numerous and the size of a fingertip, they would be able to cover every inch of his body. The second item that would make for good armor was the turtle shell. The turtle General Pandora had an oppressively strong shell that didn't so much as get scratched by her hurricane of bloody ice blades. It was only the completion of her atrociously powerful spell that could pierce through it like a needle and kill it from the inside. That turtle, despite being a tier 5, had defensive power even above the lightning snakes that were tier SIXS. He still had the shell, which was in basically perfect condition. It would make for a truly wonderful addition to the armor. The black snake scales and a turtle shell. 2 fantastic materials for making armor. Only problem was, Dirk wasn't entirely sure how to handle these items. Dirk had only forged with metal, and he had only made tools and some simple pieces of armor like gauntlets or helmets with bastion. He had never used monster materials in any kind of creation. This was new territory. Suddenly, Spite chimed in. You can skin the snakes, but if you stitch together those hides, then the stitching would be the weak point. The armor would fall apart under attacks. Plus, it would look like patchwork. On the other hand, we don't have other large leather hides that you could transplant the scales onto, and that's assuming you could transplant the scales well. There is such thing as scale armor though. Sir Tobaston showed me how forge masters would make something like chainmail with metal rings, and then they would create scales of metal and hook them onto those rings after punching a hole through it. Dirk rubbed his chin while gazing at the small scales of the black snakes. Then, he waved his hand. The turtle shell within his pocket ring fell out onto the ground. It was a really large shell that easily surpassed the size of Dirk's body. That's how big the turtle had been. A walking fortress. Dirk walked over to the dark green shell, tapping his hand against it and feeling the texture and material of it. In his mana vision, he could also see the extraordinarily dense earth and metal mana within it. It's metal. Dirk came to this conclusion and was pleasantly surprised. I don't have metal ingots to forge with, but if this shell is metal, then I can reforge it, shape it into rings, and create scale mail armor with the snake scales. With chain rings made from that turtle shell, there won't be any weaknesses. Smart thinking. Of course. With a small smirk, Dirk's mind rapidly formulated a plan. Obsidius also bounced around with glee, liking the direction Dirk was moving. Alright Spite, let's begin the blueprint. Activate your runic tracing. Roger. At that moment, Dirk's mana vision lit up with lines. Because he no longer had eyes, he couldn't simply create a visual trace and measurement of the materials he was using. In that case, he had to transform what he was seeing in his mana vision into runes that detailed the materials and their products. With Dirk's comprehension into mana, creating simple measurements wasn't difficult at all. So before long, he and Spite were able to trace an image of the scales and shell in his mana vision, calculating the volume of the materials. Then, they took measurements of his body and determined how much of each material they would need. Dirk also began shaping the components of his product in his mind. For example, he shaped the rings that would be made of the turtle shell, perfecting their every detail and taking things like the forging process into account. The links between the rings, their diameter and thickness, the holes that they would need to punch into the scales, the angle of the rings in relation to the scales as it laid against his body. Over time, more and more details were accounted for as Dirk began to shape a figure of mana within his mind. This virtual figure that he and Spite created seemed to be constructed of runes, and hidden within the runic artwork were all the details pertaining to each component, of which there were thousands. But of course, the runic blueprint wasn't perfect at first. Getting the angles of the rings and their shape and connections around the body proved more difficult than Dirk imagined. He was constantly making corrections, as one problem would require several fixes in other areas to rectify. But it came together. With Spite's help, Dirk was able to standardize measurements and get proper calculations. In the end, he spent an entire 4 hours creating the blueprint in his mind. And by the end of those 4 hours, he had finished. A scale armor that covered Dirk's virtual figure from head to toe. There wasn't an inch of unprotected space. And with that blueprint completed, Spite could properly calculate the volume of necessary materials. The conclusion. You would have a good amount of turtle shell to spare. Really? Dirk was a bit surprised. He had thought that he might not have enough, let alone some to spare. Since the snake scales were small, there had to be thousands of little rings to hold them all. The result was an incredibly dense set of layered scales. While it made for fantastic protection, Dirk was worried that he wouldn't have enough turtle shell to forge into the rings. But his worries were unnecessary. He even had some to spare. With that extra shell, I suggest you make a stronger helmet, maybe even some gloves or vital protection on your torso. The helmet I can make. But as for the rest, maybe a weapon would be good. A weapon? But you already have a few that Pandora gave you. Short swords, hatchets, and even a spear. You've really only used the short swords, but you're covered in almost every aspect. What other weapons did you have in mind? Spite questioned curiously. Dirk was now proficient in many types of weapons, from spears to swords to bows, not to mention guns. With enough weapons, there wasn't any enemy that he couldn't take care of, so long as he had the strength to match. But Dirk had something a bit more unique in mind. Here. Suddenly, Dirk began creating another blueprint. On it, he outlined the weapon he was thinking of. Spite was silent for a long moment as she saw the weapon. This? Are you serious? Could we make it? Not sure. Give me a second. Spite began analyzing the blueprint. When she was done taking the measurements though, she sighed. No. If you plan on making a helmet, then you wouldn't have enough for the weapon. It's one or the other. Helmet it is then. Maybe we'll get the materials to make it later. Besides, I feel that other metals would make the weapon better. Void metal would be preferable, not that I know where to find that stuff. Dirk let out a light breath, not particularly disappointed. At that moment though, there was a voice. Void metal? What for? Dirk turned his head, resting his gaze on the figure who had entered the vault. Pandora looked at Dirk curiously. He was just sitting in a chair, not looking like he had done anything the entire night. Nothing. Just something I had in mind. Well, the Dark Kingdom has plenty of void metal, seeing as how we're the site of the densest source of dark mana in the world. I can get you really high-quality void metal, upwards of tier 7. Tier 8 void metal is a bit difficult though. We're accumulating a deposit of tier 8 void metal, but it won't mature for another few decades, so our current stock is regulated rather heavily. It's fine. I don't need it now anyway. Dirk hummed before standing and leaving the vault. After he was outside with Pandora, he used one of his pocket rings and stowed the entire vault away. So? Please tell me you did more than sit in a chair all night. Pandora asked as they walked toward their vehicle. The Grand Marshal and Ethan were already ready to leave, so the duo jumped into the car upon arrival. I blueprinted the armor I plan to make. Apparently Obsidius can absorb armors and merge with them, making his own armor body more powerful. So I plan to use the turtle shell and snake scales to make a set of armor. That blob can absorb armor? Impressive. And how did you go about blueprinting? I didn't see any papers. Runic tracing. Spite can permanently record runes. I made a virtual image with this runic tracing that details the set of armor. Oh really? I can do something similar. My Book of Life lets me store runes in its pages. The pages act as a magical conduit too, basically removing the need to personally cast spells so long as the spell circles are already in there. Dirk was silent as Pandora began to drive after the Grand Marshal who had continued her hunt. Turns out, the Book of Life was really powerful. With Pandora's 4 attributes in that book, she absolutely had the largest magical arsenal in the world. Nobody had more variety than her. Plus, she could cast even complex spells with ease. This would only get more pronounced as she got stronger. Dirk could also mimic that function with the help of Spite, who could copy spells. This function though had been integrated to a certain extent into his stigma. His pistol that acted as the runic medium for spellcasting allowed Dirk to instantly cast spells, should he know the spell well enough. Most of Dirk's spells were simple, and the ones that weren't were more obscure like stealth that required elemental manipulation. So for him, casting simple spells with his pistol was perfect. But even then, with Pandora's display while killing the turtle, he was finding out that he needed to advance his combat prowess quickly. And forging could help. If he could create weapons and armor tailored for himself, then he could increase his strength greatly. These thoughts went through Dirk's head as Pandora drove the car behind the Grand Marshal and Ethan. The two of them couldn't really help in their endeavors. Because the monsters only got stronger the further into the dungeon they went, Dirk and Pandora, who hadn't even reached tier 5 yet, were nothing but baggage. Only Ethan could still fight with the black lightning snakes, and come the end of the dungeon, only the Grand Marshal would be able to fight if tier 7 monsters showed themselves. So, all Dirk and Pandora needed to do was stay out of the way. And they didn't have to do that while running all the time. Pandora had her magic truck, and now, she was taking full advantage of it. Not long into the ride though, Dirk grabbed one of the spare rings and tossed it to Pandora. "Collect the black snakes. I'm going to sleep. Only if I get some blood later." Later. With a sigh of resignation, Dirk relaxed back and fell asleep. Though, not before doing another destruction cycle, as he needed to every night before bed. Chapter 132, Threaten. After getting around 8 hours of sleep, Dirk finally woke up from his slumber. With nothing to do, he was able to get more sleep than normal. Nothing had changed on the outside. The Grand Marshal and Ethan were still fighting snakes which seemed to dominate this dungeon. There were also other variations besides fire and lightning, such as a Tier 6 magma snake. Those were able to control both fire and earth mana, producing a synergy that resulted in the power of magma. Only the Grand Marshal could kill that one, and she also took the body, according to Pandora, who seemed to be irked by that. Regardless, the hunt for whatever the Grand Marshal was looking for didn't seem like it would end soon. So Dirk decided to finalize his plans for his armor. The entire armor consisted of turtleshell chains that were looped and fitted with black snake scales. Then there was the helmet that would be constructed from the spare turtleshell material. The construction process seemed simple enough, just a bunch of repetitive chain making. But Dirk decided to add a few more details that would make things convenient. One thing was snake leather that was woven underneath the chainmail. That would serve to keep things stable, like a foundation. It also acted as insulation since the lightning snake was not just powerful in terms of lightning, but also fire since lightning was a specialty of fire. Plus, he would have tons of leftover leather anyway after plucking the scales. This would put it to use and act as another thin yet significant layer of protection. He even blueprinted leather boots that would integrate with the scale armor, as well as gloves. With all these things, Dirk finally felt like the armor could be considered fully blueprint. After that, he just needed to figure out how he would go about putting it together. That didn't take too long though, considering how he made standardized pieces. And so, a few hours after he woke up, Dirk had everything prepared. Only problem was the fact that they were still driving. He couldn't bring out the vault to forge anything. So he waited until Pandora stopped a distance from where the Grand Marshal and Ethan began fighting more snakes. "I think I'm gonna get out." "Out? I want to forge. I need the vault for that." Dirk spoke while checking his ring. He had been handed all the corpses that Pandora collected, and it was more than enough for what he wanted. Pandora gazed at Dirk for a few seconds before speaking. "If you leave, that could complicate things." "How so?" "Well, I'm not staying with you. I need to find out what this Grand Marshal is scouting for, so I'll continue to follow. But without you, she might get some funny ideas, like assassinating the oh-so-valuable vampire princess." "Would she?" "I don't know. She doesn't seem like a loose cannon, but she's ruthless enough to make hard decisions. There would be nothing I could do if she decided to kill me." Pandora spoke with a weird smile, causing Dirk to doubt her seemingly helpless words. "Right. Your presence is keeping them in check. But, if you're really eager, I suppose I can make do without you. I am curious about your forging skill after all, as well as your friend's ability to eat armor. I don't want to stop you. So go ahead and find a safe place. I'm sure you could survive the pursuit of a Tier 6 snake should it come to that." "All right." With her words, he jumped out of the car. Just as he was about to close the door though, she called out. "Hey! Catch!" Dirk snatched the orb that Pandora suddenly threw. It's a long-distance communication orb. It's built around a Tier 7 light mana crystal, so it has plenty of juice for sending messages. Contact me if you need to. And keep that thing safe. There's a reason only nobles get their hands on such a thing. "Oh. Thanks." Dirk nodded before stowing the orb away. Then, he walked away from the car and toward the battlefield that was calming down. "Want to try your hand?" The Grand Marshal called out as Dirk approached, simultaneously crushing the throat of a snake. Dirk shook his head. No. I'm planning on staying here. I have something I want to forge. I knew that huge building was for something. Staying behind though is rather dangerous. I can handle myself. Dirk spoke with obvious confidence, causing the Grand Marshal to stare at him for a second before sighing. Very well. I've seen and heard about some of your skill, so I suppose running away wouldn't be difficult for you. Still, take this. The Grand Marshal threw an item over. Dirk caught it and inspected what looked like a necklace. An enchanted consumable. It'll teleport you 50 meters in any direction about 3 times. That should be enough to get you out of sticky situations. All right. Thank you. No problem. Keep yourself safe. If you use it, just think of it as a favor. She waved with a smile, afterward continuing on her way. Ethan also nodded to Dirk before following. Have fun. Pandora waved while driving past in pursuit. Given several seconds, they turned behind a hill, exiting his view. Dirk looked around the now quiet battlefield. That Grand Marshal must be rich, since she left most of the corpses behind. Ethan had been collecting some, but also seemed to leave many behind. Dirk doubted he had dozens of empty pocket rings like Pandora though, so he was probably only able to carry so much. After finding a nice secluded place to work, Dirk took out the vault and entered. The materials were still beside the table that Dirk had worked at, so he quickly formulated his steps. Spite. Since you've decided to use snake leather as the foundation, you'll need to prepare it first. Afterward you make the chains, and then the scales. Alright then. Time to pluck some scales. Dirk mumbled while approaching a lightning snake corpse. Grabbing it, he spread it across an empty table. He inspected the scales closely, taking out a knife and moving them around to see how they grew off the snake. Looks like they're similar to nails. They grow out of the leather, so removing the scales would technically damage the surface of the leather. How thick is the leather? If it's thick enough, then surface damage wouldn't affect it much. Let's see. Preparing his knife, Dirk stabbed down onto the snake. Ting! The tip of the knife stopped at the scales, unable to even pierce through. Dirk's eye twitched before he remembered that this was indeed a Tier 6 monster. A little more force then. Activating his anima, Dirk stabbed down again. He also stabbed against the scales, allowing the blade to catch and slide under. This time though, the blade caught in the leather of the snake, not entering more than an inch or two. Spite jumped on the table in its cat form, tilting its head at the pitiful attempt to cut the snake. So harvesting corpses requires a certain level of strength too. Is that to say I'm weak? Well, I was gonna beat around the bush. But since we're just jumping right to the conclusions. Sure. Dirk smirked before pulling the knife out. Guess I'll need to use my aura. It'll be a good way to hone it. With a nod, Dirk's knife suddenly took on a golden hue as an impressively sharp aura blade overlapped with the knife. Then, he stabbed again. This time, the knife smoothly glided into the leather of the snake. Afterward, Dirk used more anima to slide the knife around in order to slice along the length of the snake. As he quickly found out though, this process took tons of anima, rapidly draining the energy of his body. It also stressed his control over his aura. If he poured too much into it, the aura would go out of control and destroy the material around the knife, including the knife itself. But if he put in too little, he'd waste energy while failing to cut. Striking a balance between power and control was shockingly difficult. After all, Dirk had barely become a rook class capable of controlling aura like this recently. He hadn't practiced much except for a few times while protecting the city. Spite was right. This would make for much needed practice. So he continued to concentrate. With Spite there, he didn't have to worry about his back not being watched. Focus the blade. Focus the energy moving through the body. Control it. Dominate the volatile aura. Through sheer will, Dirk forced his aura to adapt to him, not the other way around. While he needed to learn how aura worked and moved, he was also unbending in how it should be applied. Dirk envisioned his aura and knife gliding through the snake's leather and scales. He envisioned his aura forming into the perfect blade that was as still and tame as metal. And he forged his aura to be just like his vision. He constantly corrected himself, constantly changed his aura until it did as he wanted. But it still took time to realize the changes he wanted. After an entire hour, Dirk had barely cut down half the length of a snake. On top of that, his knife was eventually destroyed, snapping in half. He luckily had more, but if he didn't fix his aura, he would go through them quickly. That only meant he needed to get it right, or fail and be forced to wait. He wouldn't be able to forge if he couldn't get this simple step down. So he buckled down once more and continued. Luckily his stamina was plentiful. Dirk was able to continue for another hour, and by the end of that hour, the knife was less damaged than before, able to be used a bit more. Plus, he had cut down the length of the snake. With that, he moved on to another snake. He decided he would skin the leather of the first when he was tired. And halfway into the third hour, Dirk stopped when the second knife was destroyed. Taking that as his chance, he decided to rest and eat some food, replenishing his energy. In not draining his energy to the point of exhaustion, he could recover faster, especially as his body processed the food. And his body worked with gusto once food hit his stomach, digesting all of its dense anima and mana. His restoration skill worked to bring him to his prime. And immediately after eating, Dirk went and skinned the leather, which was far easier than cutting through it. It didn't even take anima, allowing him to rest while working. At the end of the third hour, Dirk had skinned an entire snake, setting the long leather hide to the side. With that, he was one snake down. And he was rested enough to continue on the second snake. Stabbing down on the corpse, Dirk restarted the arduous process of cutting through more leather. This time though, he was able to cut for 2 hours before the knife was destroyed. Taking out a spare knife, he continued. Cut through the leather, eat some food, skin its hide, and repeat. Dirk's body was constantly working and recovering as he stressed his aura. And his control over aura rapidly solidified, making it easier and easier on him. But after around 12 hours, his body's recovery slowed down substantially, all the fatigue taking its toll. So he decided to do a destruction cycle using the remaining dregs of energy he had. For that, he used the bone of a strong anima monster. Drawing out that dense anima and streaming it into his muscles, he resonated it, and an unbelievable pain racked every cell of his muscles, every pain receptor screaming at him. But his face was neutral, as if it weren't even happening. Dirk just went through the cycle like normal, and as soon as he was done, a large portion of his legs were black and red, the skin horribly cracked, almost like the curse over his eyes. With that, Dirk was officially tired. Grabbing a few spare blankets, he made himself comfortable on the ground, going to sleep as soon as his head touched his pillow. Spite watched him fall asleep before taking up guard outside, watching for any unwanted guests. Pandora watched lazily as the Grand Marshal fought a few lightning snakes. As for Ethan, he had tired out a while ago and was sitting on the sidelines. It had been several hours since Dirk was left behind. Nothing much had occurred except the now boring fights with more and more snakes. After a few minutes, the Grand Marshal killed off all the monsters. She never got tired, but that was because these enemies were below her. Seeing her finish, Pandora moved her feet and prepared to drive. Instead of running off like she usually did though, the Grand Marshal settled her gaze on the car. Pandora's eyebrows raised in mild interest, but when the opposition's eyes never moved, she smiled and sat up. There was a standoff for almost a minute, the Grand Marshal simply staring at the car. Then, Pandora exited, jumping out with an innocent smile. She leaned on the side of the vehicle, returning the stare. "Is there something you need, Grand Marshal Vincent?" Vincent was silent. After a few seconds though, she disappeared from her position, reappearing in front of Pandora. Pandora didn't so much as flinch though, continuing to stare at the woman who was now much closer. She didn't seem to care that she was in striking distance of an opponent whose specialty lay in melee combat. Vincent narrowed her eyes at Pandora. "What is the vampire princess doing here?" What do you mean? You invited me along. Don't be a smartass. I want to know what your objective is. Why are you following Dirkstrider? And what are you attempting to accomplish by doing so? Vincent gripped her blades. By all logic, Pandora's life was in her hands. She could take her head off in the time it took to blink. But Pandora was abnormally calm. No, she seemed to be having fun as she smiled and chuckled so cutely. I thought I already answered you, Grand Marshal. Dirk and I are on a super-secret mission involving the fate of the world. I couldn't possibly tell you about something so important. Cut the shit. Nobody like you would move like this without purpose. Tell me why you're with Dirkstrider. At Vincent's question, Pandora's face twisted a bit with an odd smile. What can I say? We're just so horny for each other. I mean, as soon as we met, Dirk couldn't seem to keep his hands off me. I don't think I've ever been so hot and exhilarated as when he came and jumped on me like a beast. My pussy just couldn't let him go after that. Disgusting. Vincent's face twisted. To hear such vulgar words from the mouth of a beautiful princess was nothing short of shocking. No royal, especially one of her standing, would ever utter such profanity. She was absolutely the first of her kind. But it also frustrated Vincent, because Pandora was obviously toying with her. She raised her knife, pointing it at Pandora's throat. Before she could get close though, Pandora's hot smile cooled just a bit. Careful there. Cross a certain line, and you won't even be able to regret it. Oh? What can a little tear for mage like you do? Vincent sneered, her powerful presence releasing monumental pressure focused entirely on the girl in front of her. But Pandora let out a small huff in response, as if she didn't feel the intent to kill surrounding her body. As a mage, nothing. But as the vampire princess, daughter of the vampire queen, and most valuable asset to the current noble alliance, I could have you executed where you stand. Pandora's voice softened as she pressed forward just slightly. Don't think I'm so stupid as to come out here unprepared for people like you. If you don't want to gaze upon your heart as it beats outside your chest, then you should exercise some restraint. Otherwise, I won't. Pandora's eyes flashed with a hint of the madness within her as she leaned forward into the knife. When the blade crossed a certain threshold though, Vincent felt a small chill go up her spine, causing her to pull the knife and jump back a few feet. Seeing that, Pandora smiled and went back to her cute self. Ah, you were so close. Shut up, you monster. Oh please, I didn't threaten your 42-year-old sister or your 3 children of 14, 18, and 21. I think that's pretty tame of me, considering what I had done only a few weeks ago. You? Vincent trembled ever so slightly, her eyes dilating in disbelief. She then gripped her knives in anger, but she knew she couldn't do anything. She reevaluated Pandora in her mind. She wasn't a princess. She was a madwoman who would stoop to any level, a dangerous freak with the shell of royalty. How else would this princess know about her sister and 3 children, for people who she treasured the most in this world? It wasn't like she was one of the dukes. She was one of the weakest rank 7s, in fact. And the fact that Pandora didn't mention her husband, who was actually estranged, showed that she knew just who to target. Who studied the personnel of an entire empire that thoroughly to know the strengths and weaknesses of someone as low-key as her, along with the people around them? That was a level of intellect that shouldn't belong to someone like her. Or, perhaps that's exactly what made her so freakish. Did Dirk know about this girl's true nature? Was there a side to him she didn't know about, and they really were entangled with each other? Did Pandora seduce him? If he did know about this freak and was in his right mind, then why would he travel with her? Just what was the goal here? So many questions, and every possible answer led Vincent down unpredictable paths. She couldn't wrap her mind around this situation. Everything before had pointed to them being decent friends. But now, Pandora's words and actions threw everything she knew out the window. In the end though, only one thought remained. Vincent resigned herself. Don't fuck with Pandora. Chapter 133, Forging. Dirk slept only as much as he needed to, and thankfully, there were no uninvited guests that disturbed him. So after waking, he decided to go straight back to forging. Dirk had already cut and skinned 4 snakes at the cost of a few knives. Thankfully he had 1 knife left, but he needed to skin another snake with that single knife. Fortunately, he was able to do it. Treating it as a warm-up for the day, Dirk went and cut into another snake, focusing all his energy on cutting through it. He didn't know if he should be happy about his ability to cut through such a tough monster or disappointed in his struggle with it. Regardless, after a short hour and a half, Dirk had not just cut but skinned the entire snake. Like the other skins he hung it on a rack in the vault. With that, he had 5 skins, which would provide plenty of scales and a proper amount of leather. Now came the hard part, as if skinning those tier 6 snakes wasn't enough. Dirk approached the shell of the turtle general that Pandora killed. Tapping it with his knife, he was able to hear a metallic reverberation. This shell wasn't made of calcium or any kind of soft or brittle organic substance, but cold hard metal. Not only that, but it was just over a foot thick. Considering the size and toughness of the shell, it was a wonder that Pandora managed to pierce through it so easily. Letting out a small sigh, Dirk grabbed a stool and sat beside the shell. The furnace within the vault didn't have any form of flames, and Dirk knew that this shell couldn't be melted with anything ordinary. In that case, he needed to utilize the source of living flames that he had. Obsidius. He called, and the little blob bounced from within his clothes. It slithered around before making its way atop the turtle shell. Obsidius had a living flame with it, and when activated, it looked like it was burning itself. Dirk needed Obsidius for this craft. Its living flames were hotter than any flames he could make with magic. The only issue was how to properly wield those flames and allow him to shape this massive shell into small wire for chains. Maybe we can melt the entire thing into one long wire and cut it. Then comes the problem of shaping that wire. If the wire is so weak as to simply be bent with your fingers, then that's a problem. Then how do you suppose I form this thing into wire and retain its strength? Dirk glanced at the cat who jumped up on the shell. Spite tilted her head, her beady golden eyes gleaming. That depends on your abilities. You can bend and shape metal with magic, right? You should start doing that and shape the chains as you would other weapons. As for the shell, you could just tear chunks off and work with portions at a time. But as you develop the chains, you also need to link them with the snake leather. So I need to construct both the chainmail and the leather, as well as integrate the scales, all at the same time so they can become one unit. Dirk sighed while thinking of the complex process of this armor's construction. Spite just nodded, her cat eyes flickering with amusement. Correct. Good luck with that. Where do you think you're going? Just as Spite was going to turn and walk away, Dirk snatched her by the scruff. We're suffering together, so don't you think you can just walk away and explore the world? I have no other enjoyment in my life. Excuse you, but you should enjoy being my most powerful weapon and trusted companion. I have a very boring and stuck-up companion who doesn't know how to have fun. I'm not that boring. Dirk scratched his head for a second before shaking it. Anyway, I'll need your help during most of the forging process. Only if I get vacation days as per union laws. Union what? Whatever. You can have breaks when I don't need you, but only if you patrol around while exploring. Each break must be 2 hours long and there must be 3 breaks minimum in a 30-hour period. 3 hours and 2 breaks per day. Deal. I shall develop a contract. Or you can hurry up and leave since I don't need you right now. Pleasure doing business. With a quick hop, Spite jumped and trotted out of the vault excitedly. Dirk watched her leave before turning back to Obsidius who was bouncing on the turtle shell. His face was a bit confused. Did I just negotiate with my stigma? He seemed to ask that question to Obsidius, as the blob stopped its bouncing and wiggled in thought. Dirk hummed. Well, I guess you're the most normal one here. Care to help me out with this? Obsidius jumped again, this time onto Dirk's hand. Then, it split into 2, covering both his hands up to his wrists. Obsidious became two gloves that revealed complex circuits going from the wrists to the fingertips where they came together. Dirk realized what this was. Living gloves. I was wondering what this was. Does it help with forging? Obsidious squeezed Dirk's hand in response. Dirk also felt its intent over their bond. It wanted him to send in his mana. All right. We need to heat up this turtle shell. Can you use your living flame? After his question, Obsidious settled and ignited, flames burning atop the metallic gloves. This time, Dirk was able to feel the flames in their entirety, such as the mana contained within them and how its power moved. Living flames supposedly had life or intelligence. What was special about Obsidious though was that he had a tangible body and was also the life and intelligence of the living flame contained within it. Needless to say, the couple who crafted Obsidious had to have been supremely intelligent. To be able to not only create life and intelligence, but give it such a versatile body and a living flame. Dirk couldn't imagine coming anywhere close to such ability. Now, Dirk had this marvelous specimen as his familiar. Several thoughts crossed through Dirk's head as he saw the gloves through his mana vision. He could see the flame most distinctly, and the metal of Obsidious was clearly outlined along with all the circuits that circulated with mana. Suddenly, some of Sir Tobaston's teachings resurfaced in his mind. The memory of Tobaston smoothing the blade of a knife with his fingers was a vivid one in Dirk's mind. Tobaston was able to manipulate metal mana with precision rivaling machines. Dirk had even seen him shape an entire sword with his bare hands, stretching and flattening metal like it was putty. Dirk was nowhere near replicating that kind of skill or elemental manipulation, so for just about all of the work, he needed to shape things with the hard strikes of his hammer. If it was that way, Dirk didn't have an issue making the wire out of the turtle shell. He could simply flatten and stretch the metal out until it was thin enough to be wire. After that, he could use elemental manipulation to smooth out the wire, which would surely be cubic due to his flat hammer strikes. Once it was cylindrical, he could temper it and make it proper wire. The tough part would come during the final shaping. Dirk needed to retain the strength of the wire, yet be able to turn it into chains. There was only one way he could do that in a way that also allowed him to integrate the wire with scales and the leather. He needed to bend it himself, and that would take elemental manipulation. So on top of solidifying his control over aura, Dirk would need to stress his elemental control. If he couldn't do it, he couldn't make the armor. And he had no plans on giving up so easily. I guess I can only start. Shrugging, Dirk stood and began the first step toward making the armor. The wire. He looked at his hands, and then toward the turtle shell. All right, Obsidious. We're going to try and melt this thing. Just let me know what you need. Obsidious squeezed Dirk's hand in response. Then, he placed his hands on the shell. Obsidious burned with its living flame, immediately turning the glossy surface of the shell black. But after that, Dirk saw no signs of it turning as hot as it needed to be. It only reddened a bit. Dirk frowned. He could tell what the problem was. The power of the living flame was scattered and unfocused. It didn't take any power at all to ignite the living flame or keep it burning, but if Dirk wanted it to properly heat something, then he needed to guide its power with his own hands. That's when he streamed fire mana into the living gloves, making the circuits glow red. With that, Dirk could more properly feel the living flame, and he began to take control of it along with the guidance of Obsidious. He and the blob, who was now a pair of gloves, focused the living flame, and the results were immediate. The shell reddened more and more as the flame got hotter and more concentrated like a blowtorch. The only problem was that controlling the living flame, even with Obsidious, was taxing on Dirk's mental energy. He used the power of the fire element to directly manipulate the flames, but Dirk wasn't incredibly proficient with elemental manipulation. So like with his aura, this was a good training session. Dirk focused as much as he could, disregarding how much energy he used. His only focus was getting the task done. Like that, the potion of the shell he was placing his hands onto turned from red to yellow hot. Dirk could sense the metal and fire mana with the shell and how turbulent it was. This turbulence occurred when metal became hot enough to become malleable. It almost resembled atoms and how they moved more when heated up, eventually turning to a liquid. And Dirk knew his abilities well enough from Sir Tobaston's teaching. So, he waited until he saw a certain level of turbulence before acting. After the shell was already glowing, Dirk suddenly exploded with more power. His hands pressed down as his fingers gripped down like claws, and metal mana was forced along with his will. Then, with a burst of bodily strength, Dirk's hands scooped at the shell. Shing! The yellow-hot portion of the shell was torn off, leaving a chunk of the metallic substance in Dirk's hands. He looked at the shell that rapidly cooled with a sigh. The part he tore off was barely a fraction of the entire thing. Well, gotta start somewhere. He said that before turning to the anvil. As he kept the living flame burning, the chunk of metal wasn't cooling down nearly as fast, maintaining its yellow-hot color. He quickly got to work. He grabbed the hammer that was specially tailored to the fire element after deactivating the living flame. Then, with the gloves as the guide, Dirk was able to easily stream his fire mana into the hammer. The hammer head glowed with red circuits before the head itself became red-hot. Dirk found it curious before slamming down onto the chunk of turtle shell that was beginning to cool. Ting! The hammer released a shower of sparks after meeting the chunk, flattening some of the jagged edges. Using some of his anima, Dirk raised the heavy hammer and slammed down again. Ting! More sparks, and through the hammer, Dirk was able to slow the cooling of the metal underneath. This was a technique that Tobaston taught, infusing elemental power through the swings of a hammer. Ting! Dirk's arms bulged as he swung the weight with full force. He had long developed the coordination needed to perfectly hit the material as he needed. When he first started, he would occasionally hit the anvil. Those reverberations tore the skin on his hands, becoming painful lessons that he quickly learned from. Ting! The metal was continually shaped under Dirk's hammer that swung with enough force to split cold steel. He hit quickly in order to get as much formation as possible before the metal cooled. Ting! More sparks, and the few that landed on his shirt burned small holes in it. But with a thought, he stored the clothing away, continuing. Ting! One more hit, and finally, the metal had cooled enough to become too hard to deform, even with a hammer. So, Dirk just heated up the chunk again. Holding in both his hands, Dirk used the living flame to turn the chunk yellow-hot again. With that, he continued the forging process. As he kept swinging his hammer, his manipulation of the fire element became more precise. The process took 4 hours, but eventually, the chunk turned flat. That's when Dirk grabbed it and began hitting its side to elongate it and make it thinner. The process was tedious and consumed lots of energy. Such work was thought of as laborious by many, and those who felt this way would look forward to their breaks. But not long after beginning to forge, Dirk fell into a trance. He constantly remembered those enjoyable days at Tobaston's forge room as he was harshly but skillfully trained. He remembered the split palms, the sore muscles, and the burns on his arms. The training hurt, but within what was normally seen as torment, Dirk found fulfillment and happiness. He fell in love with the process of shaping and refining metals, turning them from a hard lump into a masterful craft worthy of being wielded by the powerful. For Dirk, the comprehensions into the elements and growth in power came secondary to the feelings he felt during the forging itself. It was monotonous, only the constant sounds of metal on metal ringing in his ears. It was boring, only needing the robotic swings of his hammer. It was tedious, with much time needed just to flatten an ingot. But Dirk liked it. And as he flattened the lump of turtle shell, he realized once again just how much he enjoyed forging. He was actively focused during every second of the process, enjoying even the tiniest details such as the alterations in the angles of his hammer. Every strike was perfected and deliberate with dozens of thoughts analyzing its every move. Spite sat on a table not too far away, having come back long ago. She watched Dirk work for the several hours he was engulfed in his work. She saw the movement of mana, the fire moving from his gloves into the hammer. The percussive strikes that infused fire mana into the metal. The fire mana going in and out of Dirk's mana lungs with each of his breaths. Mana revealed so much more than the normal world. While they both had their beauty, in this moment, the world through mana was more enrapturing than the physical world. Spite knew that Dirk loved forging, and though she didn't personally understand why, she was beginning to see the beauty in it. At the 7-hour mark, the lump had become a long and thin rectangle that was on the verge of becoming a wire. But Spite could feel how Dirk was using up the last bit of his energy. His body was still strong, but his mental energy was running out. Using elemental manipulation for so long was taxing. But Dirk was able to finish, turning the lump into a long wire that was so rigid it didn't so much as curve off the anvil. After making one last strike, Dirk unsteadily set down the hammer and looked at the wire. It was cubic and rough, but that's what the more precise smoothing process was for. Bastion called it the metal fingers technique, by which one altered the shape of metal through the strength of their fingers and their metal mana manipulation. Naturally, only someone with the metal specialization could do this, so it was a very special technique. Those who didn't have this technique needed to use tools like grinders, which Bastion thoroughly resented. Regardless, Dirk didn't have any energy to engage that technique. Instead, he went to a table and pulled out plates of food, scarfing down many of the meats and juices from inside the pocket ring. This served to revitalize him and regenerate his mana pools, though unfortunately, his mental energy was still drained. So after eating he took a nap. Spite watched him do so before walking up to his unconscious body and curling up under his arm. Chapter 134, Yuvos. Several days passed as Pandora continued to linger behind her escorts. The driving got mind-numbingly boring for her, but it wasn't like she was going to turn back when she had come this far. Still, she often scowled and hoped that something would happen soon. She had thought that this dungeon scouting would be short and quick, and that she would be able to get on her way after the fact. But with each day of watching Ethan and the Grand Marshal slaughtering snakes, Pandora got more and more impatient. She was beginning to wonder if this expedition was really worth her time, or if she should have just sent an order back home for a team to scout one of their local dungeons instead. Whatever the case, when the 6th day came around, Pandora finally got to see just what exactly was piquing the interest of the Horizon Empire. At first things were normal as the Grand Marshal bound across the landscapes and Pandora sped after her. But then, they encountered something a bit more artificial. Standing tall like some kind of Parthenon, Pandora observed the enclosed temple that appeared. It was constructed out of pillars and walls of black rock. These black structures pulsed and glowed with cracks of lava that radiated pure fire mana. And the tops of the pointed structures sparked with electricity. One could feel the static in the air as it made their hair stand on end. And not just that, but even before coming close to this structure, Pandora began to feel an odd pressure that was placed on her soul. The pressure got worse as she approached, almost like the structure was surrounded by a domain. She recognized this pressure as someone who frequently encountered those more powerful than herself. The soul pressure of a higher existence. And not just any higher existence. Pandora smiled as she followed the Grand Marshal to the entrance of the building. Upon arrival, Pandora disembarked and stowed the car away, standing beside Ethan, who was exhausted by the tiring and perilous journey here. How interesting. You've brought me to a dragon's abode, Grand Marshal. I've heard that some major dungeons also disappeared from the world after the Advent. Seeing this major dungeon containing a dragon's abode, I can assume that the remaining dungeons all contain one such abode. That's why you're scouting dungeons, to confirm the existence of these abodes. Correct? The Grand Marshal was silent, keeping her gaze neutral and forward. After their little scuffle, the Grand Marshal didn't speak another word to Pandora, just ignoring her and continuing with her mission. Pandora didn't mind that much, of course. After a moment of silence, the Grand Marshal stepped forward onto the first step of the Parthenon. Once she did, the structure flared with fire, flashing as its glowing cracks spewed flames. The temperature rose several dozen more degrees despite how hot it already was, and even the Grand Marshal began to sweat. But as if she had already done this before, she continued on to ascend the staircase. It wasn't long before she reached the top and stood before a large pair of doors. Wow! It's a different kind of power, isn't it? Dragons are amazing. At that moment, the Grand Marshal was shocked to hear a voice beside her. It was Pandora. The two stood before the doors, Pandora looking around as if she were on a sightseeing trip. Disregarding how Pandora was resisting the heat and pressure, the Grand Marshal narrowed her eyes and pushed open the doors. It apparently took a significant amount of strength, as even the Grand Marshal, or rank 7, had veins bulging on her arms as she pushed. Only after several seconds did the doors finally crack open and reveal what was inside. Unlike a king's hall in most dungeons, this pair of doors didn't lead to a portal to another space where you would fight the monster champion. Instead, the doors led inside the Parthenon structure, and Pandora was surprised to see an actual dragon laying within the Parthenon. As the princess of the Dark Kingdom, Pandora had witnessed the dark dragon primordial emerge from the abyssal hole underneath the capital city every year. It was their most famous holiday and the only place in the world where you could go to easily see an actual dragon. But that was the dark dragon primordial, an existence only lesser than a god. This dragon now before Pandora wasn't such a greater existence, but one lesser enough that she could clearly feel just how unfathomable it was. It wasn't simply an existence with more power than her. She knew what such pressure felt like and disdained it. No, this dragon radiated such a pure and unrestrained elemental aura that it felt as if the dragon was one with the element itself. It didn't feel like she was standing before a dragon, but the incarnation of the fire element, or more specifically, the lightning element. The dragon had dark red scales that almost shone black, with lines of electricity that fluttered underneath its scales while flashing a beautiful bright red color. It wasn't the standard blue lightning from the other snakes, but red lightning, something that felt far more potent. Not only that, but there were elementals made from pure red lightning that surrounded the dragon that seemed to be sleeping, one shapes like the snakes they had fought on their way here. These lightning snakes drifted while crackling with pure elemental mana. Even standing so far away, Pandora could feel the polarity of the air make the back of her neck tingle. Worse yet, it seemed like these lightning elementals weren't friendly as they woke up and set their sights on Pandora and the Grand Marshal. But they didn't attack, instead dutifully standing guard around their creator, the dragon. As the two women stood there, Ethan gradually made his way up the staircase and through the doors. As soon as he stood beside them, the doors shut on their own, sealing them in the Parthenon. When all three were finally ready to face the dragon, it opened its eyes. For a long while there was silence as the dragon unfurled itself and rose to stand nearly 50 meters tall and a few times longer. The fire element seemed to bow to this dragon as it merely breathed and created waves of fire. But although it stared at them, it seemed to be thinking. Finally, after several minutes, its eyes widened. The time has come. It didn't speak in a normal voice. Instead, the three could feel its will transmit itself across the elements in a method more profound than mental transmission. There was a voice that spoke out in response to it though. If you're speaking of the war cataclysma, then yes, it has begun once again. Pandora's comparatively weak voice echoed in the Parthenon, causing Ethan and the Grand Marshal to look at her urgently, as if telling her she shouldn't be speaking lightly. But she naturally ignored them. Have you been in slumber all this time? You are a curious child. Yes, I have been in slumber, waiting for this day to come. Then why did you not wake? The call of the dark dragon primordial was heard throughout the world a long time ago and should have roused all of you from your sleep. After all, you are naturally one of the many subjects he calls for support. So why didn't you wake earlier? Pandora questioned with a furrowed brow. One might think she was asking a random question, but in her mind that quickly surmised exactly what the Grand Marshal's purpose in coming here was. She found an outstanding problem. The Grand Marshal had come here to wake this dragon. This likely meant that, in this war cataclysma, the Horizon Empire was on the side of the dragons who were destined to fight against the two gods, Eldritch Primordial and Sovereign Divine. But this dragon shouldn't have remained asleep. As expected, the dragon before them flared in what seemed like rage. You are correct. I should not have been deep in slumber. I have failed to rise to the call of the primordials. This is not natural. Someone has The dragon, after shivering in anger, suddenly slowed and focused. Pandora could sense the mana around the dragon kick up as lightning arced in the air. At that moment, it was as if the dragon had manifested some kind of mana body as it became translucent, almost ethereal. But in doing that, it encountered shocking resistance. That was when Pandora saw it. The dragon heart within its mana body that was constructed of the purest mana, and the invisible white chains that only Pandora could see latching down and sealing the heart. Someone had created an exceedingly complex spell and sealed this dragon with it, keeping it from waking to the call of the dark dragon primordial. Someone had sabotaged this dragon. Insolent. Blasphemous. Such underhanded cowardice. As expected, the dragon was further enraged by this revelation that it had been sneakily sealed while asleep. It shook while attacking the chains of light mana, attempting to obliterate them and free itself. But upon drawing from its dragon heart for power, Pandora was shocked to discover the chains become even more powerful, and the dragon collapsed with drowsiness. No, it wasn't drowsiness, but the inability to control its own existence. It was no different from a human having their heart kept from beating. This crippling spell threatened to put the dragon back into its slumber. The dragon knew this, of course, and as it failed to so much as stand on its own feet, it sighed. Ah, how weak have I become! To think I failed to resist such a petty trick. I am undeserving, unfit to be a subject of the vast darkness, the dark dragon primordial. Come on now, no time to indulge in self-pity. I expected more, dragon. I didn't think your will was so easy to break. There was the familiar clicking of shoes on the ground as everyone turned toward Pandora, who was walking toward the dragon. The dragon narrowed its eyes. My will is not something neither humans nor vampires can imagine. Oh please, I know someone who has quite the unbreakable will. Granted, he may be one of the few people in this entire world with such level of willpower. Regardless, you're already giving up. Again, I expected more. Pandora stopped walking as she stood right before the dragon's head. The size of its mirror compared to her entire body, let alone the rest of it, was massive. But she wasn't any less noble in front of this colossal existence. She stood with her chin up, as if challenging the dragon to a contest of nobility. The Grand Marshal and Ethan half expected the dragon to crush her where she stood. Even while restrained, this dragon wasn't something Pandora could fight against. Its mere thoughts were still able to call upon the elements and produce shocking power. Perhaps only the Grand Marshal could fight against it, and Ethan merely achieved the feat of running away. But Pandora was a bug before a demigod. Shockingly though, the dragon didn't retort against Pandora. Instead, it sighed once more. You are right. Perhaps the passage of time has made me complacent. Excuses. But I'm glad you see where you've gone wrong. Anyway, I've planned to help you regardless, so prepare to cooperate. Pandora brought up her hand while saying that, summoning her stigma, the Book of Life. And upon seeing that book, the dragon before her shivered, its eyes widening, and its head bowing down. You are. Ah, stop there. I have secrets to keep. Pandora smiled and put her finger over her mouth, telling the dragon to keep quiet. It did as she wished. Very well. Tell me how you plan to help. I'm going to fight your seal. I can't fight it on equal grounds with my power, but I can match it in complexity. For a time it will be weakened as I attempt to dismantle it. That opening is when you need to join and destroy the seal with your sheer power. I understand. Good. Be grateful, dragon. I'm going to be expending all of my power for this. With those words, Pandora began. Light mana erupted from her body in a torrent, the Book of Life floating up before her and flipping its pages erratically. Her light mana promptly pierced into the dragon, who didn't raise any resistance. With that, her light mana found the chains and seal that weakened the dragon. She dived straight into the seal, exposing its complexity and rapidly creating countermeasures that wrote themselves into the Book of Life. Before long the dragon suddenly felt some of its power return as a portion of the seal was blocked by Pandora. Feeling that, it got eager, but Pandora interrupted it. Not yet. Don't activate your heart until I tell you to. She yelled while infusing more of her power that spun with a whirlwind inside the dragon's body. This whirlwind accurately targeted certain portions of the seal and chains, causing them to falter and weaken. The dragon regained more and more of its power, but it didn't activate it. This continued for a while. 10%, 20%, 30%. Its power was unlocked, but at an increasing cost to Pandora. She even brought out a tier 6 mana crystal, sucking away its mana and dumping it into her spell. This boosted its performance even more at the expense of consuming far more mental energy. And then, after several minutes, the dragon felt an entire 37% of its power become unlocked. Pandora shouted, "Now! I will not let go of this chance." The dragon vowed, and with an explosion of fire and lightning, the dragon fought through the opening and attacked the seal. The moment the dragon heart became active, the seal lit up and the chains appeared visibly, crushing the dragon heart in an attempt to seal it once more. But with Pandora's opening, the dragon was still able to use a significant portion of its heart. It attacked with wild abandon, hinging its entire existence on this battle. Explosions of fire and lightning filled the Parthenon, each one of them capable of reducing Ethan and the Grand Marshal into piles of ash. But they didn't hurt them, the mana simply passing through them harmlessly. The Grand Marshal was in awe at the display. Truly, dragons represented the pinnacle of elemental manipulation. But what shocked the Grand Marshal even more was Pandora's power. Her light mana resisted the seal that could restrain such a powerful dragon heart. And only with the opening she created was the dragon able to resist. And it resisted with all its power. It was a monumental battle of the elements. And for a time, nothing seemed to happen. But then, the Grand Marshal saw one of the chains around the dragon heart snap. Clang! An explosion of light mana washed over them when the chain broke, and with it, the dragon was able to exercise even more power. And every inch that it gained was more to use against those chains that bound it. Before long, the second chain broke. Clang! After that, the battle was decided. The dragon only attained more power, and it only became easier to destroy the seal. Like that, chain after chain snapped. When the dragon had broken half the chains, Pandora shut down her spell and collapsed backwards. A mattress appeared behind her, catching her body. But even then, blood pooled in her mouth as she felt horrible weakness and pain overcome her body. Thankfully the dragon no longer needed her. It only took another minute for it to destroy the remaining chains and obliterate the entire seal, leaving no trace behind. Once the chains were broken, the dragon stood once again, raising its head and roaring into the sky. "I have awakened. The lightning dragon Yuvos will now respond to the call of the primordials." And the dragon Yuvos bent down toward Pandora, seeing her pitiful state. "I thank thee for your assistance. Is there anything I can do for you?" Sorry." Pandora coughed as she spat out a name. "Get Dirk." Chapter 135, Sovereign Church. It had taken several days, much trial and error, and a constant honing of his skills. But finally, Dirk was able to start the armor. He couldn't simply bring materials together and think it was finished. This armor wasn't a solid piece, but a mass of intertwined chains, scales, and leather. It was atrociously complex to be Dirk's first official craft, but he was pushing himself to do it anyway. It was because he knew what to do. He had everything blueprint. His only issue was actually carrying out the tasks, and he wouldn't allow himself to ease the challenge just because he couldn't get things right on the first try. So he continued to force himself to hone his craft. And the two abilities he focused on most were aura and elemental manipulation. He needed aura manipulation so he could simply cut snake leather, and he needed to manipulate the elements in order to smooth out and properly shape metals like the wire so he could make chains. And in the end, elemental manipulation gave him the most issues. The living gloves assisted him greatly in the focus of his mana, but manipulating it with enough strength to shape the metal proved to be far more difficult than Dirk imagined. Smoothing a wire was one thing, but bending it was another. Not only did he have to create proper chain links, but he had to bend the metal while linking it with another chain, hooking on a scale, and weaving it through the leather. All these variables made it far more difficult, and Dirk was hard-pressed to even start the armor. But after several days of constant attempts, he was able to link a few chains. On the table within the vault was a mess of leather strips, scales, and tiny lengths of wire. Dirk had long since forged almost the entire turtle shell into wire, so now, he just needed to piece everything together. But there was one other issue that plagued him. The scales. They were big enough for the chains, yet still small enough to give him trouble. He needed to poke them with holes that were big enough for the chains, but heating the scales proved abnormally difficult. Though it shouldn't have surprised him. These scales could conduct the extreme lightning of those snakes, so it would obviously be able to absorb heat without getting damaged. The pile of scales that he had managed to poke holes in was small, but he still managed to succeed, so it was only a matter of spending the time. Dirk was proud of his work in progress, and he continued to work on it for as long as he could. But then one day, as Dirk was twisting some more wire, he suddenly felt a vast aura wash over the vault. For a moment he thought there was a black snake outside since the aura caused the air to turn static. But the aura was far too powerful, placing down immeasurable pressure on his soul. And Dirk recognized the kind of aura, that shapeless power of a higher existence. Dragon. Dirk was baffled, wondering why he was sensing the presence of a dragon. Until Spite, who was outside the vault, suddenly shared her vision. Dirk! It's an actual dragon. Through his mana vision he could see clearly the being that seemed to be composed of lightning itself. All other mana was washed away as this elemental god landed before the vault. Dirk's mind scrambled for explanations, wondering what he should, or could, do in the presence of something so powerful. Though more than that, he was wondering why a dragon was here at all. Until it spoke. Dirk Strider. Yes? Dirk answered back at the call of his name, even more confused than before. Then, Dirk recoiled when he saw the head of this dragon poke through the wall of the vault, as if it weren't material. It looked directly at him with eyes of lightning. I am the lightning dragon Yuvos, and I am here to retrieve you. Why? Your friend requires your help. Friend? Oh. Dirk's face fell as he recalled Pandora. What the hell did she do now? That can be explained another time. For now, I will take you to my abode. Saying that, the dragon backed up and released a wave of lightning mana. This mana wrapped around Dirk, carefully cradling him before restraining him. Dirk! Spite shouted before recalling herself to Dirk's soul, taking form as a tattoo. Then, the dragon flapped its wings, taking to the sky. Lightning crackled all around its body, connecting to the heavens and the earth. And with a flash, a streak was created, flying beyond the horizon and leaving behind a thunderous roar. Dirk momentarily arrived within the abode. There on a mattress was Pandora. There was a bit of blood coming out of her mouth, but otherwise she looked fine. Dirk walked over to her, disregarding the Grand Marshal and Ethan who were sitting to the side. The Grand Marshal had a complicated gaze as she watched Dirk kneel by Pandora. Hey! What the hell did you do? I'm dying and that's how you greet me? Pandora smiled weakly, letting out a rough voice that seemed to highlight whatever injuries she had sustained. But Dirk wasn't buying it. His face was only doubtful. You're not dying. Your body is sucking for mana though. What, cast a hard spell and couldn't handle it? I just unsealed a damn dragon. Cut me some slack and let me suck on you for a bit. Please? Pandora looked up at Dirk pitifully. Before he gave in though, he looked over to Ethan and the Grand Marshal. Did she unseal a dragon? She did. Ethan answered, but it didn't sound like he believed it himself. Still, Dirk could sense the gaze of a massive lightning dragon behind him, so Pandora probably wasn't lying. The dragon even bent down his head and spoke. She is the only reason I've awoken from my slumber. A cunning conspiracy is underfoot, and she thwarted the seal that prevented me from responding to the call of the primordials. I have no idea what any of that means, but I guess you aren't lying. Dirk sighed as he looked back down at Pandora. She smiled and patted the mattress beside her. Come. I just need some of your thick juicy essence. Good God. Fine. If it gets you to shut up. Dirk rubbed his temple before sitting on the mattress beside her. Smiling widely, Pandora pulled her body over and exposed the tattoo of the blood pact she and Dirk had made, which remained on his neck even now. Dirk felt her fangs pierce into his skin, targeting his arteries and drawing blood from them. The blood pact activated, allowing the easy transfer of blood. She moaned in delight as she drank. Ethan's face scrunched in confusion while the Grand Marshal's thoughts ran wild. Dirk let her have her way for a while. That was until she started sucking down more than a liter of his blood. That's enough. Off. Now. Reluctantly, Pandora pulled away, licking the stray drop of blood that went down her lip. The wound she created healed instantly, some sort of useful byproduct of the blood pact. Now, while Dirk felt a bit anemic, it was nothing he couldn't regenerate quickly. At least Pandora seemed much more rejuvenated. Still, Dirk was a bit baffled. Do you have an abnormally large stomach or something? How can you drink so much? Blood isn't simply a liquid to digest, but essence to absorb. I can drink as much as I want. But because our blood pact is weak, I don't get as much efficiency out of your blood as I would if our pact were deeper. That's the only reason I needed to drink so much. Pandora explained while pulling herself to her feet. She shot him a glance. If we made a deeper pact, I could drink half the blood and get double the essence. Even more so if it were a life's blood pact. But if we went that far, I'd only ever be able to drink your blood. That's no different from getting married, at least in vampire culture. Marry you? Dirk asked with a repulsed face, causing Pandora to narrow her eyes at him. Hey, do you know how many people want to marry me? Nobles would go to war with each other over the chance. If not for the few questionable deaths of several noble heirs, there would be crowds of suitors flocking after me. Pandora flicked her hair back, as if it were something to be proud of. But her words only confirmed Dirk's apprehension toward her. He shook his head. Whatever. Now explain everything. Fine. Rolling her eyes, Pandora explained everything she knew about her encounter with the dragon and the seal that had kept it asleep. She also added in her speculations, and looked toward the Grand Marshal at a certain point. Grand Marshals of the Horizon Empire are being tasked with investigating these major dungeons and the dragons within them. I'm going to take a guess and say that your Emperor Horizon wants these dragons active. But this thing with the seal definitely goes deeper. I'm afraid another power is revealing itself. Another power? What kind? Dirk asked curiously. As far as he knew, there were only 5 major powers in this world, which were the 5 empires of the world. Pandora scratched her head. Not sure, but this definitely isn't the only dragon that's been sealed. If it's local to the Horizon Empire, then we don't have to worry too much. But I have a feeling that it's worldwide, as only a power with really high-tier light mages can seal a damn dragon, and such a power wouldn't remain confined to only a single empire. In that case, we're dealing with something that has influence in every empire, and specializes in light magic. The Sovereign Church. The Grand Marshal suddenly blurted out, causing Pandora to smile. Wow! I think you just confirmed my guess. You guys know about the sealed dragons? I can't say. The Grand Marshal backed off, but it seemed like she was silently confirming Pandora's question. It made Pandora smile even wider. Good. In that case, you guys are actually lucky. The Sovereign Church has the weakest influence in the Horizon Empire, something your Emperor remained adamant about. I wondered why he didn't like the Church, but if they're sabotaging the dragons, and your Emperor wants the dragons awake, then I can assume that in this war they'll fall on opposite sides. It's amazing though that such things have been developing for many years past. Geez, I came into this world too late. Pandora sighed. While Dirk wasn't able to follow her train of thought, he could understand the conclusions. He had only heard of the Sovereign Church in passing. He had never seen anything related to that church though, so he assumed it was just some random cult that took advantage of small villages. But it turned out to be a far more significant power than he thought. In this global game of war that was beginning to blaze, they were a main player. Pandora clapped. Well, looks like they aren't called the Sovereign Church by coincidence. Anyway, it's about time we got out of here. Grand Marshal over here needs to report back to her Emperor, and I'd like to move on with my life, though I can't say this wasn't a valuable experience. Hey dragon. Yes. The dragon answered her call. After hearing all of Pandora's deductions, it was impressed and beginning to like this little human. She glanced at the dragon. Can you take us to the entrance? No problem. Thanks. She smiled. A moment later, the dragon wrapped everyone in cocoons of lightning. And in mere moments, they all thundered through the sky. After being dropped by the entrance, they went through it and left the dungeon. The dragon went with them as they appeared outside. With that, they were now able to part ways. Pandora faced the Grand Marshal before she could scurry away. Hey Victoria. What? The Grand Marshal was almost timid in front of the princess, causing Dirk to assume Pandora did something bad. Pandora was all smiles though. When you return, make sure to tell your emperor that the dragons within the dungeons are being sealed by the Sovereign Church. The only other people who could possibly do such a thing large scale are the fairies, but I highly doubt they've gone through the trouble. As for the dragon, Pandora turned and craned her neck to see the tall lightning dragon. I don't know. Yuvos. What are your plans? I shall await the order of the primordials, and do as they command. But, my task will likely be assembling an army. Army? Of what? Elementals. Yuvos dipped its head. They are no different from our spawns, beings of pure mana birthed from our ever-accumulating power. They shall be the denizens of our armies against the gods. Army. Looks like I need to prepare a lot more. Pandora's brows were furrowed in concern over the future. The dragon's words did not bode well. Sigh. Well, then we should be on our way. I'm long overdue for being in the damned caves of the Haven. So long, dragon. Wait a moment. Before they separated, Yuvos stopped them. It turned its head to Dirk, speaking within his mind. I have noticed that you have a deep affinity for lightning. And, the mark of the dark dragon primordial. Dirk silently stared at the dragon who had apparently seen that mark. Then again, Dirk didn't find it that surprising. Waving its hand, a cluster of lightning congealed within the dragon's claws. It condensed with extreme power, shrinking more and more until it became a lightning crystal. Yuvos handed it to Dirk. Take it. It is a mana crystal containing comprehensions into lightning itself, something for you to study from. Do not allow your lightning affinity to go to waste. It can be an extremely powerful tool, even if it is auxiliary. And, if you're doing as I suspect with those mana hearts within your body, then you will need comprehensions into lightning in order to advance any further. Be diligent in your studies. Now, I shall take my leave. With that, the dragon retreated to the dungeon. Dirk started fiddling with the lightning crystal as Pandora took out the car. Before they could board and leave though, Ethan caught up with Dirk. Hey. Dirk. Yes? Dirk faced his brother plainly. The two weren't close, having spent nearly no time with each other, but they were still brothers. Even Dirk recognized the inherent trust that was supposed to be present between them, though he would never blindly trust anybody unless they proved themselves. Ethan wasn't sure what to say to this distant brother of his, but he eventually got some words out. If you ever need a place, the military is always open. You don't even have to join. Just know it's a place to fall back on should you need help. All right. Thanks. Dirk nodded before boarding the car with Pandora. Ethan watched him with complicated emotions. They had led such vastly different lives. But what changed everything was when Dirk disappeared for a couple years. While his parents wouldn't tell him the specifics, Ethan had seen how horribly stressed and anguished they were for those couple years. Especially Cecilia. She had ceaselessly worked in covert operations for those couple years, showing Ethan a side of her he didn't think was possible. And when he saw Dirk at that city, he could tell. That younger brother of his was no longer there. Dirk may as well have been a stranger he didn't know. Ethan didn't want to be so distant from Dirk. He felt it was regrettable. He felt like the only one Dirk could turn to was his mother and nobody else. But Ethan wanted otherwise. For his entire family, he wanted them to be a strong unit. Especially after overhearing about all these conspiracies involving dragons and gods and various powers. Those who stuck together through trust would survive in this world that had rapidly descended into war. Ethan knew his family was the most reliable group to give that trust to, and he wanted Dirk to be a part of that. But seeing Dirk drive away with the vampire princess, he realized doing that may be more difficult than he imagined. Dirk seemed to be wrapped up in something greater, and he wasn't about to back out. With those thoughts, Ethan watched the car disappear in the distance. And with the urging of the Grand Marshal, he turned around and departed. Chapter 136, General Varmite. Next stop, the Haven. It's about damn time. Pandora sighed while speeding down a smooth trade route. After driving from landmark to landmark for nearly 3 weeks, bypassing a few cities in the process, they were finally getting close to the dwarven haven. By now, they had put themselves on a trade route, which meant the roads were smooth. But the terrain was becoming mountainous, meaning the car was having a harder time driving. Still, they were on track to arrive within 3 more days, which would put them at the 3-week mark since leaving. Perhaps unfortunately for Dirk, he had to deal with being sealed in a car with Pandora for 3 entire weeks. 3 weeks of complaining, of mild sexual harassment, and blood-sucking. During all this time, Dirk spent his hours in the back of the car working on his armor. Since he forged all the wire he needed, he just needed to put it together. There was no need to bring out the vault and work on a huge forging table. But in order to keep Pandora on the wheel and let him work, he had to make some concessions. The biggest of which was his blood. Pandora thought his blood was the highest delicacy, so she desired it immensely. But he couldn't be sucked dry, so in exchange for her driving, he had to give her a sip every 3 days. Or, it started at every 3 days. After a while it became every 2 days. Then every day, but she would take smaller sips. Now, when they went to bed for the night or were ever in close proximity, she was practically gnawing on him. Dirk tolerated it, and 2 things made it easy to do that. 1, his armor continued to come together nicely. While putting holes in scales was still a major pain in the ass, he still managed. With that, it was only a matter of time. It only took 2 weeks to get everything from the neck to the waist finished. After that was the legs, and he was only moving faster than before. He was close to finishing. The second thing that made him excited was progress with muscle destruction. It took greater and greater amounts of rich anima, but thankfully he didn't lack any bones that were filled with it. By now, Dirk's muscle destruction was over 75% finished. He would be able to finish a week or 2 after arriving at the haven. Many of his muscles were already completely refined, and from them he could feel seemingly unlimited strength. Not only that, but the amount of energy and anima in his body multiplied a few times over as it became more and more saturated. He was definitely much more powerful than before, and he was eager to fight something. Well, after 3 weeks of driving, he was eager to do anything. He'd been sitting around for too long. Pandora was the same. The only thing she had to keep her occupied was her book of life and Dirk. So they were both looking forward to arriving at the haven. Fortunately, the time came soon. Or, perhaps sooner than they thought. It was a day before they were supposed to reach the haven, when suddenly, they encountered a massive army. "Hey, Dirk. H.M. Come look at this." "H.M." Dirk hummed, but as he was immersed in building his armor, he didn't actually hear what she said. Turning around with narrowed eyes, Pandora pointed, letting out a gust of frosty air. It froze the back of Dirk's neck, causing him to jump a bit and turn around with a grouchy face. "What do you want? You had blood only 8 hours ago. I told you to come look at this." "I'm starting to think you're developing selective hearing. More like selective ignorance. Now what is it?" Dropping the armor and crawling to the front, Dirk looked out the window. Currently they were peeking over one of the many mountains in the area, and in the distance, Dirk could see what he could only guess was a large army. Problem was, that army was right in their way. They seemed to be entrenched in makeshift fortresses. Since it was early in the morning, nothing seemed to be happening. But the encampment was no doubt preparing for battle. The dwarven army? Probably preparing for monsters. That's what I was thinking. Unfortunately for them, I'm not spending another few weeks fighting monsters. We're going there, but we're going to find our way straight to the capital afterward. I might need to talk to whoever is leading this army though. I don't need to drive into a swarm. Whatever gets us out of this car. Dirk sighed before getting comfortable in the passenger seat. Their approach didn't go unnoticed. Even before they arrived, the army had mustered a small force to greet them. "Halt!" A voice rattled the car from afar, causing it to stop. With that, Dirk and Pandora got out. After Pandora stowed the car in her ring, the two walked over. And seeing as how they weren't monsters, the soldiers lowered their guard. What looked like a captain rode out on a large beast resembling a mole. He greeted the duo with a few attendants. "This road has been closed off. Identify yourselves." "My name is Pandora Venades, Royal Princess of the Dark Kingdom." "Princess?" The captain was shocked. Without another word, Pandora retrieved an item and tossed it. The captain caught what looked like a small medallion. However, the magical aura the medallion emitted along with the intricate design and complex enchantments made him realize Pandora wasn't kidding. I see. Please, follow me, princess." The two were promptly led into the encampment. They were taken straight to the leader. Along the way, Dirk observed the dwarves. The dwarves were definitely shorter than the average human. However, it seemed like the more powerful dwarves were taller. The captain who led them, for instance, still reached Dirk's shoulder in height. And with those robust muscles, he definitely seemed stronger than Dirk. Perhaps getting more powerful really did make them taller. Their skin also seemed to get darker with more power as the captain had gray skin compared to the others who had bronze skin. And the hair. Dirk was astonished as they finally met the leader of the encampment. It seemed like all the unique aspects of dwarves came together with this man. Taller than Dirk, with steel-gray skin and so much hair it could form a wool blanket. It was a good thing Dirk's eyes were covered, because he couldn't hold back his awe. As for Pandora, she could act unfazed in any situation. She smiled brightly while shaking the man's hand. He greeted them more enthusiastically than they thought he would. "Greetings, princess. I'm thrilled to meet you. In fact, a few of my superiors have been expecting your arrival for a while now. It is likewise a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And their expectations make it easy to follow through with my next steps. Do you perhaps have a way for me to make haste toward your capital?" "Of course. Please, come with me. I'll have you be on your way soon." The leader led them toward the eastern gate of the encampment. He seemed happy as he did so, not afraid to make conversation. "I must say, I'm excited to hear news of your propositions, Princess Pandora." "Is that so? Have my discussions reached that many ears?" "Indeed. Your technology is revolutionary. Smiths across the entire haven are amazed by your work. They've been studying it for months. They say it will open up a whole new world of magical engineering. Oh, I happen to be a blacksmith myself, you see. I'm also enamored by your work." The leader scratched his neck as his passion spilled forth. Pandora was all smiles. "I thank you for the praise. And I figured that the dwarves, known for their genius in the field of magical engineering, would enjoy the fruit of one of my inspirations." "Ha, you know us dwarves well." "Indeed, we've gone crazy. In fact, there are many who are trying to replicate your technology. They say it can be used all across the empire, especially for things like mining. Well, they wouldn't be wrong. And if your nobles agree, I would be more than happy to engage in the widespread use of my railways. After all, these days are not like they used to be. Everyone needs all the efficiency they can get when battling these monsters. Truly. The leader nodded solemnly. And with that, they arrived. The east gate was opened, revealing a long trail through the mountains. This was the final stretch toward the capital. With a carriage, it would take no more than 6 hours to arrive. Do you need a ride? No, thank you. We have our own. Very well. I wish you safe travels. Be wary of stray beasts. Some like to wander away from their generals. Noted. Nodding, Pandora summoned the car, and the duo jumped inside. With that, they left as fast as they came. Pandora was pleased by the smooth passage. However, Dirk was a bit concerned by some of the leader's words. Hey, they say they're trying to replicate your trains. Of course. They're dwarves. And is that not bad for you? If they start building their own, you won't get the economic control you wanted. That's true. You could say that it's a race to see who builds the railways first. And we haven't even finalized the deal yet. Unfortunately, I'm a few dozen steps ahead of them. How so? Pandora looked at Dirk with a victorious smirk. I've already begun building, and my railway is already halfway complete. Even if they began building now, they wouldn't own more than a quarter of the railway, and that much only amounts to what's in their territory anyway. The rest is mine, so in the end, I control it entirely anyway. Plus, only I have the proper train engines. So, you could say they've lost the battle before it even started. Oh. Dirk was a bit amazed. He knew Pandora was building railways throughout her empire and preparing to build towards the haven, but he didn't know it was already halfway done. And her economic opponent didn't know this fact. It was an understatement to say that Pandora's opponent during negotiations wasn't going to have a fun time once they found out. Though, she would only tell them after the deal was completed, no doubt. And she would enjoy every second of victory. Even now she was humming to herself in glee, thinking all about how much better she was compared to them. Dirk sighed. It was going to be an interesting trip, at least. Soon, the duo arrived before a pair of utterly massive gates. The entire side of the mountain they were at the base of had its walls replaced with 2 huge doors, both of which were engraved with countless images and embedded sculptures. It was a work of art unto itself, a mural of all dwarven artistry. It was even encased in metal, making them impossibly heavy. Dirk even recognized the metal. It was geode, a metal filled to the brim with earth mana. And naturally, geode was the toughest metal you could get your hands on. Of course, it depended on how pure the geode was, but regardless. Those 2 doors were worth incalculable amounts of money. Not just for the material, but for what they represented. They were one of the icons of the entire dwarven haven. But those 2 doors were closed. That definitely wasn't normal considering how difficult it was to move them even an inch. They were no doubt closed due to the recent outbreak of war. Thankfully, those 2 doors weren't the only entrance. To the side there were barricaded entrances that were much smaller and constructed like fortresses. The duo rode up to one of these entrances, and like before, they were forced to jump out and announce themselves. Hearing who it was though, they were quickly ushered in. A general even came to meet them personally. Princess Pandora. I am General Varmite. I have sent word of your arrival. Allow me to accompany you to the central palace. Thank you, General Varmite. Of course. And this is... General Varmite looked at Dirk, who was similarly looking back. For a while, Dirk tried to figure something out. Was this General Varmite a male or female? The general's voice wasn't as deep and acoustic as the other dwarves. But his or her stature was just as large and strong, making Dirk unable to immediately figure it out. Plus, with all the luxurious furs and the huge skull on the shoulder of his or her armor, any signs of gender were completely masked. This is Dirk, and he's my consort dash. Escort. On this trip. The general narrowed his or her eyes at Dirk, who continued to stare at them even while correcting Pandora. Eventually, he or she leaned forward. Hey, kid. I'm 16. And I'm 122. But you don't catch me staring at other ladies. Oh. With that, Dirk confirmed his thoughts. It was a girl. General Varmite smirked. Wondering how a female dwarf managed to become a general? It's because I've got more balls than the men and I'm not a brainless fool. Isn't that right? Yes, General. All the nearby dwarves roared in response, causing Pandora to smile. Dirk remained still though, as if he didn't hear any of the rock-shaking roars. It caused the general to smile more. You've got an interesting aura around you, kid. It feels sharp, even for me. But, you're traveling hand in hand with the vampire princess. So I guess it's not too surprising. Not hand in hand. Dirk grumbled in retort, but it only made the general laugh. Ha! Dense as a star. Isn't that right? Yes, General. Dense as a star. All the dwarves roared again, causing Pandora to laugh herself. He just shook his head. Perhaps if they knew what kind of person Pandora was, they'd all turn tail and run. Anyway, the nobles are waiting for you. And even their politics can bust my balls. So I'd rather not keep those big noses waiting. Come. With a wave, the general ushered them over to a carriage. After stepping inside, it quickly took off. Dirk observed everything from above. The Dwarven Haven. It was the largest single city among all the empires, and it was constructed entirely underground within one of the largest mountains in what was dubbed the Geode Mountain Range. And truly, it was a sight to behold. Buildings that were built up to the ceiling, bridges that connected those buildings in the air, and millions of floating lights that made everything seem like a festive party. It was dark yet luminous at the same time. Plus, it was filled with industrial engineering. There were elevators that could travel up the sides of buildings, and surprisingly, even little train cars that rode on railways suspended in the air. For a second, Dirk thought that the dwarves already had train technology. But then he realized the problem. Although the engineering was industrial, there was one key difference that not just these machines, but all technology in this world had from Earth. The power sources were all magical. Whether it was train cars, looms, water boilers, carriages, or any other machine, they were all run by the universal power source, mana crystals. They were the ultimate battery that could be easily obtained by hunting monsters. It was no wonder that dwarves were amazed by Pandora's trains. It wasn't because of the railways or trains themselves. They already had that technology. It was the engine that drove the train. A power source that wasn't magical, a vehicle that could run by burning coal or wood and boiling water. It was purely material and made use of cheap substances that dwarves would normally dump away. It was obvious why they were so excited about the tech. It really was revolutionary. Still, Dirk was impressed by them. If given another several decades, perhaps there would be a few people who could make the push toward purely material power sources. That would be the catalyst that would propel the dwarves into the modern era. Imagine if they had computers. Imagine if they could combine such informational technology with magic enchantments. Imagine an Earth with magic. It was scary to think about. But, from what Dirk could see, the dwarves were pushing themselves in the right direction. With those thoughts in mind, Dirk and Pandora arrived before the Dwarven Palace. Chapter 137, Cards. The welcome wasn't as grand as they thought it would be. The central palace of the Dwarven nobility seemed incredibly busy as dozens of large men ran across the floor and scrambled into elevators. Some directly bound to the top of staircases and continued on their way. Dirk and Pandora naturally wanted to know what was going on, and General Varmite enlightened them. Things have been getting hectic with the recent dungeon outbreaks. What's going on is nothing short of a war against monsters. Thankfully our facilities are underground and easy to defend, not to mention how fortified we naturally are. But no major dungeon should cause you this much turmoil. Don't tell me. Pandora suddenly thought of something, looking toward the general with a concerned gaze. The general nodded. It's the dragon lair. That massive dungeon has been spitting out more monsters than we can count. It's taken just about every armed force we have to defend against it. The front line of the war is centered north of the Haven capital. We'll check out that front line when we're done here. Perhaps we'll be of assistance. I suppose it couldn't hurt. Sure. Just find me. I'll be staying here in the palace. The general happily agreed, much to Pandora's satisfaction. After all, the deal with the railways was only half the reason she was here. She didn't forget her primary objective in this war cataclysma. Before long, the general showed the two to a room. Wait here. I'll go notify the parties involved. Dirk and Pandora entered the room without complaint. As soon as they did, Pandora waved her hand, the Book of Life appearing with a holy glow. Miss Record. I'm here. Like she was her most casual friend, Pandora called upon the system itself. Dirk found it amazing every time. Tell me, is the key artifact of Earth near that front line? Not yet. How interesting. But we can't actually attain control of it, can we? The key artifact should be completely sealed. It is no more powerful than any Tier 4 item. That's not what I mean. Pandora sighed. If that thing sees the light of day, it's going to be a beacon for just about every damn Tier 7 and 8 dwarf in the vicinity. Without getting to it first, we're not going to be able to grab it without anyone knowing. And the dwarves aren't going to let such an amazing artifact go. I wouldn't be surprised if they imprison us and threaten the vampire queen. And then the higher powers will get involved and this mission of ours becomes infinitely more difficult. Taking a seat at a table, Pandora's fingers rapidly tapped its glossy surface, making clicking noises in the quiet room. Dirk just let her think. She was supposed to be the great strategist. Then, she suddenly stopped, her red eyes flashing as she glanced at Dirk. Dirk. HM. If we end up causing a diplomatic incident that involves getting arrested or being declared criminals, then you need to be ready to escape from this city with me. I'm going to give us some time between talking to these nobles and going to the front lines. You're going to take that time to make any preparations you need to. Give us multiple escape routes. What are you planning? Dirk frowned at her, causing her to roll her eyes. Nothing yet. But we need to be prepared to do anything to secure that key artifact, nothing short of killing anybody that gets their hands on it. While I have a certain level of political immunity, I'm not willing to wait for my mother to bail me out and pull higher powers into our mission. So, it may come down to escaping as fugitives. Just make the preparations. Maybe we won't have to and it'll all end cleanly. But that's highly unlikely. Fine. Dirk sighed before agreeing. Regardless of the situation, if Pandora was going to pull him into a mess, then he wanted a way out. It wasn't long before the duo was called into another room. The meeting room was rather lavish, though this wasn't surprising considering the dwarves. The Dwarven Haven was perhaps the richest of the major empires. They were right between the Horizon Empire and Beastkin Unity, making them a major trading center. Plus, with how much mining the dwarves did, they were the host of massive material refinement and processing. This compounded with their specialty in crafting, making the Haven the best place to get yourself a weapon or set of armor. So when Pandora saw the meeting room that had gold chandeliers and massive marble statues crafted by expert sculptors, she wasn't too surprised. Dirk was, on the other hand. This was just a meeting room, not the king's chambers. Upon arrival, besides the fancy decor, there were also the large dwarves that had already arrived. There were 7 dwarves, and Pandora sat at one end of the table with Dirk while the others sat opposing. Welcome, Princess Pandora. We're rather surprised by your arrival here. We had thought our deal might be put on hold when the war broke out considering both of us are dealing with slews of monsters attacking our nations. The dwarf at the head gave his greeting, speaking with a deep and commanding voice. Pandora remained neutral. Her dark kingdom was indeed having a much more difficult time facing the monsters than the Haven. Her cities were like horizons that were being invaded by monster armies. While the dwarves were the same, their cities being underground helped immensely. They were a natural fortress. I'm thankful for your concern, King Grayscale, but the Dark Kingdom has since settled any initial chaos since the outbreak. Besides, there is very little that could stop me from carrying out this project with the Haven. After all, it's too lucrative for both of us. And should things go well, I'm prepared to make it even more lucrative for you and your Haven. I can't say we're not interested in what you have in mind. The dwarves beside the king all smiled oddly at Pandora, causing her to give a sweet smile back. As for Dirk, his senses were wholly focused on the dwarf at the head of the table. How could he not have seen it? King Grayscale, the king of the dwarves and the most powerful single entity in the Dwarven Haven. One of the most powerful people in the world, standing at its topmost height. In Dirk's senses, he couldn't manage to make out any colossal energy source. When Spite had seen Emperor Horizon, he had appeared in her vision as a blinding source of light, not able to be recognized at all. But this king, he released no mana. Dirk could barely sense a light film of earth mana, and that was what the atmospheric mana allowed him to see after it glossed over the king's skin and clothing. Still, even just what Dirk saw was shocking once he focused on it. Chest armor formed of large scales, each of which was filled with the purest compressed metal mana. On his shoulder, the skull of a dragon. On his chest, a dragon heart that had melted into his scale armor. A braided gray beard. And a stature larger than any man Dirk had ever seen. He wasn't a dwarf, but a giant. Even in his seat he towered over everyone present, his arms the thickness of a normal man's torso. To Dirk, he was a confusing mass of power. He could see the mana around him that gave a glimpse of how amazingly dense and pure it was. And then there was the dragon heart, one that looked exactly like Yuvos's lightning heart from the dungeon. But, other than superficial senses, Dirk couldn't see the depth of his power. The earth and metal mana around him was so dense and rigid that nothing was leaked. To a certain degree, it obscured his figure, making his presence all the more threatening. Dirk wasn't doubting the fact that this man could kill a dragon. Though, he couldn't believe that the king himself was here to attend this meeting with Pandora. Subconsciously, as Pandora began to dive into the discussion, Dirk began checking the exits and searching through his rings for his weapons. He couldn't help but be uncomfortable in front of this king. It almost felt like the king's gaze was on him too. King Grayscale, we can keep the contents of our deal simple. There are dozens of items that can be traded between our empires, and all of it can be facilitated through the railways. If we can get an established line between us, then nothing is stopping both nobles and merchants from making trades. That's true, Princess Pandora. But one major contention we must discuss is the ownership of the railway. This ownership will heavily determine the details of the tax laws that are put into effect, as well as determine the fees for simply using the railways. One of the other dwarves, a noble, quickly announced one of the big issues. This was the crux of the matter. Pandora smiled. This is indeed an issue, but I don't believe it can't be resolved easily. I'm ready to give the Haven ownership of any railways within your territory. With that, you can tax the goods on the trains as you would any other merchant. Ah, but you see, we have discussed another possible alternative. Yet another dwarf chimed in, barely containing his smile. In order to save you, Pandora, from having to deal with the logistical issues of construction within the Haven, we propose that us dwarves handle any and all railway and depot construction within our territory. This naturally means that we wish to stipulate that anything constructed by the dwarves similarly falls under our ownership, including anything outside of our territory. Interesting. Pandora pretended to be surprised by the offer. Some of her smile faded. There's one issue with this. That is, you don't know the specifications for the railway blueprints. And only standard dimensions were given to you for the train engines themselves, meaning constructing an efficient train depot would be difficult. We've thought of this problem as well, and in response we want to add the exchange of blueprints for the railways and engines into our deal. The dwarf shamelessly laid out his desires. Normally Pandora would be enraged by such blatant greed, but she only smiled. My, that's a significant offer. And one that I will immediately reject. The technology for the train engine is the literal heart of my operation, something that I won't be handing to anyone anytime soon. You mean to say that it will be a possibility in the future? This time, King Grayscale asked. The technology of the steam engine was seriously major. Not just the king, but many nobles and just about every dwarven engineer realized that the steam engine was a revolutionary technology. They all desperately wanted it. Pandora knew this, but she planned to get as much out of it as possible. She wouldn't hand it over for cheap. She smiled. Of course, Your Highness. I understand that this technology is something that not just the dwarves, but every empire, besides perhaps the elves, will want. So I won't be so greedy as to insist on a monopoly of the tech forever. But this is also something I personally developed. I hope I won't be cheated of this achievement, especially by the dwarves who are known for their policies on intellectual property. I understand your worries, Princess Pandora. The king nodded, and the other dwarves went quiet, the smiles disappearing from their faces. All of the technology within the haven, such as the lights and the magic railways and transportation systems, were all developed by a few dwarven companies. As the dwarves were a race of craftsmen, they naturally valued intellectual property. Things like patents and royalties were not uncommon here, and many patents were for magical tech. If they were to steal Pandora's technology, it would be a major blemish on the haven. All intellectual laws would be thrown into question, and even the dwarven people would riot. No matter how good the tech was, if the government were stealing it, then it would make people mad. It would undoubtedly hurt their economy. So they had to play nice with Pandora. Thankfully, she was also understanding of the value of her engine tech. She bowed toward the king. Thank you, King Grayscale. But worry not. I came here expecting to offer something after much thought, an offer that will solve all your worries. And what might that be? Pandora raised her head, her eyes gleaming. Simple. After 6 months of trading with each other, I will hand the technology over to you for a price. From then on, you will own all train depots, engines, and railways within your territory to do with and expand as you please. Oh. The dwarves all widened their eyes, surprised that Pandora was willing to make such a deal with them. Even the king was enticed. What's your price? First, I want the haven to subsidize all of my construction costs. Building for your territory or for the purposes of our trade will cost me nothing. And then, at the end of our 6-month time period, I will hand you the blueprints for 40,000 crystals. 1,000? A dwarf couldn't help but blurt out. 40,000 crystals. That equated to 40 billion silvers. That was no small amount of money, for either a government or a major company. Even the king frowned at that number. That's a significant amount of money. A number that will revolutionize your entire empire, King Grayscale. Because we both know that the engines of these trains can be applied to so much more than just trains. It's mechanized power. At the cost of mere materials like coal, you can achieve the power of thousands of mages. And these machines needn't sleep. To be able to work all hours of the day, that's labor that will put you ahead of all the other empires. These engines will set you on a new path. They will be the catalyst for the greatest technological jump your empire has ever made. All for the price of 40,000 crystals. Pandora couldn't help but relax back into her seat. The one thing she liked about smart people was that they couldn't escape from the reality before them. These dwarven nobles before her absolutely understood the engine's value. So they also wouldn't be able to downplay its importance. Pandora wouldn't let them. Besides, Pandora continued, her tone suddenly falling, and her red eyes sharpening. You must wait the cost of obtaining my technology. I can make certain assurances on my end, ones that will secure your future with this tech. After all, nobody else has this technology. Being one of 2 sole beneficiaries will be a great advantage for you. But I can also rid you of this advantage. I'm not afraid of the world undergoing another seismic shift after they all discover the power of my tech, and if things go south, I'll make sure that such a shift makes the monster outbreak look like a joke. Princess Pandora. Suddenly, the king spoke with his deepest but loudest tone, his voice reverberating across the room. The aura he released was horribly deep, one that made even Dirk's spine run cold. But Pandora faced the king directly. She didn't shy away, her royal disposition carrying her seriousness and arrogance clearly. She was making it known that she was afraid of nobody, and that she held the cards in this game. After a short standoff, the king's aura retracted, grayscale settling his gaze. There is no need for threats here. We are interested in your proposal. We will meet with you tomorrow with an answer and to discuss the details. Of course, Your Majesty. I'm looking forward to a good response. With that, Pandora stood and curtsied before turning and walking out. Dirk followed right behind her, his steps a bit more stiff. The door closed behind them, and King Grayscale smiled, showing a few silver teeth. Cunning Witch. Chapter 138, Exos. Could you not antagonize one of the most powerful people in the world? Dirk scolded Pandora as they arrived back in their room. She sat on the bed and smiled. What, and let them think I'm weak? All I did was force them to acknowledge the fact that stealing my tech would come with a greater cost than simply purchasing it. Steal? Dirk frowned, his mind processing all the different ways people could steal Pandora's engine tech. And he surmised that if the dwarves were willing to kill, then it would be incredibly easy to do so. Pandora sighed. Dirk, you underestimate just how freakishly capable magic is. It wouldn't take a skilled forge master more than a week to reverse engineer my engine. So that means it's impossible to hold on to this technology forever if they decide to make a bold move. So in order to get the most out of it, I'm basically selling it instead. Besides, this one-time sale will make me more money than even a couple years of international operation commissions. And they know that. They know that, and you think they'll agree? Well, probably not for the entire 40,000, but most of it. They want the advantage I'm giving them, and if they cheat me, they know I can industrialize the rest of the world as punishment. Just giving the engine tech to the Horizon Empire would negate any advantage they had, let alone if I took it to Unity as well. Pandora twirled her purple hair as if in victory, a broad smile on her face. And Dirk couldn't help but nod slowly. Forge masters weren't stupid, so unless every engine was covered and locked with intricate enchantments, there would be nothing stopping even Dirk from getting a read on its entire design with mana. After that, just a bit of general study would let them know everything about the engine. In fact, as he thought about it more, Dirk realized that it was almost too easy to steal the engine tech. In that case, selling it was the correct choice. Pandora waved. Anyway, you're no longer needed here. Go ahead and prepare our escape routes. Tomorrow I'll negotiate and finalize the deal. Then we're off to the front lines. Dirk frowned at her. Since when do you just shoo me off like a dog? Sorry? Whatever. I'll deal with preparing our escape route later. Saying that, Dirk walked over to the door, leaving with a huff. Pandora tilted her head, staring at the closed door for a while. Sorry. Dirk made his way into the city. Streets of stone and buildings of metal. He saw things that he had only seen back on Earth, and some things he hadn't. The train cars that rode through the air on suspended rails, and buildings that touched the ceiling of the mountain. Along with all the many thousands of floating lights that gave this underground cave artificial daylight, the haven was quite magical. But it was also overwhelming for him. That was because, in the event that Pandora went and pissed off the wrong person, he'd need to escape this place. It was a fortress bigger than any city. Dirk was thinking that hiding within the city would actually be better than escaping it, but he knew that people at certain power levels could find them anyway. They would never be able to escape King Grayscale. So that meant they would have to leave, but as far as Dirk was concerned there were only a few exits out of this place. First, the main doors. They were closed, but there were still smaller openings to their sides. But even those were heavily locked down and overseen by a general, who was on the same level as a duke and a proper tier 8. If they got anywhere near such a being, it would be no different than facing the king himself. Thinking that far, this place was no different than a prison. Dirk already felt uncomfortable, and Pandora's previous warnings didn't help. Why am I even doing this? As he walked amongst many small people, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He began to recall his time at the Dark Kingdom. Everything had happened so quickly. One day, he was still just the child of a marquis, making promises with his mother to go hunting and looking forward to possibly going back to the academy in order to top up on some magical education. He was even thinking about how much he wanted to go and join Alec on whatever vigilante work he did. Dirk had heard several things about what he did while he had disappeared. But then, Pandora showed up. He was roped in, made a pact with the last person he ever thought he would, and became the center of attention in regard to her war effort. But that lasted all of a few hours. The arrival of the dark dragon primordial that heralded global change and catastrophe was what really flipped everything upside down. And if Pandora's speculations were true, then it was Emperor Horizon who used Dirk as the trigger for that event. And with the mission from the system itself. Too many cataclysmic events happen way too fast. And Dirk wasn't sure about how he felt being in the center of it all. He knew Pandora was both the magnet and the source of all chaos, but this was too much. Now he was planning an escape route in case they had to run from the dwarven nobility. And of course, nobles weren't some snobby, fat pigs like in medieval times. No, they were atrociously powerful warriors and mages who could flip cities upside down given a bit of effort. Every one of them was someone to fear. And it wasn't that Dirk feared them. Instead, he simply understood the disparity of power. In this place, his survival was the furthest thing from guaranteed. On all sides were enemies he couldn't fight. He had been made too aware of how utterly powerless even he could be in the face of true power. It was irritating, like a gun constantly pressed against his head. Why was he doing all this? Why did he have to deal with Pandora and all her crazy schemes, bearing all the potential danger that she would inevitably lead him into? Dirk suddenly stopped walking, looking around him. To both sides there were large buildings, the walls of which were totally open and showing the inside where one could see dwarves working on all sorts of crafts. There were booths that some dwarven girls sold crafts from, obviously working for the forge masters within the buildings. And there were many other races here too. Dirk could see elves walking through the place, many grumbling about the stifling concentration of the city. Most of them had long hair, and of course the signature long ears that stuck out from between the layers of hair. And the hybrids. Ones that looked like tigers, wolves, lions, even birds and reptiles. There were all kinds of hybrids that wore thick sets of armor and carried all manner of weaponry. Humans were abundant too, as were vampires. All races gathered in this city in order to get some of the most powerful and abundant dwarven weaponry and gear. This was the industrial paradise of the world, a place that could arm entire armies with ease. And no product was crummy. The dwarves took pride in their craft, so nothing shabby would be sold except by the few swindlers who worked in the dark areas of the city. But the place Dirk arrived in was near the center, no doubt a bustling district of trade and production. And he saw many powerful people. Tier 5s walked around like they were common. The amount of people that could threaten Dirk's life was staggeringly high. And it reminded him of why he was going through all this danger. Why he was putting himself at risk. He remembered Pandora's words. Control. I should be able to kill everyone here. His mana vision focused on several people at once. He watched them, finding weaknesses in their movements, gauging their strengths, their talents, and formulating avenues of attack. Such thoughts were more than habit by now. Except before those at the top of the world, he always had plans in his mind to kill everyone he laid eyes on. It was second nature. And he couldn't stand not being able to do as he might need to. You there? With the blindfold. His thoughts were suddenly cut off as a voice reached his ears. Dirk could see the kid who was pointing to him. He was a dwarf, so he was shorter than normal. What was rather odd about this dwarven boy though was the fact that he was skinnier than normal dwarves. Even the young teens had bodies with layers of muscle on them. But this kid was obviously thinner, though his height still reached Dirk's shoulder. The bigger question though was why he was calling him. Probably trying to sell something. Dirk turned his head with a sigh. I'm not Dash. Your eyes are hurt, right? I can fix them. Dirk went silent. Considering his eyes were cursed by a Tier 8 dark magician, those were bold words. But Dirk was still curious. You can? How? Human boy, don't fall for that brat's tricks. He's nothing but a freak. Yeah. Just save yourself the time and come over here. Shut up. Just as nearby dwarves began to berate him, the kid snarled and shouted at them. It drew attention, but the surroundings were so loud with chatter that nobody really cared. Dirk ignored the others, focusing on the boy. How can you fix my eyes? Simple. I'll build you new ones. I call them augmentations, and they're body parts made with magic materials and the power of machines. If you're interested, I'll take a look and see if I can't fit you for an augmentation right now. Ugh, disgusting. Crazy bastard. Other dwarves, and even nearby elves and hybrids began to cringe at the kid's words. And they truly were quite outlandish. After all, Dirk was very familiar with augmentations. He knew them as cybernetic enhancements. Even on Earth these cybernetics weren't super popular, and that's when you could get an arm installed that would allow you to warp steel with your fingers. To actually advertise magical body augmentations in this world. People probably thought this kid was a madman. But it made Dirk even more curious. What's your name? Dirk asked, and the dwarf barely held back a smile. My name is Exos Havelite. This is my workshop. Please don't touch anything. Dirk was led into a warehouse, though it wasn't as big as the ones he saw on the main street. Still, it was kept shockingly tidy. Everything was aligned in specific ways and all random tools were organized precisely and on benches. The floors were sparkly clean, even the ceiling, and all the machines Dirk saw were pristine. More than that, he seemed to have a chemistry lab, or in this world it would be an alchemy lab. There were all kind of fluids, and he even had cages with various animals in them. Amazingly, some of them had metal limbs, like a reptile that had a metal arm with enchanted lines all over it, or a bird with a metal wing. And they all worked. Dirk couldn't help but look at Exos again. He's a freaking scientist. An actual genius. First, let me explain my craft. I want you to know that my augmentations actually work. Dirk watched the kid approach a desk and turn around. My augmentations work by connecting enchanted devices to your bodily systems. The only prerequisite is that you have to be a mage, but even that requirement is slowly going away with my work. Those animals in those cages are proof that some augmentations don't require any active magical input to work. Though, in order to power the augmentations long term, you still need to have a mana source which comes in the form of mana crystals. Exos stood straight, almost like a noble giving a lecture. And, same as the warehouse, Exos was very well kept. Sharp clothes, white gloves, and a prim appearance. He was the spitting image of perfection. Nothing was out of place on his body. It was probably an OCD thing. Thankfully, you fit my requirements perfectly. Therefore, given some time, I can construct augmentations for you. Is it legal? Dirk suddenly asked, causing Exos to nod. It is. Or, it's more precise to say that it's not illegal. There are no laws about augmentation, however, I will need to have you sign a few magical contracts if you choose to get this work done. Naturally, I will also make you fully aware of everything I'm going to do. But, rest assured, your new eyes will give you what you don't have. Interesting. Dirk couldn't help a smile. Then, Exos reached for his glove. He took it off, revealing a metal hand. As more proof, you can see that I've actually augmented myself. My entire left arm is constructed of geode, and inside are hundreds of small components that make it stronger than any normal arm. Not even a rank 4 could compare to the strength of this arm, and I don't train anima. He pulled up his sleeve as he spoke, showing more and more of the metal arm. Dirk could see in between some of the joints, observing various plates and only a few gears that were exposed. Not only that, but there were hundreds of tiny enchanted lines as well. He could see earth mana pumping through the arm as if they were veins, and this seemed to give it strength. In that way, his magical strength could directly translate to physical strength. Along with my left arm, I've also augmented my right leg, managing to merge enchanted devices with my flesh and blood. The result is armored skin as well as the ability to contain a weapon, though it's still mostly my original body. You did it to yourself? For the most part. I've only received some help from alchemists in order to concoct some important potions that allow this process to be carried out and forge masters to construct the physical components. But I do all the enchanting by myself, which is the most important part and what allows my products to do what they do. Dirk was shocked. This kid really was something else. Chapter 139, Symbol of Strength. Exos did a bit more advertising, showing off the details of his augmentations. He was obviously very eager to make Dirk understand the technology and how capable it was. And perhaps it was more than just trying to attain a customer, instead proving to someone else that this was a valid technology. Exos even spoke about all the backlash he received from his family and other nobles. How his own father basically exiled him from their home, and how he was constantly degraded by those around him. Now, he was relying on the funds he had saved since he was a child to fuel his projects, though even that was dwindling. It seemed like at every corner, he was faced with adversity and troubles that hampered his dream. Dirk was likely the first person to truly hear him out. Unfortunately, Dirk wasn't listening to him except to satisfy his own curiosity. Not in a million years did he believe that this kid was able to give him a new set of eyes to bypass Azura's curse. So, what do you think? After what seemed like a lecture, Exos caught himself and stopped talking, asking Dirk's opinion. Dirk nodded. He already knew just about everything there was to know about augmentations, or as he knew them, cybernetics. What you're doing here is revolutionary. You're nothing short of a genius. Thanks. Exos couldn't help but smile, even though he tried to look as professional as possible. Dirk looked around, seeing all the fruits of his hard work. Exos was no doubt completely obsessed with this work, and it was indeed a worthy thing to obsess over. Technology like this could change the world just as much as Pandora's modern knowledge. In fact, it gave Dirk a few ideas. Someone like Exos shouldn't just be left here to waste away with no money. Instead, he needed to be nurtured. Dirk asked, "How old are you?" "This year I'm 26 years old." "Oh." Dirk was surprised. Exos was older than he expected, at least a decade older than his own physical age. Exos could see Dirk's surprise, and it made him sigh. "I'm a cripple by dwarven standards. I didn't develop normally, and my two limbs that are now augmentations used to be dysfunctional and disfigured. This crippled nature of mine led me on this path. The path of unifying the body, magic, and metal, to create something greater than anything mere flesh can grow." Dirk was surprised by his grand words. His dream was beyond ordinary, his philosophy extreme. He was willing to take off his own limbs and replace them to pursue his goal. And for the first time, Dirk saw in him what he had only ever seen in the eyes of Pandora. That hint of madness. The fire that pushed someone to seek out the furthest extremities of their ideals. The obsession that would only go unfulfilled if they died. But, was it madness? Or was this just the inner brilliance within Exos? He was an unseen prodigy, but that glint in his eyes reminded him too much of Pandora. Then, perhaps it wasn't necessarily madness. Perhaps that's just what people who sought the highest heights looked like. Maybe that glint was required to do what they did. Anything less, and they wouldn't be able to endure the colossal burden of being the best. Is that what Dirk needed in order to become the best? To become so strong that nobody in the world would be able to threaten his life? Did he need to be more than just a machine that merely ascended step by step? It made him delve into thought. Excuse me? Dirk was brought back to reality only when Exos called. Dirk lifted his head before letting out a breath. I won't be buying any eyes from you. You see, mine are cursed. I can only say that my circumstances are special. Oh. Exos lowered his tone as Dirk squashed his hopes of finally getting a customer. But I want to introduce you to somebody. I believe in your work, but there's also a lot you can improve. I know someone who can greatly accelerate your research. They also have money. Really? Exos asked with both hope and skepticism. Dirk could only reassure him. I guess you could say I work with her. We're here on business. Anyway, she holds knowledge far beyond what you can learn even here at the Haven. Knowledge about mechanics and biology, how machines work and all the components that comprise the body. If you want to reach your goal, then you'll need to meet her. Why are you so willing to help me? Hearing Dirk's generous words, Exos became even more skeptical. Unfortunately, Dirk didn't know what to do about that. He could only say what he wanted to. I just see your potential. Either way, I'm offering this to you. I'll come by in 2 days to introduce you. Dirk waved while exiting the warehouse, leaving Exos to his thoughts. It was all so sudden, but Dirk really did believe that Exos was a genius worth supporting. Pandora would surely realize it too. The thought of Pandora though made Dirk sigh as he walked through the city toward the gates. Everything revolves around her. Not that I mind, but I feel like I'm not doing anything for myself. I should train tonight. And maybe find a place to work on my armor. He mumbled while observing all the paths he traveled, checking the alleyways, and plotting for the future. He needed to prepare just in case Pandora really did do something crazy and turn the entire Haven against them. Dirk spent the rest of that day plotting escape routes through the city. While he was doing this, he operated under the assumption that he was being monitored. And thankfully, with his mana vision he could get away with a lot more than normal. He learned that many buildings were armed with magical locks and magical arms by seeing enchanted clusters on doors or walls. And when he visited the outer reaches of the city near the gates, he was able to plot guard patrol routes with spite and get a layout of the buildings. While more scouting exposed more avenues for escape, it also told Dirk just how difficult it was to go in or out of the city. It really was a massive fortress. But no fortress was impregnable. Another thing Dirk did was let out mana pulses to get a view of the ground underneath his feet. Dwarves were miners, basically a society of moles. And that meant there would be a great many tunnels. And sure enough, merely 30 meters below the surface, Dirk was able to see 3 or 4 tunnels in any given area of the city. They all connected to the basements of various buildings, and many went so deep that he couldn't see their ends. Those would be a prime route for escape, so long as he could scout them. So since Pandora was giving him a few days to do just that, he planned on utilizing his stealth and going to work. The next day, Dirk didn't see any of Pandora since she was busy with negotiations. So he got straight to work. With stealth, he could evade the senses of anybody even a tier above him. So long as he didn't get in their face, he would be safe. So he chose a few buildings without magic locks and went into their basements, looking for tunnels. With that, he not only scouted various routes that took him to different places within the city, but also dug his own tunnels. In the end, he found and created 8 different routes for escape that all led to either the edge near the city gates, down into some mineshafts he discovered, or up into the side of the mountain the city was built within. As Dirk had spite, there was no need for markings that could give things away. She plotted all the routes and precisely captured the look of every surface to make sure that, when he came back through them, they weren't tampered with or compromised. Like that, another day passed. Come the next day, Dirk planned on going back through his routes and perhaps establishing some more. He also needed to go and get the car from Pandora and hide all their pocket rings somewhere. But in the morning, Dirk was pleasantly though unexpectedly woken up by a beautiful girl. Not that he ever fell for her looks. Good morning. Pandora entered the room with a bright smile. More oddly though, she was carrying a platter of food. Just as Dirk started to climb out of his sheets, she spoke with a stern tone. No, stay there. Why? Because I personally cooked this breakfast for you, and you're going to enjoy it in the comfort of your bed. She said that while placing the platter on his lap. The wooden tray was warm, as was the food on it. And there weren't just dishes from this world, but from Earth as well, recipes that nobody else would know how to cook. She really did make it herself, but that made Dirk skeptical. What did you do? I did nothing except successfully negotiate a deal with King Grayscale. Now, I'm going to acquire around 32,000 crystals within the next 3 months, as well as a commission deal for trade between our empires and a massive construction order. Dirk was surprised. Although the terms of the deal had changed a bit, it seemed like Pandora still got the most out of everything. She looked exceptionally happy. He turned to the food on the tray, slowly picking up an exotic fruit loaded with tons of anima. When he bit into it, his teeth felt like they were breaking past leather before sinking into soft goodness. The texture was weird, but the taste was heavenly. And when it hit his stomach, it made his body feel vigorous. In fact, as he finished the fruit, he felt something within him reach a threshold. That's when he remembered. I'm about to complete muscle destruction. He had been working on it for weeks, and during the car ride with Pandora he did nothing but focus on his armor and training. And he had gone through a shocking amount of resources. The large reserve of anima bones he used was bitten into a significant amount, especially toward the latter portion when he would use multiple sets of bones to complete one destruction cycle. But now, it was all reaching that tipping point. He could feel all the muscles through his body surge with power. If he wanted, he could grab a few anima bones right now and complete muscle destruction. But he waited. Pandora stood to the side, watching him with a smile on her face. She often blatantly watched him like this, so he wasn't that bothered. He dug into his breakfast, enjoying the well-crafted taste of the nostalgic food. At the same time, he wondered why Pandora went and did this for him. He couldn't think of anything she could have possibly done wrong though that might warrant a cute apology breakfast like this. The only thing he could think of, regardless of how improbable, was that she was doing this out of the kindness of her own heart. He focused on her occasionally in his mana vision while eating his food. Since she was being nice like this. Hey. She tilted her head at his call. I met a kid a day ago. His name was Exos. 26 years old, and I believe he was already at tier 5. He showed me some interesting magic tech. Like? He called them augmentations, but they were basically magical prosthetics. Metal limbs, flesh mods, even sensory organs. The kid pioneered what could be considered this world's cybernetic tech. He's a genius, one I think you might like to know about. If all that's true, then I need to see him and his work for myself. He could become an extremely important artisan. You know where he is? Pandora asked, her curiosity piqued. Her mind was already swirling with all the applications for such magical augmentations. He's in some crafting district a mile or so away from here. I told him I'd meet him again today around noon. Then I'll go with you. Stick around for a while and I'll find you when I'm done with the last of my business with these nobles. All right. Dirk nodded while finishing off his breakfast. Before leaving, Pandora walked over to his bedside, reaching over and running her nails through his hair. After straightening it out, she smiled before walking to the door. I know you're close to advancing in rank. I'll leave you be to focus. Thanks. Dirk's voice came out with a hint of confusion. When Pandora walked out and closed the door, he scratched his cheek. Odd. You technically needed a few more days, but it seems things moved a bit faster than planned. Your anima has reached the threshold. I can feel your soul getting ready. Spite paced around while eyeing Dirk. He sat in his room with several anima bones around him, as if he were going to perform some dark ritual. And in his mind, he was reading through the traced runes of his anima resonance destruction technique. He had learned the advanced anima resonance technique that utilized the external anima of high concentration sources, and from now on, he would have to use sources that only got more and more dense with anima. Progressing would be no different from forging his body with gold. It would be a money pit. Thankfully he had a rather large money bag willing to invest in him. Anyway, Dirk's soul had transformed upon finishing blood destruction. It had gained blood vessels of its own, and as a result Dirk earned the ability to expel his anima in the form of aura. Through honing his skills, he had sharpened his aura and became a Rook-class warrior capable of utilizing aura alongside weapons. This ability was what allowed him to cut the lightning snake skin for his armor. What would happen once he finished muscle destruction? Dirk had already felt the effects of muscle destruction. He was far stronger, quicker, and more durable than before. The layer of muscles on the body served as not just the source of power behind movement, but also a thick buffer for impact. Unfortunately, Dirk had yet to test these powers of his since he had spent most of his recent time in a car. But even then, his blood destruction didn't explode with its powers and perks until he finished. It would be the same with muscle destruction. Dirk was excited. With the anima bones around him, he began to draw on each one. The anima from them rose up like a white fog, streaming into his body. The last muscle Dirk had been working on were his neck muscles. He had thoroughly destroyed everything else, from his feet, to the tendons in his knees, to his pelvic muscles, and onward through his upper body and arms. And as he streamed the anima as dense as a fog into his neck, it seemed to not just resonate with the muscles, but his entire body. The anima destroyed only a tiny few portions of the muscles in his neck, barely even a tingle. It was more like a purification, purging any unenhanced muscles and finalizing the tempering. That's when Dirk felt it. The anima throughout his entire body, which had been brought up to another level, began to fluctuate like vibrating air. It made his muscles and body twitch. The twitching was so strong that it stressed his bones, threatening to break them. The only thing that kept them from doing so was the dense anima that pervaded his body and indirectly forged his bones stronger. Not only that, but the flexing of his muscles sucked the energy out of him. It was like a black hole for energy, and if Dirk didn't have his blood that was enhanced by blood destruction, he wouldn't be able to fuel his body. This was the reason that destroying the vascular system came only after skin destruction. It would act as fuel for everything else. And so Dirk didn't get deathly tired when his muscles started tightening uncontrollably. They just continued to flex and cramp. He felt like they were trying to squeeze themselves smaller. Dirk grunted because of how uncomfortable it felt. It felt like he was trying to snap his own bones, and his organs felt like they were being constricted. And his body drew in anima as it wished, absorbing it through his skin in vast quantities. Dirk quickly took out several more anima bones from a pocket ring, allowing it to completely fuel this change. And then, his soul fluctuated along with his body. His awareness moved into that mana dimension. He could see the black dragon coiled around him, as well as Eldritch in the great deep of the dark element. His soul writhed within the dragon's protection. It twitched just like his body did. And then, he could see it. The layer of muscle that appeared within his soul. The symbol of strength. During the changes, Dirk heard the dark dragon whisper. "So you've forged your body to another level? Keep doing so. It shall be just as important as filling your soul with the power of mana." Those who believe that forging the fleshly body is useless, know nothing about the secrets of the soul and the realm of existence. But you must continue down both paths. Even as Dirk felt his body and soul contracting and crushing itself, he could see the dark dragon open its eyes and gaze at him. Forge your body no longer. Only when you enter the realm of fusion, the next step of mana cultivation, can you begin again. Forsake my advice, and you will forsake the opportunity to ascend to the realm you wish to most. The dragon gave this rare and most precious advice with a serious gaze. Then, it went back to seemingly sleeping. That's when the changes ended. The muscles in his soul, the symbol of strength, finished forming. And the muscles in his body, which had compressed and reformed, took on their new shape. His soul calmed, no longer resonating with the anima. But, that resonation had left a permanent mark. Attention, skill acquisition successful. Dirk Strider has gained the skill, Anima Resonance, Grade 5. The trait, Adaptable Genes has activated in response to physical alterations. The skill, Restoration, Grade 5, has evolved to Reformation, Grade 6. The skill, Anima Resonance, Grade 5, has evolved to Anima Oscillation, Grade 6. Dirk smiled at the system's notifications. And then, looking ahead of him, he swung his fist out with the exploding power of his muscles. The anima through his body flowed along his arm as naturally as flowing water. Then, it took on its own frequency as it was released. It warped the air in front of him until the released anima slammed into the wall 5 meters away, cratering. Cracks went up the hard stone that had been enchanted alongside the rest of this royal palace. Chapter 140, Generals. Dirk led Pandora to the place he found Exos. The two entered the warehouse, and sure enough, the dwarf was there. Surrounding him were all his various works and test subjects that proved his ideas. Pandora observed these as she approached. And likewise, Exos observed Pandora. It was hard to tell if he was nervous, but he stood there as stiff as a statue. Exos? My name is Pandora. A pleasure to meet you. Pandora introduced herself, but that seemed to strike a nerve with Exos as his smile froze. Wait, the Pandora? The one who created the train engine. Weren't you in talks with the nobility? I was, but those have ended. You'll be the first to know that our deal has been finalized. But besides that, you seem to know a lot. And my father is Marquis Havelite. You're a noble kid? Dirk blurted out in surprise. Exos had told him that he was kicked out from his household, but he hadn't said it was the household of a Marquis. Exos nodded. My father, being as rich as he is, was the only reason I had enough money for my projects. Gathering magic crystals, hiring enchanters and forge masters, and buying materials isn't cheap. I have a total of 6 working products, and merely those have eaten away at my funds. Truly amazing. Pandora mumbled as she walked over and saw one of the animals in a cage with a replaced limb. Shockingly, she even took out her book of life while observing it. She walked around for a while, checking out the liquids and papers with designs all over them. And when she came back to Exos, she grabbed his arm and raised it. You've replaced your arm and leg? Why yes. I was a cripple, something that inspired me on this path in the first place, and also one of the reasons I was basically disowned. Dwarves don't like those who aren't strong, and especially not those who are weak runts. I've heard something like that about dwarves. Pandora dropped Exo's arm while smiling. Like that, she stared into his eyes, and Dirk could see him rapidly turn to putty. He was usually so prim and proper, but now he fidgeted with flushed face. Dirk sighed, and that seemed to catch Pandora's attention as she turned away from the young scientist. Well, Exos, you're surely ahead of your time. I understand what Dirk was talking to me about. So I have an idea. She strolled over and picked up a few sheets of paper on a nearby desk. Come with me back to the Dark Kingdom. There, I'm going to personally sponsor your work. You'll run experiments and figure out how to produce standardized products. We can support you with the best facilities and assistance. You'll be allowed to thrive without the naive derision of those around you. She spoke sweet words of success, and Exos was taking them as expected. Now his flushed face was full of excitement and hope. But she wasn't done. And, I personally know about technology that can change the way you work, advanced techniques that can bring your expertise to another level. If you become a craftsman under my wing, I'll give you this knowledge. Dirk, show him the machine gun. Seriously? Dirk was confused at Pandora's command. Although he saw the potential of Exos, he didn't think that exposing the unique technology of Earth was such a smart idea. She smiled. Don't worry. It's not like he can copy the engineering. And you don't need to fire it. I just want to show him. Fine. Strip it too. Dirk let out a breath before waving his hand. Then, a .50 caliber machine gun appeared in his arms. He placed it on a table while dropping the bipod. Then, his hands went to work with familiar reflexes. He flipped open the receiver before pushing tabs and disassembling all the myriads of components that were precisely interconnected. Exos watched with bulging eyes. This is a firearm, an intricate tool built for the purpose of launching small projectiles at supersonic speeds. It uses no magic at all, strictly based in the physics of science and the complexities of chemistry. With just dust and metal, this machine unleashes devastation at 750 rounds per minute. Click. Having stripped it and put everything back together, Dirk closed the hatch with Pandora's last word. Just from seeing its complexity, Exos knew that this wasn't some trick. Nobody would go through the trouble of making something so impossibly intricate and purpose-driven without it having a function. Obviously, the knowledge that went into constructing it wasn't ordinary in the least. And now, Exos desperately wished he could see that machine be put into action to understand just what she was talking about. He looked at Pandora with shining eyes. "I'm willing to go with you." A smart choice. You have extraordinary talent, Exos. I'll make sure you won't be one of the many poor geniuses who waste away because the people around them can't see the hidden gem that lies within you. Thank you, Princess Pandora. Truly. Exos went down on one knee, as if swearing his fealty. And Pandora smiled in content, patting his shoulder only after several seconds. Rise. In the coming days Dirk and I will be moving to the front lines for some business of ours. You'll follow us. That means you have today and tomorrow to pack everything you own. She tossed a pocket ring to him as she said that, which contained several hundred square meters worth of space. Anything you can't pack can be left here, and we'll transport it back later. After all, the railway deal is now in effect. Your items here can be one of the first batches of supplies to be moved across it. Of course. I'll start packing right away. When you're done, use this seal to find me in the Central Palace. Until then. She handed him a seal with the mark of vampire royalty. And then, she and Dirk left, the excited dwarf wasting no second in preparing himself. Over the next day and a half, Dirk continued to check their escape routes and finalize preparations. Exos also settled in the Central Palace, having fully committed to his decision. While it had been a golden opportunity that fell out of the sky, he didn't want to make the mistake of doubting it and throwing the chance away. If he let his suspicions keep him from taking the risk, he would never get anywhere in life. Plus, there wasn't much of a way to fake being the princess of the Dark Kingdom. Pandora was trustworthy purely because of her title. Plus, he knew he had valuable intelligence, and she seemed to see it. Exos would do everything he could to advance the field that he was pioneering. He would stop at nothing to ensure that it was revolutionary. But none of that would start until they returned to the Dark Kingdom. In the meantime, Pandora made plans to go to the front lines of the Haven's battle with the monster hordes. According to some intelligence she received from the generous General Varmite, there were constant hordes of monsters being spewed out of the dragon lair of Earth that was located only a couple dozen miles away from the Haven. An entire city which had been founded right outside of that lair had been long since annihilated, and now its ruins were the site of a bloody battlefield. The only way such a large-scale and constant battle could be sustained was because those endless monster armies were now an incalculable source of income for the Haven. All the materials and mana crystals from every one of the tens of thousands of beasts were used in whatever way they could. There was no shortage of demand for monster parts since the dwarves were a race of artisans anyway. But it was still incredibly dangerous. Over the past few months, it had served as a trial by fire, a place that now forged the fiercest dwarven warriors. Even the magic academies within the Haven used the place as a live-fire training ground where nothing was off-limits. Because after all the lesser dungeons had disappeared. Only the major dungeons remained, and all the weaker monsters were released around said dungeons. There was no safe way to train mages and warriors anymore. When the day finally came to leave for that very place, Pandora and Dirk grabbed Exos and headed out along with a fresh batch of recruits who would be stationed at the front lines. General Varmite was with them as a temporary escort. And before long, they arrived. The location was a natural barrier not far from the ruined dwarven city, a choke point created by the meeting of two mountain bases that served as the exclusive road to the ruined city. This was where a new fortress was erected in order to hold back the monster hordes. They called it the Rusted Bastion, a name given to it after the steel of the wall was blessed by the blood of its enemies and dried into a thick rust-colored layer. It was said that this rust made the wall stronger since the blood of monsters carried mana and filled the enchanted wall with power. Dirk, Pandora, and Exos were escorted to the fortress with General Varmite. Dirk scanned the whole place as they entered. It really was a menacing steel fortress. The gap between the two mountain bases wasn't small. It was approximately 1.5 miles wide, and across that entire gap, the dwarves had built a steel wall about 50 meters tall and 130 meters thick. The bulk of the fortress was built within the massive wall, but there were three distinct castle-like structures in the center and out toward the ends. The center structure was where they entered from as they arrived, but even from behind the wall, Dirk could clearly see and feel the massive battles ongoing in front. The scale of this war was incomparable to that at the city he had saved. Remember, General Varmite announced solemnly to everyone before entering. In this place, even Tier 7 monsters aren't rare. If you find yourself in a bad situation, it's already too late. To survive here, you must be able to adapt on the fly. Even in the heat of battle, you must maintain total awareness of your surroundings. If you get caught up in the small battles, you will get swept away by the movement of the legions around you. And you'll return as nothing more than a number on a weekly report. Do you understand? Yes, General. All the recruits straightened their backs and saluted. But Dirk, like General Varmite, knew that none of them truly understood the depth of those words. Not until they experienced it firsthand would they realize how easily one could get swept away in a battlefield such as this. Everyone entered the castle, and from there the recruits were handed off to several officers already awaiting their arrival. And with that, General Varmite escorted the remaining three to the command center. The central castle was the headquarters of the entire fortress. Here, there was actually a Tier 8 and a Rank 8 general stationed. Two pillars of the Dwarven Haven, two of the most powerful people in the world, stationed at this one fortress to hold back the monsters. Their names were General Feller and General Umangat. General Varmite, glad you could visit us. The two generals were both men who carried a similar disposition. They were tall dwarves standing at nearly 8 feet tall and with giant muscular bodies that bulged even from beneath their full plate armor. One carried a massive mace on his back, no doubt the Rank 8, and the other carried a large gray crystal staff composed of the magic metal geode, the Tier 8. Dirk was a bit overwhelmed by their height. They were even taller than King Grayscale. It seemed dwarves really did get taller with more power. And their skin was a hard steel gray, one that looked sheen and impenetrable. Along with their atrocious strength, Dirk found it difficult to remain standing in front of them. His neck tingled. But their presence wasn't as horrible as King Grayscale. Obviously there was a key difference between them, one that made the king significantly more powerful than they. General Varmite shook the general's hands before introducing Pandora. General Umangat, the Tier 8, rubbed his bristled beard. Ah, it's the princess. I've heard that you officially made a deal with Grayscale. I have, General. And I have plans to make a railway to this fortress my first priority. Trust me when I say that an effective transportation system from here to the capital will make your lives far easier. I believe it. You have my favor. The general nodded with a wide smile, obviously happy. The transportation of supplies and troops, while not strained, definitely brought difficulty on the maintenance of this fortress. But a railway would solve nearly all their issues. They could haul all their monster corpses with ease, free up more manpower, and develop a steady cycle of troops to keep the guards here fresh. It would secure the future of this entire stronghold. The general naturally liked Pandora's priorities, even if only because it eliminated much of the work he had to deal with. At that moment, Pandora glanced to the general's side. She saw General Feller, the Rank 8 with a massive mace, staring at Dirk. It almost seemed like the two were about to rip each other's throats out with how palpable the aura between them was. Even General Varmite couldn't help but watch curiously. General Feller narrowed his eyes. "You're a curious one, aren't you? Trying to kill me with those cursed eyes of yours?" "Humph, I'd say you're puny with how small you are, but my gut says otherwise. Come, show me what makes you so sharp." "General Feller." Just as the general drew his mace, Pandora shouted. The general stopped, but he didn't take his eyes off Dirk, who continued to stand there with statue-like stillness as if he didn't even notice the threat. "Please refrain from fighting my consort. He's only recently broken through to rank 5. Is there any way he could possibly threaten you?" The general was silent for a moment before putting away his mace. Pandora smiled. "Thank you. I'd like to get a look at the wall. General Varmite, do you mind escorting us there? After that we can find our quarters. I expect to stay here for some time." "Sure." General Varmite slowly nodded before taking the three away. General Feller watched Dirk as he left. When the door to the command center finally closed, General Feller huffed and turned. General Umangat smiled. "You felt it too?" "I don't like it. That boy is too sharp. And he's a human, no less." I actually felt my neck tingle. If he grows up properly, there's no telling how powerful he'll get. I want to know who he is." General Feller scowled. "Contact one of our men in the Horizon Empire, and find out which monster birthed such a terrifying boy." "Really? Well, if you're that curious. I have a friend at the academy there, a forge master. Surely such a talented human went through that academy. Maybe he knows something. I'll contact him tonight." "Do so." With that, General Feller left, leaving General Umangat to chortle. Chapter 141, Contingency. General Varmite took Dirk, Pandora, and Exos on a tour of the wall, the true front line of the war against the monsters. The face of the wall that faced the battlefield was steeply sloped, and on that slope were thousands of metal spikes that pointed out toward the oncoming monsters. At designated places between those spikes were staircases, ones completely drenched and stained with blood. And at the frontmost edge of the top of the wall were hundreds of pillboxes and entrenchments that dwarves occupied at all hours of the day to combat the oncoming hordes. The majority of dwarven soldiers were mages. There weren't many warriors as it was far riskier to do close-quarters battle. If they used more warriors, then the war would become too costly. Instead, they opted for constant long-range bombardments. But there were some battalions called retrieval groups that were in charge of collecting corpses or hunting high-strength targets. Dirk saw several such groups that came and went from the wall, ferrying piles of monster corpses that went straight to processing. It seemed like the entire military force of the Dwarven Haven was stationed at this wall with the sheer amount of mages that occupied every inch of its surface. This place, while bloody and dangerous, has become one of the most significant economic factors for the Haven. Monster materials have become so cheap that craftsmen are producing prolific amounts of weapons and armor. The only issue is that we have no way to export all the gear to sell it to other empires. Of course, that all changes if your railways are as good as you say. Give it time, General Varmite. You won't be disappointed. Pandora only smiled as they walked into the wall itself. Down within the chambers of steel was an entire city of its own. Barracks for soldiers, space for civilians that did things like cook and repair gear, and all kinds of recreational areas. The corridors and structures within went down as deep as 300 meters, making it far more spacious than one would guess from above. General Varmite took the three tourists to a luxurious hotel where she gave them accommodations. "How long do you plan to stay?" she asked Pandora, who pondered for a second. "I'm not sure. Perhaps a few weeks." "Very well. If you need anything, the other generals will be in the command center. I'll be heading back to the capital, so this is where we part. I appreciate everything you've done for us, General Varmite." Pandora said her goodbyes, and like that, the large female general left. Then, Pandora turned to the other two. Exos, go get comfortable. Dirk, we need to talk. Grabbing Dirk's hand, Pandora dragged him into her room, leaving Exos behind. After heading into the small but luxurious living space, Pandora waved her hand and created a dome of ice around them that isolated all magic and sound. Then she started speaking English. You must know why we're here. The key. Dirk answered simply. Within each of the dragon lairs were the key artifacts, and they were currently right outside one. But there's no way we're just throwing ourselves into the lair. Dirk furrowed his brow. If it were Pandora, it was completely possible that she would do something like that. But within it were monsters that far outstripped them in strength. Dirk wasn't trying to die just yet. She rolled her eyes. Of course not. Miss Record? I'm here. Please enlighten us as to the plan you notified me about a while ago. Pandora took out her book of life, prompting the record to start spilling the details. The key artifact of Earth is within the lair, but it is not inactive. It has gained a mild amount of sentience, becoming active after the dawn of the war. Now it leads monsters. The hell? How did it become sentient? The key artifacts are not simply physical objects. They are half-living beings, not unlike a stigmata that is created from a soul. Its sentience is not unexpected, and the plan is based around that expectation. The record explained, causing Pandora to scratch her head. Alright then, fine. So we've got a living object running around with the monsters. How do we get to it? You won't. Pandora was surprised by the answer. The key artifact has been active near the entrance of the lair for some time. It continues to develop its thought process as the war continues. It desires to be free, and to be free means it must bind itself to a person, taking hold of their being and attaining faculties greater than what it has. So with the right temptation, such as some backdoor keys to unlock itself, it will come of its own volition. So we're baiting it out. Great. Pandora took a seat on a nearby couch, lounging back. Fine. I'll use my magic and goad it here. Once it comes, we'll have to head into the battlefield ourselves and capture it. How powerful is it? Unknown. Its existence can only be sensed through the elements. But regardless, the only way it would be more powerful than Tier 4 is if it broke its own seals with the sentience it has developed. Then we're going to hope that it isn't any greater than a Tier 6. That's about the most that both of us could handle if we work together. Alright, I'll start building the spell. Dirk. Pandora turned her head, facing her partner who was laying face down on the bed. He hummed back. Hm. If you could, try and get on one of those retrieval squads. We need to know the layout of the land so that we can capture this artifact when it comes. We also need escape routes out of this stronghold. Fine. Thank you. She pranced over and jumped on him, laying on top of his back. Then, she whispered into his ear. Hey, how's the armor coming along? Fine. It's almost done. Well, spend a few days to complete it. You said it could merge with Obsidius, right? Machem. Then do that first. Speaking of, where's that blob? On me. He mumbled, and Pandora could feel a weird sensation through his clothes, as if his skin were wriggling. She pulled down his collar, and under his shirt, she could see the black armor. He had been wearing it this entire time. She clicked her tongue. You're always so paranoid. Well, when rank 8s try to fight me, I get worried. Maybe you shouldn't look at them wrong. I don't even have eyes. He shouted in injustice, causing Pandora to laugh. General Umangat entered his own residence, a large suite suitable for one of the strongest people in the world with the best luxury money could buy. On a nearby table was an orb, which he tapped while sitting down. A holographic screen displayed itself, showing a long list of names. He scrolled, stopping at one and selecting it. It rang for several seconds before a voice came through. Ho ho! If it isn't Umangat. Hello, Bastion. It's been a while. The general greeted his friend with a smile, earning a hearty laugh. Ha, it's been many years, friend. Tell me, did you break your staff swinging it around again? No, but my armor could use a bit of maintenance if you ever think about visiting. Anything that can so much as blemish that armor is extraordinarily rare. I hear you guys are fighting the monsters coming out of that lair. Holding up well? Good enough. And hopefully soon we'll be building something that'll cement our position here. Tobastin hummed. So, what has the Iron General contacted me for? I wanted you to look into somebody for me. A human from Horizon. Oh? I hope you're not making me a spy. Tobastin's voice became cheeky, causing Yamangit to roll his eyes. That depends on the kid. I have a feeling he went through that academy you're at. Fine. What's the name? Maybe he's got a record. Dirk Strider. Tobastin went silent for a moment. Him? Ha ha ha. So he's at the Haven. All right, spill. How do you know the kid? Yamangit had a weird smile as Tobastin cackled. Ha. He's no mere kid. I'll let you know, I made him my apprentice. His talent is unlike anything I've seen. Such precision and focus, the dexterity of a prodigious dwarf in a human body. And his elemental manipulation. He's a monster for his age. Yeah. Yamangit couldn't help but agree. There was a reason General Feller confronted Dirk. The feeling of having a knife around your neck was something Tier and Rank 8s had long forgotten. They had reached the pinnacle, the ultimate in utter destruction and power. They were behemoths who stood above all. So, to feel your neck tingle, to feel like you were cornered, set off more alarms with them than any other. And if the source of that threat was a little boy not even a fraction of your age, becoming quite uneasy was normal. Well? What did you want to know about the kid? What sparked the curiosity anyway? No, more than that, how did you even come in contact with him? Spill it. Okay. Yamangit waved with a chuckle. Believe it or not, he's traveling with a vampire princess. They came to the frontier stronghold for some reason, and General Feller got interested after we met the boy. Interested how? He wanted to fight him. Huh. What a buffoon. Yamangit, if that feller lays a hand on my apprentice, I'm coming over there with a bomb. Don't test me. Tobastin howled across the orb, causing Yamangit to sigh. Yeah, I'll let him know. Now tell me, what the hell is up with that kid? Even I felt tingly around him. I'll let you in on a known secret here at Horizon. Tobastin chuckled lowly. That kid is the son of an assassin. A couple years ago he disappeared after getting snatched by the Azuras, and he only reappeared when Emperor Horizon came out of seclusion. And when he came back, he was even more monstrous. Have you seen those eyes? He can't look at you, but damn does his gaze send a chill up my spine. Azura? Yamangit's gaze narrowed hearing the name. Yeah. The Azura. Only the highest nobles know about Dirk's kidnapping since the Emperor wanted to keep a tight lip about it. But basically, the kid was forged in hell. He was already talented before, but that was the cherry on top. It makes sense. Suddenly, Dirk wasn't such an anomaly anymore. Sure, his circumstances were still extraordinary, but at least he knew some of the details now. Tobastin sighed. His mother is nothing to scoff at either. Friend, take care of that kid, or you're going to seriously regret letting him anywhere near your stronghold. Oh? I can't say I'm afraid. We both know it's not yourself you gotta worry about. Tobastin's voice went low. Everything and everyone around you isn't as tough as that steel body of yours. Pick who you mess with wisely, because some people can't be caught by those dirt cages of yours. Yamangit was silent. After a few moments though, roaring laughter came from the orb. Ha. Have fun with that. I'll be calling from now on for updates on him. I'd like to know how my apprentice is doing. Oh. Better yet, give him one of your communication orbs. I want to talk to him and make sure he hasn't been skimping on his training. We'll see. With a wave, Umangit shut down the orb. He sat back and rubbed his temple. Who the hell just walked into my stronghold? And why is he with the princess? I don't like it. With a sigh, Umangit stood and walked out of the room. Let's just keep an eye on him. Come morning of the next day, Dirk searched around the stronghold. The place was a city unto itself, despite being a frontier stronghold. You could find everything here that was normally in a city, and perhaps some things that you wouldn't find. While wandering, Dirk found a red light district, one that contained not just dwarven women, but assortments of elves, hybrids, and human girls. Then there was a massive commercial district where the meats and products of all the monsters that were killed were sold. Many craftsmen sold dozens of different products from jewelry to weapons and armor. And the weapons trade was the biggest industry at this stronghold, for a good reason. There were many soldiers who needed to keep their gear tidy or outright replace it, and the military couldn't always be the ones to produce it themselves, especially not at a moment's notice. The place was self-sufficient with the source of materials that was constantly trying to break down their door. So it made things cheap and bountiful. But Dirk wasn't wandering to take in the sights of risque women or racks of longswords. No, he was plotting escape routes. He did what he had done at the capital city, but at the same time he questioned why he needed to plot a path out of the capital if they were going to be here anyway. If they got into trouble, would they really return to a then hostile city? It made Dirk sigh. Contingencies were always smart, but setting yourself up for success was just as important. It seemed like he was doing nothing but throwing himself into trouble. He was only preparing for things to spiral into hell, preparing for the worst case. But in that case, he supposed Pandora was the one setting them up for success. After all, she was really good at scheming, and he was really good at surviving. It could be said that they were playing to their strongest suits. Wait. Dirk paused for a moment as he continued that thought process. At first glance, they were going about this in the best way possible. They were both playing to each other's strengths. But at second glance, Pandora seemed to be disregarding the disparity in power between them and their potential enemies, thinking that their contingencies would be able to work under the nose of a tier 8. But that was impossible. Pandora was too smart for that. She knew her enemies better than her friends. Dirk would never say that anybody was better than her at doing what she did. Not just anybody could fight against global establishments and win with a fraction of the backing, after all. She knew his limits as well as her own, and she was taking into account those of a higher level and their ability to interfere with her plans, or their ability to discover them. There was much that Dirk didn't even want to think about, but he knew that if he could think of something so simple, then she had thought 10 steps ahead. So since this was the case, I guess I should trust in her ability a bit more. You don't need to trust someone to trust in their actions. Just let her do what she's good at. And she's at least not trying to kill me and wants me around, so I can assume any plan she comes up with won't end in my death so long as I don't ruin the plan myself. He mumbled to himself. Dirk's thoughts on Pandora personally were a bit jumbled. He didn't know whether to trust in her because many of his impressions of her were questionable at best. In this life, she was nothing but good to him. In his past life, her schemes had gotten him embroiled in conspiracies that ended with his own and his sergeant's death. Though, she couldn't be blamed for that. It was the people who he had thought were his leaders who ended up betraying him. She had never meant him any personal harm beyond their situations, and she even brought him along to this place. Beyond that, it seemed like she was constantly trying to reconcile and become close to him. Dirk's thoughts spiraled down a rabbit hole that made him question his relationship with Pandora. And it ended with a single conclusion. Maybe I'll give her a bit more blood when I get back. Chapter 142, Seal. Dirk stopped by at his residence. His thoughts had carried him back here to seek out Pandora. His room was technically their room. She insisted that they shared because she was really into the delusion of him being her consort. But she wasn't at the residence when he arrived. And since he couldn't possibly guess where she might have been, he decided to attend to his main priority. His armor was almost finished. In fact, the snake-scale body armor was already completed. He had finished the final touches on it while at the capital. But the last piece was something he couldn't finish without a proper forge room. The helmet. It was already designed and was going to be made with the remaining chunks of turtle shell. So Dirk sought out a place that he could forge. He initially thought to go outside behind the stronghold and bring out Pandora's mobile forge room, but deciding it would be too conspicuous, he opted for going to a forge within the city. There were plenty of forges, more than he could count. And there was one big place that many forge masters went to in order to forge because they couldn't buy or build entire properties of their own within the city. It was called the Palace of Bellows, and it was a tall structure that spiraled toward the ceiling of the stronghold. On all sides you could see vents that spewed smoke and waves of heat from all the active forges. Dirk went into this place and talked to the dwarven receptionist. A human forge master? This is a first. I just want a room. As long as you got the coin. What's the grade of the metal? The dwarf asked while jotting down words on a sheet of paper. Dirk answered back. Grade 5. Do you need a flame? No. Do you need a hammer? No. All right. He finished and scribbled down more lines. Then, he tore out the sheet of paper and turned, finding a room on a long list behind him. He eventually found one and pasted the sheet down on top of it. He then retrieved a key. We have an hourly rate of 200 silver for this room. You can stay for as long as you like, but the clock ticks for every second that you're in there. Also, you can rent tools. They have their own hourly rates. Okay. Then once you give me a gold for deposit, you can head on up to room 480. In the event that you stay for less than 10 hours, your deposit will be partially refunded. Fine. Dirk casually tossed a gold coin, and the dwarf gave him the key. He didn't so much as ask for a name. With that, he ascended the structure, quickly finding his way to room 480. He entered and was hit not with a wave of heat, but biting cold. It seemed these rooms were really good at dissipating heat, and considering how hot temperatures could climb and how destructive it could be, this cold was a good thing. In the room was an anvil and a fire pit, along with an assortment of basic tools. With that, he called upon Obsidius. The blob bounced in response before covering his hands, turning into gloves and igniting with a vibrant flame. The living flame quickly warmed the surroundings, and after taking out the chunk of turtle shell, he walked over to the fire pit. He dipped his hands into the pit with the chunk of metal, and then, the living flame spewed forth, burning his mana as fuel. The temperature rose exponentially, but only within the fire pit. These pits were designed not just to produce heat, but to contain it, allowing someone to achieve temperatures far above the norm. It did the same with mana, insulating the fire mana and forcing it to affect the metal, making the heating process far more efficient and powerful. Dirk didn't use these fire pits before because he couldn't exactly throw an entire massive turtle shell into a fire pit. But now that he had gone through most of the material, he had a small enough amount to allow him to go about things normally. The chunk of metal quickly turned yellow hot, and Dirk could see and feel it become malleable. So with that, he brought it out onto the nearby anvil and retrieved the hammer. It was one of the hammers that was within Pandora's forge, specifically tailored to the metal element. And with everything in front of him, he began. The process of shaping a helmet was complex. Dirk had forged a helmet before with Tobaston, along with all other pieces of armor and gear. So he knew the process and techniques, though he wasn't as skilled as the dwarven master. But the beauty about these metals was that you could try for as long as it took. You could keep reheating the metal and there was no limit to how much you hammered it. So Dirk focused on making the general shape. He bowled out the chunk before refining the general structure. It was everything after this that took his utmost concentration. The proportions, the smoothness, the angles. All the little details had to be accounted for, and if there was one thing Dirk wasn't magnificent at, it was art. Forging was an art form no different from painting. It required one to see their grand vision in the small steps that they took. And while there were techniques to help guide your steps, the path you took was ultimately up to you. Dirk wasn't good at being creative like that. He could see the grand vision, the final product, but his method of getting there was more so through brute force. He forced his creation to bend to the image of the end product. He hammered away until he saw bits of the final product, and like that he would slowly refine. It was a brutish way of doing things. It was merely putting together pieces in a puzzle, not shaping the pieces and configuring them yourself. But Dirk was precise. That's what Tobaston had seen in him. He didn't see an artist. Instead, he saw a machine that would bend the unyielding metal under his hammer to his whim until it became what he needed. And it worked flawlessly. The end result was always the product he wanted. And it was no different with this helmet. Dirk could gradually see the inklings of the helmet come to fruition with each hammer strike. In his vision, he could see the crude product in his hands slowly fitting into the mold as Spite assisted him with measurements and small directions. Any small imperfections were handled with his fingers, like smoothing out surfaces or curving edges. And after several hours passed, Dirk was close to the final product. It would take a while to properly refine the helmet, bringing it to perfection before tempering it. But it was no longer crude. It wouldn't be finished now though. Dirk stopped before exhaustion, deciding to go to his residence and recover. Spite jumped out with her cat form. Now that she no longer needed to focus on helping him, she could walk around and personally explore a bit. The two strolled through the city before happening upon their hotel where Spite took a place on Dirk's shoulder. Making his way and opening the door to his room, Dirk entered. And this time, Pandora was there. Since it was now late into the evening, she was dressed in something like a nightgown, looking positively arousing. And perhaps it was this image that was desensitizing him, because no longer could ordinary women catch his eye. Not even those scantily clad ladies at the brothels could draw his attention. "Well, hello there. Out exploring the feminine delicacies of the stronghold?" she asked with a smile, causing him to respond back bluntly. "Forging, which is arguably more enjoyable." "Yeah, until you get that cherry of yours popped." "Are you speaking from experience?" Dirk questioned back with a small smirk, already knowing the answer. And as expected, Pandora dodged his gaze. "Not really. I wasn't normal back then. Any guy that tried often ended pitifully. Well, I wasn't normal either. Anyway." Getting to this point, Dirk blanked. He had wanted to ask Pandora some things, but it felt weird to actually ask. He wasn't sure what to say. So he gathered himself for a bit. And Pandora watched him in silence, as if expecting him to eventually say something to her. "I had a question. If I can answer it, I will." She tilted her head while lounging back on the bed. Dirk also took a seat on the edge of the mattress, pondering before finally asking. "I wanted to ask you about, well, you. But I'm conflicted. I don't know if I can trust your responses. I can't say that I'm sure what would change that. Are you looking for my word? A promise that I won't lie?" "No." He shook his head. "But I want to trust you, so I will. Kind of. I feel like I have a decent grasp on who you are, so I'm going to trust my judgment until I no longer can." "Really? What gives you confidence in your judgment of me?" "Well, we've spent a lot of time together recently. I've been pondering your every move, questioning your every action. I've seen several new sides of you, both good and bad. Like how you barely helped while fighting at the city, even though you could have saved many more lives. But in the first place, you agreed to go there and let me help even though you didn't want to. I can see you actively trying to help me. So I ask." Dirk turned his head toward her in focus. And Pandora turned somber, not taking his question lightly. "Can I trust that the plans you scheme, the things you do, the places you bring me to, won't end in my death? I want to get stronger, and I suppose I'm using you to those ends. And you're using me for my combat ability in order to garner influence and similar strength. But I need to know that our partnership goes beyond us being useful to each other. I need to know that you won't betray me, not because you may fear my strength or the ramifications, but because you see me as something more than a tool to be used. Dirk found himself slowing his words, his voice deepening in slight emotion. Why did he seem to hate Pandora so much? Several weeks ago when they first met, he hardly knew anything about her. He didn't know anything about her habits, her mannerisms, how deep or shallow her psychosis was, or her thoughts about him. But he did know one thing. He had been used and betrayed, and Pandora was someone who excelled in that field. He hated that, and by extension had been unrelentingly distrustful of her. He only stayed with her because, as he said, he was using her for resources and strength. But things were different now. Many weeks later, he wasn't so distrustful. She was growing on him. And now, his question could be said to be an ultimatum. Pandora surely saw it as such. According to what she knew, Dirk only trusted a single person in this world unconditionally, and that was his mother. He didn't even show that trust toward his father, and especially not toward his brother Ethan. He was someone who would only trust the closest person to him, someone who had been with him since birth, had raised him, and who shared a deep connection through similar experiences. And now, he was offering some of that trust toward her. She could take it easily, and she could use it to her advantage. But if she ever broke that trust, then she would never see it again. She pondered in her mind. Taking something complex like the bonds of trust and making it simple. He gives it to me, and from now on, I either maintain it or break it. It lets him read our relationship easily. I could turn into an enemy on the flip of a dime. But I can tell. He does this because he wants to trust me, at least a little. His mother changed him quite a bit. Not so heartless. He's actually willing to make friends and develop a relationship instead of blocking everything out. So I suppose I've grown on him. Pandora got to this point in her train of thought, but then she suddenly stopped. I always analyze things like that, don't I? She sighed inwardly. Dirk wasn't the only one who couldn't navigate relationships normally. So she thought. Instead of going about this in a psychopathic way, why don't I do it organically? But, what do normal relationships entail? Like, love, kissing, sex, presents, flowery words, money. No, maybe not money, mainly emotion. Then again, what's normal about our relationship? I need to think of something that will please him but not come off as manipulating. In that case, it might be something that I don't want to do, because why would I do something detrimental to myself in order to manipulate him? But maybe that's exactly why I would do it, to lure into false security. Pandora racked her mind, spiraling into a loop of self-contradiction and doubt. It led to a long bout of silence, one that confused Dirk. He wasn't sure what to think as Pandora's face scrunched while groaning came from between her lips. Was this that hard for her? Finally, after waiting a while, Dirk got a response. Let's make a seal. Seal? He was more confused as she inched toward him, her eyes on his neck. A blood seal. It's the deepest blood pact you can make with a vampire. It seals the blood of both parties and ties them to each other. If I do that with you, then I would never be able to drink someone else's blood again. You would be my sole source of vitality for the rest of my life. And for vampires, it's no different from getting married. To some extent, we could also feel each other's emotions. You would actually chain yourself to me for the rest of your life in order for me to trust you? That is what you want, isn't it? She looked at Dirk with dead serious eyes. No matter what I think of, there's no other way for you to trust me. I want your trust, Dirk. And I know superficial affection won't do anything to you. So, this is my ultimatum. Bringing up her hand, the Book of Life appeared, flipping through until it revealed a set of pages with blood-red inscriptions on it. She put it between them and then bit her finger, drawing blood and smearing it across the page. One half of it then flashed, waiting for another half to join. Dirk could feel the ritualistic power behind the complex runes. And if he put his blood in there, then he would be able to make this blood seal with Pandora. He gazed into her eyes, seeing the blood mana within her getting agitated. She was really going to make the seal. He asked. Do you want to do this? If it's for you, then yes. Dirk went silent for several moments before reaching his hand over. And he closed the book. The spell shut down, surprising Pandora. They sat there in silence for a moment before Dirk sighed and nodded. I understand. Pandora watched as he started undressing, putting on something more comfortable before climbing into bed. I'm tired from forging, so I think I'll go to bed early. He mumbled while turning off lights, the room going dark. Snapping out of her daze, Pandora realized what was happening and slowly climbed over to his side as he got under the sheets. The Book of Life closed, all the agitated mana in the room dissipating. She went under with him, seeing his back that was facing her. And after a few minutes, Dirk could feel an arm wrap around him. Pandora liked to get cuddly, and he would usually bear with her presence or push her off. But this time, he let it be. He fell asleep while feeling her press against his back, his mind filled with an odd sensation. Chapter 143, Armor. Can I watch you finish your helmet? I suppose. Dirk shrugged while walking out of the room. Upon waking, he and Pandora hadn't said much to each other. He was still processing their succinct talk last night, accepting the fact that, for once, he wasn't going to doubt her every move. After they ate a morning meal, Dirk said that he was going to forge. Since Pandora apparently didn't have anything to do, she wanted to follow him. So the two went back to the Palace of Bellows, getting a room. There, Dirk brought out his helmet. The overall shape was already there, so all he needed to do was sharpen it up and finalize the details. Pandora watched as he heated the helmet inside the fire pit with the living fire from his gloves. The helmet resembled not a knightly helmet, but a futuristic helmet from Earth. It covered the neck and had its own sleek shape that wholly covered his face. There were no weak points to exploit like openings for the eyes or mouth. And it was infused heavily with metal mana, leaving no room for any of the other elements. This was how many of the strongest armors were created. Such rigid metal mana would reject any form of magical or physical disturbance. It was so effective, in fact, that enough metal mana acted as a form of magic resistance. Of course, armor pieces like this also couldn't be enchanted with other elements, denying any form of utility. For some, this was unacceptable. But to the side, Pandora was more so curious about Obsidius than the helmet. The blob could apparently absorb pieces of armor and add them to its armor body. How this integration occurred, she wasn't entirely sure. Especially when it would come to pieces like this helmet. Thankfully, the wait wasn't too long. Dirk finished the final touches within the hour, and then, he went through a tempering process. For basic metals, the tempering process was a way of hardening the metallic structure of the material, giving it certain properties that could make it tougher, more resistant to deformation, or the opposite. But working with magical metals was different. Sure, the atomic tempering still occurred, but there was also a tempering of the mana within the metal. If the mana was turbulent, then it wouldn't be as effective within the product. The metal mana within the helmet needed to be solidified and hardened in its own way. This would make it several times tougher. And this tempering occurred through a series of steps that could be considered pseudo-enchanting. Dirk recalled some runic formations within his mind, ones that Bastion had taught him when he had returned to Horizon. And he wrote them not with metal mana in the air, but with the metal mana already present in the helmet. His finger touched the back of the helmet before tracing, drawing a complex series of runes. It looked like he was engraving the helmet, and the impressions he drew covered its entire backside. Pandora watched from the side with interest. She enjoyed seeing Dirk become so engrossed in forging, though she wasn't sure why. Maybe seeing him show such passion for something other than killing had her a bit wondrous. Finally, once he finished engraving the runes, they melded into the helmet and disappeared. After that, all the mana within was locked to the metal before hardening. When that happened, the helmet rapidly cooled from a dull red to a deep silver. All the fire mana from the living flame was driven out. Just like that, it was finished. Dirk took a deep breath as Obsidius slid off his hands, bouncing around in glee. He smiled and grabbed the helmet with one hand. The helmet couldn't actually be slid onto his head. It wasn't built with that in mind. With a thought, Dirk willed the scale armor into his other hand. Like the helmet, it was a single piece that couldn't be undone and slipped onto his body. Obsidius continued to bounce atop the anvil. "Here. Do what you need." Dirk said that while laying the armor pieces beside the blob. Then, the blob suddenly grew. Its mass multiplied while engulfing the armor, swallowing it whole. Then, the blob shrunk back down, going still. It was like this for a while, and Dirk wondered if it was actually digesting his armor. But then, the body of the slime flashed as lines appeared across its body. These lines morphed into dozens of different forms, looking like wriggling worms across the slime's surface. And the blob rolled off the anvil, hitting the floor before suddenly growing. Pandora watched with great interest. She saw the slime suddenly turn silver and expand. Before long, she actually saw the helmet appear, almost like it was built from the body of the slime. And then, from the neck came the rest of the scale armor. The slime grew, and everything appeared one bit at a time, the armor growing with the body of the slime. Each scale, each chain, and each piece of leather appeared one segment at a time. Spite appeared at this moment and analyzed the armor. Subsequently, she found that the armor appeared exactly as Dirk had built it. There were no flaws or deviations. The process took around 5 minutes to complete. After that time, Dirk saw the entirety of both pieces of armor. The scale armor looked just like the sleek body of those black lightning snakes in the major dungeon he and Pandora had gone through with the Grand Marshal Victoria. And each scale was blessed with the ability to easily conduct lightning and absorb copious amounts of heat, along with tanking lots of physical damage. Like a net that dispersed the force of an object across its entirety, this scale armor was able to absorb most of the damage that came its way. Dirk could barely put a hole through a single scale using the fullest extent of his aura with a knife. So trying to destroy many at once would be far more difficult. Of course, the lightning snakes weren't known for their defensive abilities. In fact, that was their downside despite everything. Their strength lay in their speed and lightning attacks. The only reason Dirk was able to use their corpses as materials was precisely because their defenses were weaker than others their level. But for Dirk's level, after combining these scales with the metal from that monstrous turtle shell, he managed to make an exceptionally strong piece of armor that was more than good enough for the enemies he could fight. Anything that could easily break through his armor could also easily kill him. After forming all the armor, Obsidius shrunk back down once again, bouncing over to Dirk and sticking to his leg. Then, the slime covered Dirk's body and spawned the armor, just like it would usually do with its armor body. After a few moments, Dirk appeared fully armored. Pandora observed the armor as he moved his limbs around. "Congratulations. How does it feel?" "Just as I envisioned. Then again, I think Obsidius has a hand in how well it's morphing to my body." As he moved, Dirk could feel the effects Obsidius had on the armor. For one, the black armor body of Obsidius formed the first layer around Dirk's skin. Everything else was layered on top of that second skin. Not only that, but Dirk was able to sense how the armor was connected to Obsidius' armor body. It wasn't simply sitting atop the black skin. Instead, it had merged with the armor body itself, the entire thing becoming a single piece. Because of this, Obsidius could adjust the armor however it needed. And because Obsidius was integrally connected with Dirk, he could feel all the little details of the armor. He could feel the conductivity of the scales, the heavy metal of the helmet, and the strength of the chain links. With a thought, he raised his arm and sparks of lightning arced across the scales. They gave off heat, and Dirk could feel how easy it would be to launch a lightning attack using the scales as the medium. This, combined with the fact that Dirk completed muscle destruction, meant he could utilize lightning far more than he used to. While he may not use it offensively, using it to multiply his reflexes and power would become an integral part of his arsenal. At this moment, Dirk's combat power had risen to a new height. Pandora recognized this as well from the side as she watched him clench his fists. She had a read on just about all of Dirk's abilities, so besides himself, she knew the best just how strong he had become. Now, he would need to put it to the test. Pandora suddenly spoke. I have a matter to discuss with you, now that you're finished. What is it? Hearing the serious topic, Dirk willed the armor away, Obsidious retreating to its nest atop his head. Pandora sat back in a chair while looking up at the blindfold over Dirk's eyes. Yesterday, I was scouting the stronghold a bit, getting a read on its population. And I found something both interesting and concerning. The church? So you saw them too? Dirk nodded. While wandering the city and plotting escape routes, he had spotted several members of the sovereign church, along with a temple. Pandora sighed. They seem to have a large presence here, no doubt because of their healing abilities. In fact, the Dwarven Haven as a whole is one of their main headquarters. I would say the only other place they have greater influence at is the Hypered Empire Unity, and tied with them is the World Tree. This is a fact we need to keep in mind, since they're basically our enemies in this war. They might be an obstacle in obtaining the key artifact. All right. Well, that's the only thing I really needed to warn you about. I'm almost done with my spell. However, even after finishing it'll take time to lure the artifact out of the lair. In that time, I suggest you find some battles to fight. I'm going to be occupied with business and operating that spell. Sure. The two stood with those words, leaving the forge. Oh, also. Pandora suddenly remembered as they walked through the city, switching her language to English. The key artifact is sentient and mobile. When it comes out, we'll need to subdue and grab it. This will happen on the battlefield, and the artifact may catch the attention of those above us. Plan for that inevitability, because not only do we need to grab it, but we need to leave with it. And, here's something you can use. She reached over and handed Dirk a black crystal, one filled with dark mana. After that, she explained what it was and how it worked. Hearing everything, Dirk realized what he needed to do. He took several more of those as they arrived at their residence. There, they saw Exos standing outside their door. Upon arrival, the dwarf faced them with his usual prim appearance. Lady Pandora, I was hoping I could ask something of you. Yes? I wish to go out and fight some beasts. You see, most of my augmentations are built with combat in mind. I would frequently go hunting in order to raise more funds for my projects. So I was hoping you could speak to the generals and have me placed in a unit so I could get some exercise. Oh? I didn't realize you were a skilled fighter. Pandora was pleasantly surprised, eyeing Exos with curiosity. He wasn't built with layers of muscles like normal dwarves. He was lean, which would be considered skinny by dwarven standards. And in a suit with his precisely kept appearance, he didn't seem like he could take a hit, let alone dish one out. But Exos seemed offended by Pandora's words, frowning ever so slightly. I may not be normal, but I'm still a dwarf, and my work is built for fighters. It would be worthless unless it could survive high-level combat, and in order to prove it, I have personally tested it and succeeded in no small share of battles. I'm a Tier 5 metal mage and can kill a Tier 6 beast with difficulty. If I couldn't do this much, then I may as well have given up on my dream. I see. Pandora slowly nodded. And from the side, Dirk was re-evaluating Exos. He had already seen Tier 5 power within him. It was nothing that Dirk would feel threatened by, but it seemed Exos had more power than he initially realized since he could kill a Tier 6 beast at all. It was impressive for a kid who used to be so disadvantaged. Pandora turned to Dirk with a smile. Well, Exos, we just so happen to be on the way to see the generals. Dirk here also intends to go test his wit in no man's land. So it would be perfect if you could join him. At the very least, you wouldn't need to worry about your life with him there. I understand. Exos nodded, eyeing Dirk with the same curious gaze. Dirk had yet to show any of his combat ability, but since he was walking around with Princess Pandora, he surely couldn't be some nobody. With that planned, the trio made their way to the headquarters where they met General Umangat. How can I help you, Princess? He asked as they appeared in his office. Business was as usual, and people like him didn't step out unless something seriously major was happening. Pandora was succinct, expressing their desire for Dirk and Exos to enter a unit to help combat the monster hordes. The general was surprised by this, not expecting guests to volunteer their services. But since they were, he didn't see a reason to refuse. In fact, he was quite eager to accept. Very well. You both are close combat fighters? Yes. Then I'll place you in a reclamation squad. They're headed by rank SIXS, so you'll be in good hands so long as you take care of yourself. But since you're not trained in our standard procedure, you'll also be responsible for preserving your life should you fail to keep up. You may get warned seriously. He couldn't expect to teach them how to operate with a squadron of dwarves, so it would be up to them to adapt accordingly. Pandora smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, General. If one of them dies, then they can only blame themselves. I don't expect you to hold their hand. Very well. I'll send a message tonight. Report back here tomorrow and I'll send you off from there. Understood. Having those plans made, the parties bid goodbye for the day. Dirk decided to train his mana that night before going to bed. All he needed to do was comprehend the runes for the next step in his mana heart technique, so some hours were spent on that. And after settling into bed, Dirk went to sleep with Pandora curled beside him. Chapter 144, Reclaimer. It was at times like these that he realized how small she really was. Waking up in the morning, Dirk took a glance at Pandora's figure. She was easily a head shorter than him, and her body that curled up beside him contrasted greatly with her lofty figure that she showed everyone else. Of course, he didn't pity her in the slightest, thinking she lived a stressful life. Instead, he found himself thinking of Ava, and despite their vast differences, he couldn't help but sense a faint similarity between the two girls. Suddenly, Pandora shifted, her limbs spreading out as she stretched. She was waking. Her hand reached out, somehow finding his face and pushing against it. Her leg also wriggled its way around with a faint sense of purpose. Pandora's eyes squinted as she looked at Dirk beside her, going from pushing his face away to spreading her fingers and running it through his hair. Then, she grabbed it and pulled herself over, placing her lips against his neck. She bit down with her fangs, drawing blood and taking a long sip. This lasted several seconds, her body shifting atop his as she did so. And when she was finally done, she pulled away with a satisfied smile. This was a fairly new morning ritual. Pandora really hated mornings, but she found out that if she got a bit of Dirk's blood while waking up, all her grogginess would fade away. Of course, she also loved to get handsy. After getting her dose of vitality, Pandora laid on Dirk's chest, her knees snaking around under the sheets. Sensing her search for his forbidden region, Dirk frowned. Then, his hands shot out. Pandora expected him to push her off, but instead, she found his fingers grabbing her sides and poking into her ribs. No! Ha ha, not fair. She jolted violently as he tickled her sides ruthlessly, squirming around but unable to escape his grasp. It was only when she threw her body off of him that he let go. Taking a second to catch her breath, she looked over as he sat up with a small smile. She didn't say anything, but she couldn't help but realize that he was suddenly treating her a lot differently. They almost never played around like that before. He was always so serious, and any joking came from her end. She thought inwardly. Guess he was serious about trusting me. I'm glad. She smiled, feeling a sense of relief. After that, the two went through their morning rituals before grabbing some breakfast from the food storage ring. After they were done eating, they left their room and grabbed Exos. It was time to report. Within the stronghold there was one primary fort that acted as the central headquarters for all the dwarven soldiers to coordinate from. It was also the busiest place in the entire stronghold. Hundreds of dwarves ran to and from the fort, going to complete whatever assignments they were given. And Dirk noticed one small detail about many of the soldiers. They were young. Not many of them looked to be aged in any fashion, despite their generally hairy disposition. And since this also meant they weren't incredibly strong. They were shorter in height and their skin was paler, unlike the dark and gray of strong dwarves. When one thought of dwarves, they usually conjured an image of the young ones in their mind, small but stocky men. Perhaps the war killed many, or perhaps the Haven had a frequent cycling system for their soldiers, but this amount of young soldiers wasn't exactly normal. Plus, most of them were mages. Dwarves specialized in body refining because it capitalized on their inherent strength. Magic was usually secondary, only being learned for crafting. But the nature of this stronghold and the monster tides didn't allow conventional tactics. And on top of that, Dirk remembered that in recent times there was a sudden surge in people who could wield mana, resulting in an influx of mages for all empires. He had these thoughts while bypassing several crowds and some marching soldier formations. They were being led by General Umangat personally, and naturally, everyone knew who that was, so they earned plenty of attention. It was at the gate of the fort that they stopped, greeting one particular dwarf who seemed to be waiting for them. He saluted with utmost respect, his stature large and skin dark as metal, signifying his strength alongside his nice robes with a high-class emblem on it. General Umangat. It's an honor. Marshal Tanner. The general nodded at his salute before motioning to the trio behind him. It seemed the other empires had ranking systems similar to Horizon. These are the ones I told you about. Go ahead and bring them into your unit and give them a taste of the combat here. They're voluntarily offering their strength. I understand. They will be taken care of. Then I leave them to you. Princess, if you don't mind my escort. The general handed off Dirk and Exos, and since Pandora didn't intend to go with them, she planned on staying back and speaking with Umangat. Before she left though, she turned to Dirk and reached out, her fingers straightening the collar of his shirt. She smiled. Have fun out there. Always. He smiled back as she turned and left with the general, the duo attracting no small number of eyes. Follow me. The marshal then waved them in, treating them with respect since they had been personally escorted by the general. Not just anybody could get such treatment. But the marshal had already gotten an idea of just who exactly he was dealing with when he saw Dirk. So much as looking at him gave him a tingly sensation, making him feel as if he couldn't be safe before him. Granted, the power behind that feeling wasn't great, but the fact that this young human boy could threaten a marshal like him anyway was baffling at best. He didn't need to make enemies, so he did as was requested of him and brought these volunteers into the fort. It wasn't long before they arrived at what looked like a massive garage. The inside of the building was loaded with dozens of corpses, all of which were large and valuable, along with dwarves who tore them apart for their material value. This is where the reclamation squads bring their kills for processing. Our job is to kill high-value targets or reclaim the corpses of ones already dead. This means we must venture out into the battlefield, and this easily makes it the most dangerous job in this stronghold. As a team we look out for each other, but your life is still yours to protect. Don't be stupid and stain my hands with your blood. The marshal spoke seriously, and none of what he said was incorrect. However, Dirk didn't respond. He just continued walking, his blindfolded eyes not giving away any hint of seriousness or nervousness. If anything, the marshal could only sense a bit of amusement. On the other hand, despite his best efforts, Exos couldn't help but give off a hint of anxiousness. His face was stoic, as always, but his fingers still twitched occasionally, the kind of reaction the marshal had expected. Without much more introduction, he led them into a barracks. There, the normal bustle of the fort had decreased. What took its place was a large team of dwarves who walked around as if they owned the place. Dirk's first impression labeled them as adrenaline junkies. And perhaps that wasn't too surprising considering the job. You had to be a bit crazy to willingly throw yourself into the hellish no-man's land beyond the solid walls of the stronghold. While none of the ones he saw were doing anything extreme or outlandish, their demeanor hinted toward that disposition. Dirk could see it in the way they carried themselves with no inhibitions and a certain level of relentless boredom. The marshal gave a succinct introduction that none of the others cared about. After that, he told everyone to prepare for the day. Their standard routine involved spearheading reclamation efforts, allowing wagons and personnel to recover corpses and materials. They would head to the sites of major bombardment zones that the mages had cleared out beforehand and do their work there. By now, the first bombardment was ending, so they would head out soon. Dirk was already prepared to fight, as was Exos. So they just had to wait. Everyone else in the barracks threw on their gear with practiced routines and started assembling. There were several other teams as well, many of differing levels. But it seemed that Dirk and Exos would be working in the Marshal's team, probably in an effort to ensure their lives. He undoubtedly didn't want to risk them dying under his watch out of fear for the repercussions. He probably didn't want them there at all. After some time, the teams all assembled. Dirk and Exos stood within the Marshal's group, which consisted of only 4 people. They were the elites who were responsible for watching over the entire operation as they went out there. Move to staging. A shout was heard, and all the teams were moved through the fort and out to the stronghold's roof. They arrived among pillboxes and fortifications. In front of them was the sloped wall that was covered in countless metal spikes, along with corpses impaled across them. Now, Dirk was able to get a front-row view of the battlefield. The monsters were led by generals, so the tens of thousands of monsters didn't wildly attack the wall. Instead, huge armies of them constantly moved, creating various currents like an ocean that churned in the distance. The movements created a faint rumble that constantly droned throughout the landscape, something Dirk had noticed a while ago. Only now, it was far more prominent. Dirk could see the monster waves in the distance, and in one area, there was a huge pile of corpses and fire along with the wild fluctuations of elemental mana. It was located between the stronghold and the currents of monsters. A recently bombarded zone, and the target of their mission. Reclaimers ready. A man yelled, and all the nearby dwarves primed themselves. Several wagons also began rolling out. At the same time, several rows of spikes suddenly retracted, making the slope flat and easy to run down. Finally, the voice gave the order. Commence. Ha! There were several shouts as a few dozen men shot out of the stronghold, stepping into no man's land and charging. Craters and ridges plagued the landscape, but it was nothing that could hinder the agility of those present. Dirk and Exos charged along behind the Marshal and his team. Dirk kept up easily, and Exos seemed to be able to as well. But his running was peculiar. Dirk knew that one of his legs was a magical prosthetic, and it seemed that leg was much stronger than the other because it launched him forward with every step. His other leg merely steadied him. So he was slower, but not by too much. They weren't running at full speed anyway, only keeping ahead of the wagons. It took only a few minutes to arrive at the site, and Dirk subsequently got a whiff of all the blood and smoke from the bombardment. There were also massive piles of corpses, most of them blown to bits. There had to be at least 1,000 in the immediate area. However, there were also some scavengers. Several dozen monsters were found snacking on all the corpses. After all, it was easy food that they didn't have to fight over. These were the ones they needed to dispose of, as well as protect the wagons from any other stragglers. Take care of them. I count 23 rank 5s. 7 rank SIXS. A few casters in the back. The soldiers all started evaluating their enemies in what seemed like standard procedure. And then, without much suspense, teams went and started hunting. They all hunted in groups, keeping safe while disposing of the monsters as fast as possible. After all, getting caught by yourself in an unpredictable battlefield was a recipe for disaster. As for the Marshal, his team went on the hunt without so much as a word. After surveying the place, he turned around to Dirk and Exos. Alright, I'll have you guys join the teams to hunt. He spoke while glancing at Exos behind him, but when he looked around more, he couldn't find Dirk. He frowned. Where's your friend? I'm not sure. He disappeared at some point. Exos looked around with similar confusion. He barely even realized Dirk was gone at all. Meanwhile, the man himself had taken his own path to hunting. And unbeknownst to him, a general was watching him from atop the stronghold's tower, his eyes gleaming with great interest. Chapter 145, Lightning. From General Umangat's vantage point, he could see Dirk enter combat. And despite being so far away, clarity was no issue with a bit of magic and his exceptional eyes. And surely, it was a sight to see, even though he couldn't see some things. What exactly did it mean to be built for assassination? Most thought that assassins would only work in the dark, appearing for but a moment before taking a life and slipping back into the shadows. Their attacks were sharp, swift, lethal, and most importantly, stealthy. But in this world, anybody worth assassinating had enough power to protect themselves from danger. This meant that assassins weren't built as one would typically think. General Umangat knew about all types of battle. He stood at the pinnacle of this world's power hierarchy. He touched on the truths of the world and its inner workings. The knowledge he grasped couldn't be fathomed by most. And the things he knew about regarding the dark world that slithered within the foundation of every empire would never be glimpsed by anyone who didn't deserve to know. But it seemed that Dirk embodied precisely all those things that nobody should know. His lethal style of battle, the inhuman battle sense, and his ability to operate beyond the perception of those around him. He could turn any battlefield into a place advantageous for his work. It didn't matter if it was in broad daylight. Everything he did made him the icon of the perfect assassin. In fact, calling him a mere assassin didn't do justice to his horrifying skill in the art of killing. Even with all his knowledge, Umangat couldn't fathom just how scarily good Dirk was at delivering death to his enemies. In fact, he was sure that his only limiter was the power contained within his own body. There were a few dozen monsters around the site of the bombardment, and more had begun to make their way over in order to pick away at the corpses like scavengers. The longer the reclamation team was there, the harder things would become as they attracted attention. And Dirk didn't cooperate with any of the groups that fought off the scavengers. Instead, he bounced between the groups, interjecting at just the right moments to either kill a monster or debilitate it to let the group finish it easily. His movements were erratic, and since Umangat was so far away, he couldn't quite keep up with everything he was doing. This was because he seemed to be using a version of void walking he had never seen before. He was also lightly using some stealth technique, obscuring him even further. Regardless, Umangat finally understood why this kid had given him such a bad feeling when they first met. He was basically the walking incarnation of death. Despite not having the power, he absolutely had the skill necessary in order to kill them. And the only reason he couldn't kill them was because, without power, skill wasn't allowed to cross certain boundaries. It was a baffling thing to think about. The mere thought of a child like this, not even a fraction of his age, being able to surpass him in any area related to combat was an impossible thought. But, if not for this, General Feller wouldn't have reacted as harshly as he did. It made Dirk an impossible existence. Someone so attuned to battle that, within his power limits, he was untouchable. All he had to do was grow his power, undoing his only shackle, and outright gaining the ability to kill everyone around him. Of course, the only saving grace was that power came in many different forms, enough to create a slight gray area at the limits of his power level. This gray area was perhaps the only uncertainty in Dirk's ability to kill someone. But below that gray area at least, so long you were within his sheer power limit, your fate was already sealed. After watching Dirk battle for around 15 minutes, the general finally saw the entire team begin their return. Huge wagons full of corpses, now considered materials, were hauled back to the stronghold. He sighed while turning away. To think that this monstrous young man was also operating with the vampire princess Pandora. He knew how cunning she could be. There were no small amount of reports on her doings in regard to the vampire nobility and hostilities with Horizon. She was dangerous for a whole different reason. Combine those two together. Umangat almost groaned. Let's just hope they leave before making any huge messes. The day consisted of 5 trips to bombardment zones for reclamation. Whenever Dirk headed out and entered battle, he would work on practicing his magic and refining his rook-class aura. His void walking was perhaps his greatest tool for mobility, so he focused on it a lot. Stealth was also important, especially if he would need to escape from strong enemies anytime soon. Using these spells and pushing their limits allowed him to glimpse even more comprehensions into the dark element. But just as importantly, he also worked on his lightning techniques. The main one he focused on was the auxiliary technique he mimicked from those lightning snakes. Now that he had completed muscle destruction, Dirk could stream lightning through them without significantly damaging them. This didn't give him a boost in strength. His anima was responsible for that. Instead, it multiplied his speed and reactions. By sending a bolt of lightning through the right muscles and tendons, he could turn his legs into whips and make his punches explosive. He could also swing swords with far more force. It was like propelling his body with explosives. This also made it difficult to control, even when dialing the lightning down. But the results were without question. If he learned to accurately combine the strength of his anima with the effects of this lightning technique, he would be able to outright multiply his combat power without actually increasing his overall power level. Of course, this was the simple result. But a bit more realistically, Dirk had a long way to go before perfecting this lightning technique. It was brutish, a mere fraction of the ability the lightning snakes had displayed. They used it with far more deft and finesse, pulling far more strength out of much less power. It was why they could produce lightning attacks with terrifying explosive power, yet when Dirk let out a lightning attack, it was weak while consuming copious amounts of energy. His comprehensions into the lightning element were shallow at best. After all, he was taught nothing about it at the academy. He was barely taught anything about the metal element either. This was because these specialties were far too dangerous to be simply taught freely. The Empire would only allow one to utilize those specialties after they had chained you down, that chain being the military. This was what Dirk's mother had meant when she said that what he had been taught at Azure's Mountain was still extremely valuable. It wasn't because the spells or techniques themselves were exceptional, even though they were, but because nobody knew them. Dirk learned how to use his metal element to turn even basic earth magic into something several times deadlier. His Earth Guard had gained far more strength with the metal element integrated. And all the dark techniques opened up a world of exceptional lethality and horrifyingly effective curses. And now, his lightning element was finally being put to use. Even Azura didn't have anything for lightning, and what Horizon had didn't seem to be in depth. It seemed to be an exceptionally rare specialty. But Dirk wasn't out of luck, because he got something better than anything he could attain from Horizon or even the treasury of the Dark Kingdom. He got a gift from a lightning dragon, one that contained all sorts of profound details about the element as a whole. There was nowhere better to get something than from the source, after all. And not willing to waste it, Dirk had long since been sifting through that lightning crystal Yuvos handed him. Only now though was he finally able to put things into practice. There was a long way to go, but even a single battle helped him clarify several details. And with his armor and muscle destruction completed, he could devote much more focus to these things. After returning from his first day of work, Dirk and Exos retreated to their residences. Pandora also met with them along the way. The two parties separated without many words, mainly because Exos was more tired than the thought he would be. He intended to get some early shut-eye. That left Dirk and Pandora to talk alone. She spoke to him in English upon entering their room. "Did you make any progress with the crystals?" "No. General Umangat had his eye on me the entire time I was out there. I'll work as soon as he learns to mind his own business." Dirk grumbled a bit, making Pandora smile. It seemed as if the general thought he was being discreet, but his gaze was too outstanding to Dirk, who was sensitive to just about every form of power there was. Because of that gaze, he didn't intend to do anything that would arouse suspicion. Pandora shrugged. "That's fine. We have time. I've just about completed the spell, so I'll deploy it tomorrow. This means monster movements will begin to shift. Stay on your toes, and keep Exos alive. Speaking of..." Dirk started setting out platters of food as he relaxed. Obsidius also popped out of his clothes, bouncing around the dining table with childish excitement. It seemed to still be overactive from the day of battle. Exos has some interesting abilities. He's absolutely deft in combat, and his inventions are capable. From what I saw, his primary weapons of choice are whips. These whips extend from his arms and seem to be anchored to his body augmentations directly, allowing them to take the brunt of the force while attacking. It takes perfect advantage of his abilities and attributes. Well, isn't that interesting? Seems like he isn't just a scientist. Dwarves do like to fight. I doubt he's much different. If he's able to build more augmentations for himself, then he'll only get stronger. Plus, his magic is rather amazing. He uses earth magic to control his whips in ways that physics normally wouldn't allow. They can lengthen significantly beyond their base length. They're also equipped with blades, allowing them to slice and grapple onto flesh like barbed wire. Dirk explained the abilities that Exos displayed in today's battle. They mostly consisted of earth magic, but Dirk also mentioned the presence of metal mana, something he likely saved for stronger attacks or defense. A dwarf having the metal specialization wasn't rare, so Dirk wasn't surprised that he had the same specialty. Unfortunately though, Exos wasn't a body refiner, so his ability to forge anything was limited. It was why he outsourced custom products to others for forging. On a tangent, Dirk also thought about how Exos had others produce potions for him that allowed him to install the augmentations onto himself and other test subjects like animals. This made him think that with his skill, he could forge things for Exos and Pandora could concoct the potions. Exos would then only need to enchant the augmentations. Maybe they could work together since that was the case. Though, if Exos would be taking up residence in the Dark Kingdom's capital in order to research more, then that wouldn't happen. It wasn't like Dirk and Pandora would just stop traveling to complete their missions. He thought it would be interesting though. Forging augmentations sounded interesting, so Dirk wanted to try. By the way, Pandora changed the topic after noting the details about Exos. I did some more digging into the church's presence here, and turns out, it's a lot deeper than expected. They've stationed a Tier 7 light mage here, and those of the church are basically the exclusive healers for this entire stronghold. So they're important to the entire population here, making things more complicated should we clash with them. Does that also mean this light mage can sense what you're doing? No, so long as I'm careful. That's the only reason I didn't finish my spell today. I'm reworking it. Regardless, the key artifact will come out at my beckon. We just need to prepare to snatch it and get the hell out of here, regardless of how. I've also prepared some other spells that should aid us in preventing others from figuring out about our target when the time comes. Pandora explained some more of her plan, making Dirk nod. It seemed like a solid plan, but the biggest uncertainty was how they were still underpowered. Despite being as accomplished as she was, Pandora wasn't a Tier 7, so it was unknown if they could see through her spells or if they wouldn't notice the artifact when it emerged. They were taking a risk, one that Dirk didn't like. But they were already behind, emerging into the world only a month after the war started. Then they spent several weeks saving a city and heading to the haven. They were only now working toward an objective. They couldn't allow other powers to take control of the artifacts, and the more time passed, the more they would learn about them. It wasn't impossible that, sometime in the future, they would need to battle higher powers for control of these powerful objects. In that case, the more they took control of, the better their ability to fight for the others. Dirk understood this, and because he was deciding to trust Pandora, he was moving forward with the plan. Since he decided to do this, he was all in. Nothing less would be enough to ensure a good outcome. Chapter 146, War. Over the next few days, Dirk and Exos continued to work with the reclamation squads. They would deploy to different zones of the battlefield and collect materials before returning and resting for a time. But this wasn't Dirk's only objective. His primary objective was placing down the dark mana crystals that Pandora had given him around the battlefield as well as throughout the city and even beyond the stronghold. Not only that, but after reworking her spell that attracted the key artifact, Pandora managed to give it a function that used Dirk as a relay, allowing her to operate the spell from the stronghold while he was out on the battlefield. This made it more discreet and more effective since it was sending out some kind of signal deeper toward the dragon lair. The key artifact was mobile and working either inside the lair or just beyond it. The spell was meant to attract it, and the effects were almost immediate. For one, the reclamation efforts became much harder. Dirk was basically a beacon for the monsters when her spell was active, so those in the vicinity often attacked with greater fervor. Also, the ocean of monsters changed its patterns, alerting the officers of the stronghold responsible for keeping track of the big picture. It was like the ocean of beasts became agitated, the tides changing and crashing forward with greater frequency. This resulted in the dwarven army sustaining more casualties and the stronghold being placed into a higher level of alert. The reclamation squad was also given more tasks to complete, some that had them moving deeper into enemy territory and sometimes taking down a strong target. Most of the time it was a monster that could cast strong spells, bombarding the stronghold and warranting a response. And this gave Dirk more leeway to do what he needed. It didn't take long to deploy all the crystals he needed to, and after being placed, they would conceal themselves so that monsters wouldn't go and eat them. So the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. And the target of the mission slowly started to show signs of itself, making Pandora excited. Even Dirk could feel its presence as it gradually moved onto the battlefield from its usual abode. But the aura it gave off made him realize that this mission would be more difficult than he thought it could be. It's close. I can't estimate anything now, but the next time you go out, you should be able to get a read on its power level. Pandora spoke to Dirk in the early morning. He had gotten busy since he was now an effective member of the reclamation squad, requiring him and Exos to report earlier than normal. But this was good for them. Just remember. Pandora straightened out his clothes before he left. I'll be on standby. If that artifact reveals itself and catches attention, then we'll move on it. Both of us are capable of reading a situation and knowing when to act, but I want you to trust my judgment and wait for my signal. It's possible that other variables will interfere, so we may need to move sooner or later depending on what happens. All right. But if it's weak, then I'll grab it. That's up to you. Just remember that this thing is meant to be the key to a source. Even at a lower power level, it's probably not an enemy you can take lightly. Don't be hesitant to retreat, because if you fight it, it could alert everyone including the generals. Then we're really screwed. Dirk nodded at Pandora's words. They were riding a delicate line. They would have to be subtle and act with absolution. They were going to be grabbing a treasure underneath the noses of several powerhouses, and one mistake could ruin everything. But if Dirk was good at anything, it was shock and awe. If the opportunity presented itself, then he would bring out everything he had on the flip of a dime. Pandora trusted this part of him as well. She didn't believe he would make any mistakes. This wasn't unlike many of the missions he had completed as a super soldier. So she sent him off with confidence. Now, she only needed to wait and prepare to move herself. Dirk and Exos were deployed on yet another mission. Commence. The familiar shout rang out, and their troops sprinted out of the stronghold. This time, there were no wagons with them. Their target was a large monster that was bombarding the stronghold with water spells. Even now, Dirk could see massive amounts of water spells flying through the skies over their heads and slamming into the walls and fortifications behind. Dwarves would raise defenses, but the amount of water coming didn't allow them to lower said defenses. This meant they couldn't launch many of their own spells, allowing the monsters to charge forward with no inhibition. Their job was to penetrate the horde and take out the monster acting as a living artillery unit. Because of this, there were almost 200 dwarves running with them. This huge troop barreled through the ocean of monsters, clashing with magic and blade while spearheading toward the target. As for Dirk, he had another goal in mind. There was a reason these monsters were acting with greater aggression, and he could feel the source of their change. It wasn't a feeling of power that everyone could sense, but a feeling in the earth element itself. It wasn't unlike the feeling a dragon gave off. The sovereign of an entire element. While the aura was obviously stifled, it was undoubtedly powerful. The key artifact. It's really is close. Dirk could sense the aura behind the monster that was launching water spells. So instead of helping the troop take down the monster faster and rid himself of a useful distraction, he shot ahead and activated stealth to its fullest extent. He disappeared, nobody even realizing he was gone. This was partly because nobody noticed and because people realized that Dirk naturally operated in the shadows of battle, so they didn't pay him much mind. He bypassed the huge water monster. It was actually a massive slime, easily standing 12 meters tall and composed of what seemed like an ocean of mana. Dirk couldn't really sense water mana, but what he did sense gave him a slightly oppressing feeling. This slime really was dangerous, as expected since it was a living artillery unit. Huge spell circles appeared around it, creating lances and shells of water that would shoot off into the sky and slam into the stronghold's defenses. Even from so far away they could hear the booms, and this unit wasn't undefended. The slime was guarded by no small amount of monsters, and that wasn't even mentioning the thousands of monsters already around it. So it would take some time to kill it. Dirk smiled at this fact before moving on. Even as the sounds of battle raged behind him, he kept his gaze forward. About 5 miles away. Let's hurry. Dirk estimated the distance before shooting off. His powerful legs carried him hundreds of meters with every bound, the fruits of muscle destruction showing themselves off. And his blood destruction ensured he had more than enough stamina to do this for miles. Combined with some magic, it took no more than a minute or so to reach the source of that aura. And what he saw left him curious. There was a small construction, what looked like a castle standing no more than 20 meters tall. It was entirely composed of stone, but Dirk initially mistook it for metal. The stone was gray and so compact that it had no imperfections to speak of, looking more like metal than rock. There was a gate leading into this small castle too, and it revealed what seemed like a workshop. And from this workshop operated a humanoid figure. Upon closer inspection, Dirk actually made it out to be a suit of armor. This suit of armor would construct platings of stone and metal before equipping its guards with it. And these guards were actually golems, beings made of stone and metal themselves. Some were large, 2 standing taller than the castle itself, while the others were shorter. And from all of them, Dirk could feel a high tier. The short golems held a mana core standing at tier 5, while the taller golems were just barely below tier 6. And the suit of armor, the mastermind, also seemed to be the slightest bit below tier 6. Dirk settled his gaze on the suit of armor. That was it. The key artifact of Earth. The suit didn't look like normal knight armor. Instead, it was sleek, composed of layered plates of metal and various segmented structures. Dirk immediately knew that it was masterfully created, a construction of the highest level despite its lesser power. The shapes of each plate was perfect, integrating with each other in a synergistic way that resulted in both flexibility and unbreakable defenses. It was a perfect suit of armor, and the enchanted lines along its body revealed a far deeper power that Dirk couldn't even begin to grasp. I wonder if I could integrate that with Obsidius. But it's also sentient to some degree, so I don't know if combining the two is even possible. The little blob might die during the process. Still, it's armor I would love to have. Dirk pondered, wondering what it would be like to equip that armor. Not only was its construction perfect, but it was backed by an extremely powerful core. Dirk knew that it would be much more powerful than the height of tier 5 if it wasn't for the seals the dragons had imposed on them. But this meant it only had room to grow. Dirk wanted it. He observed all this from a couple 100 meters away. Unfortunately, he also knew he couldn't subdue it. It was too powerful, and he hadn't yet seen its actual limits. He would need Pandora. However, before he could return, the artifact suddenly stopped. It turned its helmeted head, its non-existent eyes looking directly at where Dirk was located. Seeing that, Dirk didn't hesitate. He cast Void Walking, his figure flickering before appearing 20 meters away. Then, he bolted off back toward the stronghold. Unfortunately, just after taking a step to launch his body in a bound, the earth mana around him surged. Large walls shot out of the ground, threatening to cage him in, while spikes threatened to impale him from below. Arrows also sailed down from above, heading straight for his dark figure. An attack from all sides. Luckily, Dirk's reactions were even quicker. Before the walls could even complete, he void walked yet again. This time, he took 3 steps. 3 of his figures appeared in 3 different places, the third beyond the walls. Then, the previous 2 disappeared, leaving him beyond the cage. It took some energy out of him though, and if this continued, it would be bad. So he activated his anima and shot off faster than he'd come, covering 100 meters in a mere second. A few monsters who were in his way exploded as he barreled through them. This time, the artifact wasn't able to try and cage him in again. However, he could feel it on his tail. Behind him, the artifact was surfing on the ground, its feet riding a wave of dirt and rock and propelling it no slower than Dirk's sprinting. It put Dirk under a lot of pressure, but he knew that he couldn't be pinned down, so he continued as he was. At the same time, he found an opportunity to take out a small pendant from Pandora. Activating it, he initiated a call. Yes? Her sweet voice echoed in his mind. The response was anything but. I've been compromised. The artifact is on my tail and I'm retreating to the stronghold. Shit. She cursed before going silent. Now the situation was serious. We're acting now then. What's the power level? The smallest bit below tier 6, but it sure doesn't act like a mere tier 5. It's a suit of armor and can cast every kind of earth magic, including metal spells. Understood. Pandora went silent again, and Dirk continued to run. It was several moments later before he got a response. Continue toward the stronghold, but when in range, I want you to disappear. Honestly, I can already feel something in the distance, so there's no doubt the others do as well. Luckily, I've prepared some things. Here's the plan. She collected herself and gave the order. Arrive, disappear, and let the others fight it. We're going to borrow the strength of the stronghold. Nobody can know that the artifact is after you, or that you know of it in any way. Not until the opportune moment. Understood? Yes. Dirk responded with slight hesitation. Pandora obviously sensed this, so she gave one more reassurance before hanging up. Trust me. With that, her voice disappeared. Dirk put the pendant away, the artifact still hot on his heels. The delicate situation had turned even more so. General Umangat suddenly stood within his office, his eyes turning to a window. What the hell is heading over here? He could sense a great disturbance in the earth element. There was no way it could escape his senses. Although pure souls were the rarest things to have in the world, those at the top of the power hierarchy either had one such soul or something very close. It was the only reason they could reach the level they did. Umangat, a tier 8 earth mage, could naturally feel exactly what Pandora had. Something was getting closer, and it held sovereignty over the earth element itself. But it was stifled, making it all the more curious. Like a dragon bound by chains. And unlike Dirk, Umangat could estimate its power even from so far away. Tier 5, but much more powerful. It's more like a tier 7. Even then, one of my tier 7 marshals may not be able to handle it. This thing is powerful, and no monster. He made all these deductions, and suddenly, the walls of his office bloomed open like they were made of fragments. He stepped through, the walls closing behind him as a platform of metal formed beneath his feet. Like this, he floated down through the air and arrived at the front of the stronghold. At the same time, there were some changes in the activity of the monsters. They all surged backward, away from the walls. In the distance, Umangat could see a reclamation team still battling with the water slime. But they were about to be overrun. So with a hand, he reached out toward them. From atop the stronghold, Pandora could see the general. There was no way she didn't have an eye on everything with what was about to happen. But she was still shocked to see what the general suddenly did. From his hand, earth mana exploded out, reaching across nearly a mile before hands of stone suddenly grabbed the entire 200 soldiers of the reclamation team. They were all moved back, being carried by these hands and dropped in front of the stronghold that was now devoid of monsters. Then, the general shouted, his voice amplified. "Everyone to your battle stations. Full lockdown in effect." His voice rattled the entire stronghold. There was a moment of deafening silence, and then, alarms suddenly blared through the entire structure. Thousands of soldiers suddenly moved, mages surging into the topmost fortifications while body refiners took up defensive positions between them. Inside the stronghold, the entire city had retreated into buildings. Everyone who wasn't a soldier disappeared into their homes or safe houses. Just about every business halted operations. The words of a general were absolute here, no different than that of their king. And, when a full lockdown went into effect, it could only mean that this stronghold was about to fight for its survival. Of course, it didn't initially seem like it. Tens of thousands of monsters suddenly retreated, running away from the stronghold. But then, they stopped. Like that, they entered a stalemate, a massive gap of empty land between spiked walls and a ferocious army. A few minutes passed like that. It seemed like nothing was going to happen. But then, everyone could see something rising in the distance. It was a castle. But, unlike a stone castle, this one was composed entirely of metal. And it almost rivaled the stronghold in size. It was a few hundred meters tall, looking like a palace. And its entire construction was riddled with magical formations that glowed a deep silver. Once this structure was built, everyone could feel an oppressive aura wash over them. All the armies along the wall were focused solely on that castle and all its beautiful formations. But for those that were attuned to the power behind that aura, it felt like they were about to face a behemoth. General Umangat frowned. Beside him, several of his most powerful subordinates assembled. They all gazed into the distance. And they watched as the armies of monsters gathered their most formidable creatures before the castle. "They want war." Umangat spoke, his voice reverberating across the walls. It caused all the soldiers to snap out of their enamor. The next moment, their blood boiled. Dwarves were a race of people who didn't necessarily enjoy fighting. But they were always mistaken to be an aggressive race that would take a fight whenever the opportunity came around. But the reality was, arguably, the opposite. They were a peaceful people who loved to indulge themselves in the fruits of their labor and skill. Only, in order to preserve peace, one needed to be capable of great violence. That led to one mantra that all dwarves lived by. Peace through strength. When threatened by another enemy, when standing opposite to an army who wanted nothing more than to overrun them and destroy everything they had built over hundreds and thousands of years, they felt the call of battle. The war had beckoned them, and they would respond. Umangat's words only stoked that fire as he roared with passion. "Hoist the black flag. Today, we give them war. Rah!" All the dwarves along the walls let out their battle cries, shaking the skies as all the mana in the atmosphere was kicked up in a hurricane. And with that as the signal, all the monsters in the distance suddenly flooded forward. The battle had begun. Chapter 147, Battle. From amidst the dwarven army, Pandora could see dozens of black flags being raised. These were the wartime flags of the dwarven haven. To see these black flags was usually a nightmare. It meant that the dwarven army was at total war with an enemy. And if you were there to see those flags, it likely meant that you would die not long after. The haven hadn't been in a war for a long time. But Pandora had read many records about past wars, and all of them were basically tales out of legends. There was a reason they were the economic capital of the world and could stand unhindered. All races gathered in their empire to trade and do business, but none dared to encroach upon them despite being allowed to operate within their borders. It was because the dwarven people were perhaps the most fearsome of all the races when it came to war. In Pandora's opinion, only the humans could outclass them in that department. These black flags were a symbol which meant that the dwarves would hold their ground until the last man. And at no point in history did those black flags ever fall. General Umangat naturally realized the threat the artifact posed. It seemed like he had a better idea than even Dirk did. But there was one other factor that made him feel a greater sense of urgency. How unfortunate. To think General Feller suddenly had to leave. Who could have guessed a threat so great would suddenly appear not long after? Pandora smirked while speaking in a hushed tone. General Feller's sudden leave was one of her tactics. It was because she determined him to be a greater threat to their work than General Umangit. Taking that piece off the board was a way to eliminate variables. Because, unlike Dirk and similar to Umangit, she had a good idea of how strong the artifact was. Its power level was inconsequential. Instead, she was concerned about the fact that this artifact was perfectly attuned to the elements in every way. It had no less knowledge than a dragon, making it a deadly opponent to face. If it had been restricted to tier 3 or 4, then it may have been manageable. But now that it had been unshackled so much, she knew she couldn't handle it. So as she told Dirk, they would need to borrow strength. And she was confident that it would be able to triumph over Umangit. Because how could Umangit, a mere dwarf, win in a battle of magic against a key artifact that was built by one of the strongest dragons in existence and made to operate a source? Umangit was lucky that the artifact was handicapped, otherwise he wouldn't have the slightest chance in the first place. Now, all she needed to do was wait. She watched as the castle was built, and she watched as the monster armies charged forward. And she knew what they were after. Even now, the artifact was being goaded by her, the effects far more potent now that it was closer. She was tempting it with freedom. Her spell had been developed after the record shared with her details about the seals on the artifact. So she used these, projecting the keys to the seals outward. The artifact sensed these keys that would unshackle it and came running. After all, it had originally been tier 4, but it had broken free of one seal that allowed it to rise toward tier 5. But it had hit a wall, the seals becoming too powerful to simply break with brute force. It wanted Pandora's knowledge, and seeing as how she was being protected by the entire dwarven stronghold, the artifact gathered its armies and declared war. The monsters surged like a tidal wave, and from the dwarven stronghold came thousands of large-scale spells that exploded amidst the monster armies. Large gaps were created, corpses flying through the air as they were dismembered, releasing huge pools of blood. But the monsters seemed endless. Luckily, magic wasn't the strong suit of the dwarven army. At the forefront stood thousands of dwarven knights, their spears, shield, axes, and swords all hoisted and ready to meet their foes. They roared with valor, feeling their ancestral instincts kick into overdrive, their body entering a state of fight or flight. Only, it was too bad for the monsters that dwarves were too bulky to fly. They met the charging hordes head-on, and cut every monster down. RHH. Pandora could hear screams, not of pain, but of unbridled aggression. No dwarf fell to the first wave. Their strength couldn't be matched by brutish monsters with no tact or skill. Their bodies were a steel wall that the fleshy beasts couldn't break down. But that was only the beginning. Suddenly, from the castle emerged 5 large golems. Unlike the ones Dirk had seen, these golems stood a colossal 60 meters tall. They looked like segmented robots with massive bodies of stone. And there was one golem that stood a head above the other 4. It took the lead with its entirely metal body. Hundreds of spells landed on its body, but they merely left burn marks or small dents that did nothing to hinder it. Obviously, they were the elites. Beside them there were also some monsters that bloomed with savage auras of tier 6 and 7. Seeing this, Umangit waved. All marshals, deploy. Oh yeah. The marshals all shot off the stronghold walls with excitement. It wasn't often that they got to battle a formidable enemy, so they relished in the opportunity. Several bodies flew or bounced through the armies, the dwarven elites launching themselves straight at the golems. Only, the golems' speed betrayed their stature. They swatted at the marshals with shocking agility, a couple of them being caught in mid-air and smacked to the side. A few craters were created, but the dwarves merely shot back out with brighter rage. This time, they were faster and stronger, arriving before the golems and chopping down with their weapons. Some also met monsters that came to intercept. Pandora watched as these demigods did battle at the behest of their kings. Only, she wasn't impressed by the displays. Her thoughts were otherwise, in fact. How can such stupid and brutish people come to wield such atrocious power? It's unfair to those who are so much smarter and skillful. Dirk could do dozens of times more damage with that level of power. She frowned for several moments as she watched the battles. Pandora's perspective as someone who had come from a world with no such powers was obviously unique. It was so even on said planet. On Earth, these dwarven elites would be nothing more than cannon fodder. At best, they would be a soldier only superior to the ordinary. But here, they wielded strength capable of dominating entire cities. She felt it unfair to those who were truly superior, and her icon of absolute superiority was Dirk. After all, he had been the most fearsome super soldier on Earth. She felt that only he was deserving of such world-shattering power. Whatever. At least we'll be another step closer to that kind of power after all this. If he gets this artifact, it'll mean a massive jump in combat strength. She bit her thumb while watching. Even until now, she had no idea where Dirk was. He hadn't come back to the stronghold, so he was somewhere amidst that raging battlefield. He was lurking, waiting for the opportune moment. He was a shadow that drifted among the explosions and corpses, constantly watching and stalking his target until he could explode with everything he had to dominate his objective. Truly, Pandora couldn't think of anybody better to have at her side. To know that the greatest super soldier was out there and that she could unhesitantly trust his abilities was the best form of assurance she could ask for. Normally she had to question everything about her subordinates, but not with Dirk. It was the main reason she also felt hurt at his lack of trust for her, and why she was so desperate to solidify the trust he offered. Several hours passed, and the battle was building towards its climax. The two true behemoths had yet to step out. General Umangat remained atop the stronghold walls the entire time his armies fought, never once leaving, and never once taking his eyes off of the artifact. That suit of armor sat atop its castle, acting similarly to Umangat. It oversaw all the monsters and watched as its golems fought the marshals of the dwarven army. Just faintly, Umangat felt that the artifact was resembling him, almost as if it were learning. And over time, Umangat also learned just how special the artifact was. It was no monster, and it surely wasn't one of the races of this world. It was a sentient, living object, and one that was attuned deeply to the earth element. Umangat realized this more than anyone, and he also realized that it would be an even more formidable enemy than initially thought. And the time would come for him to fight it. That time would come when the golems fell, determining the momentum of the armies and forcing the hand of the losing general. Only, Umangat knew it wouldn't be his hand that was forced. Because as time went on, he saw as his marshals dominated their enemies. It almost seemed natural that they would win, but the golems were shockingly powerful. None of the marshals had an easy time, and some had to assist each other. But they would win. Pandora saw this too, but unlike Umangat, she knew that victory would come at a price. She knew the golems held more within them than the marshals thought, and that naivety would take its toll. In the middle of the battlefield, the 5 golems looked like they were swatting at flies as they fought the marshals. Occasionally, one of their hits landed, injuring the marshals. But for the most part, the battle was one-sided. The marshals slowly whittled the golems down. However, at some point, the golems' attack patterns changed. It seemed like the golems were mindless. They may have been agile, but a large target had a hard time hitting a smaller one, especially when they were fast. They weren't trying anything new. They were just acting like punching bags. It made Umangat wonder why the artifact bothered building these golems in the first place if they would just stand there and take a beating. But then, out of nowhere, Umangat saw as one golem expertly predicted the attack of one of his marshals. Said marshal wielded a large war axe, constantly chopping down and leaving huge scars across the golem's body. To him, it felt like he was chopping down a tree with how tedious the process was, but even he could only respect just how resilient the golem's body was. But then, just as he was about to land another blow on the golem's shoulder, he watched as the golem's body tilted and a hand appeared above him. He barely braced before he was smacked down to the floor. Boom! His body cratered on the ground, taking out a dozen monsters underneath. Then, the golem shot down its hand, piercing into the ground and grabbing the marshal. The dwarf struggled as he only got a second or two to recover. He roared, exploding with bodily power and attempting to brute force his way out of the golem's grasp. But then, to his horror and the horror of those watching, the golem's hand morphed, and a dozen spikes shot out from its palm. The dwarf was impaled and skewered, his body freezing as the life instantly faded from his eyes. Umangit's eyes widened in shock, but that was only the beginning. Pandora's face was neutral as all the other golems exploded with their own morphing abilities, catching every marshal off guard and delivering blows far more dangerous than any before. It was like their programming had changed on the flip of a dime. But unlike the others, Pandora knew that there was no way these golems were built simply. The entire time, she could see them watching. She could see the light mana fluctuate around the golems as they took and delivered blows. They analyzed, learned the patterns of their adversaries, but were patient even under the beatings. And as soon as they saw an opportunity, they all exploded with the true depth of their power. How could they not be capable of earth magic? Their entire existence was running on magic in the first place. So the ability to cast magic on themselves, using their body as the catalyst, was almost too easy to predict. And the marshals adapted as soon as it happened. Unfortunately, a few were injured by the surprise attacks. And from then on, the tables turned. The golems suppressed each of their enemies, utilizing magic with shocking tact as they chained their blows and predicted the movements of the marshals. Their bodies morphed in odd ways in order to accommodate their tactics, and their large limbs only moved faster after exploding with power. Umangit shivered in place. He couldn't easily enter the battle, because then the artifact would move as well. That could endanger those below, especially if the artifact was indiscriminate. But one of his marshals had instantly died and several others were wounded. Everyone understood that death was a part of war, but to die against these monsters was far worse than in a war between another empire. Lowly monsters do not deserve to take the lives of their superior. Damn it. Feller, you stupid meathead. The one time I needed you here and you gallivant off to the capital. Umangit's roars echoed across the stronghold, his rage palpable and uninhibited. To the side, Pandora only smiled. Indeed, General Feller, a rank 8 body refiner, would have been able to single-handedly tip the scales. But she couldn't have that, now could she? And how sad was it that the only thing she had to do to get him to leave was promise him a personal train car? It was almost too easy. Soldiers, consolidate. Suddenly, Umangit yelled out an order, and the entire dwarven army heeded his call. By now, the dwarves had set up a defensive wall ahead of the stronghold. But on a whim, they abandoned the ground they gained and retreated to just in front of the wall. This command was used when the behemoths were about to enter. Umangit was preparing to deploy himself, but he would need to ensure the lives of those who could get caught in the crossfire. However, the process took time. And in that time, Umangit watched as two golems suddenly united. They moved toward each other, and in exchange for ignoring one blow, they combined attacks and pincered another marshal. This marshal, a sword wielder, found himself caught between 4 hands. And before he could even reach out to fight back, dozens of spikes jutted out, impaling him in several places. Umangit thought him dead, and he reacted violently. But then, he saw as that marshal moved. His aura exploded, his most vital areas barely kept defended. But he didn't have long. So, in one final blaze of glory, that sword wielder expended every last drop of energy he had. His aura blazed from within the spiked cage of the golem's hands, his sword swinging out in what seemed like all directions. Just like that, the 4 hands that entrapped him were all diced into several pieces. However, the marshal was only left to fall, his body rapidly cooling before his life was whisked away by the Almighty. His corpse was caught by another marshal who retreated. This marshal went back to Umangit, placing the corpse down nearby. The marshal looked toward his general, not with pleading, but with resolve. And then, he turned to head back out, despite his injuries. He would not let his friend's sacrifice be in vain. But before he could leave, he was stopped by a large hand. Umangat stood, his visage neutral, but his soul brimming with rage. "That's enough." The general spoke while taking a step forward. Below his foot manifested a small platform of stone, carrying him into the air. The retreating dwarves watched as their general entered the battlefield, and they all let out cries of valor. The death of 2 marshals was a heavy price to pay, and not a single golem had yet fallen. Only 2 had been crippled, but those wounds were already regenerating. Umangat would stand by no longer. "Retreat." His words were heeded, the rest of the marshals disengaging. But they stood at the ready nearby, helping their armies retreat while watching their general. As if in agreement, the golems didn't pursue. Instead, they gathered and stood before Umangat, forming a wall between him and their king. The dwarves had lost the battle, but not yet the war. In the end, victory would hinge on the success of their greatest fighter. However, Umangat wasn't the only high-level fighter. Suddenly, by his side appeared a man draped in white robes. On his back was a large symbol resembling the 2 large eyes of a dragon surrounded by complex spell formations. The Sovereign Church. "General Umangat. I offer my assistance." Acolyte Bansfog. Umangat looked to his side, seeing the draped acolyte of the church. This acolyte was a dwarf, but unlike other dwarfs, kept a very reserved and proper appearance. Most of dwarven civility came from the teachings of the church, and these members were icons of those teachings. As for this Bansfog, although he was a Tier 7 light mage, he wasn't educated in the more secret spells of the church. This gave him the lesser rank of acolyte, and he primarily served the church and others as a very powerful healer. But he wasn't totally useless in combat. And seeing everything that had happened, he also couldn't stand by any longer. After all, he too was a dwarf, and this stronghold could not fall. Umangat readily welcomed this capable assistant, and so, the 2 faced off against the artifact and 5 golems. Then, the general exploded with unprecedented power. Chapter 148, Titan. Dirk watched from amidst the battlefield. He saw everything, from the death of 2 marshals to the entrance of the general and the church's Tier 7 light mage. But he never once acted out in order to help. And in all honesty, there wasn't much he could do against the golems. He might be able to hinder them somewhat, and there was no way he could be hurt by such predictable and slow giants. But killing them was another matter entirely unless he knew their weakness. However, he could in fact barely see what seemed to be their core. There was a complex amalgamation of earth mana within their bodies, and despite their bodies being entirely solid and unmoving, that core could frequently change positions. It was odd, like an animal that could freely change the position of its heart. But he didn't question it much. Such a high-level application of magic wasn't unexpected from a key artifact. However, it seemed that Umangat was easily able to pick out these weaknesses. Because after he stepped out, he cast a series of spells that precisely targeted these cores. Umangat didn't even need to cast anything in order to create something. Magic came as easily as breathing to him, and that made it almost like instant casting. In one moment, he was just sitting high in the sky. But in the next, Dirk saw 5 massive metal spikes appear around him. Each one was horribly compressed with dense metal mana, making his neck tingle. The spikes were then spun like a drill, and with a grunt, Umangat launched them toward the golems. Each of those spikes seemed to have been launched from a cannon as they made contact with the golems' bodies and pierced through like a knife through butter. But their collision created the horrible sounds of screeching metal, making everyone cover their ears and monsters scream out in discomfort. It was only for a moment though, because the next 4 of the golems slowly collapsed on themselves, their cores accurately pierced and destroyed, the massive spikes sticking out of their bodies like spears. But one remained standing. It was the Alpha, the entirely metal golem that had been hardly injured by any of the marshals, and the one responsible for the first marshal's death. Umangat narrowed his eyes, realizing that, while he could destroy the golem as much as he wanted, the complexity of the enchantments within the golem made it incredibly resilient. How a mere tier 5 was able to construct such a monstrosity was beyond him. He raised his hand, intending to finish the job. But before he could cast a spell, the acolyte Bansfog stepped up. "Allow me, General. Save your energy for the real enemy." "Very well." He nodded as Bansfog cast a few other spells. Neither of these spells were aimed at the golem. Rather, they targeted the other marshals. "Assist me." "Yes." All the marshals re-entered the battlefield as the light of the acolyte blessed their bodies with newfound strength. Umangat allowed them to collectively bring down the metal golem, deciding that it was a good thing for them to redeem themselves for the death of their two brothers. That way, they could ease their minds and boost the morale of the army. But the cheers didn't reach Umangat. He was too focused on his true enemy. He faced off against the artifact that continued to stand tall atop its castle. It didn't react to the death of its golems. Unlike him, it didn't hold any sort of emotions, at least not that it acted on. But he could tell that it was focused, seeing him as an enemy. Umangat sensed the hostility, but that didn't mean he understood why. Why was this thing attacking, and why now of all times? Umangat felt suspicious of the entire situation, especially because Feller had only recently been called back. It was the worst time for anything big to happen, and yet here this artifact was. But those were matters he couldn't focus on right now. Because right as he was about to cast some more spells, the artifact's metal castle suddenly collapsed. The entire structure morphed, folding in on itself and reforming around its body. Like that, Umangat watched as another golem was created. Except, unlike the plain golems that were only 60 meters tall, this one was identical to the artifact's suit of armor, and it was an even more colossal 100 meters tall. Umangat could tell that this artifact wasn't obscenely powerful. However, what it lacked in power was more than compensated for in sheer complexity. Its knowledge of the earth element seemed unrivaled as it created a construct that could move no differently from its own body. Then, it launched an attack. Across the giant armor, thousands of spell circles appeared, using its body as a conduit to launch from. And then, the same spikes that Umangat previously created were launched, except in much greater numbers. With a flurry of his sleeves, Umangat responded with several thousand spells of his own. Expect, all these spells created large flat discs which he used to intercept the spikes. And each one met its mark. It was like the artifact was shooting targets out of the sky, each disc nullifying the spikes and sending them limply to the floor where they killed hundreds of unlucky monsters. Umangat responded right after, his hand grabbing out toward the ground and his fist clasping as if grabbing something. "Come, my domain of conquest." Rumble. It was as if the world responded to his words. The ground roiled as metal rose from beneath the earth, gathering en masse and forming the body of a titan. This titan wielded a large spear and shield, towering just as high as the artifact. And in mere moments, it pierced out with a thrust, the spear threatening to impale the artifact's chest. But it dodged with agility, turning its body until the spear could only slice its shoulder. But the slice was deep, and it was clear that this wasn't a mere battle of massive constructs. Dirk, who was near ground zero of this battle, could feel the fluctuations in the earth element the greatest. This was especially so since he was attuned to it. And the feeling left him suffocating. His control of the element vanished entirely, and if not for the strength of his soul, the earth mana within him would have been sucked out to fuel Umangat's creation. This level of control was something Dirk had never experienced before. The only thing he could compare it to was Eldritch Primordial barring him from wielding the dark element. But even that was so far beyond him that he couldn't really grasp what had happened. But Umangat's domain wasn't like that. It was well within his limits of comprehension and he could feel it affect him the instant it was created. It felt like Umangat had become king of the earth, and he had become nothing more than a lowly servant that couldn't defy the whims of his sovereign. It made him feel disgusted, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't even a tier 5 yet. How was he supposed to defy the full power of a tier 8, someone who stood at the top of the world's power hierarchy? But it was a valuable experience, helping Dirk affirm exactly why he needed to grow stronger. And because of this, he watched the battle intently. He could see more than just the massive constructs. In fact, those were only superficial representations of the true underlying spells that ran everything. Dirk could see Umangit's domain spread throughout the land, enveloping even the stronghold behind him. This domain allowed him absolute control of the earth. Every scrap of dirt, every metal in the ground, every pebble between the nails of the monster army. Nothing was beyond his reach, and he used this domain to suppress the artifact with absolution. The ground churned, grabbing the heels of the artifact's construct and immobilizing it while the domain seemed to wrest control of anything the artifact was attempting to utilize. The level of elemental manipulation had Dirk's head spinning, because in an attempt to retaliate, the artifact was casting thousands of complex spells. All these spells filled Dirk's vision, threatening to blind him in an entirely different way. And its attempts weren't futile. Umangit wasn't able to usurp the artifact's construct. But he did tie it down and use his own titan to damage it, the blows threatening to sever the artifact in two. Looking back, Dirk questioned why he ever believed he could even have a chance against the artifact. It couldn't put up much of a fight against Umangit. It could only delay, using sheer complexity to overwhelm the dwarf and force him to expend more energy. The artifact never had a chance at winning in the first place. But the fact that it could survive at all was astonishing. If Dirk had really felt its full power, he could only run like he had earlier. It far outclassed him. Of course, it also lacked variety. Earth magic was extremely defensive in nature and could be configured in many different ways, but in the end, everything you controlled was merely earth. It wasn't as malleable as water, not as free as air, and not as destructive as fire. It also didn't have the unique applications that light and dark had. It was simple, almost painfully so. Perhaps this was everything it had to offer when brought to an extreme, and at first glance, it seemed underwhelming. But, in any other scenario, Umangit's titan and domain of conquest would make him unkillable. He could bring an entire city crumbling down to its foundations with the wave of his hand. He was a walking disaster. It was a wonder how someone like that could ever be chained down. It was by no means underwhelming, and Dirk wondered if he would be able to fight these kind of battles one day. Of course, he would never be so flamboyant with his applications of such power. It simply wasn't his style. Regardless, this battle brought him vast inspiration, and at a perfect time since he wouldn't be able to advance further without bringing his tier up another level. This kind of learning was essential to his growth. Like that, the battle between two titans continued. It was basically a one-sided beatdown, but the artifact held on for as long as possible, using any means it could to delay the inevitable. And gradually, it started to fall. It was right as the acolyte Bansfog and the marshals finished taking down the metal golem that the artifact could no longer maintain its construct. The massive metal behemoth collapsed, almost as if melting down. Then, the artifact emerged, looking just as miraculous, but its aura far less imposing. Umangit discarded his construct as well, and when he appeared openly, he looked obviously haggard. That's when Dirk's heart pounded before slowing to a crawl. He suddenly received a message. Spite, who had gone to find Pandora, relayed a message from the princess. It is said that Umangit must load massive amounts of mana into his construct and domain. Now, he has discarded it all. The two have entered the final stage of battle. Be ready to retrieve the construct. I am preparing to enter. Dirk was silent as he processed the message. It seemed like, although Umangit was going to win, it would cost him a good deal of energy. In that case, he was only becoming more vulnerable. Dirk knew that emptying your mana pool took a toll on the mind. In that case, he knew that Umangit's reactions would be delayed and he wouldn't be able to muster spells as fast as he did before. All these things were advantages. Dirk only needed to wait for the best time. But that wasn't now. The battle had yet to end. Umangit stood across from the artifact. After taking a moment to recover, the artifact went back to casting spells. This time though, Dirk saw something that even shocked him. The artifact raised its hands, and from it, a massive spell formation was created. It was composed of an entire 21 layers of spell circles, each one compounding on top of the other with varying sizes and complexities. And the artifact poured copious amounts of mana into the formation. Baffling Umangit, it was giving everything it had with this one attack. And it wasn't an attack Umangit could take lightly. With the level of elemental complexity this artifact could wield, an attack of this scale would take multiple times the amount of energy from him to defend against. That's what such deep elemental knowledge afforded the artifact. So he mustered all his energy with a roar. In front of his body, a small fortification was created. It was a half-dome that spread to his sides, one that would direct all the energy of the attack away. Because Umangit knew that, although he could tank a lot of it, the damage that spell could do to those behind him was a major issue. He was protecting not just himself with this fortification. And on the fortification appeared a 16-layer spell formation, one that Dirk saw increase the elemental density of the material by hundreds of times. The ground beneath quaked and cratered, the weight of these spells affecting the environment in catastrophic ways. This was especially so as the artifact's spell formation came to completion. Within the spell, a massive ball of metal appeared. At first it seemed like nothing, but then, the ball began spinning at extreme speeds. And then, Dirk actually saw the light around the metal ball warp. His own feet staggered as he felt a massive attractive force appear from that spell. My God! He couldn't help his astonishment as his stealth threatened to break. Gravity. This artifact was manipulating gravity. That metal ball was rotating so fast, carrying so much weight, that gravity bent around it. And the gravity of the surroundings was multiplied as well. Several monsters were sucked into the gravity well, and shockingly, all of them were unable to fight back as their bodies were shredded and compressed onto that metal ball, giving it a red tinge. Umangit cursed as the metal ball actually shrunk in size. The power behind this attack was beyond his understanding. Luckily, the artifact couldn't seem to keep this up, because moments later, the spell completed. Right at that moment, the acolyte Bansfog appeared to Umangit's side, casting his own spell. It released a beam of light, but that beam merely hurtled toward the ball before being slingshot away by the gravity and cratering somewhere else. Useless. Dirk smirked before bracing himself. The metal ball, what had now basically become a black hole, shot toward Umangit. HHH. He gave one final roar, and the black hole collided with his fortification. Boom. An explosion was released by the collision. An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. These two colossal powers clashed, obliterating anything between them. Thankfully, Dirk distanced himself enough. But the fallout was still immense. The two spells continued to clash for several seconds, the power within that black hole being released in explosive emissions as it was broken down. But similarly, the fortification faltered and was shredded by that imploding power. And the surroundings were even worse as what seemed like a ravine was created between the two, permanently scarring the planet. However, the might of a Tier 8 wasn't for nothing. In the end, the ball gradually dissipated, and even though the fortification was reduced to a paper-thin wall, it still held out in the end. The surroundings became quiet, not monster nor dwarf making a single sound. Umangit fell to one knee, his breathing labored. This, is why I fight with large-scale spells. He lamented as his head broke out in a splitting headache. He was a mage who specialized in large-scale spells. It was why he was brought to this battlefield, because his powers could flourish the most when faced with huge amounts of enemies. It was also why he was paired with General Feller, because that meathead specialized in one-on-one battles. They made up for each other's weaknesses. But now, Umangit was forced to face off against an enemy who could use both large-scale spells and localized spells. Its power was efficient to a terrifying degree, whereas Umangit's was quite the opposite. Of course, he wasn't a one-trick pony. He could utilize small-scale spells, but when faced with this level of complexity, he still lost out, making up for his weakness with sheer power. He barely stood up, looking toward the artifact that was faltering itself, running on fumes. But before he could move to capture it, he felt both the light and dark mana around him fluctuate. Turning around, he was baffled to see the vampire princess and her positively maddening smile. Chapter 149, Slippery. When he saw the princess, Umangit's bad feeling instantly multiplied. He realized there was something going on. His body was rapidly recovering, but it would still be some time before he could even think about casting anything complex. Not only that, but the artifact wasn't something that would just lay down and get captured. Suddenly, the suit of armor bolted off. Its direction, the stronghold. Ah! Get it! Pandora shouted, her hands conjuring a huge light spell and casting it. Like that, the entire battlefield was blanketed in white, nobody being able to sense any auras within. Then, amidst that white, a dark phantom suddenly appeared. It shot toward the armor that was running, a hand reaching out to stop it. But sensing that phantom, the artifact instantly cast a small spell that shot out a small rock and diverted the hand, letting it dodge and escape. Slippery. Dirk grunted, his hand stinging from the blow. But he still pursued, as did Pandora. She created chains of light that lashed out, wrapping around the armor and restraining it. Dirk also cast some earth magic, creating a large metal cage that boxed it in. However, just when it was about to be enclosed, the artifact burst with another dozen spells. Each of them were precisely targeted, and not only were all of Pandora's chains shattered, but Dirk's cage was taken from his control, morphing into a barrier that separated them from the artifact. Damn it! Dirk! I'm trying! He yelled back at Pandora's panicked shout. He really wasn't taking this lightly, but the artifact was truly as slippery as an oiled eel. Its control over earth mana was obscene, even if it was running low on fuel. So he kept trying. Instead of using light mana to bind it, Dirk cast some curses and used dark mana to restrain it. Pandora also used the fullest extent of her 4 elements. Water flooded the area and threatened to freeze the artifact in place while creating violent vortexes of air that tried to keep it from maneuvering. Dirk's restraints were successful. The curses inhibited the armor's movements, although it didn't seem to do much beyond that. After all, it was a suit of armor, not a living being that he could curse with pain or blindness. He also created chains of dark mana that bound the armor, utilizing the curses even further. These couldn't be broken so easily, so the artifact was actually brought to a halt. And then there was the water that flooded the area from Pandora. It softened the ground while scooping up the artifact. However, before they could do anything more to truly lock it down, the artifact let out another burst and sunk into the ground, disappearing from their sights. Shit! Stupid piece of junk! Scoop it up! Dirk yelled, compelling Pandora to focus. After a grunt, she clenched her jaw and waved her arms. Dirk did the same, and from both of them, earth mana surged, flooding into the ground. It resembled what Umangit had done, overturning the earth and creating a flood of dirt. All this material was pulled up as if by a giant pair of hands. And within that massive pile of ground, the artifact was digging around like a mole. Just then, it shot out of the floating pile and continued running into the distance. Dirk and Pandora gave chase. Into the side, Umangit watched them incredulously. It took him a moment to process. Technically, it looked like they were helping him subdue this adversary. But he knew that their intentions weren't so virtuous. They wanted to capture the artifact for themselves. This obviously meant it was extremely valuable, and he had naturally picked up on that as well from his battle. But, if his guesses were right, then they already knew about its value beforehand. And more than that, they knew what the hell it was and its origins. It was information he now needed, so he stood up with a flicker of rage and gave chase. Hey! Ah! The general is chasing us, Dirk. I see that. Keep your paws off my prey. Umangit yelled like an angry father chasing some unruly children. Unfortunately, just as the artifact was slippery, Dirk and Pandora proved themselves just as such. Dirk was able to void walk, slipping through any earthen bind Umangit tried to put him in. And Pandora eroded all his constructs with her water while shooting out of the enclosure with bursts of speed granted by her light magic. He couldn't capture either of them, and they continued to try and restrain the artifact. Like this, they ran around the battlefield for several minutes. Luckily, the artifact couldn't continue forever. It continued to get into precarious situations, the combined power of two geniuses constantly lashing out at it. But it didn't want to be chained down. It wanted to be free, and now it knew that Pandora, who had tempted it here, was only trying to chain it down further. It was desperate, and so while trying to escape, it looked for anything, something that could secure its future and freedom. And then, in the distance, it could sense something. A living being, but one whose body was riddled with the artificial power of metal and enchantments. It saw Exos, a young man whose body was augmented and fused with the earth itself. And more than that, from him, it could sense the desire to push further down his evolutionary path, reaching toward heights without being chained down by his own inherent weaknesses. It decided that it liked what it saw. While it had also seen Dirk and his pure soul and perfect earth and metal attributes, it realized that Dirk would only use it as a tool. He dominated everything with unyielding will, and that wasn't something the artifact wanted to chain itself to. It wanted freedom, not to be controlled absolutely. Pandora was no different from him. As for Umangit, that man was already at his prime, his body and soul already set in its ways like a stone that had hardened for thousands of years, unable to be grown and molded into something unique. So given all the factors, it chose. The artifact expended the last dregs of its energy, utilizing gravity repulsion to distance itself from its captors and shoot straight for its target. Pandora could also see Exos. Why he was out on the battlefield was beyond her. She had found him and kept him with her during the battle, but had told him to sit still when she went out. Maybe he wanted to help me since I'm basically his sponsor. Shit. You just couldn't listen. She cursed in her mind, watching as the artifact slipped from between her fingers. And then, it collided with Exos. The two went tumbling, Exos obviously not having been ready. Pandora thought that it was going to harm Exos, perhaps killing him for some of his energy. But then, she saw a massive spell formation bloom from the armor. The sight caused her face to turn incredibly ugly, her visage churning in pure rage. Damn it! Stop that artifact! She screamed, and right as she did, Dirk shot forward with a void walk, appearing right next to the two. He also thought that the artifact was going to kill Exos, so he exploded with aura and reached out to pull the armor away with his newfound strength. But he was a step too late. The spell completed far faster than expected for how complex it was, and then, the armor turned to liquid. It fell under Dirk's grasp, washing over Exos' body and sinking into his skin. At that moment, Dirk became acutely aware of Exos' soul. That's because it was exposed by the completed spell. And like that, he could sense the two combine, the artifact melding into Exos' very being. Then, everything faded, Exos passed out and no artifact could be seen. Pandora stood to the side, her face far less beautiful than it usually was. Turning back, Dirk could see an aura of palpable rage brew around her, the light mana within her seeping out and turning red. He also felt a great pressure on his mind, her skills responding to her violent emotions. But Dirk could also see Umangit, who was closing in. They didn't have time to debate or get angry, so he made a decision. He grabbed Exos, slinging him over his shoulder before snatching Pandora by the arm and shooting off. Damn dwarf! Kill him! Get it back! Just shut up and work with me here! Dirk yelled back as Pandora threatened to cast some grand magic and kill Exos. Right on his tail, Umangit gave chase. Unfortunately, Dirk was using his full strength while Umangit was still drained from his battle. Damn boy! Come back here! Dirk naturally didn't respond, but Pandora's face twisted more before shooting Umangit a death glare. However, before she could open her mouth to respond with some of the most heinous remarks he could imagine, he swung her around before tossing her on a particular patch of dirt. Right when she hit the ground, a spell formation appeared as the nearby space fluctuated. The next moment, Dirk jumped into the range of the spell, a dark crystal glowing at its center. Umangit saw this and let out a roar, casting magic as fast as he could. You conniving thieves! Shut up, you filthy lard-necked by dash. Flash. The completed spell interrupted the raging princess, and just like that, they vanished from the battlefield. Umangit's spells overturned the ground just a moment later, but when he realized it was too late, he let out one final raging roar. The white concealment around the battlefield also dissipated as he did so, and the entire stronghold was able to see their general roaring. However, they interpreted it differently. Seeing now enemy and their general being so passionate, they believed it to be a victory cry. So they joined, the entire dwarven army screaming to the skies in unison, and causing their unlucky general to smolder even further. Ack! Where is he? After landing on some barren ground, Pandora scrambled around. She quickly spotted Exos who seemed to have fallen into a coma. And with billowing rage, she cast a 6-circle spell. A blood-red ice needle appeared in front of her palm, spinning and aiming right for Exo's head. But before she could fire it, Dirk appeared and diverted her aim, the needle shooting off into the sky. Hey! Stop! We don't know what killing him will do to the artifact. It's merged with his soul. I don't care. This dwarven dog stole our artifact. Killing him won't fix anything. We won't know unless we try. Pandora couldn't seem to hear Dirk in all her rage. Blinded by fury, she kept trying to kill Exos, but was stopped by Dirk. Eventually, she was tackled to the floor, but it did nothing to douse her anger. Just stop and calm down. Making rash decisions can make the situation worse. You know that. I don't care. If we kill him, either the artifact separates from him or it gets destroyed. I'm fine with both outcomes, because if we can't have it, nobody should. That's a variable we can't accept. Dirk wasn't sure what to say to this. No matter what, Pandora wanted Exos dead, and there didn't seem to be a single reason to stop her. At least, none that he immediately thought of. But when he spent some more time thinking, restraining Pandora all the while, he suddenly had an idea. The source. If that artifact gets destroyed, then we can't take control of the sources. Do you want to risk sabotaging our end goal when we've only just started this whole mission of ours? This time, Pandora was silent. Inwardly, she knew that this was the crux of the issue. The key artifact was more than just a powerful tool or boost in power. It was the key to the source. If that was lost, then they may as well drop everything and give up. But Pandora didn't want to believe it. Not only was she livid that someone had stolen what she believed was hers and foiled her plan, but that person would now receive a massive boost in power and pose a potential threat to them. It was a massive risk, and Pandora didn't want to hinge everything on whether Exos would be loyal to her in the future. And that wasn't even considering whether he would be able to control the artifact at all. So in a search for answers, she brought out the Book of Life, the golden pages flipping while she asked the question. Record, if we kill Exos, will the key artifact separate from him and still remain functional? Negative. The soul of the key artifact has bound itself to the soul of Exos Havilite. Killing Exos will result in permanent damage to the artifact's soul. Why do we need the soul of the artifact at all? Can it operate without it? Negative. The key artifact's soul is the conduit by which it can connect to the element. Without it, it is nothing more than an empty vessel, one that can only be filled by the expertise of the Earth Dragon Primordial. And any damage to it will render it unable to operate the source. Fuck. Pandora cursed, realizing there was no way out of this predicament. If she killed Exos, then the key artifact couldn't be used. While the record only said that the artifact's soul was bound to Exos, it was likely that it had bound to Exos in order to escape any other captors. If it was deliberate, then it was likely threatening Pandora with exactly what she couldn't allow to happen. And it knew that if she was smart enough to have the keys to undo its seals, then she knew exactly what its purpose was. The artifact was smart and did basically everything right in order to escape. Pandora could do nothing to it. Pandora quickly realized all this, of course. And it only fueled her rage that much further. She was a hair's breadth away from disregarding everything and killing Exos anyway. If he had just stayed put. Damned idiot. Why did he walk onto the battlefield? Why? Everything was going right. We were so close. The only thing worse than this would have been Umangat getting his hands on the artifact and revealing its existence to the world. Dirk no longer restrained Pandora, letting her vent. He was just happy that the record kept her from killing Exos outright. However, this also spoke volumes about Pandora's true nature. Perhaps she was even worse than Dirk in regard to how she trusted people. Dirk didn't actually believe that she trusted anybody. Maybe he was the only one she could trust in this entire world, and he only came to believe this after many weeks of her basically being glued to him and threatening to marry herself to him. Toward anybody else though, she didn't have the slightest ounce of trust. She only trusted in her evaluations of their character, and all of her decisions that seemed to place her trust in their hands were merely calculated decisions based on what she knew they would do. Dirk was the only one she would give her blind trust to. Only he had earned her approval. It was why, besides a few directions and strategies for her plans, she basically let him have full autonomy. For everyone else, she would plan out their every move and minimize all possible variables and deviations. And she already spoke of the tools she utilized to do this. Threats, temptation, bribery, and dozens of other conniving tactics that she would use to funnel a person's actions down a certain path. In the past, these things always worked. Especially so on Earth. But here, she had finally tasted what it was like to lose because of a difference in power. The artifact was impossibly slippery. If they had been able to restrain it, then Exo's presence wouldn't have mattered. But it managed to survive just long enough to find an opportunity to escape their grasp. Neither Dirk nor Pandora had been able to use their power in order to secure that victory. Even Dirk was irked to no small degree. He hadn't ever failed like that, but it wasn't the failure itself that made him angry, but how it all happened. What the hell were those spells? The obscene level of elemental manipulation along with impossibly and precisely placed spells that shattered every form of restraint they had tried to place on it with the most minimal use of energy. Even Umangat had lost to it, despite it technically being his victory. Because how was that supposed to be a victory? A Tier 5 suit of armor with a soul had actually managed to fight him, a Tier 8, to a standstill. It was humiliating. In fact, that precisely summed up the entire encounter with the artifact. It had humiliated all parties in a single battle before finding itself an acceptable host. How was that not a resounding victory on its part? Of course, Dirk didn't really think about all this. He was more concerned with the knowledge contained within the artifact and how he might be able to learn to be just as slippery. But, he could also understand why Pandora was as furious as she was. And considering her unique mind, he wasn't shocked when her emotions were elevated several levels. She vented to the side, and it seemed her rage only grew with every curse. She continued to think about everything, replaying everything in her mind and fuming over every single detail that led to their failure. She was naturally overthinking even the smallest details, and it led her down into a spiraling pit of absolute hatred. Pulling at her hair, randomly launching off huge spells. She continued to thrash around at the environment, almost hitting Dirk and Exos in the process. And then, she started to cry, her rage reaching such heights that it overwhelmed her. Ack! Stop hurting! Just shut up! She clutched her own body, dropping to her knees while heaving for breath. It was only at this point that Dirk finally decided that he might need to step in. But he was still confused. Just what was getting her so riled up? Was this the byproduct of her trait, mind of delirium? If it was that, he could understand a bit of heightened emotion, but this was a whole other level. Hey, Pandora. No. Just stop. Pandora. Feeling real worry, Dirk stepped in and grabbed her. She lashed out, but he wrapped her up with his arms, keeping her from doing something like launching a spell. They both went to the ground, Dirk locking her against his chest. She continued to fight, but it gradually died down. Instead, she just cried with wide eyes that couldn't seem to process her emotions. I almost had it. I shouldn't have failed. I know. It's okay. It's not. I can't fail. I don't know what to do. Just stay with me, here. Dirk almost found himself pleading, not out of frustration, but because he actually found himself worried for her. He didn't know why. It was just that her actions spurred something within him, filling him with concern that stemmed from something else other than fear for how she might go on a rampage or do something insane. When he saw her reacting so violently, and remembered why she was like that in the first place. When he heard her words about failing, how her entire emotional balance had been thrown into disarray because of one setback. Dirk couldn't help but understand. Because after all, they both had come from the same place, had gone through the same hell, and had come out as two twisted individuals who were the furthest thing from normal in any world. In their first life, Dirk had been lucky enough to be taken care of by a father figure. But she didn't have that. If anything, it was much worse for her who was turned insane and then mercilessly kicked to the curb. No royal status or endless riches could make up for what she had gone through back then. And for once, Dirk wished that she hadn't had to go through that. Even if not completely, he understood the pain she was showing him. What do I do? What do I do? Pandora continued to mutter, her breathing shallow and hurried as Dirk held her. And when he heard this, Dirk thought back. He remembered his sergeant, that blunt but caring man who taught him how to find purpose even when all seemed lost. And then, he thought about his mother, a woman who loved him unconditionally and taught him what it meant to rely on someone and give them your trust. Two figures who shaped who he was today. He called upon his experiences with both, and he decided to offer some of that to the woman in his arms. Look at me. Dirk spoke, and Pandora responded by raising her head. Her teary red eyes gazed into him, and now more than ever, Dirk was acutely aware of the deep connection they held through their soul. He hoped she could sense his sincerity through that connection. I'm here for you. It's okay if you fail. I'll be here to help you back up. You can trust me. Pandora was completely silent, continuing to stare at Dirk. Then, he watched as she suddenly passed out in his arms, her body falling limp. Pandora? Chapter 150, Trust. I'm here for you. Trust me. Ugh. Words echoed in Pandora's mind as she woke up, her mind gradually becoming lucid enough to open her eyes. Through her mildly blurry vision she could see the ceiling of the car, and underneath her mattress she could feel the rough terrain they were driving on. But as if realizing she had waken up, the car came to a stop. Dirk, who was driving, didn't look back even as everything went silent. In the passenger seat beside him, Pandora could see Exos laying there asleep. His breathing was shallow and unhurried, his head tilted oddly against the window. A while passed, and Dirk eventually spoke. Are you okay? Yeah. She responded after a moment, taking a few more seconds to process everything that had happened. The epic failure of their mission to capture the key artifact of Earth. The fact that it was now in possession of another person and unable to be separated from them without destroying it, opening up a slew of potential issues in the future regarding trusting that person and making sure they still followed along with her plans. Making enemies with Umangat, and for all intents and purposes, the entire dwarven haven. And then, Dirk's words of support, which had hit her harder than all the other things combined. When Pandora looked up and saw the side of Dirk's face, she felt her emotions stir out of control. When was the last time she had heard those words? In fact, it was more appropriate to ask if she had ever heard them at all. Now, not only did those words come to her, but they came from the last person she ever thought they'd come from. Dirk was the most reliable person in her life. She trusted in his ability blindly, trusted that if he said he would do something, then he would do it. She trusted that he wasn't like her who was capable of using people like mere tools to eventually discard them. She trusted in who he was as a person and who he had become in this new life. There was nobody that she trusted more, because she had a deeper relationship with him than anyone else. But she knew that he didn't trust her in the same way. There was still a barrier between them, one that he had created and one that she didn't believe would come down anytime soon, if ever. But in that moment, when she was overtaken with hysteria after that cataclysmic screw-up, he had given her what she didn't even know she needed. Something she never had. Something that, if anything, had been taken away from her and crushed throughout her lives. Trust that stemmed from something more than just predictability. True trust, and someone who would support her physically and mentally when she needed it. Someone that would give her security when she was vulnerable. Even now she could barely process it. It was almost like she didn't want to believe that she was actually given someone else's trust, that Dirk had actually reached out to support her. And more than that, she wasn't able to deny that it was real. Their connection didn't allow her to. The failure, she could push through. It would take some time, but her hysteria would die down and let her mind settle. It had happened before and she knew she would settle, even if it didn't seem like it in the moment. But that? Dirk's words had hit her like a brick, and her mind shut down. Now, she wasn't sure what to do. The only thing her mind could focus on were the emotions that fluctuated wildly, leaving her in an odd state of happiness and fear. To Dirk though, Pandora's face was blank as she just stared at him. She didn't say anything else, so he didn't either. He wanted to know what had happened, and he also needed to know what their next steps were. They had managed to escape soundly, through no small effort on Dirk's part. But he didn't want to interrupt whatever she was going through. So for a while, they sat in silence. Hey. Pandora suddenly stuttered, breaking the silence. Dirk turned back in response, seeing what he could only describe as a weird, wriggling smile. Did you mean what you said? I can trust you. Yes? And you'll support me, even if I fail? Yes. Really? Yeah. Like, really? Yes. I seriously can. Ah. He. She started giggling oddly, reaching out and grabbing Dirk's arm. Feeling her pull him, he could only climb out of his seat and tumble onto the back mattress. After that, Pandora latched onto him, placing her face awfully close to his. That smile never left. If anything, it became just a bit more delirious. I'll trust you, Dirk. We'll trust each other. We'll help each other. I'll rely on your strength to help me through our journey. It'll be different from before. I'll do my best not to fail ever again, but if it happens, I'll wait for you to help me. Will you be there when I need you? Yes, I'll be there. Dirk answered back, but he couldn't help but feel weird about this whole situation. He had offered her what was given to him by figures like his mother. He was empathetic to her plight, realizing that the two weren't much different, and that she needed help. So he gave her his support. But this was not how he expected her to take it. He expected her to be a bit cooler about it, not this emotional mess she was coming off as. But he also knew she was being vulnerable, and he knew how difficult that was for people like them. So he didn't betray it. When she calmed to her baseline, they could return to some form of normalcy. Meanwhile, Pandora continued to giggle, clutching Dirk's body as if overwhelmed by some form of happiness. It lasted quite a while, and never once did she let go. But after many minutes of laying there, Dirk finally sensed her calming down. Her hurried breathing slowed while she pulled away and looked straight at him. She stared at him, her pupils going from dilated to a bit more restrained. That's when he was finally able to sense that familiar aura, one of scheming and calculation, as well as confidence and assertiveness. But there was a glimmer of something more now, especially when she looked at him. Dirk couldn't quite put a finger on it, but he could tell that their relationship would be a bit different from now on. What he didn't expect, though, was her next action. Out of nowhere, her face dove down, planting her lips on his. It was quick, soft, Dirk not even able to react before she pulled away slowly and muttered. I'm never going to betray you, Dirk. Even if you don't understand why, just know that. Because if not for your clear hesitation, I'd be giving you a lot more than just a kiss right now. Her blood-red eyes gazed into his soul, and Dirk didn't deny what she said about his hesitation. However, her words spurred something inside him that he didn't think would come unless he didn't want it. His body warmed, his heart quickening ever so slightly, beating with a bit more force and vigor. Even Pandora seemed a bit surprised by his reactions, but she only gave him a tempting smile before pulling away. I need to cool off. she muttered before climbing through the car and exiting, stepping outside. Dirk took a few seconds before shaking his head and joining her. He slipped out the top hatch of the car, feeling a cool breeze hit his skin as soon as he did so. Then, Spite suddenly appeared in front of him, her cat form gazing at him with amused eyes unbefitting a cat. Flick. Ow. She recoiled from his flick, her paw brushing her head as if it really hurt. Dirk smirked before looking over, seeing Pandora stretching her body and taking several deep breaths. When she turned back toward him with a sharp glint in her eye, he knew she had really come back this time. How long since the battle? About 38 hours. I was asleep for that long? You and Exos both, yes. In fact, he hasn't shown any signs of waking up yet. Well, bonding with another soul isn't an easy process. I'm not surprised. She looked toward the passenger window, seeing Exo's figure and giving him an indifferent stare. What happened had happened, and there were no undoing things. Pandora accepted it, though she still wasn't happy in the slightest. Her gaze contained unconcealed hatred. She let out a sharp breath before closing her eyes. Whatever. Despite everything, our plans remain unchanged. Unfortunately, I won't be able to step foot into a dwarven city for quite some time, though that doesn't mean business can't conclude. I'll have to make some calls, because it won't be long before our railways connect and supply lines open. But all that doesn't mean we can't also proceed to our next objective. Where is that? The territory of the elves, the otherworld. It's a rather paradisical place I think you'll like. Of course, that's all depending on if they've been overrun with monsters. I doubt they've fared as well as the dwarves, so we'll have to go in expecting trouble. Then again, trouble gives us the leeway to move as we please, so it's not that unwelcome. Pandora bit her thumb with a smile, causing Dirk to smirk a bit. That was the Pandora he knew, taking advantage of chaos in order to get what she wanted. Perhaps only with her methods was it possible to do the insane things she did. Although Dirk didn't like the insanity, he had to give respect to the results. After all, despite how things ended with the key artifact on that dwarven battlefield, it was only because of her direction that they were even able to get the chance to capture it at all. It would have been outright impossible if they had to do it alone. But, that also made Dirk think about how they would deal with things for the next key artifact. Would they have to borrow someone's strength again? That surely wouldn't end as well, not unless they got more powerful. Well, all their issues could be solved with power. Remembering that, Dirk decided that he would use more of his time to train his magic. He couldn't train his body any further until his mana heart caught up, so that was his greatest priority. But first, we should stop by Horizon. Pandora suddenly spoke again, climbing back into the car. Dirk followed her in confusion. Why? Well, I know you probably want to see your family. I can't exactly be as high profile there with the Emperor around and all, but that doesn't mean we can't pop in for a bit and say hi. I also want to know the situation. And in the best case, I intend to acquire a more advanced mode of transportation. What are you cooking in that brain of yours? Dirk looked at her oddly, feeling another scheme brewing that would no doubt get them into trouble. She just smiled and shrugged. Just trust me. It's for the greater good. And I doubt they're using it for anything worthwhile. It's really just a big paperweight that they use to show off. Dirk went silent. He had a feeling he knew what she was trying to do. Did he agree with it? Not really. But if he was being honest with himself, he also didn't enjoy being cramped inside this car all the time. Especially not now since Exos joined their group. We're really making enemies with everyone, huh? It was bound to happen. Now let's get going. Use this free time to advance your magic. Pandora pushed him into the back seat while taking the wheel, speeding off along the road they were on. In his escape, Dirk had taken some roads away from the stronghold, so they weren't in the middle of nowhere. In fact, they could drive to the dwarven capital in a day or so if they wished. So Pandora found her way back onto a regular trail. However, her path deviated a bit at some point, her destination unknown. Dirk didn't mind, just focusing on his magic. Like that, a week passed. The mana heart technique. In the beginning stages, it had its user create mini hearts for each element, each mini heart being an equal mix of the element alongside its specialty attribute. Up until Tier 4, the entire cultivation process was the creation and strengthening of these mini hearts. But, going beyond Tier 4 required one to truly comprehend the significance of the mana heart. The mana heart technique, according to its creator, was made for those with several attributes. It was best used by those with the legendary 4 attributes, but realistically, it was used by those with 3 attributes. The fact that it could even be created with such obscene prerequisites at all was a testament to its capabilities and quality. However, it was equally difficult. Before, Dirk hadn't had much difficulty advancing at all. He just needed to condense and store mana of various types. It required him to have basic understandings of his elements, but nothing beyond that since his pure soul could compensate greatly. He had basically brute forced his way to Tier 4. But all that stopped as soon as he was forced to move past that. Tier 5 could only be reached by combining all the mini hearts into the one true mana heart. But this wasn't simply shoving all those mana pools together and expecting them to get along. Instead, it required one to learn how to shift from one element to another. In practice, it required Dirk to learn how to turn earth mana into metal mana into fire mana into lightning mana into dark mana into earth mana, and every combination in between. In the end, his mana heart would be able to shift into any element he desired. It would be one singular massive mana pool, doing away with individual pools that could limit his options during battle. What this implied was that all mana was the same, that every element stemmed from the same source, and that they all had similarities that would allow them to turn into one another. And Dirk would need to comprehend all of this through the magical world of the mana dimension. However, there were 2 glaring issues that Dirk didn't know if he was able to reconcile. First was how each element had its own source. The source was literally the source of an element and all its mana throughout the world, and the fact that there were multiple sources meant that each was different. They shouldn't be the same thing and shouldn't be able to become each other. So either Dirk was misunderstanding something, or the mana heart technique was useless past this point. Second was how Dirk's dark mana heart wasn't sourced from atmospheric mana, but from actual source mana. How this would affect his mana heart, he didn't know, but it would likely force him to improvise a bit. Creation of the mana heart would make him a Tier 5, and the speed at which he did so entirely relied on his comprehensions. It could be fast or slow, happening all at once or gradually over several months. He naturally didn't want to take so long to do so, but he had a feeling this wasn't something he would be able to conquer in a short few weeks either. Luckily, there was a lot of guidance for each of the elements within the mana heart technique texts. Dozens of pages, each with deeply complex runic formations that caused the surrounding mana to fluctuate just by being exposed. And as always, Dirk's first order of business was tracing all these runes. He in spite spent just about every waking hour doing this, and there was a good reason for it beyond having all the runes archived in his mind. Being able to recall all the runes exactly as they were written in the book allowed Dirk to utilize them while in the mana dimension. That dimension, which brought forth the greatest attunement to the elements, could allow him to comprehend the runes much faster. And this all compounded with his pure soul, resulting in shockingly fast speeds. At times, Dirk felt like he was reading a regular book while going through the runes. Of course, each runic page brought forth amounts of data that eclipsed normal books in every way. So at this point, Dirk's most valuable resource was time. And he got quite a bit of it thanks to Pandora, who drove the entire way to their destination. Chapter 151, Wake. Oh? Pandora glanced to her side. There, Exos's body shifted in his seat, a low grunt escaping his mouth. Her eyes turned momentarily cold before she spoke. Dirk. Exos is up. Dirk was quiet for several seconds as Exos turned lucid, looking at his surroundings. But eventually, Dirk left his trance, returning to the real world and glancing at the dwarf in the passenger seat beside Pandora. Exos was silent as he looked around, seeing Pandora's beautiful face and staring for a few seconds longer than he should have. Then, he turned, seeing Dirk gazing from behind. After that, he closed his eyes for several more seconds, processing everything that had happened. Where are we? Driving. Our destination is the Dark Kingdom. Oh. Now, how about you tell us exactly what happened to you? Pandora's voice seemed concerned, but there was a slight hint of hostility that she could barely control. She had discussed with Dirk on how they would handle Exos. Seeing as he was now bound to a key artifact, losing his trust by being openly hostile wasn't a good plan. The key artifact was useless unless it was being used by someone. If they locked Exos up, keeping him caged until they needed him and the artifact, then the artifact wouldn't be able to unlock its seals and would be useless even when Dirk and Pandora had the power to use it. And if they turned Exos into an enemy, then that came with several other issues like him threatening their lives with the power bestowed to him by the artifact. Since it was the key artifact of Earth, killing him would likely be impossible by anyone who couldn't overwhelm him with absolute power. So not only did they need to keep him as a friend, but they needed to deepen their relationship. They needed his trust. They also needed to bring him with them, first to keep him within their control, and second to grow his power and allow him to undo the artifact's seals himself. What used to be a duet between Dirk and Pandora had turned into a small group project. The three of them would need to travel the rest of the world and attain the other keys. The only blessing here was that Exos wasn't incompetent. He was an accomplished enchanter who had pioneered biological, magical, and mechanical augmentations. He pursued strength as much as the advancement of his craft, so along with the boost in power granted by the key artifact, he wouldn't be a burden. Pandora listened intently to the details of Exos' changes. When Exos started to explain what happened to him though, they were quickly surprised. You two were looking for the artifact this entire time, right? How did you know? Pandora narrowed her eyes. She could think of several ways Exos could deduce that information, but she was still a bit wary. He scratched his head. When I merged with the artifact, I could see its more recent memories. It remembered seeing Dirk when he first appeared near it on the battlefield. I can only assume that you guys were looking for it in the first place if you had deliberately gone to find it. It also remembers you being impossible to catch, even with its magic. Hm. Dirk smirked, somewhat appreciating the compliment since it had come from the artifact that he also couldn't catch, even given their advantageous circumstances. Pandora barely held back a scoff. Still, she was glad to know that Exos was likely aware of everything that had happened on the battlefield, including her own hostility. But if there was anything she was good at, it was manipulating people's emotions. She could play the part of the perfect princess as well as the most heinous devil, eliciting whatever response or impression she wanted from those she interacted with. Unlike with Dirk, gaining Exos' trust wouldn't be difficult for her. So you know the general situation. We are indeed looking for artifacts like the one you now have. That was the first one we followed a lead to. But more importantly, what kind of changes occurred within you? I can't imagine that the bonding process gave you nothing. No. In fact, it gave more than I could ever imagine. Exos could barely seem to withhold his excitement as he let out the details. Just by merging with it, I've learned so much about the earth element. It's like everything I've comprehended up until now was filled with massive holes and gaps. Not only has all that been filled into its utmost, but everything I thought was correct has now been perfected, and I've even glimpsed deeper into its nature. However, the artifact was limited as soon as it bonded with me, and the comprehensions I know only rose to the Tier 6 level. I also need to assimilate a lot of the knowledge, which will take some time, especially in regard to my enchanting. But even at this moment, I'm far more powerful than I was. That sounds wonderful. Pandora almost shuddered in agony and rage hearing about everything that had been given to Exos, and more importantly, taken from them. But she held it down. Surely it couldn't get much worse than this. Oh, I also gained a new stigmata. It's the artifact itself, specifically as it manifests with its armor. It's exceptionally powerful. I doubt anybody even a level above me could ever kill me in a fight. Plus, it acts as the perfect conduit for magic. It's even integrated with the augmentations of my body, enhancing everything about my constitution. Haha. How amazing. Pandora laughed, but Dirk could practically taste the utter madness within that threatened to burst forth. He was pretty sure Pandora was doing everything she could to not kill Exos where he stood. It was just a good thing the target of her anger didn't notice. Knowledge and the armor. Those two things were the primary benefits Exos received from the artifact. Everything else was minor details that Exos himself didn't even completely understand yet. Now, Pandora had a good read on just how powerful Exos was. But to her great displeasure, he was likely just as, if not more powerful than she and Dirk. This would only get worse as he got used to his power. So they needed to advance their power, and quickly. Pandora decided that it was time to stop holding back her own. She had spent enough time solidifying her power level. But first, they needed to reach the Dark Kingdom. Like the time it took to reach the Dwarven Haven, the drive to the Dark Kingdom took around 3 weeks. And in that time, Dirk had traced just about all the runes associated with developing his mana heart. Just doing that represented a high level of magical comprehension, one that he was surprised to have reached. Dirk had spent a long time improvising and developing his own magic, forcing him to comprehend the secrets of his elements and find applications for them in the form of techniques. Most of his magic came in the form of elemental manipulation, like stealth, his lightning body amplification, and even his mana sight. He very rarely learned new spells anymore. However, all the self-teaching had led to him having an exceptional ability to learn new things about his elements. And now, his mana heart technique was guiding him down a path of elemental comprehension. After stepping foot on it, Dirk found it surprisingly easy to follow along. Of course, he hadn't been comprehending the runic pages of the technique in full, just tracing them. But to trace them at all required a certain level of understanding. After all, you needed to be able to see something in order to trace it. And unlike books, runic pages had information so deep that you weren't guaranteed to be able to comprehend what you were looking at. Either way, Dirk was beginning to see what Pandora had meant when she said that their pure souls were the best for absorbing elemental comprehensions. He was very aware of his soul and the mana dimension, allowing his comprehensions to flow far smoother than otherwise. He could see things others couldn't. He was thinking that, unlike in the past, maybe this advancement wouldn't take so long. Of course, he couldn't give a good estimation before he really dove in deep. But those 3 weeks were extraordinarily valuable. Tracing all those runic pages would set him up in the future, laying the groundwork for what would hopefully be explosive growth. However, he wasn't the only one who had been working hard. Exos brought them no small amount of surprises. Dirk and Pandora knew Exos was an enchanter. His enchantments allowed his augmentations to work properly, bringing together the mechanical body of a limb and the mana crystals within it, forming a cohesive whole that could operate alongside the physical body. All of this required enchanting, but they didn't realize just how complex Exos' works were. They first got a glimpse of it when he brought out a prototype he had been working on. It was an arm, but instead of the current arm he had equipped, this one wouldn't just connect to his shoulder but replace everything up to his chest and shoulder blade. It was meant to be a direct upgrade, but he hadn't been able to get very far since he had been running low on funds. Exos had to not only order all the parts of his augmentations to be forged by someone, but had to buy custom potions that allowed him to carry out the augmentations. That wasn't even considering the mana crystals needed to both power the limbs and create the enchantments. His projects were expensive, which was why he had accepted Pandora's sponsorship so easily despite her being a vampire. Money and resources were the two things he needed the most. At least it was in good hands. When Dirk saw the prototype arm, he couldn't help but gawk. Exos even brought out diagrams for his enchantments. It was his pride and joy, something Dirk likened to a grimoire. In his hands appeared a huge magic book filled with large pages covered in enchantments and runic formations. They were all enchantments that he had personally created. In fact, it could be likened to an entire enchanting language that he devised himself. It was rooted in complexity, and after hearing some explanations, Dirk realized that Exos was basically coding magic with these enchantments. It was like he created a computer language. When Pandora took a look at everything, she too thought of that. Of course, she knew much more about technology than Dirk, so she was able to make better judgments. But even in her eyes, it was shocking how closely Exo's enchantments resembled computer code and software. Which, when considering the items he was enchanting, was only appropriate. The augmentations required a slew of instructions that made them no different than a program. Otherwise, there was no way Exos could make them operate just like normal limbs. Even Earth had only just started to do such things, and from that ability came the supersoldier programs that brought deep cybernetic integration. But Exos had pioneered a similar path all by himself through magic. In short, he was a genius. And that genius seemed to flourish under the influence of the key artifact. With his newfound knowledge, Exos worked tirelessly throughout the 3 weeks of their drive in order to reconstruct his understandings. This effort was primarily directed toward enchanting, making his work jump in complexity by several magnitudes in a short time. Of course, this was aided in 2 external ways. First were Pandora's resources. With a treasure trove of mana crystals and equipment, Exos had no inhibitions and started nothing short of an entire project within the truck. And secondly, Pandora actually gave Exos knowledge on computer science from Earth. While she wasn't an expert on that particular topic, Pandora was no less of a genius who knew all kinds of things from Earth. So she gave this applicable knowledge to Exos, opening up a whole new world to him and giving him all sorts of revelations and inspirations. When he wasn't discussing or learning things from Pandora, he was in a trance, utilizing everything he knew to refine his enchanting language. Dirk found it amazing that she would do such a thing, because if Exos wasn't already a monster after getting the key artifact, he would become one with futuristic knowledge. She was making him even more dangerous. But perhaps that was part of gaining his trust, in which case, Pandora was doing exactly what she needed to in order to succeed alongside Exos in the long run, and she was doing it perfectly. It was only unfortunate that Pandora was also the only one not to improve by leaps and bounds throughout that time. But she didn't seem to mind. Well, at least not outwardly. When it came time to sleep, her stress seemed to rear its head, and her coping mechanism seemed to be alone time with Dirk and his tasty blood. It was a bit embarrassing to Dirk since Exos was also there being a third wheel, but she didn't seem to care as she glued herself to him when night came. And that was how all 3 weeks passed, and by the end, they were rolling into the capital of the Dark Kingdom. Chapter 152, Grandpa. Finally. Let's see if we can't get in and out before my mother comes and places me under house arrest. Pandora spoke while jumping out of the truck, stretching her limbs with a cute squeal. Dirk climbed out similarly, taking in the sights around him. They were within the central plaza of the chained capital city of the Dark Kingdom. Now more than ever, Dirk could feel the dark mana flooding all corners of this city and keeping it afloat through gravitational repulsion. In fact, if he wanted, he felt like he could ride this repulsion and reduce his own weight, even though he had never used gravity magic before. 3 weeks of pure magical study and immersion had done a lot for Dirk's comprehension into all his elements. He had especially utilized the lightning crystal from the lightning dragon Uvos, one that was filled with nothing but pure information on the lightning element. So this is the Dark Kingdom. It's an amazing place. Exos muttered as he emerged as well. This was a completely new land to him, not to mention it being the capital of another empire. Like Dirk, he was overwhelmed by the sights and natural wonders. Pandora ignored him though. She seemed slightly hurried, and Dirk understood since she had just spent 3 weeks driving. They really couldn't get to their destinations fast enough. Hopefully that would change soon though. Even Dirk was having a change of heart in regard to her plan at Horizon. Better than it sitting around. Besides, I've always had access to the best tech. Not exactly used to carting around slowly. He thought as they all entered the spire at the center of the city. Here. Suddenly, Pandora threw a ring at Dirk. Inside was a sheet of paper along with a large batch. I need you to go to the treasury and grab everything on that list. The seal inside the ring will be enough to get you wherever you want. Ask the doormen to help you too. We need to move quickly. Okay. Meet me back in the plaza when you're done. Exos, you come with me. With a wave, Pandora beckoned Exos along. He followed with curiosity, and Dirk branched off on his own. He walked down a few pathways, Spite jumping out and guiding him in her cat form. Then, they arrived at a long hallway. From its entrance, Dirk could see a large set of doors at the end. He walked with measured steps, and as he did so, his mana sight was locked on the man beside the doors. He was an old man in basic robes who sat in a seat, his body slumped over and his hand resting on a spear beside him. That old man didn't move at all, but Dirk's neck felt tingly as he got closer. He knew something was up with this old man, but he wasn't exactly interested in entertaining other people. He was eager to get to Horizon since he wanted to see his mother, and that meant he wanted to move just as quickly as Pandora. Dirk stopped in front of the doors, facing the old man who had yet to react to his presence. Last time, Dirk directly walked through these doors without so much as a word. In fact, last time there had been 2 other guards here, not this old man. Taking out the royal seal of the Dark Kingdom, Dirk waved it before the old man. I'm here on Princess Pandora's authority. There was no response, making Dirk unsure of what to do. The old man didn't so much as look up. Seeing the lack of response, Dirk let out a small sigh and stepped forward. I'll be entering. He said that while reaching out toward the doors. But right as he did, he could see the old man's spear lower down, as if to block his entrance. Only, the spear moved fast. More than that, it carried with it an odd power that made it flicker in Dirk's mana vision. The hairs on his neck stood on end, as if this spear were out for his head despite it not actually traveling toward his neck, only his outstretched hand. He could see it almost in slow motion. The spear's end flickered through space, making it seem like a slideshow of images. And he reacted on instinct, not so much as needing to think before doing so. His wrist moved, his elbow bending at an angle parallel with the path of the spear. The lightning mana in his body sparked at the same time, causing his movements to be explosive, almost uncontrollably so. But it was only with that speed that he could move as he needed to. The shaft of the spear just below its blade collided with his forearm, deflecting and redirecting all the momentum away from his body. And using that impact, the rest of Dirk's body spun around, his heel arcing toward the old man's head. From Dirk's heel came a spike of metal, lightning, and darkness. The darkness for the curse, the lightning for its speed, and the metal for its lethality. It was even laced with his aura. But just before that spike could pierce through the old man's head, he moved, and it landed just next to him. Cling. Everything froze as the blows were delivered, Dirk and the old man not making another move, but absolutely prepared to do so. Finally, the old man smiled, his squinted eyes looking toward Dirk from beside his foot. Funny. Usually a warrior can sense on instinct whether someone has the intent to continue fighting. But I can't sense that from you. I feel nothing, in fact. If anything, there's only focus. You're a curious young lad, Not curious, just trying to grocery shop. Heh, that's one way to describe raiding the royal treasury. He chuckled before retreating. His movements were cautious, as if making sure to be predictable in case Dirk would mistake him for delivering another blow. Dirk also pulled away, a new hole in the wall clearly visible. Jvana won't be pleased with the repair bill. Oh well. Jvana? My daughter. Now tell me, who exactly does my granddaughter plan to destroy next? The old man spoke while standing and opening the treasury doors, allowing Dirk inside. He followed, realizing just who this man was and who he was talking about. She plans on securing some faster transportation. Heh, I offered that to her a while ago. Unfortunately, she doesn't enjoy receiving gifts unless it's customary to. Apparently, she abhors the idea of being in debt to someone. From the perspective of a politician, she does everything correct, almost too well. But I'm her grandfather. She can't seem to separate family from politics, as if who we are and what we do are a weakness to her. Here. The old man plucked an item off a shelf, tossing it to Dirk. Dirk couldn't help but frown a bit, realizing this was one of the items on the list he needed to get. The old man smiled, reading Dirk's mind. Look deep enough into the concepts of space, young man, and you can pluck valuables straight out of pocket rings. Saying that, he waved around the list that used to be inside Dirk's ring. In front of that, Dirk could only sigh and follow along as he went and grabbed everything on the list. Some items were pens, some were odd devices, others were giant boxes of valuable mana crystals and beast skins. Anything in the treasury was valuable, and they really seemed to be rating it with how many things on the list there were. And all the while, Pandora's grandfather spoke. I wish that girl would learn to rely on her family more. It's like she thinks she's all alone, fighting everyone from every angle as if everyone were scheming for her downfall. Unfortunately, she's also concerningly good at what she does, so she can't learn her lesson through failure. Well, I figured out a while ago that she got the best from both worlds. Her mother's beauty and power alongside her father's intelligence and elemental affinities. Such a perfect girl. I only wish she could actually learn to enjoy her time rather than spend it in the hateful world that is royal competition. Then again, I only learned to do that in my old age. Blaming her would be rather hypocritical. He scratched his head, and behind him, Dirk's curiosity reached a tipping point. He didn't know much about Pandora's family. She was only one child of the queen. There were other princes and princesses. But Dirk hadn't seen or heard about any of them. And he especially hadn't heard about anything regarding what should be the vampire king, the husband of the queen and the father to all the royal children. Dirk felt that this grandfather was telling him all this for a reason, perhaps because Dirk was known to be close with Pandora for reasons nobody else could fathom. So he also felt that his next question wasn't unwarranted. Who is Pandora's father? A common man who became not so common through his wit and strength. He rose up from nothing across the span of nearly 200 years before establishing himself as one of the most powerful vampires to walk the world. Unfortunately, he was also the most vicious. If you ever stop by the hybrid empire Unity, ask around about the city of Bobbiner, the third largest city of that empire. It's now an uninhabitable zone ravaged by heinous blood mana and curses, but still a valuable training ground for any daring dark magi. Right. Dirk started to understand why this man wasn't the vampire king. Not because of power, but because of image. But that begged another question. Where is he? Who knows? He disappeared alongside Emperor Horizon a couple decades ago. And unlike the Emperor, he hasn't re-emerged except in private to give my love-struck daughter more children. Not that he would be openly welcome here. Regardless, most of the royal children have never met their father. Dirk nodded, but he also felt weird about this gossip, which was no doubt a tightly kept secret even among the nobility. Not that this made it shocking. Dirk was no stranger to deep dark secrets kept among very powerful people. Finally, the grandfather grabbed the last item. Dirk was glad that he didn't have to dig around for everything, and also got to hear some juicy history. It seems Pandora was the black sheep of her family with how amazing she was. But it also seemed that, even though she already had it, her scheming mind was technically inherited from her father. And if the vampire queen was a love-struck fool like her father said she was, then did Pandora inherit that too? Dirk sure felt like there was an inkling of obsessive romanticism that she carried considering how close she clung to him. It seemed that, although they came from a different world, their traits weren't completely set in stone, and some were passed on by their parents. Or they were given parents that matched their traits. Perhaps a combination of both. Here you go, lad. Dirk was handed the ring that now contained piles of valuable items. He nodded to the old man. Thanks. Sure thing. Just take care of my granddaughter. I don't know what kind of history you two have, but just that fact alone testifies to its extraordinaire. She doesn't seem to trust anyone other than you. I just hope you can come to reciprocate that. Throughout many years, I've come to know that despite her rather delirious tendencies, she's a good person. It just takes someone who is willing to dig beneath that shell and see it. Someone willing to give her the love she wants. Dirk could sense a hint of sorrow and melancholy within his words, and he didn't take them lightly. Although he had known Pandora across 2 worlds, he wouldn't dismiss the words of a man who had watched her grow up. Doing that would be like saying that his own mother didn't know what kind of person he was, when she surely did after caring for him since he was a vulnerable child. It seemed, like him, she really did change. At least, on the inside she did. Outwardly, she still occasionally reminded him of that psycho from Earth. Now go on. Although Dark Kingdom ships are faster, Horizon surely wins out when it comes to traversing large distances, especially when there's lots of cargo. Just make sure to get a pilot. And a maid. My granddaughter surely isn't going to clean things herself. In fact, she should be bringing her personal maid. Oh well. Shrugging, he led the way back out of the treasury. The doors closed behind them, and they walked through the hallway before coming to junction where they would separate. Before doing so though, Dirk asked. What's your name? My name is Coron of Ensvenades, former king of the Dark Kingdom and a bona fide spear king. If you ever want to learn the spear, you can come to me. But I can already tell you're not the type to wield such a high-profile weapon. I'm sure you think it flamboyant, Heh. Dirk smirked. He did indeed think it was a bit flamboyant. It was too extravagant for someone like him who preferred to be sleek and subtle. He was an assassin, not a general or king. Coron waved. Go on now. My daughter can only be held up for so long. If she knew Pandora was here, she would probably place her under house arrest. So you better hurry. Oh, and do try to avoid my grandson at the entrance. All right. Thanks. Call me Gramps. I don't know if I can. Dirk muttered before suddenly disappearing, shuttling through space and leaving the hall. Coron laughed, watching Dirk the whole way before vanishing himself. Unlike Dirk though, there wasn't the slightest ripple, as if he simply vanished from existence. Dirk gawked at the sight. He hadn't detected the slightest hint of mana on that man, but it seemed that didn't stop him. Using stealth and void walking, Dirk made his way through the spire before going for the exit. There, though, stood a young man. He was tall with dark purple hair, similar to Pandora's. On his back was a spear, and he stood around with wary eyes, looking for something. Dirk waited at a distance for a while. And not long later, he spotted Pandora walking out with Exos. She seemed surprised when she spotted the young man, but still walked forward as if she didn't care. Leaving the spire, she spoke. Karen, what do you want? Not you. I'm looking for your boyfriend. Well, he's been nearby for a while now. Seems you need to work on your sensory skills, because he would have long had your head. Bullshit. Heh, dumbass. She snickered and moved on, retrieving the truck from her ring. Come on, Dirk. You unfortunately can't hide from me, so stop trying to put your cat on my head. No fun. Dirk suddenly appeared, spite in his hands, and held over Pandora's head. The cat looked resigned with her paws dangling and about to dig into Pandora's purple hair. Not like I want to touch you either, but I'm merely a toy for my master to use as he pleases. Stop making it sound so weird. Dirk shook his head and slung the cat over his shoulders, boarding the truck with the others. And while they drove away, Karen, the second prince of the Dark Kingdom, stood there with bulging eyes and clenched teeth. Chapter 153, Impaired. We're going to take a teleporter to one of our border camps. After that we'll have to drive to the Horizon capital. But since we're saving a lot of time with the teleporter, it shouldn't take more than a week to arrive. And this time, you get to drive. Fine. Dirk readily agreed. He already appreciated Pandora driving them for as long as she did, so he didn't mind getting them to Horizon. Besides, he was sure that she wanted to work on her magic as well. Now that they had grabbed everything they needed from the Dark Kingdom, there shouldn't be anything keeping her from advancing her power. Pandora drove to the edge of the outer city beyond the chain capital. It was there that they stopped, particularly in front of a large teleporter nexus. The place was relatively crowded, and the building that housed all the teleporters covered as much ground as a magic academy. It was there that they met up with somebody. Not a soldier, but a woman. And she was dressed in a maid's dress. Dirk, meet my personal maid, Nova. She's a few years older than me and was assigned to me at birth. You could say we're sisters with how we grew up together. She'll be traveling with us. Dirk was silent as he observed this maid. She was a bit taller than Pandora, and unlike Pandora, had a bit more of a petite build. She was cute, if anything, with short hair that seemed to be cut that way for practical reasons. But Dirk could sense a sharp aura from her. It made him smile a bit, because he recognized it so clearly. The training of an assassin, someone skilled in the art of subterfuge. It seemed the personal maids or butlers of the royal family were there to do more than just clean up food scraps. And in this world of power, perhaps only powerful people were allowed to serve the powerful. And it seemed Nova could sense the same thing in Dirk, because he could sense her wariness toward just about every action he made. The slightest twitch of his finger made her focus shift, her body tightening as if getting ready for battle. Then, Dirk put his hand out. As he did so, her breath became shallow, until it stopped in front of her. Nice to meet you, Nova. She remained silent, staring at his hand for a few more seconds before realizing what he was doing. Then, it was like her etiquette kicked in as she hastily accepted the handshake. And nice to meet you, sir. Sir? I'm pretty sure I'm younger than you. Just call me Dirk. I understand, Dirk. Heh. Dirk couldn't help but chuckle as the girl bowed, to which Pandora rolled her eyes. Stop scaring her. Now let's go. Right this way, my lady. A train is awaiting your presence. Taking the lead, Nova led them through the terminal and toward a particularly high-class train. They boarded without pause, and before long, were already moving. Inside the train, Dirk found an entire bar, dining facilities, and all other kinds of comforts. This was definitely a first-class train. We should be there by night. Do whatever you want until then. I'll be inside one of the cabins. Pandora spoke those words before disappearing into one of the many rooms of the car alongside her maid. My lady. Nova asked when the door to the room closed, Pandora responding while taking a seat on a bed. Nova took a seat behind Pandora, beginning to gently brush her purple hair with her sharp nails. Pandora accepted it with a pleased smile. Dirk Strider. He's dangerous. I know. You were practically using anxiousness. That's unlike you. I apologize, my lady. It's fine. If there's anybody you can compare to, it's him. Although not nearly to the same degree, you both went through similar experiences and training. That also means you should recognize the kinds of things he's capable of. In front of that, it's no wonder you lost your cool. Yes. Nova nodded, recalling the things she felt while confronting Dirk. Well, it felt like a confrontation to her. But she could tell that he was nothing but relaxed. It was like he had her in the palm of his hand, could kill her at any time. There was simply no need to fear someone who couldn't threaten you in any way. She understood that. It made her incredibly uncomfortable. As a maid, she was there not just to serve Pandora, but up to a certain level, protect her. Against Dirk, she was utterly incapable of that, so it left her with a bad feeling. And beyond that, the feeling of helplessness in front of him made her clench her teeth. After a few moments of silence, Pandora spoke again. Nova. I didn't bring you with me so that you could fight for me or protect me. I brought you so that you could help me with the lesser tasks that need to be completed. The battles we will be encountering in the future aren't something you can affect. Still, having you nearby is a comfort. Can I rely on you for that? Always, my lady. I'll be by your side so long as I live. Nova smiled, combing Pandora's hair repeatedly. She did so until her mistress completely relaxed and dipped into a period of meditation. Once the mana around her began to flicker, she pulled away, leaving Pandora be. Exos wandered off around the train, seemingly enraptured by its architecture. As for Dirk, he found himself drifting toward the bar. It was there that he got curious, seeing many types of alcohol, most of which were enhanced with both mana and anima. The bartender smiled at him from behind the counter. "What will it be, good sir?" "I'm curious, so give me something interesting." "Very well. This one is called the Salamander's Tongue." Appetizing name. Dirk laughed while sitting, and the bartender started preparing a fancy drink with all kinds of coordinated movements. He even cast magic, integrating it into the drink. Then, the drink was finished. A small glass of a fire-red liquid swirled before Dirk. Occasionally, tongues of fire flickered above the cup, generated from the fire mana within the drink. Dirk looked at the glass before him. Although he had laughed earlier, his face turned a bit somber, the amusement fading from his visage. He stared at the glass for a while, the bartender waiting behind the counter, unsure of what to do. Was Dirk unsatisfied? There wasn't anything wrong with the drink itself. But Dirk had asked for this, so he just waited, deciding that this was simply a peculiar customer. Eventually, Dirk seemed to force himself past something. Swiping the glass, he tipped it into his mouth, the red liquid flowing down his throat. Moments later, Dirk felt his body heat up. He couldn't help the belch that arose, and with it came a breath of fire, the heat within him flowing out with the flame. Whoosh! The bartender dodged the fire with a chuckle. "Seems like you're compatible with this drink. How about the tainted diamond, if that's all right with you?" "Yeah, it's fine." Throwing around a couple more bottles, the bartender introduced another drink that looked like liquid glass with hints of a blue fog within. Dirk nodded to the man and drank it as well. It felt like he was gulping down something similar to a slime, only a bit duller and more viscous in nature. And the taste hit him with a wave of sour sweetness. The sour made him want to spit it out, but the sweetness made him enjoy it, striking an odd balance between the two that made him smile oddly. After finishing the glass, he nodded pleasantly. "That was cool. I'm honored. But you seemed apprehensive about drinking. Is there something wrong? Perhaps you'd like to know more about them." "I would, but that's not the issue. I guess I've got a little bit of a fear, you could say." "Of drinking?" "Something like that. It's stupid, but I thought maybe alcohol might teach me to push past it." Dirk spoke as another drink was placed in front of him. He observed the colorful liquid before downing it as well. The bartender spoke while mixing more drinks, all of different colors and containing various balances of elements. "You shouldn't say it's a stupid fear. Surely a man such as yourself doesn't fear anything that doesn't deserve to be feared. And regardless of its nature, you're here now, making an effort to push past it. That takes great courage. Even if it's out of potential necessity? I believe the reasons for bravery are irrelevant. Does a soldier who is ordered to battle become any less brave simply because it was his order? Surely he pushed past the fear all the same. Unless he faced one fear to avoid the consequences of another, such as the ire of his commanding officer. Are you being ordered to drink alcohol? No. Then I assume you're not running from a greater consequence, and thus, you are brave for doing as you are. Dirk hummed, taking a sip from a taller glass of what seemed like champagne. In truth, upon seeing this bar he got the idea that he could use it to attempt to surpass his fear of potions. Ever since Azura's Mountain, Dirk abhorred potions of any kind. The mere sight of them made his stomach churn. But he hated the fact that this trauma was instilled so deeply, so he wanted to overcome it. Alcohol resembled those potions, although not completely, making it a good candidate for somehow easing his way back into using them. Because if there came a time where his life, or the lives of others, hinged on him using a potion, then he needed to be able to push past that fear. His healing skill was useful and fast, but it couldn't replenish his energy in the middle of a battle. Potions were also known to modify the body in some ways, like how Dirk's blood had been genetically altered and enhanced by Geralt at the academy after having one forced down his throat. Potions and the alchemy that produced them were marvelous things. They could become invaluable tools not unlike his nanites that could repair or boost his body on the fly, but Dirk needed to be able to use them. He also felt bad that he rejected Pandora's help back then. Dirk sat there, occasionally receiving a new and exotic drink from the bartender. After some time he stopped downing every glass and just stuck to tasting them. However, he felt queasy every time he lifted a glass to his mouth. The very thought of drinking something that could affect him in any way made him sick. But he forced past all those mental blocks, forcefully conditioning himself. "Hey!" Dirk called after he finished another glass. He felt no less sick, only more so as he drank more. But he had no intentions of stopping. "I want to take all the drinks you have here. I also want you to teach me to mix drinks. We have about half a day to do so. I'll pay you if necessary." Well, I can't very well turn down someone in need. Here, come behind the bar. Mixing drinks is not unlike alchemy, just without all the complicated magic. How good are you at memorizing things? Don't worry about that. Just tell me everything you know. Dirk pulled himself into the bar. After that, the bartender started spilling all his knowledge about mixing drinks. All the types of alcohol, all the different mixers, myriads of fruits that you could add to spike the tastes, plus all the different ways to mix these vast combinations of liquids. It was years' worth of information being spilled across the span of about 10 hours. Never once did he stop talking, and never once did Dirk interrupt him. He, or more specifically Spite, simply focused on absorbing the information. And the concepts were simple enough. The bartender managed to teach Dirk a drink utilizing every bottle of alcohol there was behind that bar. He even pulled several more from a back room. So by the end, Dirk had a slew of knowledge available to him, stored and cataloged by Spite for later use. Not only that, but he stashed every single bottle of liquid, fruit, and all kinds of tools into his pocket ring. By the way, if you ever stop by the Elven Paradise, be sure to ask about their alcohol. I hear it's the best in all the lands. I'll remember that. Taking the last piece of advice, Dirk stumbled out from behind the bar. All the drinks he had tasted, which was all of them, had started to affect him. And he let it instead of isolating it with his nanites, because doing so would ruin the point of conditioning himself to ingesting something that affected him. He took a seat on a couch, leaving behind the now empty bar along with a sack containing a generous amount of coin for the bartender. Not long after, Pandora exited her room, finding a slightly drunk Dirk and Exos nowhere to be found. Her brow raised amusedly, seeing a bottle in his hand. "What's this? Found yourself a new hobby? I don't enjoy this one. I'm tired." "Well, we're about to arrive. And I hope you can drive drunk, because I'm not. Have Exos do it. He doesn't know how." As if that smartass couldn't easily build his own car. Dirk muttered with drowsy movements. From behind Pandora, Nova looked at Dirk with confusion. Sensing her gaze, Dirk's head picked back up, his aura sharpening as he looked at the maid. He pointed the bottle at her. "I can still kill you." I am sorry." "My, you really are drunk." Pandora chuckled at the exchange, walking over and grabbing the bottle from Dirk's hands. She tasted it and nodded. "Good stuff. I guess you do need to learn to operate even while impaired." "I already do." "You do? They drug you during the program to teach you how to work around it. Must be something they introduced after my class." "Well, at least that means you can still drive." Dirk went silent, frowning, causing Pandora to smile. Then, a horn blared, and the train came to a halt. Exos appeared at around that time. "Time to go." Pandora led the way, everyone leaving the train station, Dirk walking smoothly behind. At first glance it didn't seem like he was impaired in the slightest. From Nova's perspective, his movements weren't as sharp. But she knew better than to test his ability to fight even in that state. Like that, they made their way to the edge of the city. And from there, they drove toward Horizon territory. Chapter 154, Nostalgia. No, shake it a bit more, and then dump it with the fruit juice." "But I already added the juice." "I told you not to, but it doesn't matter much. Just shake." "Fine." Slip. Shit. Dirk cursed as liquid spilled all over the passenger seat, one of the cups flying out of his grasp. Spite looked down from on top of Dirk's head. You're trying to be fancy. You're not that bartender. I thought the technique was there for a reason. Mixing is mixing. I could get a blender and mix it just as easily. Kind of. Just shake it normally next time. I smell alcohol. Suddenly, Pandora's voice echoed inside the car. She opened her eyes, exiting her meditation. When she looked up, she saw Dirk mixing drinks over the passenger seat of the car. It so happened that neither of his hands were on the steering wheel, yet they were still driving. She peeked over only to see his niece steering the vehicle, causing her to roll her eyes. I swear, it's been all of 6 days and you've become a proper alcoholic. You've put more effort into studying drinks than your magic. I still get sick when I drink, so more conditioning is needed. It's alcohol. You're gonna feel a bit sick when you drink it. Especially for someone like you who has no experience with it. You probably get drunk way too easily. Not really. Dirk refuted while cleaning things up. According to what he's experienced, it actually took a shocking amount of magic alcohol to even get him buzzed. He could down 2 entire bottles worth of liquor spiked with anima and barely start feeling warm. At first he thought it was just his metabolism, or maybe his high rank. But after Spite took a look, he found that his blood simply rejected almost all of the negative effects of the alcohol. The only reason he could feel anything at all was because all the alcohol he took from that bar was some of the highest class drinks that were enhanced with both anima and mana, designed to get powerful people drunk. Sure, it wasn't the most powerful alcohol there was. But it was well above what Dirk should be able to handle, and yet he did so easily. Which was good, because that meant he could focus more on conditioning himself rather than worrying about getting drunk. And even after almost a week, he still felt sick whenever he drank. It was like anything other than water was a poison that his body wanted to throw back up. And in fact, after pushing himself enough, he did throw up. Pandora was always too focused on her magic though to notice, as was Exos with his enchanting. She sighed. Just don't ruin my car, please. And don't push yourself so hard. There are some things that time can heal as well. You don't always have to put yourself through your traumas to conquer them. That's counterintuitive. From your perspective, maybe. Pandora gave a soft smile as Dirk refuted again. Then, she closed her eyes. I'll focus until we arrive. Just let me know when we get there. Sure. Dirk nodded, focusing back on his drinks. And not long later, he spotted a massive city in the distance. Taking out an orb, he tapped it a few times before sending a message. Dirk. Hi, Mom. Dirk smiled as he stepped down from the vehicle. Cecilia dove in, hugging her son a little too tight for his comfort. I missed you so much. You're okay, right? I heard from Ethan about the things that happened in that city. You did an amazing thing. Yeah. Dirk grit his teeth for nearly half a minute while his mother squeezed him with atrocious strength. And when she separated, he took a deep breath, causing her to laugh. Sorry, my baby. I'm glad you're here. And I see the princess is here as well. Looking over his shoulder, Cecilia spotted Pandora stepping down from the truck. Pandora curtsied a bit in greeting. Nice to see you again, Madam Strider. I'm just glad you didn't get my child into trouble. Ha, surely you don't believe our trip was so uneventful. Pandora smirked a bit. How ludicrous was it to think that they hadn't gotten into trouble? Surely Cecilia wasn't so naive. But the protective mother just narrowed her eyes. I mean trouble he couldn't fight his own way out of. Well, I don't know if there's any such thing. Don't worry, Madam Strider. Your son happens to be irreplaceable to me. Pandora spoke while linking with Dirk's arm, almost as if in provocation. It caused Cecilia to narrow her eyes a bit further before glancing at Dirk, who looked as still and calm as a statue. Pandora also looked at him, poking him in the side. Is acting as neutral as possible a defense mechanism or something? more so inconspicuous. It's not working. Shut up. He turned his head away, earning a chuckle from Pandora. Cecilia watched, more so curious than anything. She wasn't exactly fond of this diabolical princess, but it seemed that the relationship between the two was closer than it had been before. Even she remembered the distance between them that now looked largely gone. Still, it was difficult for Cecilia to not be protective. If there was any child to trust, it was Dirk, but when it came to him she was also extra cautious. But she knew when to back off a bit, so with a small sigh, she shifted the topic to the others who had somehow tagged along with the duo. Exos and Nova exited the truck, both of them observing Cecilia curiously. Nova was particularly observant, but when she suddenly felt her hair stand on end, she retreated and looked down at the floor. Cecilia smiled and walked over. "And who are these two?" "And my name is Exos Havelite, madam." Exos stuttered a bit, catching himself as he stared at Cecilia in enamor. He was obviously embarrassed as he bowed a bit in greeting. Nova also curtsied, but she refused to meet Cecilia's gaze as she spoke. "I am Nova, and I serve the princess." "A pleasure, Nova. I hope you and my son can also get along. There aren't many he can relate to like you." "Why yes." Nova found herself baffled. His mother? Were they a family of freaks? Why did both mother and son feel like they could wring her neck with nothing but their gaze? And why was she so easily being seen through? With a chuckle, Cecilia turned back to Dirk. "So, my son. To what do I owe this unexpected visit?" "Just visiting before continuing. Thought I should say hello to everyone." "I see. Now tell me, why does my 16-year-old son reek of alcohol?" Dirk's face went neutral again, and perhaps in a moment of panic, found himself looking toward Pandora. Her brows raised. "What are you looking at me for? You're the one who sunk into depravity." "Shut up. I'm just experimenting, or something." He spoke, hoping that was a half-decent explanation. And Cecilia found herself curious. She knew her son wouldn't take to alcohol without purpose. In fact, he shouldn't like drinking anything remotely similar to alcohol. Ever since his time at Azure's Mountain, he hadn't put any liquid other than water into his stomach. Wait, maybe that's... Cecilia's eyes widened, coming to a conjecture. And she quickly decided she wouldn't question it. She stepped forward, combing Dirk's hair back before giving him a kiss on the forehead. "All right, it's fine. Unfortunately, your father isn't here. He's on the front lines with your brother and sister." "Sister?" "Viola. She returned not long after the advent." Cecilia guided them through the city while speaking. Apparently, while Viola wasn't enlisted with the Empire's military, she was still acting as a mercenary. And since she was the daughter of a Grand Marshal and the sister of a Marshal, she had a rather lofty position, especially with her skills. However, the second sister, Rita, had yet to appear. After disappearing a few years ago, Rita hasn't shown up in the Empire once. Not even I know where she might be, though I suspect she's in the otherworld. Elven territories? Why? Because her elven lineage started to awaken. It had started when she was going on adventures throughout the Dark Kingdom, which was about the time when I last saw her. If she's smart, then she should be trying to get blessed by the World Tree. Oh. So how's her tier? She was really strong when I last saw her. Dirk asked curiously. When he last saw her at the academy, she had been a tier 5 who was already learning void walking. She even had a domain. With a perfect darkness attribute, she should be far stronger. But Cecilia spoke otherwise. Your sister stagnated, actually. It's something most dark magicians and all elves go through. You see, elves go through magical growth spurts early in their lives. But then their progress slows dramatically. They could jump 3 tiers in 1 year, and then not advance another tier for a decade. That's because of their blessing, which is also technically a curse. And dark elven magicians have it even harder because at some point, they must decide on their relationship with darkness, which can halt their progress depending on how they decide. Then she must be either having the time of her life or going through hell right now. Pandora suddenly chimed in. Although she didn't know Dirk's sister, she definitely knew about all the species of this world. She probably wasn't any less informed than Cecilia. And her words were confirmed by a nod. Correct. Thankfully she had already formed her domain, so her difficulty should be lesser and her talent greater. Well, unless she deviated in some way. Cecilia muttered darkly, causing Dirk to show a bit of concern. He actually knew what she meant by that. Deviation was a big concept for dark magicians, and it was determined by their path in the dark arts. Giving into the darkness too much could cause one to gradually lose their sense of ego in the pursuit of power, making them crazy. It was why, despite being generally accepted by society, dark magicians were still stigmatized. Dirk took the extreme path of absolutely dominating his element, not giving even an inch of space to its chaos. But that wasn't an option for most, and they were required to change themselves and their psyche in order to accommodate the element and its comprehensions. A balance needed to be struck, and one's state of mind heavily influenced their path in the dark arts. But Dirk wasn't sure why Rita, his buttery sister, would have even the slightest chance of deviating. Especially because she was so talented. Why would she deviate? Did something happen? He asked with a surprising amount of urgency, taking Pandora off guard. There were few people Dirk would concern himself over. It seemed he was close with his sister. Cecilia couldn't help a wry smile. Well, you're actually the reason. Rita disappeared not long after hearing of your kidnapping. I guess she knew she couldn't help you as she was, so she left to go hone herself. She said she had gone to the Dark Kingdom to study magic there, but during the Advent I couldn't find her. That means she probably wasn't in the kingdom anymore, thus my guess is about her going to the World Tree. Oh. Dirk scratched his head. It seemed he would need to apologize when he saw her again. If he could find her in the first place. Well, it was at least good that they were going in her assumed direction. Perhaps by some miracle they would find her. For a moment, Dirk found himself longing to see his sister. But he quickly pushed the thought back. Brooding over it wouldn't get him anywhere. Cecilia changed the topic with a smile. Don't worry about it much. Now let's go home. I'm sure you all are tired from travel. Yes, please. I'd love to see Dirk's old room. Pandora smiled, and they continued toward the house. When they arrived, Pandora took in the sights of the house with great pleasure. Dirk was also quite nostalgic. He had come home briefly after escaping the mountain before going right back out to the Dark Kingdom. It had felt like years since then. But beyond that, he found it funny. Pandora was oddly interested in the house, and she wasted no time in checking out his room. He laughed when she was disappointed. With words like, I don't know what I expected and how dull, she went around critiquing the place. And it was true. Dirk was never one for decor. It was like all that style was taken and put into his combat instead. Like that, night fell. They had rolled into the city around sunset anyway, and they really were tired from the long drives. So they retired early. Exos and Nova were offered guest rooms, as was Pandora. Yet, she found herself in Dirk's room anyway. However, Dirk didn't retire when they did. Instead, he made his way to the study, a large bottle of another concoction he brewed up during the drive. His father's study was a place Dirk frequented when he was a young child. He still had those vivid memories of gathering intel with his stubby little 4-year-old hands, taking several seconds just to separate and flip a single page, and even more time to figure out how to knock the books down in the first place. The bookshelves were dustier than they had been though. It seemed that they hadn't been used in quite some time. Well, they were all growing up. Despite his father being in his 90s and his mother approaching her 70s, it seemed they were still maturing. After all, raising your children was just as much of a growing experience as becoming an adult was. And many things had happened, especially in the past few years. Their family had been through quite a bit. One child became a soldier, one got kidnapped, 2 daughters disappeared while adventuring, and only one had yet come back. And now a war had thrown them into conflict. Dirk was about to continue traveling the world, and 2 were fighting a war against monsters alongside their father. As for the mother, who knew what she did in her free time? Going through the study, Dirk concluded that nobody had time for leisurely reading anymore. In fact, the maids who had once frequented this palace when they were kids were nowhere to be found. Dirk only saw the head maid and an assistant, both of which were merely maintaining the place and standing by should the masters suddenly come home. It made Dirk melancholic. A part of him longed for those days when things were simpler. When he could just go to school, be loved by his parents, and play around with Ava. "Are you all right?" Dirk suddenly heard a voice, seeing it was his mother. He lowered the bottle he was about to take a swig out of, sighing. "Yeah. It's just been a long time. I would normally say that you're exaggerating and have yet to experience even a fraction of what life has to offer, but I don't think that applies to you. Sometimes I forget, but you're not just a 16-year-old teen. I find myself deeply curious about what your other world was like. And even then, you've experienced so much here." Cecilia took a seat at the one desk in the study, turning the chair to Dirk as he leaned on a bookcase. And her words caused him to dive into yet another bout of nostalgia. He recalled his old memories as if they had happened 100 years ago. Some of those memories felt completely foreign to him. He mumbled, "Maybe one day I can let you see what it's like. There's in fact a light and dark spell that lets you display images of what's in your memories. It requires a fairly strong mind, but it's nothing that advanced. I haven't learned it myself, but it should be possible for you to learn it sometime in the future. Well, there's that, and the alternative. Just remember that I came here from a world without magic, and yet it was by no fluke. Perhaps in the future, they might develop whatever technology they had back then. And when that happens, the people of my old world will come marching over with weapons that this world can't begin to understand." Dirk spoke those words with great foreboding, causing Cecilia's blood to run cold. This was the first she was hearing of this, but she could understand that a world which could bridge the gap between 2 planets was not one to be trifled with. They would come with weapons that could destroy them, at the least. In fact, it seemed almost inevitable by how Dirk spoke of it. Suddenly, she thought that she would need to ask Pandora to find the magic she spoke of. She was now morbidly curious about their native world, and surely Pandora should be able to cast the magic. Even if not right now, she could do so in the near future. Then again, whether she would agree was a different story. Chapter 155, Vulnerable. Dirk and his mother were silent as both had their own complex thoughts. He thought back to his youth. There had been a lapse in consciousness after Dirk went through the portal. Still, he and Pandora assumed that they hadn't been reborn much longer after they died. After all, Earth had yet to develop their dimensional technology again and come through. So his younger days were filled with thoughts of how he would live his new life according to what he hated about his old life. He surely didn't think that anything like getting kidnapped by Azura would happen, so his mind was filled with notions of a simpler life filled with far less conflict than his past. It was why he was so devastated when those hopes had been shattered. Part of Dirk didn't want to fight. Well, that was probably a part of everyone. Either way, he wouldn't mind not aggravating the high powers of this world and attracting unfathomably deadly individuals and scenarios toward him. But he had decided back then within that mountain that he wouldn't settle for anything less than the topmost echelon of power. He would become a god amongst men just like the kings and emperors of this world, or die trying. This resolution was also why he had a hard time accepting what Azura did to him. He didn't want to have to travel down that path, but he was forced. Only absolution was able to get Dirk out of that living hell. Half-assed goals would only result in his demise. And not long after that, he was roped into global catastrophe alongside Pandora. So it seemed everything was going according to plan. But within his father's study, surrounded by dusty books and memories of a childhood much brighter than his old one, he found himself just slightly regretful. He longed for a life he would never have, and yet accepted the fact that he would never have it. The feeling of having to do such a thing wasn't much different from feeling sick after taking a few sips of alcohol. I'm tired. Dirk thought that while letting out a slow breath. But he still brought up one more topic. By the way. His voice caused Cecilia to snap out of her own ponder. We plan on requisitioning an airship. It was the main reason we came back here. We need a mode of transport faster than a car. Oh? That's rather bold. Not to say that you shouldn't give it a try. Cecilia smiled a bit, crossing her legs in thought. After the war started, the Emperor suddenly introduced dozens of airships and created an aerial armada. They've been instrumental in moving massive amounts of people and cargo where our teleporters can't reach. Anyway, you aren't getting your hands on any of the standard airships since those are all either being used or are stationed in a fort for maintenance. But I can point you to a production facility. I would say that's easier to steal from than a fort, especially since nobody knows about it. Well, it would help us a lot. Sure. But I won't help you directly. Take it as a challenge. I want to see you take one by yourselves. She smiled brightly, as if she wasn't technically committing treason by doing what she was. And Dirk smiled with her, his spirits brightening a bit. All right then. I'm going to bed. Sure. Sleep as much as you want. Tomorrow we can visit the others on the front lines. Last I heard, Alec is out there as well. Oh. That'll be fun. Dirk thought about his one friend while leaving the study. Cecilia watched him leave with heavy eyes. Walking down a hallway, Dirk made it to his room. He opened the door and entered. After closing the door behind him, Pandora swooped in from the side. Dressed in a thin nightgown, she hugged him from behind. I felt you. What has you down, my dear? She spoke of their connection in a soft voice. Within it, Dirk could feel great allure, not to mention what he felt on his back. His body momentarily got a wave of goosebumps, but when that went away, he responded in a monotone voice. Nothing. Just some optimistic thoughts of mine. Optimism only gets you down when you think you can't have it. And I, for one, don't believe there's anything you can't get should you want it enough. This world doesn't allow that sort of hope. And who did you let put that idea into your head? Dirk went silent. His hopes had very effectively been crushed and ground into dust before being chewed and shit out by the monster known as Azura. The very concept of powerlessness was almost literally engraved into his bones, powerlessness before those who stood at the top of the world. Either way, Dirk believed the simple life he desired to be impossible. This world, its magic, its people, wouldn't allow it. His life would be a never-ending battle to rise to the top, and even then, there were gods who would deny his rest waiting at the top of that mountain. In that picture, where did his ideal life fit in? Pandora spoke into his ear, as if answering that question. Dirk, understand that hope is the antithesis to everything that fights against you. Azura tried to crush your hope and your will to continue on. He made you believe that there was nothing for you except the endless abyss of warfare and death. And I know that this war did nothing to help that either. Everything seems to be denying you hope for something better than what you have. Pandora slipped around to his front, her words echoing in Dirk's mind. They were infectious, stressing the weight on his heart. And he looked into her ruby-red eyes that seemed to draw him in deeper. For a moment he thought that she was affecting his mind with her powers of temptation, but he felt none of that at play, causing something in him to stir even more than before. Her hands cupped his face, rising before slipping his blindfold off and revealing his cursed eyes. A finger traced the surface of that cracked skin. Don't give them that power over you. You're allowed to hope for something better, and nobody can stop you from fighting for it. For peace, for security, for happiness and love. All those things are just waiting for you to grab them. Begging you to take them. Her arms slipped around his neck as she whispered. And then, she planted her lips on his. Unlike before though, it wasn't soft. It was full, Dirk unable to resist as she sucked him in. Nor did he. The euphoric wave of pleasure caught him off guard. He had never felt anything like it before. It was even more intoxicating than alcohol. He felt like he never wanted to stop. And after several seconds, they separated. Pandora's bated breath brushed across his face. "So take me." She spoke, and with a jump, wrapped her legs around his waist. Dirk caught her, the two moving toward the bed. And they fell across it while climbing on top of each other. Pandora glued herself to his body while voraciously swapping tongue. And they continued like that for several minutes, neither even having the thought of stopping cross their mind. They just let the pleasure of each other's desires flood their minds. But not even that could completely cloud Dirk's thoughts. Even through the pleasure, he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He knew who was in his mind, and he didn't have any thoughts of pushing her out. But he found himself conflicted in this moment, because he couldn't deny what he was feeling right now. Pandora had been his sworn enemy up until a month or so ago. Gradually she grew on him, and as she kept fighting, so his defenses fell. And tonight, in a moment of vulnerability, she seemed to check all the right boxes and strike right at his heart, carving out a place within it for herself. And he couldn't find it within him to deny it. The only reason he would deny her was due to who she used to be, but he had reconciled that. Seeing her collapse over her failure was a major turning point for his relationship with her. It made him realize that, like him, she was a bit broken too. And he felt that he was the only one who could help put her back together. To deny her, and how he was beginning to feel about her, would contradict all that. So he couldn't. But now, in the heat of the moment, he remembered another girl he had given a bit of his heart to. And once remembered, he couldn't forget. Still, it was only a faint portion of his mind that remembered. The rest was focused elsewhere. But the overwhelming emotions seemed to drain him as well, because at some point, he slowed down and drifted with the pleasure into the silence of the night. So his consciousness faded, yet ever filled with those insuppressible feelings of satisfaction. There was a small moan as Dirk woke, the brightness of the sun piercing through the curtains of his window. He stretched as he did so, feeling wholly rested and rejuvenated. He even smiled a bit, feeling good. But as he shifted, he could feel something pinning down his arm. It made him freeze as his mana vision focused. He found Pandora beside him. He was practically wearing her as she clutched his body. And the thin nightgown she wore had slipped sometime during the night. The sight of that exposed pink nipple almost made his mind blank. In fact, Pandora's entire image was almost sucking him in, spurring on the instincts of his body with full force. It took his inhuman willpower to pull away. She probably wouldn't mind being woken up and ravaged, but he did. He wasn't exactly ready to take that step. He was realizing just what those things were beginning to entail, and doing something like that would take far more consideration. What it meant for him to form that kind of bond was taking shape, and its potential impact on his path in this life would be significant. Suddenly, Dirk found himself questioning this whole situation. How the hell did I get sucked in like that? It's like the past me is nowhere to be found. He sighed inwardly, and very gently, slipped out from underneath Pandora. Of course, she slept like a corpse anyway, so she didn't wake. After that, he dressed before heading downstairs. It was odd how he reverted back to old habits, taking familiar steps through a hallway before happening upon the dining room. It was there that he found his mother and the head maid. Breakfast was being served. Of course, Dirk couldn't care too much about the breakfast. Instead, he saw the small smile his mother gave him, his ears burning in shame. That was the first time. So that isn't what your entire trip has been like? Don't get me wrong, I'm not one to interfere in my children's love lives. But I can't help but be surprised. You seemed to hate her not long ago. Dirk refused to explain himself. It was oddly difficult to say that his mind had changed, especially when he was rather stubborn about things. Even he was surprised with himself, let alone his mother. Seeing that, Cecilia chuckled a bit and waved. Don't worry about it. I trust in your judgment. Come sit and eat. Fine. Dirk sighed, washing his thoughts of embarrassment and taking a seat. Right now, he was rather glad he didn't have eyes. Surely they would give away even more of his thoughts. He was served breakfast by the head maid as he sat, seeing a large platter. None of it was as luxurious as the stuff Pandora had prepared for their trips, but the homely feel it gave off was enough for him. He ate with pleasant thoughts, feeling like he was young again. He remembered when he would have to drag or carry Rita down in the mornings. She would always go to his room in the morning before falling back asleep in his bed. The piggybacks became a morning ritual. I want to see Rita. Dirk had those thoughts while finishing off his plate. After that, he sat in silence for a while. In that time, Cecilia spoke softly. Dirk. I'm glad you found someone you can be vulnerable with. His mother's smile was loving as he focused on her. Dirk knew his mother probably didn't approve of Pandora all that much. Neither did he until recently. They both probably knew it was a miracle how he had let her get so close to him. But he did. It's different when you can be close with someone else, isn't it? Your father was someone I found that in. After everything I had been through with Azura, it took a lot for me to open up. But he was very persistent. He said all the right things and promised me everything that I ever wanted. He gave me love and a family. And I'm glad that you're finding those things for yourself. After all, there's only so much your mother can give you. At some point, my baby needs to leave the nest and find a chick of his own. She finished with a laugh, causing Dirk to smile. However, her next words made him sweat. Of course, you're also going to need to figure out what to do with your other girlfriend. I know you didn't forget about that childhood sweetheart of yours. Dirk didn't respond, his face going completely neutral as if he was just staring off into the distance. That only made her smile more though. And then, they heard footsteps. My Dirk has another girlfriend? This is the first time I'm hearing of this. Pandora turned the corner with a sweet smile, dressed in a casual t-shirt and sweats that had been designed after clothes from Earth. She looked no less beautiful, but her smile made Dirk sink even farther into his own world of selective ignorance. We need to go see Dad and the others today. No, I must hear about this rival of mine. Is she human? Elf? Hybrid? Dirk was silent, absolutely nothing changing on his face. But with her last guess, she smiled. She's a hybrid. I gave away nothing. No, but your mother did. Pandora glanced at Cecilia, who was a bit caught off guard. Then she moved over behind Dirk's seat, wrapping her arms around him and whispering in his ear. Surely I'll need to meet this girl sometime, no? Nobody leaves that stone-cold heart of yours so easily, so I'll need to properly vet her. After all, unless she's extraordinary, she won't be able to survive being in a relationship with you. Unless she proves herself, then she's automatically disqualified to compete with me. It's not a contest. Oh, I know. But just remember, you're not the only one who gets to pick. If I want you, then surely I'm going to fight until you're mine, regardless of your own feelings on the matter. Pandora's smile was slightly maddened as she spoke into his ear, and from across the table, Cecilia had a wry smile. It seemed Dirk had his work cut out for him. This princess wasn't so easily handled. Not that she could judge much. She too had a face like that with her own husband. An assassin like her got what she wanted, and there was very little to stop her when she had her mind set on something. But then, she waved. All right, keep the romance to a minimum in front of me, please. It's hard to watch. Very well. You hear that, Dirk? You can't be all over me anymore. Try to hold it in, okay? Dirk was silent, baffled by her audacity to say such a thing. Then, she suddenly leaned toward his neck. Let me get a sip too. Right after she muttered, her teeth were exposed, two fangs quickly poking into his neck. Cecilia was momentarily surprised before she rolled her eyes. Did I not just say? Never mind. Just finish up whatever it is you two do and get dressed. We're heading to the front lines in an hour. All right. With Dirk's mumble, she left the two lovebirds and retreated to her room. Chapter 156, Front Lines. The front lines that Cecilia spoke of were not unlike what the dwarves had set up against the monster hordes that spewed from the dragon lair of Earth. In fact, it was almost exactly the same. Except, instead of just defending against monsters, the Horizon Empire had to fight against a living wasteland. After all, fire was always more destructive than the other elements. To get to the front lines, the only thing they needed to do was take a teleporter that hundreds of people went through every hour. The teleporter nexus that Horizon had set up was beside their commercial teleporter nexus, which baffled Pandora even more than she thought she could be. This technology that her Dark Kingdom had barely begun to develop being deployed on such a large scale made her think that her railways were primitive trash. Well, she couldn't complain for very long, because perhaps these teleporters were the only thing saving the Horizon Empire from utter annihilation. They felt it as soon as they arrived at their destination. The wave of heat that graced their faces and threatened to singe the ends of their hair. It was lucky that Dirk had a perfect affinity for fire and Pandora had a perfect affinity for water and ice. But for the others, they weren't so lucky. Exo's frown and Nova, while expressionless, looked uncomfortable as she started to sweat a bit. From their teleporter, they could see dozens of troops moving every which way. Some were running by themselves, off to complete whatever task they were given. But most were in formations, marching or jogging in and out of the teleporter platforms. Dirk could sense all the copious amounts of spatial waves generated by the teleporters. How they weren't constantly destabilizing each other, he wasn't sure. That was, until he sensed a single but massive power source sending out occasional pulses of dark mana. It seemed to be a stabilizer. The pulses of dark mana it sent out made space solidify. When Dirk tried to poke through his surroundings as if he were void walking, he found it far more difficult, at least until the pulse faded. It fascinated him for a short moment before the group exited the Nexus. And then, their sights were blessed with what could very well be a hell on Earth. Move! Team 3, man those sentries. Get this man to medical. Next wave is in 25 minutes. Screams rang out as Dirk walked out into what seemed like a huge base. The skies above were red and black, almost as if the very atmosphere were burning. Dark clouds roiled and occasionally crackled with lightning that sent low tremors through the air, making everyone feel like some god was letting out growls of hatred. The air was uncomfortable to breathe, filled with fire mana that normal mages would find suffocating. Even fire mages would find the excessive fuel around them too much to handle. Behind Dirk, there were buildings that towered dozens and hundreds of meters into the sky. Many were interconnected between their bodies, bridges allowing easy movement between establishments. To the sides were massive fortifications. There were towers that contained magical turrets armed with complex enchantments along with places for mages to launch spells from, similar to pillboxes. And in front was the edge of the massive wall they stood atop. Dirk moved forward, weaving through a dozen people before leaning over the edge. And truly, the atmosphere properly reflected the hellish landscape. Beyond the 3 extra layers of walls around the fort was a wasteland of flowing lava, ash, obsidian, and carnage. Dirk could see a few rivers that occasionally burst with bubbles of molten rock and metal. These lava rivers flowed off into the distance, alongside the advancing armies of monsters. And its source was an utterly massive volcano. Dirk almost believed that his mana sight was being distorted when he saw it. He had to lift his head. The top of the volcano wasn't simply on the horizon. Instead, it seemed like it existed in the sky, even above the clouds. It was a colossal mountain that he could barely fathom traversing. It was this volcano that was wreaking utter devastation, spewing out enough heat, ash, and lava to turn what was likely a normal mountain range into a harrowing exclusion zone. And from the base of this volcano flooded thousands of monsters. In this respect, it was similar to the dwarven rusted bastion that defended against the monsters of the lair. But in every other respect, including difficulty, this place was far more treacherous. How a base managed to be built here, Dirk didn't know. Perhaps the Emperor had to personally step in, otherwise there was no way they could have established a stronghold so quickly. It had still only been a few months since the war started. Wow! Isn't this something? Pandora nodded impressively, which was a massive compliment coming from her. Cecilia sighed in response. Yes, it's impressive, but this place is even worse than a war zone. Then again, it's the only reason Ethan was able to get as good as he is now. Many fire mages have made serious advancements in this place. In that respect, this would be a good time for you to practice, Dirk. That is, if you guys aren't leaving immediately. We have some time. Accumulating power is just as important as the adventure. Pandora smiled while answering, and Dirk was pleased by her words. They came here to steal an airship for transportation, but Dirk didn't want to leave so soon. He wanted to grow his magical power, something he was lacking in, as well as spend time with his family. His family, primarily his parents, were powerful people willing to teach him everything they knew. Training with his mother for a total time of a mere couple of months pushed him to become a Rook-class warrior capable of utilizing his aura alongside weapons. Besides, the threats they were soon to face wouldn't be as friendly as before. Pandora had no connection with the elves that would give her any status to take advantage of. They would have to enter their territory and bring chaos to the World Tree before stealing an unknown but incalculably valuable artifact. And after their first failure, both Dirk and Pandora realized that their power wasn't satisfactory. Pandora took an especially hard hit, so she surely didn't want to depart before preparing. All right, let's go see your father. Maybe your sister will be there too. Cecilia waved everyone along, and the group pulled their eyes away from the fiery wasteland before heading to the largest building in the base. This place wasn't as busy, but there were still plenty of officers moving about. The foot traffic only grew as the next wave approached. Dirk! Suddenly though, there was a shout. Nobody really cared and the surroundings continued on. Dirk stopped though, looking over to see his father. But the voice hadn't come from his father. Instead, to his right stood Ethan. And to his left stood Viola, Dirk's eldest sibling and sister. He recognized her quickly, but he still barely believed it was her. As a child, Viola had dirty blonde hair as well as slightly pointed ears, symbols of her elven traits inherited from their father. But now, her hair had turned platinum, almost snow white. Her ears were just a bit longer, but not as much as a true elf. And her most glaring change was how tall she was. She was as tall as Dirk was, both standing at over 6 feet tall. It wasn't as tall as Ethan, but still rather towering. And she was lithe, just like her mother. Even Dirk recognized her beauty, though that made him wonder what Rita looked like, a girl who had been the most beautiful of all the siblings. After shouting in shock, Viola moved with blinding speed. Before she even arrived before him, Dirk could feel the air between them shift for her body, entirely eliminating wind resistance. The ground also roiled along with the soles of her feet, allowing her to expertly throw her body forward. And she appeared before him with a bright smile, wrapping him up in an emotional hug. She was silent as Dirk caught himself, slowly returning the hug. Of everyone, Dirk had probably been the most detached from Viola. She was always too far ahead in life to really connect with him like Rita had, so their lives hardly crossed paths. But he could sense the relief and happiness in her hug. It really showed him that their familial bonds superseded whatever friendship they may or may not have cultivated. I missed you, kid. It's really good to see you. You too. Dirk smiled. It had been many, many years since they'd even seen each other. She had disappeared even before Dirk entered the academy, not to mention the years at Azura's Mountain. But it was like none of that mattered. The two separated, Viola smiling and ruffling Dirk's hair. Look at you. All grown up now, huh? I can tell you're aging better than your brute brother back there. I can hear you. Ethan walked over with a frown poking through his beard, making Viola chuckle mischievously. Dirk smiled a bit more. Those two always had that kind of sibling rivalry. It was good that nothing had changed. Though, unlike before, Viola wasn't simply able to beat down her rambunctious younger brother using her extra couple years to her advantage. No, her power ran far deeper now. Dirk could recognize it at a glance. Viola was born with air and earth attributes. They weren't perfect, but they were still fantastic. Not only that, but she was able to wield anima and refine her body. At the academy, she worked toward becoming a strength and speed-based warrior. Using the wind and the earth as the basis for her movement and her body refinement for strength, she could become a well-rounded combatant with few weaknesses. It seemed she had attempted to take these things to the extreme, at least for her speed. Dirk didn't sense atrocious strength like Ethan. Instead, she was nimble, quick. And based on Dirk's estimations, she was a tier 5 and rank 6, a level ahead of himself in both respects and about the same as Ethan. It seemed like both of them would reach their father's level, but Dirk knew it wouldn't be so easy despite them advancing so fast at a young age. Dirk saw Viola's platinum hair flip as she turned toward Riker. He nodded at Dirk. "It's good to see you, son. How are your travels?" "Well, I'm here, so it wasn't too bad. I'm not sure if that's comforting to hear as your father, but I would agree. Still, adventure should involve more than just keeping yourself alive." "Yeah." Dirk smirked a bit. Angering an entire empire wasn't exactly conducive to a healthy life, but they managed. At the very least, Dirk got to see some new places and meet new people, so it wasn't all bad. Then, Dirk's family all turned toward Pandora. Dressed in her casual earthly clothes, she sensed their gazes and curtsied a bit, her purple hair spilling over her shoulders. "Nice to meet you all, especially Dirk's sister. I am Pandora Venati's." "So you're her?" Viola narrowed her eyes a bit, seemingly already heard much about the vampire princess, which wasn't surprising considering Ethan no doubt spoke of it after his meeting with Dirk at the ruined city. Sensing Viola's caution, Pandora smiled a bit deeper. "Yes, I'm the vampire princess, though I'd prefer to keep my identity a bit more discreet while I'm here. I wouldn't want the Emperor coming to see me right now as that might delay our plans for the future." "Why would that happen though? Did you do something that would warrant the Emperor's interference?" "Forgive me, but that information is a bit above your pay grade." Viola frowned, to which Pandora's smile turned to a slightly snarky grin. But then, her body jerked as Dirk pinched her side. "Ow. Why? You're being rude. I thought I was being pretty nice. Drop the condescension then. And stop provoking obvious responses. For someone who likes to keep secrets, you talk a lot. It's called mind games and deception. And I'm telling you to stop doing that with my family. It's unnecessary." Dirk and Pandora bantered while everyone around them watched. They just let it play out, gradually smiling as if watching a play. Then, Viola grabbed Dirk's arm, pulling him out of the conversation. "All right. You're coming with me." "Where?" "To the arena. And nobody is allowed to come." "Since when do you get to decide that?" Cecilia suddenly warped in front of her daughter, stopping her from dragging Dirk off. Seeing that, Viola smiled sheepishly. "I was just gonna spar, Mom. Do I really need your permission for that?" "Fine. But we're watching, since I also want to see Dirk's progress." "I'm coming too." "Well, since we're all going." Viola rolled her eyes, seeing as the entire group was going to follow. Like that, they all walked off to a rear district of the base. In these areas, there were many residential buildings like bunks and the like. There were few commercial and civilian areas primarily because those who could stand to live here needed to be powerful in the first place. Normal people couldn't bear the constant heat. Bypassing even those though, they made their way to what looked like training and drilling grounds. Here, they found fields of soldiers doing things like working out, practicing formations, sparring, and more. And there was one building with plenty of arenas. There, they picked out a private arena using Riker's authority and set themselves up. "All right, pick out your best weapon." "No armor." "Yes, armor." "No, Mom." Viola shouted back as Cecilia refuted from the stands, the two going back and forth before Viola could only give in. She sighed and turned back to Dirk. "Equip your armor, then. As for the fight, I guess we go until one of us yields or there's an obvious winner." "All right." Dirk nodded, taking his place at one end of the arena. It was a basic square platform, one reinforced with enchantments. In fact, it almost looked like rough malleable metal in Dirk's manavision, making him think it had some self-repair properties. Thinking as he got ready, Dirk took out a short sword. However, this wasn't the ordinary metal short sword he had used before. Pandora's eyes widened as she saw the weapon. Bringing that out, huh? He must actually be serious about this. What is it? Cecilia asked from beside her, prompting Pandora to nod toward the blade. That's one of the artifacts straight out of our treasury, called the Sword of Dissonance. It's only a Tier 6 artifact, but its properties put it near Tier 7 in versatility. Basically, it's a sword you can't keep track of, one that can change its form at will while shifting through space in erratic patterns. Dirk's never used it, so either he wants to get used to it, or he's choosing a high-quality weapon so he can be serious with the battle. Either way, we're in for a show. Pandora smiled and sat back, her ruby-red eyes flashing. Cecilia turned back, looking at her two children. And just as she did, she was able to witness the appearance of Dirk's armor. Chapter 157, Inspiration. Scales? Cecilia's eyes narrowed as her acute vision took in the details of Dirk's scale armor. It appeared over his body after he was covered by a black film, the scales poking out from within the black film and a helmet simply appearing on top of his head. The scales were small, but just big enough to be linked with rings. There were thousands of them, each one expertly placed and angled so that they all layered against each other without flaw. And his helmet was entirely featureless, its sleek design making him look like some kind of futuristic knight. What was curious about it was how it had no openings to speak of for his face, merging smoothly into the scales that covered his neck and eliminating all potential weak points. It seemed rather inhuman to Viola. The scale armor made him look like some kind of black viper that moved without emotion, its only focus being the prey that would soon fall beneath its fangs. And then, she brought her own armor out. Unfortunately, it wasn't as impressive as Dirk's. It was a set of leather armor with certain areas of her body guarded by metal plating. Her chest, forearms, hips, shins, and other vital areas were all protected. But otherwise, the leather afforded her maximum range of motion. But did Dirk's not do the same? Unlike her armor, his had zero soft points that could be broken through. After all, at a certain level, the slightest weakness could turn into a devastating hindrance. One unguarded shoulder could result in a lost arm, a small slit for sight could become a mailbox for a well-placed arrow. Viola also didn't know where Dirk could get such an amazing set of armor. Armor was especially expensive, even more so than weapons. So where did he get the money, and who crafted it for him? And when? Many questions that even his parents had were thought about. Nobody had seen Obsidious, and only Pandora knew about the blob's functions besides Dirk and perhaps the Vampire Queen. Cool armor. Viola muttered after Dirk seemed ready. Thanks. His monotone voice responded, making him seem even more robotic. Finally, once Viola equipped a long but sleek sword, they stood opposed to each other. They were silent for a moment, nobody indicating that the battle had started. But then, Viola stepped forward. She didn't suddenly break out into a dash, nor did she release an attack. She just walked forward, the tip of her sword weaving around to her side, as if she were playing with it. But Dirk immediately sensed her expertise. She seemed to be ready for anything he could throw at her. No matter what happened, she would close the distance between them. There was nowhere he could run. It amazed Dirk. By simply walking, Viola was cutting off avenues of escape and invoking feelings of helplessness. But unfortunately for her, Dirk could already see through it. His instincts were too sharp to fall into a trap like that. But this was a spar, not some battle to the death. So instead of attempting to break her down, he decided to match her. Dirk took a step forward, and from the stands, Cecilia smiled. He walked almost exactly like she did. He matched her cadence, her stature, and both seemed to be attempting to dominate the other with their unspoken presence. It made Viola smile as well. And then, they met in the middle. They stepped toward each other at the same time, and just as they were about to collide, their bodies twitched. Viola let off a simple slash. But shockingly, in response, Dirk stabbed forward instead of blocking. His speed was shocking enough. It was explosive, like his arm was a cannon. But it couldn't block her strike, and it was stupid to think he was trying to trade blows. But then, just as her blade was going to land, he flickered. Viola sensed spatial fluctuations, causing her mana vision to focus behind her where Dirk's figure appeared. But then, another figure appeared to her right. And just as she thought that was the true Dirk, another appeared to her left. For Dirk's that, for a split second, resided in 4 places at once, all of them stabbing toward her neck. Her body shifted, attempting to block the strike of the figure to her left. It was the last to appear, and she could tell that this was a deviated version of void walking. So she believed that the last figure was the end of the spatial channel. But just as she deviated from her initial strike forward, all the Dirks disappeared. And the Dirk in front of her, the one that had never moved, settled into place. His blade arrived before her neck, stopping and nicking her skin. And her strike was nowhere to be seen, her focus toward her left where there was no nothing. For a moment, everything froze. And then, Viola let out a nervous chuckle. Holy shit. I have no response to that. She turned her head back to her front. Dirk had never actually moved. He just overlapped his presence in 4 different places. It was something Dirk realized after studying his magic more. The spatial channel he created placed his body in multiple places at once. Dirk had been learning to extend the amount of steps he could take, allowing him to void walk further without brute forcing the spatial channel to extend into instability. But, just because he took 4 steps didn't mean he had to settle on the last one. He could settle on any of the steps he took, because he was technically in all those places at once. It was an extremely deceptive tool, one that allowed him to defeat his sister in a single exchange. Of course, it may not be able to happen again, but since when did enemies meeting on a battlefield get to have second chances in a fight? She was as good as dead. Clap clap clap. There was a small cheer from the stands, Cecilia clapping with a wide smile. Good. Very good. Impressive. Everyone nodded as well. It was a fight that lasted no more than a few seconds and consisted of walking and a single sword strike from each party. But all of them were familiar enough with battle to recognize the skill displayed by both parties. Only Exos didn't have as much of a clue, but he still recognized that Dirk had defeated somebody more powerful than him with a single move. It was amazing. Viola sighed as Dirk lowered his sword. Then, his helmet disappeared, revealing a smile. Like that party trick? Ha! Good one. It seems your talent has gone beyond ours. You've got insane instincts. It's just a difference in attributes. That's no excuse, but then again, maybe talent is an excuse too. So I won't make any. But I do want to try again. Sure. Dirk didn't mind as they both went back to opposite ends of the arena. Neither had really moved around, and there was much deeper skill to be shown. There was no way either of them would want to end things there. And this time, Viola had enough of an impression to know that, not only could her little brother take care of himself, but she would actually need to be completely invested in the fight, otherwise she'd get outmaneuvered and defeated. This time, there would be no fancy tricks, and upon starting another bout, there weren't. Dirk generally refrained from using void walking, only activating it to shift out of sticky situations. Otherwise, he and Viola competed with their swords as the focus, their magic being supplemental. Viola used earth and air magic to move around with smooth yet lightning-quick steps, her attacks chaining together with constant momentum and carrying great weight behind every swing. Dirk felt like his arm was colliding with a heavy metal pole every time their swords came together. He had to stress his own strength in order to not get thrown around. However, when it came to speed, he didn't lose out. For one, Dirk had literal lightning-quick movements. The lightning mana in his body occasionally exploded with a bolt of electricity, causing his muscles to contract with extreme force and move before he even told his body to. It made his strikes fast and his reactions faster. While the burden on his body was great, because he had completed muscle destruction, he could go like this so long as had the energy. But, with their physical capabilities not playing a most decisive role on the outcome, the battle shifted according to their skill instead. Primarily, their sword skills. Dirk never learned anything about properly wielding a sword. He was never taught any techniques and never wanted to learn any for some mysterious reason, only figuring out how to do the basics. For everything else, he was blind, though he didn't really mind that. Dirk had his own style of fighting that translated into everything he did. His sword strikes were direct, taking the most optimal path for what he was trying to accomplish with every blow. They had very little finesse and there was zero technique to speak of. But he could chain together his attacks just as well, if not better than Viola. His inhuman combat senses had basically developed their own sword style, something only the most adept combatants in the stands could see, which was everyone aside from Exos. The battle continued for an entire 15 minutes, during which, nobody pulled their eyes away. Dirk had let Viola control the tempo, and gradually, she had become faster and more aggressive. They had spent a few minutes feeling each other out in consideration. They established their basic capabilities before getting more advanced. More magic, more strength, more technique, more speed. Now, 15 minutes later, they moved across the arena as their swords sent out rapid sounds of collision, several every second. And their figures were like two blurs, dashing across a dozen meters at a time. And from beneath his mask, Dirk smiled as he fought. He felt that Viola was a very suitable sparring partner, one who could keep up yet couldn't overwhelm him. Dirk felt like he was always surrounded with people who stood too far above him or too far below him. But Viola, despite being technically stronger, was a good match to his abilities. Of course, he was withholding a majority of what he could do. He was sure that, if it came down to it, he could kill Viola with certainty. But underneath that level of battle, they clashed on equal grounds. From what he could see on her face, she too was enjoying this battle. And because of that, neither of them felt like stopping. At some point, their battle had reached an hour in duration. When they reached this point, their battle shifted from simply fighting to learning. Each of their styles went through changes. Dirk, from seeing Viola's swordsmanship, began mimicking some of those techniques. He also got a feel for his sword of dissonance. He had been using it strictly as a basic weapon, but he now let loose some of its functions, learning how its power could be used. Viola was also learning to adapt to Dirk's very direct yet uncanny ability to deflect, counter, and nullify her attacks. She was learning what it meant to fight someone with atrocious combat senses, and though she couldn't simply modify her sword techniques like Dirk could, she could still reform her own decision-making. She could mimic those combat senses to some extent, seeing the decisions he made and applying them to herself. Not only that, but when the sword of dissonance started to operate, she had to adjust for the difference in weapons. It forced her reactions to quicken, something she was allowed to do since Dirk didn't unleash its abilities in full force. All these things resulted in their battle becoming more than a spar. And when it reached this point, Riker only sighed. Well, there's no stopping them now. Here, why don't I take you all to a housing unit so you can get settled? Thank you, Sir Strider. That would be appreciated. Pandora smiled and rose from her seat, Exos and Nova following. Exos had started to get bored, his mind drifting to his enchanting. And Nova had seen enough to begin to understand Dirk's power. She also had a faint smile while looking at Viola. It seemed not every member of that family was a freak. Like that, everyone except for Cecilia and Ethan left. Put more earth mana into your foot. As she watched them fight, Cecilia suddenly spoke. Her tone was normal, as if she were talking to someone beside her. But eventually, she smiled as Viola did exactly what she told her. Her foot was loaded with more earth mana, stabilizing and linking it to the floor she used for propulsion. Soften your aura. Use those back muscles when swinging your sword like that. Don't extend your strike so much. Know when to pull back. Focus on the tip of your aura, not its body. Cecilia occasionally threw out words, each of them being a critique of both Dirk and Viola. And both of her children heeded her advice, even though they seemed wholly engrossed in their battle. Cecilia had realized at some point that this battle had become a moment of inspiration for them, or at the very least, an inspiration for Viola. With Dirk's stimulation, she was flourishing and learning at a rapid pace. And Cecilia found this to be the perfect time to correct some flaws. And Viola's presence sharpened, almost as if melding with Dirk's own in an attempt to both adapt to yet mimic it. She was refining herself under his pressure. Turns out, like Dirk, Viola was a Rook-class warrior. After all, rising to Bishop class was a massive mountain to climb. In that respect, Dirk and Viola were pretty equal. But, that aura of hers seemed to be pushing past some kind of barrier. Cecilia could see it, and Dirk could feel it. As she sharpened, so too did her sword and aura. And in her trance, the pressure she placed on Dirk increased by quite a bit. He found himself on the back foot. With every strike, he felt his palms threaten to rupture under the impact of her sword. Her speed shot up, forcing Dirk to stress his lightning technique and body to keep dodging. He was also forced to start reading her like he did in normal battles, controlling the pace that she kept trying to shatter with overwhelming force. As their battle approached 5 hours in duration, Viola was finally showing greater power than Dirk. She was performing according to her true stature, and Dirk was hard-pressed to maintain himself. But that pressure was good for him too. He needed to improve, so along with refining his own aura against hers, he worked on employing more magic, shifting between all his spells. Void walking became more frequent, forcing Viola to slow down and anticipate his movements yet not let Dirk use that against her. Her instincts screamed, but that was exactly what she needed. Dirk's magic seemed to operate from all angles. There was metal, darkness, and fire flowing through the arena, but at no point did it shatter Viola's momentum. She was only further stimulated, facing it all in her trance. At some point, the battle reached a climax. Cecilia and Ethan watched as all the elements besides water sparked and surged through the arena grounds, scarring the earth and stands. Both of them were laying out everything they had. The only thing that Dirk lacked was the intent to kill, but otherwise, he was using his fullest power against his sister who was now facing him as if trying to wipe him from this planet. Scars even appeared on his armor, faint marks caused by sword strikes Dirk didn't bother dodging as they wouldn't threaten him. And then, just as they passed the 8-hour mark, Dirk, who was about to slash out, suddenly jerked back and sent the sword strike away from his sister. A blade of aura flew past her body and into the air beside her before dissipating. He looked at his sister, who had suddenly stopped on her feet, her eyes half closed. That's when Cecilia suddenly appeared beside her, catching her body that gradually leaned and fell to the side. Looks like she passed out. She can't match your stamina. She looked toward her son, seeing Dirk breathing heavily. His armor retracted, and that's when Cecilia's eyes widened. Dirk's body was entirely drenched in sweat, his skin red as if boiling, with actual steam rising from his body. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Dirk responded, but his voice was absent. It seemed that, although he didn't fall into as deep of a trance as his sister, he had still been rather inspired. But he had also pushed himself to his absolute limits. Even now, Cecilia could see all the various types of mana pumping through his veins. Fire mana was heating his body, dark mana was distorting the space around him, and the earth mana was shifting the dirt under his feet as if to automatically accommodate his every step. Smiling, she placed her hand on Dirk's head. "Go to sleep. I'll take care of you." Dirk was silent, but after a few seconds, he really did fall asleep on his feet. With a chuckle, Cecilia scooped up both her children, carrying them off to their house.